Chapter 442 Li Er's background. After half a day, Yuan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. Master, disciple was fortunate to not have failed the assignment and finally refined the essence vigor pill. Although dead tired, Yuan appeared rather excited. The use of the essence vigor pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Yuan, the essence vigor pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet, during this half-a-day period, under Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. Scraping it all together, he pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the essence vigor pill. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yuan made Yuan simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Yuan actually directly refined a middle-grade essence vigor pill. Yuan was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant-style charm, making Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough, you've worked hard, Yuan said rather embarrassedly. But Yuan was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yuan's embarrassment. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, "Not hard, not hard." Through this half a day of refining, disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Yuan was not praising Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Yuan's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Yuan was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Yuan unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yuan brought to Yuan was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. Haha, this isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you well. It will be of great assistance to you. But presently, we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Li Er's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yuan said. Muttering and muffled groans sounded. Li Er finally slowly woke up. Senior. When Yuan saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Li Er was still feeling groggy. A piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Li Er supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully. Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Yuan said. Master. Li Er did not quite react yet. Involuntarily lifting her head, she just happened to meet with Yuan's gaze. So, you're already awake. Li Er suddenly did not quite know how to face Yuan. After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yuan nodded and said, Fortunately, there was Miss Li Er helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago. Already, great kindness can't be thanked with words. Miss Li Er's sickness, leave it to Yuan. Li Er's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, so, you already know it's me. But Li Er didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Li Er's words were quite calm, Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. This Yi isn't making a deal with Miss Li Er either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this Yi will definitely accomplish it. Yuan said composedly. Li Er trembled slightly. She could feel Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yuan was as well. Yuan saying such words, even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. Thank you. Li Er did not decline and just lightly said these 2 words. Miss Yu accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss Yu making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Miss. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, even I myself won't forgive myself. Yi Yuan said. This shock that Li received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss Yu, you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist. This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born moonlight heavenly eye physique, apart from the bright moon city's Yu family, who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Li was even more shocked beyond belief. You actually even know about Bright Moon City. You, just who are you? Yi Yuan said helplessly, this Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose. Li was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the divine realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the divine realm for their ocular arts. And the person who possesses the moonlight heavenly eye physique, casting ocular arts would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people. And even for the Yu family, those who possessed the moonlight heavenly eye was extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Li had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. Alright then, since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mengli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family. Yu Mengli sucked in a deep breath and said. Yu Mengli. It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name. Yi Yuan reminisced this name. At this instant, Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time, he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City. And that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mengli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mengli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh, what's the point of a good name either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate either, Yu Mengli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secrets. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cocoon to become a butterfly, and become a peerlessly powerful existence. Chapter 443 Reuniting. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh, so what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it, don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a Tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But Yu Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the moonlight heavenly eye this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now, you, most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath, only 2 years huh? Yi Yuan said, Miss Yu don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine Tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh. What ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before. Yu Mengli nodded and said, it's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. It can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right, the Azure Spirit Tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart, and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the Azure Spirit Tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised, doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the azure spirit tree for you. Yu Mengli nodded and said, then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan said, Miss Yu, wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping. Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Ruyan refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little, and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy inside. The square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and passed it to Yu Mengli. This, Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy, but this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this is 5-flower heart-calming soup. It's refined using 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it. Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock, a few stalks of tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable. With Yu Mengli's realm, tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low. At the very best, he could only refine quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mengli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mengli sighed in admiration. Yeah, master, this is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later. Xiao Ruyan also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mengli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mengli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. In here requires the use of the formation's path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine, I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing 2 beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions all along. This sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. It could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing, master?" Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, "Just some trifling tricks." Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, "Ju Junior brother. I didn't think that I could still see you one day. Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mengli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianyan to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. Everything is over, all over. Yi Yuan comforted. The two people made some small talk, and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan once again, they were all filled with a multitude of feelings, and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while when Yi Yuan suddenly said with a sigh, "Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my identity was discovered." Sigh. Yu Mengli, who had been silently watching these seniors thank Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mention Mei Zhen at this time. "I forgot to tell you. Elder Mei has already been rescued." As she said, Yu Mengli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mengli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhen, who had not been seen for a long time. While the other person was naturally Yu Mengli's maid, Yan. "Miss, why did you only let me out now? I was almost stifled to death," Yan said unhappily. Chapter 444 Sect Upheaval. When everyone saw Mei Zhen, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mengli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mengli changed into that sallow-faced ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm too. Yi Yuan had just reunited with his seniors and actually did not when Yu Mengli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mengli did not wish to expose her identity. And these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mengli said, when Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor, that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder Mei, and handed him to me. Yu Mengli turned herself into a mysterious expert, while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mengli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhen. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. Who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan immediately understood, and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is." Really too grateful to that mysterious expert. Or else, none of us would be able to return this time. Towards this woman whose looks were not in any way attractive, the group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Zhen. Yi Yuan did not dawdle and very quickly helped Mei Zhen remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more." When Mei Zhen saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions, and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Zhen suddenly said to Mo Yuntian and the rest, "Yi Yuan sneaked into the fierce Gale world all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between this isn't what we can imagine. And today, he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him." As he said, Mei Zhen took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Zhen up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. "Elder Mei, senior brothers, rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Lord Sect Master," Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way, we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce Gale world martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp, Mei Zhen said with a frown. There has already been several months' time since the passageway was linked. Fierce Gale world martial artists turning this place into the headquarters isn't something strange. Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master. Mo Yuntian said, there is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Such a long time, I don't know why kind of unforeseen event will happen either. Mei Zhen said worriedly, the spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now, they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats, even a single piece of essence crystal was a no. At this time, Xiao Ruyan, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, if it's spirit boat, I still have one here. But, it's just a low-grade spirit boat. Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. That's really great. Wonder if Miss Xiao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use. Rest assured, Miss Xiao, as long as we return to the sect, we'll definitely give you sufficient recompense, Mei Zhen said. Along the way, everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and identity. As Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yanner already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fierce Gale world. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Mo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Zhen, this sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, apart from the sect master Luo Qingfeng, most likely, nobody in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud sect was ever closer. Mei Zhen opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rode the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Ruyan's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% 80%. This remaining 20% 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists. But Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates but discovered that there was nobody guarding outside the gates. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go, let's hurry over to take a look, Yi Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing Tranquil Cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but massacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and Ko's fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my Tranquil Cloud sect to the last one? Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tian Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Ti Wujiu was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Chapter 445. Allow me. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level. Even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too. But they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go, kill this pack of bastards and avenge these dead disciples. Mei Zhen flashed his longsword and roared. How can my tranquil cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated willy-nilly? Those who violate my sect, kill without pardon. Tian Yu yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words. Li knows. Many thanks for Mr. Yi's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain, there were increasingly more corpses, but among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the Purple Mansion sect's attire. What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our tranquil cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Mei Zhen said in surprise. If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our tranquil cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, they actually dare to invade other sects under the Heavenly Sky sect's eyelids. Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly Sky sect. If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slaves. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain's situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting, and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene Spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now. Purple Mansion sect bastards, you will all die a horrible death. Arg, cried a Crystal Formation Realm disciple, giving a miserable cry and perished together with a Purple Mansion sect disciple. Yet, this was just a minority situation. Regardless whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpassed the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just the Purple Mansion sect C Transformation Realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen. Although they were only low-stage C Transformation Realm, to deal with some Crystal Formation Realm disciples, it was ample. While on the Tranquil Cloud sect side, they actually did not see a single C Transformation Realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side alone. How could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples? Match. When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan. Only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind 2 words. As he walked past Mei Zhen, allow me. Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately, there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sect's attack has already thoroughly infuriated Mr. Yi. Yu Mengli said calmly, truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged. Yan also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect's sect-annihilating conduct, Yan was very disdainful in her heart. What's junior apprentice brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked puzzledly. Mo Yuntian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock, he didn't let us attack, could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone? What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Junior apprentice brother Yi He wants to deal with it alone. Tian Yu almost jumped up, but Xiao Ruyans curled her mouth and said with a proud look, you guys watch well. Master alone is enough. The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Kanghua sword at the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this junior apprentice brother Yi's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian Yu had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once. But back then, Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to this sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. It finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumbass. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either, right? Quick, look, it's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, quickly. The few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister. When these words were finished saying, over a dozen late-stage Crystal Formation Realm martial artists and several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth, he said coolly, all of you dregs can go and die already. The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion sect martial artists in clusters. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the assault of the flower petals. And those Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were heavily focused targets. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Chapter 446 Southern Domains Change. Under the soaring flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yu Mengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan? After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield's serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled. Why Yi Yuan, it's really you, so you're alright, that's really great. As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect. Although the two people did not have any deep friendship afterward, time passed and circumstances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm, and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, not just me alone. You look. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian and the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian, and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, everybody came back. Truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yuntian and the rest had a multitude of feelings surge up too. They choked and said, the mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice brother Yi that we could return safely. Zhang Jing was surprised, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan again, his face showing disbelief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan's extreme massacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting, and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm already, increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier, was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist? Zhang Jing's eye was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yuntian and the others' trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said, smilingly, this matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with seniors. Senior apprentice brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either. Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said could not help laughing, don't ridicule me, junior apprentice brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as? Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, senior apprentice brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? Where are sect master, hall head Shao, and the rest? Also, why is there not even a single sea transformation realm elder in the sect? Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, the southern domain's skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply. Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Podian immediately entered closed seclusion to cultivate, and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qingfeng did not disappoint. A month later, under Skimaple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to Skimaple's. With Luo Qingfeng this Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to stand firmly on this title of 8 great sects. Xiao Jian and Ling Podian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that Skimaple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid sea transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to be prospering with each passing day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a southern domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qingfeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects, saying that the Heavenly Sky sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly Sky sect. With this, the southern domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder Skimaple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But Skimaple was wary before he departed, gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together, and letting a sea transformation realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the northern domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries. Did the disciples know that turned out the entire southern domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion sect? The Heavenly Sky sect convening this southern domain sect Great Meat was truly an action seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky sect master was very arrogant during the Great Meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky sect. These were all the truth. But the final result was that the Purple Mansion sect master, He Minged, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sect masters. Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile He Minged was actually a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. In the southern domain, late-stage Soul Sea Realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the southern domain's sect Great Meet, He Minged had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses appeared all at once in the Purple Mansion sect. Even if the 6 great sects joined hands, how could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With Sea Transformation Realm experts managing the array formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Great Formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Chapter 447 Venting Anger. Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called number 1 great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect, did not have so many Soul Sea Realm powerhouses either. Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sects' upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners this time. I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sects' grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sects' upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long Grand Elder and Sect Master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven." When Mei Zhen and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the southern domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Zhen and the rest who went deep into the fierce Gale world all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the identity as one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the southern domain. The opposition received would be much lower. But by the time the fierce Gale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the southern domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the southern domain's 8 great sects' land would instantly become the fierce Gale world's base area. They could easily gain a foothold in the southern domain and launch an attack on the northern domain. With the fierce Gale world's martial strength, attacking the northern domain was most likely something inevitable. Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time passed and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, He never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the Fierce Gale world. This way, the southern domain might become the Fierce Gale world's territory at any moment. Could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. What a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up and they were actually killed off by a bunch of trash, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Zhen, but he was only 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm strength as well. Facing a 7th level Crystal Formation Realm martial artist, no matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while, I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th level Sea Transformation Realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment, but he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that? Yi Yuan said lightly, "Relax. This kind of trash, I haven't taken them seriously. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs." Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, "All right. Junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother Yi." Venting his anger. Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur. Venting anger on a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm. A 7th level Crystal Formation Realm venting anger on a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm. Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle. But leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong. But that was a large area slaughtering martial technique. Was it useful against a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm? Mei Zhen and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level Sea Transformation Realm saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, "Haha. Your Tranquil Cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level Crystal Formation Realm boy come send himself to death. Hey, that Sea Transformation Realm, were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered, up to you." That 7th level Sea Transformation Realm expert was stunned, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level Sea Transformation Realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, "Did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss." "Ha ha ha, of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Du heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot? I'm dying of laughter." A 7th level Crystal Formation Realm said to a 7th level Sea Transformation Realm, "If you touch me, consider it my loss." "Ha ha ha, I can't control myself anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is too amazing. To actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha, I'm dying." There were quite a few Sea Transformation Realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these Tranquil Cloud sect stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, "I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves, you won't have any more chances." Ha ha, Du Yushan, roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the Purple Mansion sect. I can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finished talking, Du Yushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow, but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven and earth essence energy. Killing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast of palm wind passed through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yucheng's smile was frozen on his face, while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Chapter 448 Despair. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Yeah, did you hear him talk about 10 moves, so you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt nor itch. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Du Yushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Du Yushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ha ha ha. This boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks, Du Yucheng said with a look of embarrassment. Ha ha. Play then, play then. Just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Hee hee. Again, I'm going to play around well with this little trash, Du Yucheng said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yucheng's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Boy, you're looking for death." As he said, Du Yucheng's palm assaulted once again. This time, he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm passed. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Du Yushan felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan. Du Yushan's figure appeared, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities. Double up, stinking brat, it's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Du Yushan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Du Yushan erupted completely, staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding indiscriminately. Horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan one move after another. Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust, and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves passed. Du Yushan actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha ha, still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word, death, is written. Du Yushan said with a loud laugh. Heh heh, to actually dare infuriate Elder Du. This boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities. To actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks. He can also be considered as quite capable. Just a self-conceited fool who was insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion sect's people were perfectly aware of Du Yucheng's attacks. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yushan's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce gale world only have this bit of ability. Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yucheng's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. he instinctively felt that things were not good and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yushan with extreme speed. Ah, help! Du Yushan had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear. Especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart. Including those Sea Transformation Realm elders. Even the 7th level Sea Transformation Realm Du Yushan crumbled in one blow like so. What did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time, and then Du Yushan fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a mass of black smoke rose up. Du Yushan actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, the dust that was stirred up by Du Yushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step Sea Transformation. How is this possible? A Purple Mansion sect Sea Transformation Realm elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago, he was still 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step Sea Transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy, but who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the god of death descending upon the world. Run, quickly run. That Sea Transformation Realm elder turned around and fled. Only then did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. Ah, help, that's a demon, quickly flee. The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly, as if they were fixed in place. Because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That Sea Transformation Realm elder who was the first to run clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past. Only to hear slashing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time, everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, "Mercy. I know my error. Spare my dog life." Sniff, sniff. This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples. The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneel down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "When you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely, the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die." Chapter 449 Defending Tranquil Cloud Sect to the Death. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months or so had passed, and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level Sea Transformation realm in terms of combat strength already. Crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man not far away was destined to be someone from a different world from the mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother Yi actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. Killing a 7th level Sea Transformation realm in one move, the shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, "It was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land." These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground. Mei Zhen and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you alright? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not a big issue. Compared to the fight with Zhao Chenggan, this earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level C transformation realm, the disparity between the two was too great. Mei Zhen nodded and said, good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things. Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. Now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go? When Mei Zhen said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, we obviously have to think of ways to rescue them out. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sect's match right now. Therefore, we can only wait. Wait for what? Mei Zhen did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions and asked in puzzlement. Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on here on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side very soon. They are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here, and what we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locus of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response. Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. You're saying, we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death? Mei Zhen asked in surprise. That's right. But, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few sea transformation realm martial artists that can threaten your existence. But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses. Mei Zhen reminded. He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with sea transformation realm martial artists, the reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul Sea realm powerhouses, he would not believe it even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul Sea realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul Sea realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile, of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Soul Sea realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect protecting Grand Array, don't we? Sect protecting Grand Array? Mei Zhen was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, without Soul Sea realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect master's level of strength, the sect protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the array formation, they can at most withstand early stage Soul Sea realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect master is a late stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan. These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect, for the sake of striving for time for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter. But they chose to stay behind to die without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually, using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Relying on a sect protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea realm powerhouses, this was something that only a moron would do. Yet, the problem was that was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps, Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit. If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die, we absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we'll fight with you. After a moment of silence, those tranquil cloud sect disciples, supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the tranquil cloud sect was all ready to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good, since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan, we'll all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our tranquil cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear. Fuck the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the tranquil cloud sect, he created one miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today, Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, from today onwards, our tranquil cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, and we'll completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island. Chapter 450, Restoring the Grand Array. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent grade essence vigor pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the Tranquil Cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiaoruyan acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiaoruyan's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiaoruyan actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiaoruyan's standards were not low, but it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiaoruyan suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed in the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch after consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. The strength of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. For a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfang. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Zhen to the center of the Tranquil Cloud sect's array formation. Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this Grand Array to resist those Soul Sea Realm powerhouses? Mei Zhen still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array formation. Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, He was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the grand array. Mei Zhen knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm. Even if he managed the array formation, could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I can't sustain by myself. But don't we still have so many seniors and juniors?" Mei Zhen said in surprise, "But these sect disciples all don't know array formations." Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know." Mei Zhen was speechless. Up until now, Mei Zhen did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as a joke. Fine then, even if you have a way, the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array seem to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, right? Mei Zhen said, "Haha, when I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself," Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Mei Zhen said with a frown, "You mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-Tier 5 array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th-level Soul Sea realm even count as?" Mei Zhen exclaimed in surprise, There's actually such a thing. But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-ranked Tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary parts. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation, but there were deficiencies within. Yi Yuan said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large quantities of records all went missing to some extent. Even the two most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone an array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years passed. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history and even thought that this set of array formation was a low-ranked Tier 4 array formation. But the southern domain martial artist's strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect-protecting grand array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea realm martial artist appeared in the southern domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a wit as well, Mei Zhen said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, with my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect-protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the passageway, nobody can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Mei Zhen was also brimming with confidence at this moment. But, he heaved a sigh and said, for our Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the Tranquil Cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the southern domain leisurely. As long as the northern domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the realm passageway completely links up and let the northern domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the southern domain. Mei Zhen perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the northern domain to notify the Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and the Profound Ice Sect, these 3 sects, and make them send people to aid the southern domain and eradicate the Purple Mansion Sect. This situation at present, only Elder Mei alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Mei Zhen's expression still changed and he said, can't another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the onerousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud Sect is just a small plot of land, while what the Fierce Gale world wants to invade is the entire Endless World. If the Northern Domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the Fierce Gale world's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what. Mei Zhen's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Mei Zhen definitely won't fail the mission. Chapter 451 Power of the Sect Protecting Grand Array. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. Here was the Purple Mansion Sect's forward position, specialized in being responsible for attacking the Tranquil Cloud Sect and 2 other sects. Ma Yi was the commander of this team of martial artists. He was a first-level Soul Sea Realm powerhouse and also the Purple Mansion Sect's Grand Elder. At this time, the other 2 sects, reports of success already came over. Only the Tranquil Cloud Sect's side had no news. Ma Yi's brows were locked tightly at this time. Evidently, his mood was very bad. The other 2 sects' strength was much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect. They were all fine. Only the Tranquil Cloud Sect's side with the weakest strength seemed to have a problem. The Purple Mansion Sect sent out 3 commanders in order to exterminate the 6 great sects and unite the southern domain under the Purple Mansion Sect's rule. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects were basically already under control. Attacking completely did not expend any effort. The 3 commanders all had a rivaling relationship and were also seizing every minute and second to strive to take down 3 sects first. But who knew that his side here just had to have a problem? Du Yushan, that moron, wouldn't really be unable to even take care of a Tranquil Cloud Sect, right? Ma Yu gnashed his teeth hatefully. Right at this time, a disciple entered the tent and bowed to Ma Yi, and then he said, reporting to Grand Elder, news came from the Tranquil Cloud Sect's side. Elder Du's party were completely annihilated. The Tranquil Cloud Sect reactivated the sect protecting Grand Array and sealed off the sect. Ma Yi stood up at once. Grabbing that disciple's collar, he said with a ferocious look. What did you say? Du Yushan's army was completely wiped out. Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud Sect still has Peak Sea Transformation or Soul Sea Realm experts? Du Yushan was a 7th level Sea Transformation powerhouse. Unless the Tranquil Cloud Sect still had 8th level Sea Transformation and above existences, how could they possibly have wiped out Du Yushan's army completely? But that lousy place like the Tranquil Cloud Sect did not have many Sea Transformation realm experts in total either. Now, they were basically all captured by the Purple Mansion Sect. How could the sect still have such a powerhouse existing inside? That disciple was taken aback with fright and spluttered, disciple isn't clear either. 2 days ago, disciple brought the scout team and went to the Tranquil Cloud Sect to investigate the news. The result was that we discovered that Elder Du they were all decapitated and then being hung outside the sect gates. Over 10 Sea Transformation Realm elders were all decapitated, and their corpses were displayed in public view. A blast of force flew by that disciple's ear, pulverizing a stone table behind him into pieces. What did you say? Ma Yi said word by word. That disciple nearly peed himself and said with a tremble, Grand Elder, calm your anger. Calm your ass anger. Tranquil Cloud Sect. Hee. Excellent, excellent. Decapitating is a public warning. Their guts are really plenty fat. Ma Yi suddenly looked at that disciple and asked, what other news is there? As he said, Ma Yi let go of that disciple's collar and threw him out. That disciple hurriedly crawled up and said, the Tranquil Cloud Sect even erected a stone plaque in front of the sect gates. Written on it, trespassers, kill without amnesty. Heh, kill without amnesty. This seat wants to see how you all kill with amnesty. Send the orders. The whole army is to decamp and set off for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Ma Yi said coldly. The disciple felt as if being relieved of immense pressure and scurried off. In front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's mountain gates, Ma Yi looked at Du Yushan's and the others' heads grimly, as well as that stone plaque written using brush pen in red ink. Come men, go and retrieve their heads. Ma Yi ordered. A small team dashed out very quickly, wanting to collect back Du Yushan's head. Yet, when they had just crossed that stone plaque, several streaks of pale yellow flowing light suddenly danced about. Wretched screams echoed together. These streams of light were very formidable, willfully harvesting the lives of that small team of martial artists. In virtually a blink of an eye, the small team was completely wiped out. Ma Yi's face was incomparably somber. He knew that this was the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array activated. With the power of the sect protecting Grand Array, killing these martial artists were too easy. But Ma Yi had a faint feeling that the power of this Grand Array seemed to be extraordinary. Zhu Mingyu, you bring a few people to test out the power of that Grand Array. Remember, take care not to cross that stone plaque. Just feel out its power will do, Ma Yi reminded him. Zhu Mingyu was a general under him, a peak C transformation realm powerhouse. Sending him to probe out the power of the Grand Array was perfect. If the Tranquil Cloud sect still had C transformation realm experts there, at the very most, it could also just maintain the Grand Array at the standard of peak C transformation realm. Zhu Mingyu adding in a few other C transformation realm martial artists were sufficient to shake the Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu obeyed the orders and marched out, bringing quite a few C transformation realm experts in front of the Grand Array. Everybody, don't hold back. All execute your strongest attack. We'll join hands to crack this Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu said. Everyone cried out in unison and started to muster heaven and earth essence energy in full force. In a moment, a terrifying aura creeped out in the air. The attack of a peak C transformation realm martial artist was already extremely powerful, let alone multiple late-stage C transformation realm martial artists. The power of the combined attacks of these people was simply not what the average martial artist could withstand. Everybody listen to my command. Focus the attacks on one point of the Grand Array. Go, Zhu Mingyu hollered, only to see that under his command, 7 to 8 immensely powerful attacks rumbled towards the Grand Array. The coordination of these people was clearly highly tacit. The place that they attacked was not the slightest bit off, and the timing was also grasped very well, practically arriving at the same time. A huge sound, but the Grand Array did not budge an inch while Zhu Mingyu and the rest flew out backward. Several people vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were actually wounded by the Grand Array's backlash power. How can this Grand Array be so strong? It actually didn't budge an inch under the combined attacks of Elder Zhu they all. I heard that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array is called the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation is just a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. The Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't even have a C transformation realm martial artist right now. Why is the power of this sect protecting Grand Array so powerful? Could it be that it must need Grand Elder to personally take action to be able to crack this Grand Array? Ma Yi's expression was very ugly currently. Could it be that there was actually still a Soul Sea realm expert hidden within the Tranquil Cloud sect? If that was really the case, then it was going to be troublesome. But the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Ski Maple at the Soul Sea realm all along. Luo Qingfeng just broke through not long ago. Apart from them, who else in the Tranquil Cloud sect could be Soul Sea realm? Ma Yi racked his brains and could not figure it out either. Humph, who cares what the hell you are? My Purple Mansion sect's grand momentum is already formed. Is it possible for a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect to still flip the heaven? I'll give a try today. Just what kind of power this lousy array formation has. Ma Yi leapt high into the air and arrived before the Grand Array. Only to see him face his palm towards the sky, muttering verses from his mouth. Horrifying essence energy instantly converged around him. This was the formidable aspect of Soul Sea realm martial artists. Maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy with the might of the divine soul cooperating with the essence energy sea was simply effortless. Extreme essence heaven axis palm. Break for me. Ma Yi mustered 80% essence energy in one breath. An extremely dreadful attack flew towards the Grand Array. Chapter 452 Slaying Soul Sea Realm Martial Artist. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Yeah, all are mortals below Soul Sea Realm. Grand Elder is on a completely different level from us. Luckily, there's Grand Elder here. Otherwise, we would be completely helpless against this Grand Array. Now that Grand Elder personally took action, this Grand Array will break for sure. Tranquil Cloud sect. This bunch of trash actually became a retracted head turtle. When we raid inside in a while, I'll definitely pull their heads out from their turtle shell. Ma Yi was well deserving of being a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This extreme essence heaven axis palm move was exceedingly terrifying. Just that mighty power was enough to make other martial artists feel fear. A Soul Sea Realm martial artist's attack could only be withstood by a Soul Sea Realm martial artist. This was general knowledge for martial artists. Zhao Chenggan, that kind of talented prodigy, crossed realms to battle as easily as drinking water. But to let him fight with a Soul Sea Realm martial artist, it was still certain death. Even the most ordinary Soul Sea Realm martial artist, their might was also not what Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could compare with. Compared to the fleshy body, the divine soul was evidently closer to heaven and earth and nature. Soul Sea Realm martial artists communicated with heaven and earth essence energy through the divine soul. The speed and quality mustered were far from comparable to Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. And it was precisely this sort of advantage combined together with even more powerful Tier 4 martial techniques. The power of Soul Sea Realm martial artists made practically all martial artists beneath Soul Sea Realm feel despair. The Purple Mansion sect disciples had blind faith in the Soul Sea Realm Ma Yi and thought that this attack could absolutely blast the Grand Array open. Soul Sea Realm in the hearts of the Southern Domain sect disciples was actually around the same as the position of the Wind Emperor in the hearts of the Fierce Gale World martial artists. Yet, the matter completely did not develop in the direction which the people hoped for in their hearts. Just as Ma Yi's palm force was about to reach the Grand Array erupted once more. All of a sudden, dozens of flowing light streams came out from the Grand Array, dashing for Ma Yi's palm force. Ma Yi's face carried a confident smile when he struck out the palm. But at this time, his expression changed drastically. Those dozens of flowing light streams eradicated his palm force like crushing dead leaves. But it was not over yet. After those flowing lights obliterated Ma Yi's palm force, it actually came chasing after Ma Yi. Ma Yi did not think that such a change would actually occur and his expression changed dramatically. To be able to instantly obliterate his 80% essence energy attack, the might of this Grand Array was absolutely not what he could withstand. No time left to think. Under everyone's eyes, Ma Yi turned around and ran. Yet, the speed of the flowing lights was exceptionally swift. Ma Yi just ran out not for long, and the flowing lights caught up to him. A huge sound rang out. Under the Purple Mansion sect's stupefied gazes, a silhouette dropped down from the air powerlessly. Ma Yi's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone had blank faces, and there was actually no one who reached out to receive it. All the way until that mass of dust gradually dissipated did everyone finally woke up abruptly. What happened? Don't know. What's with Grand Elder? Can't have. Pooh. Grand Elder is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. How can he be killed so easily by the Grand Array? He must have fainted. At this time, Zhu Mingyu walked out from the crowd. He was blasted until severely wounded by the Grand Array's backlash strength. At this time, he still held his chest, his steps somewhat wobbly. Zhu Mingyu's face was solemn, his brows tightly knitted. It was also uncertain if it was due to injuries or because of Ma Yi. Zhu Mingyu came close, and his figure involuntarily came to a stop. Grand Elder he passed away. Zhu Mingyu himself did not know how he said those words. He felt that his brain was a little lacking. Ma Yi already had no vital signs. He was clearly totally dead already. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, it was deathly quiet. There were only the whimpering sounds of gusts of breeze. A Soul Sea Realm powerhouse of his generation was actually garroted by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. In the entire Southern Domain, how many years had it been since a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse died? Zhu Mingyu and the other Purple Mansion sect disciples were unable to accept this outcome. But Ma Yi's corpse repeatedly told them that this was a truth. In the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array axis, all the disciples were covered from head to toe in sweat, appearing rather worn out. But the expression on their faces showed that they were very excited. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Looking at that figure in front, their eyes revealed fervent idolizing looks. They all clearly wanted to speak, but they desperately suppressed their impulse, for fear that they would startle Yuan, who was currently directing the Grand Array. Suddenly, Yuan turned around slowly and said coolly, "The Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. This battle, we've won. Woo." These tranquil cloud sect disciples immediately erupted with thunderous laughter. Ever since Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng were detained, there had never been such cheering and laughter in the tranquil cloud sect. This battle was too satisfactory to the heart's content. Long live Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan laughed too. He knew that these fellow sect members have been holding back for too long and very much needed a victory to release their emotions. Yi Yuan killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse with the aid of the Grand Array's power. This was a victory with an extraordinary meaning. For a moment, the entire tranquil cloud sect was seething. This feeling is too great. What did we do? We actually slew a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha. To be able to kill a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, this lifetime is also enough. In the future, even if it's to die for the sect, I'll also die without regrets. Hey, did you know? That was a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. I actually killed a Soul Sea Realm. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Next time, I'm going to tell my son that his old man once killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. So fucking satisfying. I even thought that Yi Yuan activating the sect protecting Grand Array was just to huddle like a turtle and defend. Who knew that he would actually take the initiative to attack? A single attack and he killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. These tranquil cloud sect disciples all seemed to be in a state of madness, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. These few days, Yi Yuan underwent a complete remake of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Not only did he restore that missing portion of the Grand Array, he even connected several hundred miniature array formations at the Grand Array's central. These hundreds of miniature array formations were presided by several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. Yi Yuan could draw out these several hundred people's essence energy through the array's pivot, and provide a steady stream of support for the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. A Soul Sea Realm's one move could instantly kill these several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. But the essence energy released by these disciples via the Grand Array could form a terrifying attack that could directly kill Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Even though this was the heroic feat accomplished by everyone making a concerted effort, the several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples were deeply affected as if they experienced it personally. Slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This was something that they did not even dare to think about last time. Currently, the eyes that these tranquil cloud sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fanatical worship. This victory was brought to them by Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, they might not even be able to ward off Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. But with Yi Yuan, they killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Chapter 453 Inscribing, Sword, Characters. In a flash, 2 days passed. The residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse not only did not pass, but it also gradually firmly established itself within the tranquil cloud sect. Receiving the stimulation from this incident, everyone cultivated frenziedly. In the past, many people would drift along. But now, not a single person slacked off. These 2 days, Yi Yuan did not idle either. Under the assistance of medicinal pills, his essence energy previously already reached peak 7th level crystal formation. Making use of these 2 days, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 8th level crystal formation realm. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Mo Yuntian was already standing guard outside the door. Seeing Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian's eyebrows raised up. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, recalling back then when I received and welcomed you into the sect, you were only at the 2nd level spirit condensation. But at present, you've already caught up to me. So much so that in terms of combat strength, you can already have a showdown with late-stage Sea Transformation realms." Although Mo Yuntian was a broad-minded person, seeing his little junior brother in the past surpass him in such a short time, he could not avoid being somewhat dejected still after being happy for Yi Yuan. Regarding such a situation, Yi Yuan knew that it was unavoidable as well. Senior apprentice brother Mo's talent is not poor. Breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in the future is already set in stone. Yi Yuan did not know how he should console either and could only say it as it was. Mo Yuntian gave a sigh and said, "The sect's records are lost. Wanting to break through to Soul Sea realm is easier said than done." Even Sect Master Luo was also stuck at peak 9th level Sea Transformation for many years, only barely managing to break through to Soul Sea after obtaining Grand Elder's soul luring pill. But at present, Grand Elder Ski Maple has fallen behind bars. Hearing Mo Yuntian's words, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said to Mo Yuntian, "Senior apprentice brother, come with me." Mo Yuntian was somewhat bewildered, but still followed after. Before long, the two people arrived at Victory Peak. Yi Yuan sized up all around for a bit and arrived before a 1,000-foot-wide huge boulder. Right here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Yuntian did not know what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves and could not resist asking, "Junior brother, what are you trying to do?" Senior brother must watch well in a while," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. With a clink, Kanghua's sword was drawn. Swish, swash, swoosh, Yi Yuan's longsword danced, sparks flying in all directions, and stone rubble falling profusely. After a moment, a sword character gradually took form. Mo Yuntian looked at that plain and unremarkable sword character but remained very baffled still. This sword did not seem to have many extraordinary aspects, right? Swapping Mo Yuntian to carve himself, he could similarly do it. It was at the very most the standards of spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan tiptoed and bounded up lightly. In an area 10 feet above, he inscribed the next sword character once more. He did not pause, leaping up another 10 foot, engraving another sword character again. Mo Yuntian still did not make out what remarkable aspects this character had. At most, it was slightly harder than before. Yi Yuan jumped higher and higher. The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more as well, while Mo Yuntian's face gradually became solemn. By the time Yi Yuan carved the sixth sword character, Mo Yuntian finally knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wanted to use the method of inscribing characters to engrave his comprehension of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art all onto this huge boulder? With a thought up to here, Mo Yuntian no longer dared to slight it, gluing his eyes on the sword in Yi Yuan's hand. Although Mo Yuntian charged out of the Nine Heavens Road, his comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was not considered too profound. It was even inferior to Tian Yu's to some extent. With such an opportunity to view and emulate, how could he possibly let it slip by? The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more, and also progressively more deep and profound. Mo Yuntian actually had a feeling of being unable to keep up. Yi Yuan was using the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe the characters. The concept within the characters, Mo Yuntian understood fully, but he suddenly discovered that in his understanding towards sword intent previously, many areas were actually wrong. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 21st sword character, Mo Yuntian's head felt as if it had exploded, and he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing it in a whole new light. Yi Yuan started engraving from spirit condensation realm sword intent. By the time it reached the 21st word, it was already the third level seed transformation sword intent. In Mo Yuntian's present sword intent comprehension was already stuck here for very long. When Yi Yuan's 21st sword character's final stroke was completed, Mo Yuntian actually felt his mind clear up, his chest incomparably free from inhibitions. The dense fog which was stuck there for a long time was like being dispelled and seeing the sun. It was as if suddenly seeing the light. At this time, Mo Yuntian's eye did not even dare to blink, fearful of missing any one of Yi Yuan's actions. But starting from the 22nd character, Mo Yuntian began to have a feeling of having difficulty comprehending. He gradually started to fall behind Yi Yuan's rhythm. By the time Yi Yuan inscribed until the 24th character, Mo Yuntian already could not make head or tail of it. He only felt that each sword character had sword chi crisscrossing, giving people a very sharp feeling. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 28th character, Mo Yuntian suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood with a puff. This was a sword intent belonging to the Soul Sea realm. It had already completely exceeded Mo Yuntian's limits. Because Mo Yuntian had been moving up Yi Yuan's sword intent the entire time, Soul Sea realm's sword intent was already fully not what he could endure. At this time, Mo Yuntian moved his eyes away quite reluctantly. He did not dare to look on. If he continued looking, he would be killed by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Yi Yuan's current realm was already about the same as his. If Yi Yuan really attacked him, he would not even need to draw his sword. This was the disparity between Yi Yuan and him. Even so, Mo Yuntian's gains today was undoubtedly enormous. When the 45th sword character finished being inscribed, Yi Yuan floated down, landing in front of Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian took a look at Yi Yuan and could not resist sighing as he said, "To think that junior apprentice brother Yi's sword intent has actually reached such a terrifying extent already." Towards Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian felt admiration from the heart. He knew that he and Yi Yuan were people from entirely different worlds. Comparing simply did not hold meaning at all. Thinking this way, Mo Yuntian became open-minded instead. Yi Yuan said smilingly, I only have 8th level crystal formation strength at present. Sword intent after crystal formation realm completely can't reach a corresponding degree. But in the short run, it's enough to let my fellow apprentices comprehend the concept. Actually, Yi Yuan's comprehension towards sword intent was far from this. But with these sword characters, he only used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe them. If Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent to inscribe, Mo Yuntian would most likely not be able to understand even at the spirit condensation realm level. The concept of supreme true intents was simply not what lower realm martial artists could comprehend. Mo Yuntian's gaze could not help looking towards those 45 feet sword characters again, only to see that each sword character was entirely different. It could be said to each have literary excellence. Mo Yuntian knew that this was caused by the concept contained in each character being different. Seemed like he was still a long way off on this road of comprehending true intent. If my conjectures are correct, there are probably still 2 months before the realm passageway will link up together. During this period of time, you'll let the seniors and juniors to come here to comprehend sword intent then, Yi Yuan said. Chapter 454 Tier 4 Array Master taking the field. The Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. Ever since the Southern Domain's sect Great Meet, the Purple Mansion Sect occupied another person's land, treating here as their base camp. But at present, the atmosphere in the main hall was rather stifling. The death of Grand Elder Ma Yi caught everyone in the Purple Mansion Sect by surprise, including Sect Master He Minged. He Minged had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Each and every action had the air of a Grand Master. But he had a sinister and ruthless air at his glabella, which ruined his temperament. The Southern Domain today, everyone knew that He Minged was somebody who was highly adept at enduring hardship and ridicule. Being in the position of Sect Master for so many years, he only showed others the visage of first-level Soul Sea Realm. All the way until that so-called Southern Domain Sect Great Meet, did he astound the world with a single brilliant feat, suppressing all the Sect Masters and Grand Elders. Today's Southern Domain could be said to be his world alone. It was just that this present Southern Domain's number 1 encountered a significant problem. At present, the remaining 6 great sects, there was already 5 great sects thoroughly devastated. Only the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect dealt a head-on blow to the Purple Mansion sect instead. The matter of the Tranquil Cloud sect killing Ma Yi using the sect-protecting Grand Array, what views do all of you have? He Minged said calmly, unable to perceive his emotions currently. If I had to say, Ma Yi was definitely careless. That's why he was ambushed successfully by those Tranquil Cloud sect trash. The sect-protecting Grand Array easily exterminating a Soul Sea Realm martial artist. If this spreads, wouldn't it become a joke? Said a Soul Sea Realm Grand Elder. Yeah, the Tranquil Cloud sect-protecting Grand Array is a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. To say that Ma Yi could not breach it, I believe that. But to say that he was dispatched easily by the Grand Array, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. In between this, something that we don't know about must have happened. Sect Master, let me bring people there. We'll crack that formation in no time and exterminate all of those little thieves. A dozen over Soul Sea Realm elders all tried to get a word in. Most did not believe that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array could easily kill Ma Yi. The prowess of Soul Sea Realm was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone was also well aware of the 8 great sects' ins and outs. The 8 sect-protecting Grand Array could only defend the attacks of middle-stage Soul Sea at the most. But how could it be that easy to want to kill Ma Yi? Let alone that the Tranquil Cloud sect did not even have Soul Sea Realm martial artists holding down the fort right now. But He Minged was vexed hearing this and said with a wave of his hand, all shut up for me. What impossible to kill? Could it be that Ma Yi's corpse is molded out of clay by the disciples? Can you all use your brains to think properly? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is about to open up the realm passageway soon to launch the Holy War. If we can't rule the Southern Domain, as the land of foundation for His Majesty to personally descend upon the endless world, all of us are going to be in serious trouble. Hearing these words, everyone immediately shut their mouths sensibly. The Wind Emperor laying blame was not some laughable matter. At this time, a blue-robed old man suddenly stood up and said with He Minged with clasped hands, I wonder if Sect Master has questioned Schemaple and Luo Qingfeng before whether or not the Tranquil Cloud sect still has a 3rd Soul Sea Realm expert. He Minged said, that's of course. I specially told this news to the two of them. After they heard it, they looked stunned too. It was absolutely not feigned. Very clearly, they were also very surprised by this incident happening. Then I'm puzzled. Who in the world is controlling the array formation? To actually have such might? The blue-robed elder said with a frown, since the Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't have a third Soul Sea Realm martial artist, then could it be that the Northern Domain's 3 sects already discovered our true identities? He Ming shook his head and said, impossible. For the sake of this day, I've already made perfectly sound preparations. Long before taking action, I already sent people to the Myriad Sword sect to bow our heads in submission and acquiesce, and also promised huge benefits. They won't intervene in the Southern Domain's affairs. Then, could it be that it was a wandering formation path expert who just happened to pass by the Tranquil Cloud sect? Said the blue-robed elder with a frown. He Ming let out a sigh and said, right now, the Tranquil Cloud sect huddled up and refuses to come out. We completely can't get any news. But no matter what, we also can't let those stragglers and remnant troops from the Tranquil Cloud sect to gain a firm foothold. Elder He Jun, the matter of cracking the formation is entrusted to you. The blue-robed elder bowed and said, to render service to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, He Jun will naturally do all I can. It is just a Tier 4 grand array. This old man will make them exist in name only. He Ming nodded his head and said with a faint smile, with Elder He Jun's strength, this he can still count on it. You're a middle-rank Tier 4 array master. If even you are helpless, then nobody in the Southern Domain can crack this formation. However, for the sake of being conservative, let Liao Wenguang go together with you. You guys can also look after each other. Remember, as long as the Grand Array is broken, kill every person regardless. Right then, another Soul Sea Realm Elder stood up and said, as you command. This Soul Sea Realm Elder was shockingly a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist. A middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master coupled with a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist, this lineup could be rated as luxurious to the Southern Domain. At Towering Peak, Heavenly Sky Sect. This was the place that imprisoned the various sect masters and grand elders. These people's essence energy seas all had restrictions imposed and completely could not muster up essence energy. Right now, they were no different from a cripple. Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng were locked up together. The Purple Mansion sect was not worried that they would do anything funny either. Martial uncle, who do you think came to our Tranquil Cloud sect? Luo Qingfeng asked with a frown. The sect's upper echelons were practically caught in one fell swoop. I really can't think of who has such capabilities in the sect still. To actually be able to obstruct the Purple Mansion sect's cavalry. Ski Maple was evidently unsure either. Luo Qingfeng said, although He Ming only came to probe us and didn't say what happened. From his expression, it can still be made out that something major must have occurred. He Ming only asked if the Tranquil Cloud sect still had Soul Sea Realm experts existing and did not tell the two of them about Ma Yi's death. But what kind of person was Luo Qingfeng? He already knew many things from examining the speech and behavior. Ski Maple shook his head and said, even if something big happened, with He Ming this 7th level Soul Sea Realm here, what use is there? My Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction is just something inevitable. Luo Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice as he said rather excitedly, Martial uncle, do you think that it's Yi Yuan returning? Ski Maple was also startled in his heart. He immediately shook his head and said, if he wanted to come back, he would have returned long ago. Didn't you hear during the sect great meet? Not a single person who went to the mystic realm came back. Several months already passed by. The hope of Yi Yuan returning alive is too slim. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan really came back, he also can't possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match. He Ming is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Hearing Ski Maple analyze like this, Luo Qingfeng was also very downcast. The two people exchanged a glance, and both revealed bitter remorse. As long as they were given a few years' time, Yi Yuan would surely be able to grow up. But now, everything became empty. Sigh, to think that the Tranquil Cloud sect's 1,000-year foundation was actually ruined in our hands. What face do we have to go and meet our forefathers? Ski Maple said with an emotional sigh. Chapter 455 Tranquil Cloud sect has a soul. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple ran into the Tranquil Cloud sect's main hall, looking very nervous. It's Junior Apprentice Brother Zhao Xinhe. Is there any news from outside? Yi Yuan inquired. Zhao Xin said hurriedly, the Purple Mansion sect sent out several thousand martial artists and are marching for the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. Ha. Don't junior apprentice brother Zhao Xin have faith in the might of the Grand Array? Forget about thousands of martial artists. Even if tens of thousands of martial artists came, they would not return either. But this time, the commanders are a 4th level Soul Sea Realm, Grand Elder Liao Wangguang, and a Tier 4 Array Master, He Jun. I fear, when Zhao Xin got hold of this news, he was terrified until his legs turned soft. Tier 4 Array Masters were very terrifying existences. They were the bane of a sect's protective Grand Arrays. Even if they could not crack the formation, they could also find the Grand Array's weak links, and they could even diminish the Grand Array's power. Coupled with the brute force of a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, breaking the formation did not seem to be something so difficult. This way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be in danger. No matter how powerful the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array was, it was also just a quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array. It did not transcend the category of Tier 4 Array formations. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect actually still had the existence of Tier 4 Array Masters. This Purple Mansion sect truly concealed too deeply. Before this, while the Purple Mansion sect was known as the Southern Domain's number 2 great sect, they actually only had 5 or 6 Soul Sea Realm experts too. The strongest was just 3rd level Soul Sea. This time, the Purple Mansion sect displayed all of their might. Compared to the Purple Mansion sect, the Heavenly Sky sect was simply weak to the max. Not only were they completely surpassed by the Purple Mansion sect in the number of martial artists, but in terms of quality, they were a great deal weaker too. And now, the Purple Mansion sect even sent out a Tier 4 Array Master. This was truly hopeless until it made people go nuts. Tier 4 Array Masters were the same as Alchemy King experts. They were all exceedingly rare existences in the Southern Domain. Before this, only the Heavenly Sky sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had never heard before that the Purple Mansion sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. A few days back, Zhao Xin and the rest were sent out by Yuan to fish for information. Who knew that they would get hold of such a heavyweight news all at once? The first thing that Zhao Xin did when he got the information was to return to the sect without stopping to report this matter to Yuan. Who knew that Yuan did not even furrow his eyebrows? He just said nonchalantly, when soldiers arrive, send a general to block. When water floods, use dirt to keep it out. Junior apprentice brother don't need to worry. A puny little Tier 4 Array Master still can't stir up too big of a wave. Zhao Xin was stunned and immediately said excitedly, a Tier 4 Array Master isn't Senior Apprentice Brother's match either. That's fantastic, Senior Apprentice Brother, no matter what you do, we all support you fully. After slaying Ma Yi, Yuan was already an existence akin to a divinity in the eyes of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. As long as Yuan did not fear, what did they have to fear as well? Furthermore, killing Ma Yi greatly boosted the confidence of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. In their hearts, Soul Sea Realm was no longer an undefeatable existence anymore. Wasn't someone as powerful as Ma Yi finished off by Yuan in one move too? Although a Tier 4 Array Master was scary, seeing that composed look on Yuan's face, Zhao Zix was instantly filled with confidence. So what if Tier 4 Array Master? With Senior Apprentice Brother Yi here, our Tranquil Cloud sect could absolutely stand firm and not fall. Yuan said with a laugh, haha, it has been tiring for Junior Apprentice Brother. Go back and have a rest first. As long as his fellow apprentices unite and are of one mind, even if He Ming personally came, what can he do to me? After Zhao Xin left, Yuan moved to Victory Peak. This place was originally the place where the sect grand competition took place. Currently, it had become a cultivation holy land. In the entire plaza, there were roughly around 200 over Tranquil Cloud sect disciples currently. Among the remainder disciples, those who cultivated the sword were basically all here. These disciples, some were currently meditating to comprehend sword intent, some were currently practicing the sword, some were currently breaking down moves, so on and so forth. Yuan briefly swept a glance around, but his gaze landed on Tian Yu. Tian Yu was currently meditating with his eyes shut. Although the outside world was very noisy, he seemed to be residing in a different world. 5 days had already gone by since Yuan inscribed the sword characters. In these 5 days, Yuan would come here to observe the fellow apprentices' situation every day. And in these 5 days, the one who improved the fastest was not Mo Yuntian, but it was Tian Yu. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive to sword intent. Any hint of change to the seniors and juniors, he would take it all into sight. On the first day, Tian Yu stood in front of the huge boulder and did not move a muscle, looking at it for an entire day. On the second day, Tian Yu did not go and look at those sword characters anymore. He just meditated there the entire time. In 4 days, the sword intent on Tian Yu's body condensed and did not dissipate, drawing the bow without discharging the arrow. It actually had the inclination of soaring to the skies. The fellow apprentices were all comprehending the sword characters on the huge boulders. But nobody approached within 100 feet of Tian Yu's surroundings. Mo Yuntian appeared beside Yi Yuan since God knew when, and likewise sized up Tian Yu in the distance. Junior apprentice brother Tian Yu's talent is exceedingly high. He just comprehended for a day's time in front of the words you inscribed and actually had such a huge improvement, Mo Yuntian said with a gasp of admiration. Mo Yuntian was also a peerlessly talented individual, but compared to Tian Yu, he was still much worse off. Yi Yuan said with a smile, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is indeed shockingly talented. But, for him to be able to have such a huge improvement, it was also due lucky chances. Oh, what do you mean? Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu grew up with many admirers surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon and has never suffered huge setbacks. This mystic realm journey, he was captured to become a slave by fierce Gale world martial artists. This to him was undoubtedly unprecedented shame. After returning, Grand Elder Skimaple was detained by the Purple Mansion sect, which stimulated his staunch personality even more. Before this, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Furthermore, his elementary form of true intent was born from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. That's why the words that I inscribed can have such great inspiration to him. Of course, there is still one point. My primary cultivation method is a fire attribute cultivation method too. There is a trace of concept of fire contained inside the sword intent as well. Him reaping the greatest harvest is also something within reason, Yi Yuan explained. When Mo Yuntian heard these words, he immediately saw the light. Sigh, to the present tranquil cloud sect, what it lacks most of all is time. If Tian Yu and Wujiu this batch can grow up, our tranquil cloud sect can rise up once again. Mo Yuntian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan said with a smile, passing down the flame. Tranquil cloud sect has a soul. It won't be extinguished. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, while he had some unpleasantness with the Yang family, he could sense the spirit that the tranquil cloud sect passed down. The sect's upper echelons were all people who carried ambition. From the state of Qin's 9 heavens roads Luyan, to Skimaple, to Luo Qingfeng, and Xiao Jian, they all had the spirit of lineal descent on them, which was the anticipation of the sect rising sharply anew. For the sake of this goal, they could sacrifice themselves without any hesitation at all. And this soul, unfolded likewise on the bodies of these disciples before his eyes most vividly. Facing the besiegement of the Purple Mansion sect, they chose to sacrifice their lives for a just cause. With such a soul, Yi Yuan believed that the Tranquil Cloud sect would not be destroyed. At this time, Tian Yu, who had been sitting quietly for 4 days, got up once more and came before the huge boulder again to contemplate on the inscribed words on the huge boulder. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gave a gentle smile and said, "Looks like the sect has hopes for a revival." Chapter 456 Cheerily Confident. What's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words? Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. You guess, which sword character is he contemplating on? Mo Yuntian was stupefied briefly and looked at Tian Yu again, involuntarily shaking his head. Tian Yu's head was facing very high upwards. But as for which sword character he was looking at in particular, Mo Yuntian could not guess it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If my conjectures are correct, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is most likely already comprehending the 37th word." What? 37th word? Doesn't that mean? Mo Yuntian said in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. He's already comprehending the final 9 words. As long as he can comprehend fully, his own true intent should be just about able to take form." The words that Yi Yuan inscribed on the huge boulder, each one was a minor realm. Every 9 was a major realm, advancing level by level gradually. Tian Yu was already comprehending the 37th word, meaning that he had already reached the final phase. Wasn't such an improvement speed a little too fast? If junior apprentice brother Tian Yu can really fully comprehend his own true intent, then it will truly be the heavens not forsaking our tranquil cloud sect. So long as we cross this tribulation, we'll surely soar to the skies at once. Mo Yuntian was not dejected, but appeared very happy instead. Actually, the ones who comprehended the elementary form of true intent in our tranquil cloud sect isn't just senior apprentice brother Tian Yu alone. It's just I wonder if they are doing okay now. Yi Yuan suddenly lamented. What? There's still somebody who comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Who is it? Mo Yuntian was truly shocked. It's precisely the Long Tang who entered the sect together with me. In the sect grand competition previously, he already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Yi Yuan said, "Hiss, it's actually him." Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Mo Yuntian noticed one thing. People who were close to Yi Yuan all seemed to have obtained enormous benefits. Tian Yu was so, Long Tang was so, Nanfang Ruoqing was so. Even he himself was similarly like so. Mo Yuntian did not know that even Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng's breakthroughs had close ties to Yi Yuan. Yes, presumably, the sect has already discovered his talent. That's why they would arrange for him to withdraw to the northern domain to preserve their strength. Yi Yuan said, among these many seniors and juniors, to say who Yi Yuan was most worried about, it was naturally the Nanfang aunt and niece, and Long Tang. But, he inquired about. Among the secret team headed for the northern domain this time, there was the three of them. This also put Yi Yuan's mind at ease considerably. If it's like this, the Tranquil Cloud sect can be said to have added a double insurance. Even if I have to risk this life, I, Mo Yuntian, will also have to ensure their safety. Mo Yuntian said firmly. Mo Yuntian knew that the sect's strongest genius was actually not Tian Yu, nor was it Long Tang, but this person before him. It was just that him being together with Yi Yuan, not only could he not be of any assistance, he would instead become a burden. Right now, it was Yi Yuan protecting the Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength, and not him, Mo Yuntian. Without Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect would practically be utterly annihilated at this time, whence the resurgence. The small and weak Yi Yuan back then already grew into a towering tree current, sheltering the sect from the wind and rain. After several days, a shout akin to rolling thunder echoed throughout the entire sect. Tranquil Cloud sect's trash, listen up. Give you all 2 days to come out and surrender. Otherwise, when the formation is broken, nothing will be left intact. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already in position long ago in the Grand Array's center. They could clearly sense two extremely powerful auras outside the Grand Array. Very clearly, these two people were the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, Liao Wangguang and He Jun. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples showed a nervous expression on their faces. Even though they were confident enough in Yi Yuan, facing middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, they still not could avoid feeling fear. Soul Sea Realm martial artist. Each minor realm had a tremendous difference. The strength of middle-stage Soul Sea Realm was completely not what that Ma Yi could compare to. Want to come, then come. So much crap. If you have the capabilities, break this Grand Array before talking. Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted out through the Grand Array. Liao Wangguang's brows furrowed and said, "Humph. I want to see if this Grand Array of yours is really as powerful as rumored." With Ma Yi's failure serving as a warning, Liao Wangguang did not dare to be negligent. He directly took out his weapon, a blood-colored long saber. There's a show to watch now. Grand Elder Lao's blood-drinking saber is a 128 restriction spirit artifact. Couple with his Tier 4 martial technique, blood-drinking soul-severing blade, it can be said to be unstoppable. Yeah, I heard that when Grand Elder Liao was still at the Sea Transformation Realm, he once relied on this saber to cut down 5 experts of the same realm. Now that so many years have passed, this martial technique of his has probably attained perfection, right? Tranquil Cloud sect, this pack of morons. To actually dare kill Grand Elder Ma. Truly causing their own ruin. Provoking Grand Elder Liao to come out is the dumbest thing that they have done. Liao Wangguang had already not come out of retirement for many years. These few years, he had been very low profile as well, only appearing before people with first-level Soul Sea Realm cultivation. But now, he suddenly erupted with 4th-level Soul Sea Realm strength. Nobody dared to disparage him. In all honesty, nobody dared to look down on Soul Sea Realm martial artists either. Liao Wangguang stood in the air, standing firm far away. The saber momentum rose, and at the same time, a crimson essence energy storm howled in front of tranquil cloud sect's gates instantaneously. Boundless killing intent undulated out. That level of power gave people a feeling like the mountains were crumbling and the ground splitting, incomparably indomitable. The tranquil cloud sect disciples in the center of the formation distinctly sensed this pressure. Compared to Ma Yi, this attack was more than a level stronger. Many tranquil cloud sect disciple had cold sweat coming out of their palms in anxiety, uncertain if Yuan could withstand this attack. Blood-drinking soul-severing blade. Liao Wangguang gave a low cry. Saber light towered to the skies, its momentum akin to rolling thunder, instantly slamming onto the grand array. Only to hear a rumble, as if the entire spirit blessing mountain trembled a little. Everyone clearly sensed that an essence energy breach appeared on the grand array, but automatically recovered very soon. Seeing this scene, Liao Wangguang was not alarmed, but became excited instead. Saying with a cold laugh, "I was wondering how powerful this grand array was. Turns out that it's merely on par with middle stage Soul Sea Realm. Another few more times and this grand array would most likely be collapsing, right? Grand Elder Liao is almighty." When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, they were all highly excited. Many among them followed Ma Yi over here the previous time, including that Zhu Mingyu. On that day, they could be said to have experienced the most painful defeat in the history of the Purple Mansion sect, and felt like the entire world was falling apart. A Soul Sea Realm martial artist was slain in front of the formation. This impact force was too intense. And today, they had a feeling of walking about with their chins held high, and finally felt like they regained a set. Hence, each and every one of them was like on stimulants, praising Liao Wangguang. Liao Wangguang also felt very comfortable regarding this stuff. The feeling of being worshipped by everyone was very wonderful. Heh, I'm going to go one more time to see how many of my attacks this grand array of yours can withstand. You all prepare well for me. After I blast this grand array open, you all charge inside in one breath and leave nothing behind. Liao Wangguang said with a loud laugh. Chapter 457 Wretched Ply. Another huge tremor. After a moment, the grand array recovered to normal once more. Liao Wangguang was very excited. He seemed to have seen the moment the grand array shattered. While by the side, He Jun was not as optimistic as Liao Wangguang. He stared at the grand array with heated eyes. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. He brandished the blood-drinking saber and was just about to attack again when he heard He Jun said, "Forget it, old Liao. You can't break this grand array." Liao Wangguang's expression changed and he said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Old He, you aren't afraid that I'd snatch credit from you, right?" He Jun shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Since you're talking like this, just take it like I didn't say anything. Go ahead and carry on trying." Liao Wangguang's expression was not very good, and was somewhat caught in a dilemma for a moment. To talk about martial strength, he obviously flung He Jun several streets behind. But, to talk about understanding towards array formations, He Jun threw him more than 10 streets behind. Looking at the realm passageway on the verge of opening up, these Purple Mansion sect Soul Sea Realm experts all wished to render contributions in front of the Wind Emperor. If Liao Wangguang could crack the formation independently, the merit this time would be his alone. He was obviously not willing to give this credit to He Jun. But, he knew He Jun's formation's path attainments. If he was not exaggerating just to alarm people, then wouldn't he be wasting his energy? Ruminating briefly for a moment, Liao Wangguang said with a cold snort, "Humph. Try it out then." Liao Wangguang felt that his attack just now already caused considerable damage to the grand array. Redouble his effort and he could definitely crack this formation. He Jun smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, but did not stop Liao Wangguang too much. There was not much nonsense. Liao Wangguang sent out another blade. This time, he even increased his strength a little. Another intense tremor. The grand array seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapse already. Liao Wangguang shot He Jun a glare like putting on a show of force and increased his strength even more again. Liao Wangguang was highly excited, chopping out blade after blade. The Purple Mansion sect disciples only heard the rumbling sounds lingering incessantly in their ears, as if the entire spirit blessing mountain was crumbling. Yet, in a twinkle, Liao Wangguang slashed out over a dozen blades. The commotion caused was greater each time, and the grand array also quaked more intensely each time. But it just was not breached. Liao Wangguang was panting from exhaustion and finally became aware that something was not right. unleashing over a dozen blades consecutively. Moreover, each blade was more powerful than the last, as if every blade reached the limits that the Grand Array could withstand. That was also to say that this sect protecting Grand Array's limits was rising along with his attacks. Motherfucker, wasn't this messing with your father? Liao Wenguang gnashed his teeth hatefully, his gaze involuntarily glancing over at He Jun. But he discovered that He Jun was looking at him composedly, seemingly watching a good show. To hell with it, a person has to have a backbone. I want to see just where this Grand Array's limits lie. Liao Wenguang was fairly stimulated by He Jun's expression, and his stubborn temper flared up all at once. In front of thousands of Purple Mansion sect disciples, if Liao Wenguang yielded at this time, where would he put his face in the sect hereafter? Liao Wenguang at this time had already ridden on a tiger and found it hard to dismount. He could only toughen his scalp and continue attacking wildly. He could not care about saving whatever trump cards at this time too. Flinging caution to the wind, he used his strongest attacks altogether. Yet, it did not have any freaking use. Apart from huge tremors, the Grand Array still did not have any signs of the slightest trace of damage. Liao Wenguang was already dog-tired until he was about to collapse. Such powerful attacks, even if he was a middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse, he was also unable to sustain for too long. What the hell is this Grand Array? Why is it so strong? Earlier when I saw Elder Liao's attacks, I even thought that this Grand Array nothing more than this. But, Elder Liao slashed out dozens of blades and it actually still did not crack the formation. Wasn't it said that the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array was only a low-ranked Tier 4 Grand Array? How can it possibly withstand Elder Liao's attacks? You guys, look, Elder Liao is already tired until like this. To be able to exhaust a middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse to this extent, this Grand Array is really... Up until now, it was all Elder Liao attacking. I was present on that day. This Grand Array clearly has people controlling and can even taking the initiative to attack, releasing an extremely terrifying light stream which instantly killed Elder Ma. Over on the Purple Mansion sect's side, discussions were running rampant. Especially those martial artists who experienced Ma Yi's death. Currently, their dread towards the Grand Array was at the peak. Up until this moment, this sect protecting Grand Array had been taking on a defensive stance. That extraordinarily powerful light stream had yet to appear until now. What if, truly whatever one feared would come? After sustaining one of Liao Wenguang's attack, several streams of flowing light creeped out, chasing after Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang was practically at the extent of a nearly spent force already. The timing that these few streams of flowing light appeared was grasped very well too. It was precisely when Liao Wenguang's old force was spent and new strength had yet to be produced. Liao Wenguang's face changed drastically and hastily wanted to evade. But, his essence energy was depleted right now. How could he still have the strength to run? The speed of the light streams was much faster than him. It caught up to his figure instantaneously. Bang! A huge air blast pushed Liao Wenguang far out, slamming heavily onto the ground. Liao Wenguang rolled a long way out on the ground and struggled to crawl to his feet. Eating a mouthful of dust and in a very wretched state, the Grand Array restored its tranquility once more, as if nothing happened earlier. But, Liao Wenguang had lingering fear. That life and death juncture just now, if not for He Jun taking action to disperse those few streams of flowing light, he would most likely be following in Ma Yi's footsteps right now. He Jun, you know that this Grand Array is formidable, why didn't you make a move earlier? Liao Wenguang came in before He Jun and said crossly. Liao Wenguang could not remember how long had it been since he was so miserable anymore. Today's encounter made him depressed to the max and he very much needed to find a channel to vent. But He Jun said calmly, I warned you long ago. It was you who didn't listen to my advice and had to forcefully crack the formation. I made a move to save you earlier. It was fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually have the face to turn around and question me. You, Liao Wenguang actually had no words to retort with. This Grand Array is incredibly abstruse. It's completely not a low-ranked Tier 4 Grand Array. It's very different from the news that we understood before. He Jun said in a grave voice. Liao Wenguang's expression changed and he said, what? Not low-ranked Tier 4. Then, what grade? He Jun said, if my conjectures are right, this Grand Array is at least high-ranked Tier 4 level. Even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to forcefully crack the formation. Liao Wenguang's shock this time was extraordinary. He actually forgot the embarrassment earlier for a moment and said in astonishment, even sect master can't crack this grand array. Are you kidding? My attacks earlier clearly almost breached it already. It was just slightly lacking some firepower. He-Jun had a disdainful face as he said with a cold smile, drop it, you. Your attacks just now only scratched their itch for them. The person controlling the Grand Array had the Grand Array controlled at middle stage Soul Sea Realm level just for the sake of saving essence energy. That's why your attacks can have that sort of effect. If not out of trepidation that the two of us were here, you would long be a dead body right now. Chapter 458 Who is I? Such a shame. At the last moment, it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation's center, Tianyu said with a look of pity. Tianyu hated the Purple Mansion sect people to the bone. If not for his strength being lacking, he would have long slaughtered up to the Heavenly Sky sect. Now, seeing that Liao Wangguang was actually rescued by people, he immediately lamented endlessly. Sigh, just a bit more and we could have killed that middle stage Soul Sea Realm expert. Just a little bit more. A disciple hammered his chest and stomped his feet. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all nodded their heads secretly. Evidently, they completely felt the same way. Previously, they were all still very nervous, fearful that the Grand Array would not be able to sustain, and wished that they could transfer all the essence energy in their bodies to Yuan. But, after suffering several attacks, they discovered that the ever-triumphant middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse in their impression did not seem to be that scary either. Although the tremors that the Grand Array sustained was much greater than the previous time, the essence energy that Yuan extracted from their bodies reduced a great deal instead. This aspect was because that their collective strength rose a huge step. The other aspect was because Yuan intentionally preserved strength. But Yuan turned around and said with a smile, haha. Don't be anxious. The good show is just starting. Tianyu's eyebrows shot up and he said rather excitedly, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, could it be that you intended that earlier? Yuan nodded with a smile and said, kill one and the other's alertness will become high. That array master would surely be very wary. Making him jump into the pit wouldn't be too easy then. That's a tier 4 array master after all. He more or less still has some capabilities. Haha, like I said, brilliant, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Truly brilliant. Tianyu was thrilled and unwittingly raised a big thumbs up to Yuan. Seeing Tianyu's silly look, the disciple also could not help bursting into laughter. The jumpiness previously immediately vanished without a trace. Outside the sect's gates, Liao Wangguang's hair was standing on its end from shock. Only now did he know that he had already toured one round around the gates of hell and back. Recalling that scene earlier, Liao Wangguang had a bout of lingering fear and felt a swish of cold wind at the back too. Liao Wangguang swallowed his saliva and felt rather parched. Old he, do as you say. I'll listen to you. This time, Liao Wangguang did not dare to show off his abilities and started to consult He-Jun. He-Jun was a tier 4 array master after all. Liao Wangguang himself could not crack the formation. Evidently, there was only relying on He-Jun. He-Jun said with a smile, tier 4 and above grand arrays, even if it were me, cracking it is somewhat challenging too. Liao Wangguang saw that He-Jun was deliberately keeping him in suspense and gnashed his teeth hatefully. But, at this point, Liao Wangguang had no choice either. He could only rely on He-Jun entirely. They pledged solemnly in front of He Ming before they departed to definitely crack the Grand Array and utterly eradicate the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yet now, he nearly lost his little life just now. A round of tongue lashing from He Ming could not be dispensed with when they returned. Only by annihilating the Tranquil Cloud sect could he look a little better in terms of face after returning. Old He, everyone is serving the Wind Emperor. Don't hold the suspense already, alright, Liao Wangguang said unhappily. Pooh, know that you're serving the Wind Emperor now. When you were snatching credit just now, where did you put the Wind Emperor? Of course, He-Jun did not say out these words. He just criticized in his heart. Liao Wangguang, this fellow was too shameless. I've researched all the 8 great sect protecting grand arrays before. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array's name is Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. This array formation was originally a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power was extraordinary. It's just don't know what the reason was. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array seemed to have some imperfections. So it only had low rank tier 4 power. He-Jun said slowly. From He-Jun's words, one could tell that the Purple Mansion sect had wild ambitions towards the southern domain, and had long been making plans. He Jun had long researched the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array before, and more or less still had some understanding of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Liao Wenguang said in astonishment, could it be that this array formation in front of us already has quasi-tier 5 Grand Array power? Doesn't that mean that, unless a divine traversing realm powerhouse came, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to crack this Grand Array no matter what? He Jun shook his head and said, how can a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array be so easy to set up? At least in the southern domain, there's absolutely nobody who can lay down a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. Furthermore, according to what I know, this Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array's complete array formation was already lost. The Tranquil Cloud sect themselves can't set it up either. Liao Wenguang heaved a sigh and said, then your meaning is, although this array formation can't possibly reach quasi-tier 5 Grand Array standards, it has evidently been renewed and perfected by somebody. It should barely manage to reach high-rank tier 4 standards. Moreover, the strength of the person controlling the Grand Array is not beneath mine. Hence, wanting to directly crack the formation, I can't do it too. He Jun said with a grave face. What? This Grand Array has someone controlling? Furthermore, strength isn't beneath yours. In the land of the southern domain, other than the Heavenly Sky sect's Zhou Yun, who else can reach your level? Liao Wenguang exclaimed in surprise. Liao Wenguang was utterly clueless about Grand Arrays and completely could not see through this array formation's profundities. But He Jun could perceive some inkling. The Tier 4 Array Masters in the land of the southern domain only had 2 people. One was He Jun, the other person was a Heavenly Sky sect Grand Elder called Zhou Yun. Before this, He Jun had secluded himself from society all along and did not come out. The Tier 4 Array Masters in the land of the southern domain was actually just this Zhou Yun alone. Hearing for the first time about this person whose formation's path standards were not beneath He Jun's controlling this Grand Array before their eyes, Liao Wenguang's astoundment could be imagined. One had to know that Zhou Yun was still being detained at Towering Peak. Then who was inside the Grand Array? He Jun nodded his head slowly and his expression had unspeakable solemnness. I also can't figure it out after racking my brain. Logically speaking, the Tranquil Cloud sect is the weakest sect among the 8 great sects. Counting in Luo Qingfeng, there are only just 2 Soul Sea realms as well. I really want to know who on earth is controlling this sect protecting Grand Array inside right now. Liao Wenguang felt rather parched. A Tier 4 Array Master whose strength was not inferior to He Ju controlling a high-ranked Tier 4 Grand Array. This was not something fun. His actions earlier were seriously too foolish. Thinking about it now, he was considered to have had a narrow escape. No wonder He Jun said previously that even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to crack this formation either. Then, what should we do now? Go back first to report this matter to Sect Master. Liao Wenguang no longer had the haughtiness of a Soul Sea realm right now. Instead, he became somewhat timid. He Jun shook his head and said, we mobilized a huge force and raised a big rumpus to come here. How can we return empty-handed? Hee, encountering such an expert, old I am also itching to test my skills now. I really want to know who on earth is controlling the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array now. Although I can't achieve directly cracking the formation, abating the power of this array formation and finding the vulnerable areas of this Grand Array, I can still accomplish it. Old Liao, in a while, I'll go crack the formation. You help support me from the sides and wait for my news. When I let you attack, you launch your attack with all your might and completely break this formation. As he said, He Jun flipped over his hand. His hand already had an additional bunch of multicolored small flags in it. He took out a yellow small flag and his figure moved, arriving not far from the Grand Array. Only to see him casually wave his hand. Vast quantities of heaven and earth essence energy released from the small flag and sunk into the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Chapter 459 Paying a man back in his own coin. He Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang. But, it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably like a cardiac tonic. He Jun was the southern domain's only 2 Tier 4 Array Master. Before today, Zhou Yun's famous name resounded through the southern domain, because he was the only Tier 4 Array Master. But, Zhou Yun was just an initial rank Tier 4 Array Master. While He Jun was a middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master. If even He Jun could not crack this Grand Array before them, then nobody could crack this formation in the southern domain. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all held their breaths, staring at He Jun's actions fixedly, fearful of making any bit of noise and disturbing him cracking the formation. When the essence energy released by He Jun through the yellow tiny flag touched the grand array, it was the peaceful surface of a quiet lake having a rock tossed into it, immediately stirring up waves of ripples. The grand array suddenly exploded with light, seemingly wanting to shake off this strand of essence energy. He Jun had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he said, "The prismatic illusionary moon flags are a 128 restriction spirit artifact and also my lifeblood spirit artifact. Even a high-rank tier 4 array master can't possibly blast it off either. Be good, it will all be over very soon." He Jun continuously released essence energy, tightly entangling the grand array. After a moment, He Jun's gaze turned intent, and he unleashed essence energy to shoot the yellow tiny flag out. Clank, a crisp sound came over. The yellow tiny flag inserted deep into a boulder not far away. The grand array seemed to have suffered damage. The light actually dimmed greatly in an instant. Ha ha ha, Elder He is awesome, Elder He is indeed worthy of being a tier 4 array master. Cracking this grand array and simply reaching out a hand to grab it. This tranquil cloud sect has been too cocky in front of us. Did you see that stone plaque? This time, they finally got their faces smacked by Elder He, right? Wait until Elder He cracks the grand array. I'll definitely smash that stone plaque into pieces. When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw the grand array tottering, each and every one of them was unbelievably eager. Especially the disciples who came here last time. They were indeed suppressed too heavily these few days. The Purple Mansion sect that swept away all resistance actually did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect. This was too humiliating. Now, seeing that the grand array had hopes of being cracked by He Jun, they all had an impulse to vent out their oppression. But He Jun himself was very composed, only to see him take out another green tiny flag, casting it in the same manner, and nailing it onto a huge tree. This time, the grand array's light dimmed some more. The Purple Mansion sect disciples were even more excited. Each one of them was like on stimulants. Only to see each and every one of them rub their fists and wipe their palms, all wishing to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud sect at the first moment. Even Liao Wangguang had glittering eyes at this time and a feeling of eagerness to have a go. Old He indeed has some skills. If I listened to him earlier, I wouldn't have lost so much face too. Liao Wangguang was regretting secretly. While at this time, the expressions of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples in the center of the array were not too good. The array formation that they were in was adjoined into one with the grand array and could deeply sense that the grand array was currently being weakened. All of them were very worried. J. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, is this alright? The grand array seems to have weakened again. Yeah, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Don't be miserly with our essence energy. Even if we are sucked dry, that's fine too. As long as the grand array can be protected. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we don't fear death. If you need essence energy, feel free to use. My brows won't furrow at all. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all trying to get a word in with Yi Yuan. Each and every one of their eyes looked death calmly in the face. All had the preparation to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a faint smile, "Seniors and juniors, relax. When I need your essence energy, this Yi won't hold back. But, it's not to the point of the end of our ropes. Seniors and juniors don't need to lose all hope like so either. Everything is within grasp." The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan, but because the Purple Mansion sect's strength was really too strong. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the array formation was being weakened. That was why they were so anxious. But, Yi Yuan's one sentence put all of their minds at ease. The present Yi Yuan had this capability. He Jun had a total of 7 little flags in his hands. They were respectively 7 types of colors. By the time the final blue flag stuck into place, the brilliance given off by the grand array was abated to the extreme all at once, like a person receiving heavy wounds. But, just seriously injured. The grand array did not collapse with a loud crash. Moreover, the grand array seemed to have spirituality. The radiance was bright at times, and dark at times. It seemed to be struggling even more intensely compared to before. Those 7 little flags actually showed signs of loosening. He Jun did not dare to slight it. Pushing with both palms, 7 streaks of essence energy strands flowed out from his palm, instantly connecting onto those 7 little flags. The 7 little flags stabilized very quickly. Seeing that Liao Wangguang was still in a daze, He Jun yelled out loudly, "What are you stoning there for? Quickly attack the grand array." Liao Wangguang was shocked awake abruptly. Essence energy erupted in an instant. This time, Liao Wangguang maneuvered practically all the essence energy that could be mobilized in his entire body, pouring all of it into the blood-drinking saber. Blood-drinking saber immediately emitted an extremely blinding red glow. An utterly horrifying aura undulated out. "Break for me." Liao Wangguang swung his long saber. A terrifying attack surged forward towards the grand array. Rumble. Rock fragments flew all around. A large stretch of land outside the gates was practically flattened. The power of this one attack was too strong. Elder Liao is almighty. Elder Liao is awesome. Kill all of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's people. Take revenge for Elder Ma Yi. The Purple Mansion Sect disciples all charged over towards the gates, wanting to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud Sect. However, the expressions on He Jun and Liao Wangguang, the two of their faces, did not become eager. It turned grave instead. Liao Wangguang's attack earlier did not receive any obstruction. It seemed to directly pass through the grand array. What was doing on here? It was still He Jun who reacted to it first. His expression unwittingly changed vividly, howling at Liao Wangguang, "Not good. Baited. Quickly run." Liao Wangguang was stunned, then his expression immediately changed dramatically too. Because at this time, the grand array suddenly exploded with rays of light. Those dazzling rays of light was even more intense than before. How was there any hint of being restrained? Hundreds of light streams released from within the grand array, speeding towards He Jun and Liao Wangguang rapidly. Liao Wangguang was all too clear regarding the prowess of this flowing light. He nearly died under these light streams just now. There were only several streams of flowing light earlier, but now, there were hundreds. Because of cracking the formation, plus the effects of He Jun's prismatic illusionary moon flags, the two people's distance from the grand array was already very close. And Yuan was waiting for this moment. Bang, bang, bang. Violent explosion sounds sounded in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's gates. Those hundreds of light streams seemed like rolling thunder cascading down from the horizon, blasting what was in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's gates beyond recognition. After the explosions, before the Tranquil Cloud Sect gates, it was as still as death. Chapter 460 Shocked Purple Mansion Sect. What did you say? Tell me again one more time. Heavenly Sky Sect's Great Hall. When He Minged heard the Sea Transformation Realm Elder Zhu Mingyu's report, he stood up with a start, a face full of disbelief. Zhu Mingyu was covered in wounds all over his body, looking very alarming. But his injuries had clearly already been through treatment and was not a big deal. Seeing He Minged question, Zhu Mingyu said through sobs, Lord Sect Master. Grand Elder He and Elder Liao were killed on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud Sect protecting Grand Array. The 1,500 disciples this trip, the casualties exceed half. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders, close to as many as 80 people were lost. Zhu Mingyu still had fear in his eyes. He was already scared out of his wits by the Tranquil Cloud Sect protecting Grand Array. First was personally witnessing the first-level Soul Sea Realm Ma Yi die before his eyes. Then, he witnessed with his own eyes the fourth-level Soul Sea Realm He Jun and Liao Wangguang dying before him. This image would probably never be erased from his mind in this lifetime. After He Jun and Liao Wangguang died, he became the person with the highest strength in that team. If not for coming to deliver the news to He Minged, he wished that he could immediately find a place to enter terminal seclusion and not come out even if he was beaten to death. Even now, his voice was still trembling unceasingly when speaking. Since the realm passageway was linked up, martial artists below the Soul Sea realm could enter the endless world. These few months' time, there were already many Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists that entered the endless world. They were all under He Mingdi's command. Otherwise, with the Purple Mansion Sect's might alone, they had no way of attaining such horrifying strength either. With these reinforcements, the Purple Mansion Sect's strength had long surpassed the Heavenly Sky Sect. That was why they could take down the entire southern domain without shedding a drop of blood. Yet, with each word that Zhu Mingyu said, He Mingdi's heart would drip a drop of blood. By the time Zhu Mingyu finished talking, He Minged felt like the blood in his heart were almost drained dry already. He plopped his bottom back onto his seat, his face in a complete daze. The losses from the attack on the Tranquil Cloud sect this time was too grievous. The Tranquil Cloud sect's accident still made He Ming attach importance to it. That was why attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time, he practically sent nearly 40% of the Purple Mansion sect's martial artists. This trip, just the Sea Transformation Realm martial artists had over 100 people. Yet, of these 100 over people, only 50 to 60 came back. Among them, many were laden with heavy injuries. They most likely would not have much endeavors in the future either. According to Zhu Mingyu's description, He Jun and Liao Wenguang were slain on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array. While the other disciples thought that the Grand Array was broken and charged inside the Grand Array's range of fire crazily. In the end, because Zhu Mingyu had to supervise, his actions were a step slow and just happened to rush to the peripherals of the sect-protecting Grand Array, saving his life instead. He Ming never would have dreamt that the Purple Mansion sect would actually suffer such a calamitous defeat in the southern domain. 2 middle-stage Soul Sea Realm experts. This was absolutely a top beam-like existence to the Purple Mansion sect. Now, they actually perished together. He Ming only felt sweetness in his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Even with He Ming's forbearance and wisdom, he also could not quite accept such a defeat at this time. Lord Sect Master. The Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons were also in overwhelming shock earlier. Seeing He Ming spew blood at this time, they could not help turning pale in alarm. He Ming waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He opened his mouth and said to Zhu Mingyu, "Mingyu, you tell me the situation at that time. Don't miss out anything at all." Zhu Mingyu was seriously unwilling to recall the situation back then. But, the sect master raised it up. He had no choice but to force himself to look back upon it either. Right away, Zhu Mingyu described the situation back then in detail. Although they were not involved personally, when they heard Zhu Mingyu's narrative, the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons still felt a cold blast of wind hit them from behind. Zhu Mingyu said that he had yet to approach the Grand Array and he already ended up looking like this. Those Purple Mansion sect disciples who charged inside the Grand Array's attack range definitely died very miserably. He Ming's brows virtually knitted until they became one. He asked Zhu Mingyu, "He Jun said back then that even if I went, I can't crack the Grand Array either." Zhu Mingyu nodded and said, "Yes. Elder," he said that at that time. Furthermore, seeing Zhu Mingyu wanting to speak but holding back, He Ming said unhappily, "Whatever you have, say it." Yes, disciple feels that even if sect master went to crack the formation personally, you'd most likely. Zhu Mingyu still did not finish the words at the back. But everyone understood his meaning and could not help drawing a cold breath. His meaning was that even if He Ming personally went to crack the formation, he might not be able to retreat unscathed too. Looking from this, how strong was this Grand Array? He Ming did not reveal a surprised expression. From Zhu Mingyu's account just now, he already knew this point. The power of this Grand Array simply surpassed their imaginations. He Ming muttered under his breath, just what happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? How could such a powerful existence suddenly pop out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect has somebody who acquired the Grand Yan True sect's inheritance back then? At this time, a young profile stood up from the crowd. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lin Chao who he had not seen for a long time. Several months of not meeting, the present Lin Chao actually already cultivated to peak 9th level Sea Transformation Realm. He followed the Lan family tribe into the central capital back then. But at this time, he already returned to the Purple Mansion sect. And those fierce Gale World martial artists were precisely brought back by him. Lord Sect Master, disciple has a bold conjecture. It's just I don't know if it's right or not. Lin Chao had a profound look in his gaze. He Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "So, it's Lin Chao. Is it possible that you know who this person controlling the Grand Array is?" Lin Chao shook his head and said, "Lin Chao dare not confirm. But, to say the person with the greatest possibility, nobody else is worthy except him." He Ming asked puzzledly, "Oh, who?" "Yi Yuan," Lin Chao said. He Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Lin Chao did not waste his breath and recounted some of the events that happened within the mystic realm, greatly astonishing He Ming and the other upper echelons. "You're saying that this Tranquil Cloud sect disciple Yi Yuan entered Tier 4 and Tier 5 Grand Arrays like it were flat ground. Moreover, He even relied on a set of Tier 3 array formation to battle 4 seed transformation realms with spirit condensation realm cultivation. He Ming felt that Lin Chao's words were like a joke. But, he was deeply aware that it was impossible for Lin Chao to make a joke about this sort of thing. After Lin Chao completed the mission that the sect assigned, they started the grand plan of unifying the southern domain after coming back and simply did not have the time to report this matter to He Ming. To think that over a month passed, such a huge pandemonium would actually appear. Furthermore, when Lin Chao came back, he already knew that Yi Yuan infiltrated the fierce Gale world. He felt that it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to return alive. Yet, the huge unforeseen accident at the Tranquil Cloud sect now, Lin Chao seriously could not think of anybody more likely than Yi Yuan. Seeing He Ming pose a question, Lin Chao clasped his hands and said, "Disciple dare not talk nonsense. If there wasn't this Yi Yuan, perhaps Disciple would not be able to pass through the array formation laid out by the Grand Yan True Sect either, and also could not have completed the mission at all." Chapter 461 See Expanding Pill. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this. And the shock that this news gave everyone was too overwhelming. According to what Lin Chao said, Yi Yuan only had a 7th level spirit condensation realm cultivation when he entered the mystic realm. He could actually traverse as easily as flat ground within Tier 4 and Tier 5 grand arrays at such a realm. Was this a joke? Yet, when placing this kind of unimaginable things on the present Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also the most logical explanation. From Yi Yuan's performance at that time, one could tell that his attainments in the formation's path most likely surpassed the level of Tier 4 long ago. Without such strength, how could he control the sect-protecting Grand Array and cut down 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses too? But, from then until now, merely a few short months had passed. This Yi Yuan could not go so far as to reach the level of Soul Sea Realm, right? This news was layered with contradictions within. There were many unexplainable issues. But looking at the outcome, it was also the most reasonable explanation. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually took in such a monstrous disciple. This is quite troublesome, He Ming said with a frown. He Ming believed that Lin Chao would not joke around with this matter. Now, the Tranquil Cloud sect was defending this grand array to the bitter end. Either were no divine traversing realm powerhouse who came forth, the sect would be like a porcupine being covered in spikes everywhere. They would be completely helpless against the sect. This war really struck He Ming until his flesh hurt. With the lesson this time, he no longer dared to storm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Moreover, what kind of visual prowess did He Ming had? He had long seen through that Zhu Mingyu who was already started dreading from the bottom of his heart. Even a peak 9th level sea transformation realm expert was frightened until like this, let alone ordinary disciples. 2 middle stage Soul Sea Realm Grand Elders perished under the Grand Array just like that. Most likely, there was nobody who dared to deliver themselves to death anymore either. Lin Chao's eyes glimmered and said, "This boy's talent can no longer be described using monstrous. But he has a huge Achilles heel. Maybe we can move in." From this point, He Mingdi's eyes narrowed and seemed to already know what Lin Chao was talking about. "You're saying, those prisoners on the towering peak?" Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is somebody who values ties enormously. He originally had the chance to leave the mystic realm individually but infiltrated the fierce Gale world without any hesitation. I'm thinking that since he has this weakness, why don't we make use of it? As long as we force him out of the Grand Array, why would we need to worry about being unable to deal with him? What if he doesn't come out?" asked a Soul Sea Realm elder. "Then we'll kill one by one. Kill all the way until he comes out." These words were said by Lin Chao with a smile. Except, his smile looked so cruel. These few days, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was in jubilation. This was a merry and hearty huge victory. The Tranquil Cloud sect relied on the sect-protecting Grand Array to cut down 2 middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a one-of-a-kind victory in the history of the Southern Domain. In the hearts of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, Yi Yuan was already an existence that approached godlike. They knew fully well that even if Grand Elder Schemaple and Sect Master Luo were here, they completely could not do it to Yi Yuan's extent either. Yi Yuan was simply sent by the heaven to save the Tranquil Cloud sect. With these 2 huge victories, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, fear towards the Purple Mansion sect were long tossed to the back of their minds. Now, even if He Ming came forth personally, they would also stand behind Yi Yuan without any signs of fear to transfer essence energy to him unceasingly. But Yi Yuan suddenly announced closed seclusion ever since the great battle previously, leaving all of the sect's matters to Mo Yuntian to manage. Everyone's enthusiasm had nowhere to release, so they might as well busy with their own matters. Of course, even more disciples continued comprehending the inscribed characters that Yi Yuan left on Victory Peak, hoping to raise their mastery of concepts as soon as possible. The greatest improvement was naturally still Tian Yu. Now, there was already nobody who could approach the area of 200 feet around him. Apart from Tian Yu, Mo Yuntian's improvement was also rather swift. Through a period of contemplating, Mo Yuntian already understood the profundities of the 30th sword character and was currently comprehending the 31st character. This period of time, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of jade spirit pills too. Since returning from the fierce gale world, Yi Yuan had basically ceased comprehending concepts. As long as he had spare time, Yi Yuan would basically be cultivating essence energy. Before the great battle, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 9th level crystal formation realm. After that fight, Yi Yuan reckoned that the Purple Mansion sect would most likely have to properly plan for a period of time. Hence, he announced closed seclusion at the first instance he had. After 3 days, Yi Yuan directly burst past the 9th level crystal formation realm barrier. Tisk tisk, Big Brother can indeed fight it out with me. His cultivation completely has no bottlenecks at all. White Light was clicking his tongue as he said with a sigh. Young Master's concepts are much higher than his realm. Give him another 1 or 2 years, him breaking through to the divine traversing realm directly isn't anything much either, Yuan Fei said with a nod. I really don't know how he cultivates. He isn't much older than me either. His comprehension of concepts is actually so high. Big Brother said that he was going to directly break through to the sea transformation realm this closed seclusion. When he exits, the expressions on those tranquil cloud sect disciples' faces must be very fascinating. White Light was very excited, in a manner like desiring for the world to plunge into chaos. But Yuan Fei did not refute it. He also knew that what White Light said was correct. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal efficacy was multiple, even over 10 times of others. Plus his extremely heaven-defying cultivation method, he was totally unafraid of absorbing too much medicinal strength and could not withstand it. His cultivation speed was practically dozens of times of other ordinary people. Such a cultivation speed, these lower realm martial artists could not be not astonished even if they wanted to. After entering seclusion, Yi Yuan was basically refining essence energy all the time. His realm was also rising extremely rapidly. Another 8 days passed. Yi Yuan finally reached peak 9th level crystal formation realm in one stroke. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's dantian already swelled up. The fist-sized essence energy crystalline body practically filled up his dantian. Afterward, Yi Yuan spent another 2 days to consolidate his realm and started to break through to the sea transformation realm directly. Sea transformation realm was just a transitionary realm but was an undeniably important realm. Shattering core, transforming sea. The size of the essence energy sea formed as well as the quality determined the heights that one would attain in the future to a very large degree. After shattering the core, the entire dantian would crumble. The original dantian would vanish. Within the martial artist's body, a space will naturally form which was used to accommodate the essence energy sea. When ordinary 4 or 5 spirit liquid drops martial artists cultivated to the sea transformation realm, they could basically only condense a fist-sized essence energy sea. In theory, the more spirit liquid the martial artist had, the larger the essence energy sea condensed. Furthermore, the size of the essence energy sea condensed for the first time also determined the limits of the martial artist in the future. That was why it was said that this realm that was not a major realm was of utmost importance. Yi Yuan condensed the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops at that time. The essence energy crystalline body within his body at this time was much stronger compared to normal martial artists. Regarding how large an essence energy sea he could condense, Yi Yuan was very curious too. Heh, I wonder how large an essence energy sea I can condense with my present state coupled with the sea expanding pill. I'm really quite looking forward to this, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. As he said those words, Yi Yuan swallowed a dark medicinal pill. The essence energy within his body begun to seethe. His dantian area started collapsing. Chapter 462 Shattering Core, Transforming Sea. Yi Yuan took a deep, cold breath. The feeling of his dantian collapsing was not so easy to withstand. He felt like there was somebody using a 300,000 catty hammer to pound his abdomen right now. That sort of agony practically made him unable to catch his breath. Shattering core, transforming sea, it was not something fun. There was no small number of martial artists who dared not take this step in their entire lives. A moment of carelessness and it was the outcome of the Tao dissipating and perishing. In truth, among myriad worlds, there were martial artists who died at this step every second. In his previous life, Yuan likewise went through this process. That sort of hovering the line of life and death agony was still fresh in his memories up until now, but this lifetime's shattering core seemed to be even more excruciating than the previous one. This time, Yuan shattered the core under a virtually perfect condition. The essence energy in his body had already reached a saturated degree. The collapse of such thick essence energy was not something fun either for Yuan. Rumble. Yuan's dantian cracked open inch by inch, seemingly like dried-up earth, becoming full of fissures. What had fissured was not just the dantian. It also included the essence energy crystalline body within the dantian. The cracks became increasingly larger, bigger and bigger. Finally, it broke into pieces with a loud bang. Yuan gave a long howl, venting out all of the anguish. At this moment, the torment reached its peak too. But this was only the beginning. The fragmented essence energy crystalline body still continued to splinter, and it was crumbling. Once this process of shattering the core started, it was akin to a world collapsing, all the way until everything turned into nothingness. Right then, a streak of gentle medicinal strength merged into Yuan's dantian area, splashing on those essence energy crystal bodies and the fragmented dantian. In an instant, Yuan's pain faded away considerably. This sea-expanding pill was a Divine Realm's top-grade Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was used specifically to impact the sea transformation realm. The lower realms did not have it at all. This period of time, Yuan roamed many places and also had been collecting the various medicinal herbs that this sea-expanding pill required. Yuan found several in the mystic realm. The remaining few medicinal herbs that were harder to find, Yuan found them all at Star Abyss's place. Although the fierce Gale world was sparse in resources, the Alchemist Association was the pinnacle existence of the world after all. Finding several types of medicinal herbs still did not pose an issue. This sea-expanding pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even in the divine realm, there were scanty few who knew it well enough. This kind of medicinal pill was what the various top factions in the divine realm used to groom junior disciples. Furthermore, only those true geniuses could obtain this medicinal pill. The reason was none other than because only the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association, the two great powers, had this pill formula. The sea-expanding pill could not only reduce the pain when the martial artist was breaking through to the sea transformation realm, but it would also even help the martial artist expand their essence energy sea to the maximum limit. Such an effect would make any 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist go nuts. This was a medicinal pill that could raise a martial artist's potential. Even if the martial artist's essence energy sea only expanded a little bit, the martial artist would benefit for life too. Moreover, to apex geniuses, this tiny bit of difference might determine whose accomplishments would be higher. Very soon, those essence energy crystals crumbled into a powder-like state. But it was not over yet. Those powder-like crystal bodies finally turned into nothing. Yuan's dantian area was now stark empty. It was as if it was a black hole. Wonder how large Big Brother's essence energy sea will be. White Light was also highly anticipating it. By the side, Yuan Fei's expression became solemn too as he said in a grave voice, "It's here." His voice had yet to fade when the essence energy in the cultivation chamber was instantaneously siphoned empty. Yuan Fei and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This was the cultivation room that the Tranquil Cloud sect elders normally used to cultivate. The density was 20 times of the outside world. Such thick heaven and earth essence energy was actually siphoned dry in an instant. Fortunately, Yuan improved this cultivation room's spirit-gathering formation before his retreat. Soon enough, large quantities of essence energy replenished inside again. But once these essence energies came in, it was immediately sucked dry by Yuan again. Such an absorption speed made Yuan Fei and White Light unbelievably shocked. They were both demonic beasts with inherited memories and were very clear regarding the cultivation of human sea transformation realm martial artists. When ordinary martial artists were breaking through to the sea transformation realm, it was simply impossible to have such absorption rate. The speed of the absorption indicated that Yi Yuan's essence energy C still needed massive amounts of essence energy. These essence energies were just trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water to Yi Yuan. When the essence energy entered the body from all over Yi Yuan's body, it was instantaneously sucked dry by the black hole inside his body. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's black hole-like Dantian region had an additional pool of liquid state essence energy, suspended in the center of the black hole. This was the essence energy C that had yet to take form. What's happening? The essence energy here seems to be draining away. Could it be that there's somebody breaking through? But there are too many people breaking through these few days. Nobody caused such a commotion either. Oh, right, isn't junior apprentice brother Yi in closed seclusion? Is it possible that he's breaking through? There's really that possibility. Could it be that he's breaking through to the C transformation realm? Otherwise, why would there be such a huge bustle? Junior apprentice brother Yi is in seclusion in the elders' cultivation room. The essence energy density there is 20 times of the outside world. That still isn't enough for him to absorb. Do you think that using common sense to gauge junior apprentice brother Yi is reliable? The essence energy around Yi Yuan's cultivation room was sucked dry by the spirit gathering formation. The absorption area began to widen out, alarming the other tranquil cloud sect disciples. Yet, nobody could have expected that this kind of situation persisted for as long as 3 days. Yi Yuan's essence energy C was just like a bottomless pit, it was seemingly unable to be filled no matter how one tried. Old Yuan, will Big Brother be okay? He had already been absorbing essence energy for 3 days. Just how big is his essence energy C? White Light was somewhat filled with anxiety. Yuan Fei had a face full of astonishment too. These 3 days, he and White Light watched Yi Yuan absorbed essence energy the entire time. The essence energy in this cultivation room simply had not filled to the brim even up till now. Just how large did this essence energy C had to be able to absorb at such a rate and amount? I don't know either, but I reckon that young master's essence energy C is at least this big. Yuan Fei gestured a bit, roughly the size of a bathtub. This was already massive for a first-level C transformation realm martial artist. The essence energy Cs of the vast majority of C transformation realm martial artists when just broken through realm was only the size of a fist. Even for some genius martial artists, their essence energy Cs were merely the size of a bowl. The fierce Gale World's Zhao Chang'an when just broken through to the C transformation realm was just the size of a face basin too. This was already the top existence within a world. At this time, Yi Yuan finally opened both eyes slowly. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he actually had a feeling of not daring to stare at it directly. His present realm was clearly around the same as Yi Yuan's, but he felt immense pressure. Boss, are you okay still? White Light asked with somewhat of a parched mouth. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, never felt better. Then, just how large is your essence energy C? White Light still could not resist asking. Chapter 463 Double Happiness. Around a circumference of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. What? 10 feet? White Light and Yuan Fei's eyes revealed immense shock at the same time. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This breakthrough is still considered pretty good. A little better than imagined. Pretty good, it was simply heaven-defying. Okay. What kind of notion was a circumference of 10 feet? The essence energy C of third-level C transformation realms might not reach 10 feet either. After entering the C transformation realm, the focus of martial artists' cultivation would be on the essence energy C. Martial artists needed to expand the essence energy C continuously to let the essence energy C within their Dantian space become increasingly more. Even for some powerful third-level C transformation realms, very few among them would have essence energy C that could reach a circumference of 10 feet. A circumference of 10 feet was the limit that third-level C transformation realms could attain. Only those peerlessly talented geniuses could reach a circumference of 10 feet. But the problem was that Yi Yuan was only at the first-level C transformation realm. That was also to say that the essence energy reserves in Yi Yuan's body right now was already more impressive compared to most third-level C transformation realms. Seen before freaks, but never seen before such a freakish one. If this were to spread out, how would this let other martial artists live on? Big Brother, you're really too perverse. Those pinnacle geniuses in the divine realm are but your standard too, right? In White Light's inherited memories, there were some records regarding the divine realm. Hence, he knew what kind of a freakish standard Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time reached. A lower realm martial artist on the same level as a divine realm's pinnacle genius. How monstrous of a talent did this need? Yi Yuan naturally knew that divine realm standards, an essence energy C with a circumference of 10 feet, was also absolutely an outstanding existence when placed among those of the same generation in the divine realm. Those major factions junior generation that could reach a circumference of 10 feet when breaking through to the C transformation realm absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on one hand as well. How could the crystal formation realms in the divine realm be limited to just millions upon millions? Not surpassing the number of fingers on one hand. It could be seen how immense the difficulty was. Yi Yuan had the perfect spirit condensation too. Adding on the effects of the sea expanding pill, he reached such a degree. Hence, regarding the breakthrough this time, Yi Yuan was still rather pleased. At least, he knew that when Ji Kanglin broke through to the sea transformation realm back then, he did not reach such a perfect state either. But Yi Yuan also knew that the factors affecting a martial artist's growth were too numerous. Even if he surpassed the sea transformation realm period Ji Kanglin, he did not have any areas worthy of being prideful either. Because what he had to face was the divine king realm Ji Kanglin. But, no matter what, this was a very good start. With his present state, he could basically sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists in the lower realms. Even when facing a first-level Soul Sea realm powerhouse, he had the strength to fight it out now too. Haha, the sea transformation realm is only the beginning. Haven't even reached the middle 3 stages yet. There's still a long way down the road. Not much of a big deal. Let's go out to take a look first. Towards such a breakthrough, Yi Yuan himself took it very indifferently. He needed formidable strength right now and not to crush those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's gaze had never been on those in the same generation. Because he and those in the same generation were not in the same world to begin with. When he stepped out, Mo Yuntian came forward to greet. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes could not help becoming intent as he said in shock, "J Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, you actually broke through to the sea transformation realm already." In truth, Yi Yuan breaking through to sea transformation realm was not what he was most surprised by. What Mo Yuntian was most taken aback by was that when he faced Yi Yuan, he actually had a feeling of beholding a great mountain. He had only experienced this kind of feeling with Sect Master Luo Qingfeng before. Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached Sect Master's height? But he was only at the first level sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan said with a smile, The seclusion this time was in order to break through to the sea transformation realm. Fortunately, the process went quite smoothly. Is Senior Apprentice Brother Mo looking for me for something? Mo Yuntian nodded his head and said with a solemn look, Zhao Xin, they all sent news. Purple Mansion Sect Master, He Ming, personally led several thousand disciples to charge over to the Tranquil Cloud Sect in mighty contingents. They will reach the Tranquil Cloud Sect after 5 days. Yi Yuan said, there should be other news, right? Mo Yuntian was stunned and said in surprise, how does Junior Apprentice Brother know? This time, He Ming is escorting Grand Elder Ski Maple, Sect Master, as well as Master, Hall Head Ling, they all over here together. Looks like they want to force us out of the Grand Array. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. It was as if he had long expected this matter. He did not go along with Mo Yuntian's words to continue asking, but he inquired, how's Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu's progress these few days? Mo Yuntian could not quite follow Yi Yuan's thought process. What was the meaning of asking about Tian Yu at this time? Could it be that Tian Yu breaking through realms had any impact on the battle situation? Mo Yuntian was just about to speak when all of a sudden, a streak of sword intent shot towards the skies. The entire Tranquil Cloud Sect could see it clearly. Looking at the direction, it was precisely the direction of Victory Peak. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu broke through. Come, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Let's go take a look at Victory Peak together. On Victory Peak, sword intent pervaded all around. All the disciples did not dare to approach at all. Tian Yu's clothes were flapping. His entire being was akin to a celestial god descending upon the mortal world. After a long while, that boundless sword intent all returned to Tian Yu's body. The present Tian Yu was akin to a drawn sharp sword, incomparably fierce and sharp. Unexpected applause sounded. A voice was heard, Congratulations to Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu for comprehending true intent. Our tranquil cloud sect has hope for revival. Tian Yu's entire body quivered. Arriving before Yi Yuan with a flash, he gave a solemn bow as he said, for Tian Yu to be able to have this day, it's all due to junior apprentice brother Yi's credit. After today, I, Tian Yu, am willing to follow junior apprentice brother Yi wherever you go so as to repay this kindness. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, you got to be joking. You're the sect's future and even Grand Elder Schemaple's lineal grandson. How can you follow by my side? After the sect tides over the crisis this time, Tian Yu is willing to serve beside junior apprentice brother Yi, all the way until junior apprentice brother Yi ascends to the divine realm. Said Tian Yu very obstinately. At present, Tian Yu had already comprehended true intent. Yet, it was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of Yi Yuan's prowess. The concept that Yi Yuan comprehended was actually even more powerful than true intent. Hence, the day that Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm would not too far away. Furthermore, it was definitely before him. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would play this card and could not help saying with a chuckle, haha. Then, let's wait until the sect passes this crisis first before talking. Tian Yu suddenly froze, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with revealed a disbelieving look. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you broke through to the sea transformation realm. Tian Yu exclaimed in shock. Same as Mo Yuntian, what he was shocked by was not Yi Yuan breaking through realm. Tian Yu had just comprehended true intent. His sword intent could not be controlled as he willed yet. But he discovered to his amazement, the sword intent that was leaking out from his body actually dissipated on its own when it approached Yi Yuan's body as if it had seen something terrifying. Tian Yu originally thought that with him comprehending true intent, he could more or less shrink some of the distance between Yi Yuan and him. But now, he knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was even greater. Looking at a great man with awe. Chapter 464 Profound Ice Flag. With the approach of the Purple Mansion sect's great army, the atmosphere in the Tranquil Cloud sect became tense once again. This time, it was different from before. The Purple Mansion sect was bringing hostages over. The Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons were virtually all in the hands of the Purple Mansion sect. The other party was threatening them with this. What should they do now? Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of fellows is really too despicable. They can't beat us head on, so they actually used Grand Elders and Sect Masters' lives to come and coerce us. Heh, that bunch of fellows simply don't know what face is. Isn't being cunning and insidious what they are most skilled in? If it weren't for them enduring patiently for many years and pushing the Heavenly Sky sect to the teeth of the storm, how could the Southern Domain change hands so easy as well? I say, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu, how about you guys go ask Senior Apprentice Brother Yi? We don't have any confidence at all in our hearts. One had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's move was indeed vicious. The Tranquil Cloud sect's sole reliance was the sect protecting Grand Array. But with this move from Lin Chao, it was forcing people out of the Grand Array. This plan which severed any future offspring truly had no chink in the armor. Tian Yu and Mo Yuntian exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. Regardless of how great a breakthrough they obtained, facing the formidable Purple Mansion sect, they simply did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Their only reliance was Yi Yuan. Yet, when they arrived at Yi Yuan's residence, they discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Asking around, nobody knew where Yi Yuan went either. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes appeared outside the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates. Has Miss Yu been well recently? Being by Mr. Yi's side, Li Er's pain has lessened considerably. Sigh, it's a shame that I can't take time off to attend to something else right now. Or else, I can help you seek out the Azure Spirit Tree. The Endless Forest's territory is vast, and resources are abundant. Perhaps the Azure Spirit Tree can be found in there. Endless Forest, huh? That place seems very extraordinary. I went there once but only up to the 10,000-mile region before not daring to go deeper in. A tiny little lower plane actually has such a terrifying place. If it is the Endless Forest, there might really be an Azure Spirit Tree. It's just, that place is too dangerous. I don't wish for you to take such a huge risk for me. Miss Yu is treating me as an outsider with those words. If I remember correctly, the Mystic Realm trip this time, Miss Yu saved me 3 times, right? If I didn't encounter Miss Yu, how would I, Yi Yuan, still have the life to speak here right now? Yu Mengli covered her mouth and said with a smile, didn't Mr. Yi save me too? Being together with Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli was meeting with her original looks. looking at a beauty under the moon. This gentle smile from Yu Mengli seemingly stirred the moonlight, captivating even the moonlight. Yi Yuan actually stared at her somewhat dazedly. So beautiful. Yi Yuan was overcome by an irresistible impulse to give a praise. Yu Mengli was stunned and actually lowered her head with a blush all over her face. Ever since growing up, the men who flattered Yu Mengli was too many to count. But she did not even spare a glance at those men's fawning. But, not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's words today, she actually had a feeling of palpitation and excitement. For such a long time, Yu Mengli followed Yi Yuan on the quiet and was already very clear on his character. She knew that Yi Yuan's words earlier was wholehearted praise and did not have the slightest intention of being frivolous. Yi Yuan was not that kind of lecherous individual. Or else, placing a kingdom-toppling great beauty like Xiao Ruyan in front of him, normal people would have long taken her into their harem. How would it become this sort of relationship now? It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan's praises appeared even more precious. Yi Yuan also realized that he lost composure and said with an awkward smile, "Miss Yu. Mr. Yi better call me Li Er. Or Mengli works too," Yu Mengli responded. Yi Yuan did not try to feign either and said with a nod, "Then I'd better call you Li Er. You don't keep calling me Mr. Yi either. Just say my name directly." Yu Mengli nodded her head. Yi Yuan continued, "How was that considered saving people? It was just displaying my meager skills before an expert." But Yu Mengli shook her head and said, "With my looks at that time, you and I were complete strangers, and you actually risked your life to save Li Er. Li Er has always engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, you have the compassionate heart of a doctor. Seeing that I had a strange ailment, you didn't stint in sharing the pill formula and divine soul mystic art. Such breadth of mind is highly precious to Li Er." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, all right, let's not blow each other's trumpets here. I have a score about everything in my heart. Li Er's ailment, just count on me. After the tranquil cloud sect's matters settle, I'll enter the endless forest to help you find this azure spirit tree." Yu Mingli smiled sweetly and said, "Then Li Er give thanks in advance." Finished talking, the pair exchanged glances and smiled, but the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. As they walked, they actually fell silent. Finally, it was Yu Mengli who broke this silence. She said, "Yi Yuan, you're really a prodigious talent. I observe that your current aura is only stronger and not weaker than those at the third-level Sea Transformation Realm. In the Sea Transformation Realm, you're nigh invincible. Moreover, when you were at the Crystal Formation Realm, you actually comprehended the elementary form of a supreme true intent. It is truly mind-boggling. With your talent, even when placed in the Divine Realm, you're also a pinnacle existence. I really dare not believe that you came from a tiny little secular world kingdom." Yu Mengli's horizons were absolutely not what lower realm martial artists could compare to. Things that many lower realm martial artists did not understand, Yu Mengli knew. But, the more so, the more Yu Mengli felt that Yi Yuan was an enigmatic existence. Or perhaps, it was precisely this sort of enigmatic disposition which deeply attracted her. This Yi naturally had some fortuitous encounters. Furthermore, I'm not foreign to the divine realm's matters either. But this Yi, has my own difficulties that are hard to disclose. When there's a chance in the future, this Yi will definitely speak candidly," Yi Yuan said. Yu Mengli's eyes flickered, and she gave a melancholic sigh as he said, "Which genius such as yourself doesn't have their own secrets? I won't ask then." Yi Yuan gave a slight smile, feeling that this Yu Mengli was really considerate. When speaking and doing things, she gave people a feeling of the spring breeze caressing one's cheeks. "Thank you very much, Li Er," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Mengli said smilingly, "You didn't invite me out of the sect at night just to chit-chat and admire the moon, right?" Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Of course not." As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted. A sword finger shot over towards the jungle, only to see an azure light flash, vanishing into the dense vegetation. A miserable cry was heard. There was actually somebody lying in wait there. Yu Mengli did not have any surprised expression towards this. Evidently, she had known long ago. Right then, two black shadows suddenly scurried not far away, fleeing helter-skelter. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and shot out another two streaks of sword chi. Another two tragic cries sounded. Yi Yuan dusted his hands and said, "All right. Those spying little thieves are cleaned up. Now, we can get down to proper business." As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small flag from his storage ring. It was shockingly the profound ice flag that Wei Xiao gave him back at the Grand Yan space. Yu Mengli's gaze turned intent, and she said, "It's actually an array formation profound artifact." Lier has sharp eyes. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. "You're trying to," Yu Mengli said curiously. "You'll know in a while." As he said, Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy. The profound ice flag emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 465 Tian Yu's Resolve. The vast and mighty army gathered before the gates once more with He Ming taking the lead. The air of an overlord was displayed fully beyond all doubt. Lin Chao came forward from the army. He yelled out in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect, "Yi Yuan, an old friend came here to see you, and you don't even come out to say hi. This isn't the way to treat guests." Finished talking, Lin Chao was not in a rush either, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan's reply. Hearing Lin Chao's yell, Mo Yuntian said in surprise, "We came back so secretively. How did the Purple Mansion sect know that you're directing the Grand Array?" Yi Yuan was also rather surprised. But he reacted to it very quickly and said with a smile, This person, senior apprentice brother Mo knows as well. It's really an old friend. I know too." "Ah, you're saying, Lin Chao." Mo Yuntian reacted to it too. Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, "This person is full of schemes and has already witnessed my performance in the mystic realm. Him guessing that I had returned isn't strange." Mo Yuntian's brows knitted tightly. Evidently, his impression of this Lin Chao was very deep. One could say that the situation formed in the southern domain right now, the root all lay with this Lin Chao. Looking at it, the idea of using Grand Elder They All to threaten us was surely came up by him. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you mustn't fall for it," Mo Yuntian said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Haha. I'll go and meet with this Lin Chao." "No way, out of the question." Yi Yuan was just about to leave the Grand Array when all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples actually blocked his exit without any prior consultation and refused to let him leave. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're the sect's last hope. If anything were to happen to you, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be thoroughly finished." "Yeah, senior apprentice brother Yi. They are clearly trying to force you out in the open. You mustn't fall for it. Senior apprentice brother Yi, we can't let you deliver yourself to death." The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all clamoring to speak. All in all, the meaning that they were trying to bring across was to not let Yi Yuan go through dangers easily. Right then, Lin Chao's voice came over once more. "Yi Yuan, are you not even going to honor an old friend's invitation? I brought immense sincerity over here this time. You take a look. Grand Elder Ski Maple, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Xiao, Hall Head Ling, I brought all of them here for you." When these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan said, "Haha, looks like whether I go out or not isn't up to me." The faces of those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all very conflicted, but not a single one moved their foot away. Evidently, they were still unwilling to let Yi Yuan go out in their hearts. Yet, Ski Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest, their lives were in danger. The disciples truly did not know what they should do. Right at that moment, Tian Yu suddenly came forward. Only to see his eyes crimson red throughout, his entire person like he was possessed. When Yi Yuan saw Tian Yu like this, he could not help being stunned too. "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu." Tian Yu suddenly shut his eyes, took in a deep breath, and snapped open his eyes and said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, don't go out. Grandpa they all will understand." This sentence, 10 over words, Tian Yu seemed to have used all of his strength. Especially the latter half of the sentence. He practically choked it out through sobs. When he finished talking, his face was already covered in tears. Such a decision was too cruel to him. Tian Yu was practically brought up by Ski Maple hand in hand. Their relationship, everyone in the Tranquil Cloud sect knew. Yet now, Tian Yu actually said to give up on Grand Elder. Everyone's gazes focused on Tian Yu, and their eyes actually turned red. Everybody fell silent. This decision was an extremely arduous decision for everyone. Yet, Lin Chao seemed to know what was happening here. His voice rang out untimely again. "Yi Yuan, I know that you can hear me. Look, I invited you out to meet up and have a chat properly, but you just have to make me resort to force. How about this? From now onwards, every 15 minutes, I'll kill a Tranquil Cloud sect prisoner all the way until you come out." When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heard this, they wished that they could go out and tear Lin Chao into shreds. But one had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's words seemed to clamp down on their throats, making it extremely uncomfortable for them. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "You all heard as well. We can't very well look on passively as Grand Elder they all die in front of us, right? Everybody relax. I'll be right back. Nothing will happen." Yi Yuan's figure moved and passed the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yet, right at this time, a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Tian Yu. "Yi Yuan, not that I fear death, but seeking death like this is really not worth it. Any one of us can go and die, only you alone can't. Without you, the Tranquil Cloud sect will thoroughly lose any hope for taking revenge." Tian Yu said resolutely. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart, but he said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, rest assured. I'm not going to court death." Tian Yu was very clear about Yi Yuan's character. Except, the sect protecting Grand Array was Yi Yuan's final measure. How could he be willing to believe Yi Yuan's words? Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the sea transformation realm, it was also not possible to be Himing Di's match. Going out like this, what was it but seeking death? "Junior apprentice brother Yi, if you must go out, then kill me first. If you insist on leaving, I know that I can't stop you, but I can kill myself." As he said, Tian Yu raised his sword and put it against his neck. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would actually be so decisive. He said helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, I'm really not deceiving you. Time is of the essence. Explain to you again later. Going to have to offend." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving in front of Tian Yu the next instant. Tian Yu did not even get to react and was brought down by Yi Yuan. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, help me take care of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu." "I'll be right back," Yi Yuan said. Finished talking, Yi Yuan flew away. "Yi Yuan, looks like you don't care about these Tranquil Cloud sect people's lives anymore. Then I'll make a move. Remember to find somebody to help collect their corpses in a while." "Do it." Lin Chao's voice resounded throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. "Halt." A voice came over. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared out from the Grand Array. When Lin Chao saw Yi Yuan, he could not help it but to show a smile because his scheme had succeeded. "Yi Yuan, it's really been a long time we haven't seen each other." Lin Chao said with a smile. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Humph. Lin Chao, it's really you. Hoo-hoo, these words should be said by me instead. I really didn't think that you could actually escape from the fierce Gale world. Truly inconceivable." Lin Chao said, "Zhao Tianian is a fool. What's so strange about escaping from his hands?" Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao was stupefied when he heard that and said, "Who's Zhao Tianian? You don't even know the Wind Emperor's exalted name and actually work yourself to the bone for him. I really feel sad for you." Yi Yuan said with a look of pity. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's name. You have met the Wind Emperor, His Excellency." Lin Chao no longer had the composure from before. What replaced it was astonishment. He thought that Yi Yuan was being hunted down the entire time and that being able to escape was simply by luck. But now, Yi Yuan said that he met the Wind Emperor and even escaped from the Wind Emperor's hands. Then he heard Yi Yuan nonchalantly said, "Haha, not only have I met him, his elderly self, even kowtowed before me to admit his fault." Chapter 466 Obliterated. When Yi Yuan's words were heard, not just Lin Chao, all of the Purple Mansion sect's disciples were overwhelmed with indignation. They felt that this was Yi Yuan insulting His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. How could a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect disciple make the high and mighty Wind Emperor kneel down? Lin Chao's expression became very ugly, and he said with a cold grunt, "Yi Yuan, you're challenging my baseline. Looks like if I don't show you some colors, you'll forever not know pain. Come, men, bring Ling Podian up here for me and kill him." The Purple Mansion sect master seemed to not have the intention of talking and left everything here to Lin Chao. Under Lin Chao's command, Ling Podian was brought before the formation very quickly by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. Ling Podian still had that icy cold look and was pushed and shoved by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. But his expression was one with stubbornness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his face changed, and he said, "Lin Chao, I already came out. What else do you want?" Lin Chao said with a cold smile, "His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is a paramount existence. You actually dare to defame him so. This is the result of you slandering him." As he said, Lin Chao did a chopping action. A sea transformation realm martial artist raised his hand and lowered his blade without even furrowing his eyebrows. Ling Podian died just like this. Yi Yuan was livid with rage. Clearly, he did not think that Lin Chao would actually be so decisive to directly kill people. Lin Chao waved his hand. But this time, Xiao Jian was brought up. Yi Yuan, I think that you still haven't figured out just how is holding the initiative right now. Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly, and he said with a cold snort, Lin Chao, don't go too far. Haha, when you used the Grand Array to cut down our 3 Grand Elders, why didn't you say words like this? I really never expected that you could actually rely on a Grand Array to perform to such an extent. Honestly speaking, if not for guessing that you had returned, I really wouldn't have dared to recommend Sect Master to use such measures. I think that with your personality, you probably wouldn't watch passively as the few of them died in front of you, right? Ha ha ha, talking about how he was proud of himself, Lin Chao laughed wildly unceasingly. Lin Chao, I really regret not killing you back then in the mystic realm. Yi Yuan said, through gnashed teeth. There is no medicine that can be eaten for regret in this world. Speaking of which, if not for you bringing me past those Grand Arrays, I wouldn't have a way to crack the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. For my fierce Gale World's aboriginals to be able to appear in the sight of people once again, it's truly all thanks to you. Lin Chao became more delighted the more he talked. Speaking of which, Lin Chao also suffered a fair bit of losses in the hands of Yi Yuan too, and he almost died in Yi Yuan's hands a number of times. Now that he could finally take revenge on Yi Yuan, Lin Chao was also incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. Seeing that visage of Yi Yuan's that was black like the bottom of a pot, Lin Chao felt liberating to the max. Talk then, what terms do you want before you're willing to let Grand Elder they all go? Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao said smilingly, very simple. As long as you get rid of this sect protecting Grand Array and surrender to my Purple Mansion sect, I can spare their lives. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately refused, that's impossible. Keep dreaming. Lin Chao had an amused look as he said, is that so? As he spoke, Lin Chao's hand slowly raised, only to hear a spray. Xiao Jian was decapitated too. Hall head Xiao. Yi Yuan clearly did not expect that Lin Chao would actually kill people like so without batting his eyes, as he said with a roar. Hoo, I wonder if I'm dreaming right now. Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan and said mockingly. He knew Yi Yuan's temperament, which was why he used such intense measures to force Yi Yuan to submit. The first 2 was killed straightforwardly. But at the back, he would naturally take it slow. As long as he still had a person in his hands, he would not fear Yi Yuan not holding back when taking action. As long as Yi Yuan removed the Grand Array, then the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was equivalent to being annihilated. Or maybe, Yi Yuan himself walking out of the Grand Array. Lin Chao believed that so long as this sect protecting Grand Array did not have Yi Yuan presiding over it, with Himingdi's strength, he could surely breach it easily. What he needed to do was to stun Yi Yuan's state of mind, and make Yi Yuan lose his normal judgment. Now, his plan had basically half succeeded already. Yi Yuan currently had furious eyes, far from that sort of cool and composed feeling normally. At this time, Lin Chao waved his hand again. The one brought up this time was precisely Sect Master Luo Qingfang. Yi Yuan, still want to do it? Lin Chao said coolly. The current Lin Chao was like a sovereign who overlooked all life, holding the power of the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons life and death. Yi Yuan's present complexion was already gloomy to be extreme. He enunciated word by word, you're courting death. As he said, Yi Yuan walked out of the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array just like that, bringing along floating flower petals that filled the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao was not alarmed, but became delighted instead. This Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and walked out of the Grand Array himself. Although he was alarmed due to the might of Yi Yuan's attacks, with Lord Sect Master here, what could Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's eyes were crimson red, looking as if he was completely possessed. Thousand flowing petals carried a soul-stirring deterring power as it gradually approached Lin Chao. He Minged looked at Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's conversation expressionlessly all the way until this moment, did his eyes show immense shock. The power of this move was too strong. This was still his first time seeing this genius from Lin Chao's mouth. When he saw him for the first time earlier, he did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects either. But when he saw this scene, He Ming finally understood that Lin Chao's appraisal of Yi Yuan was not too high. It was actually too low. Just based on this move, Yi Yuan was simply without any match within the sea transformation realm. Yet, this young man was just merely first-level sea transformation realm. Such talent, such combat strength, it was overwhelming until it made people feel suffocated. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across He Mingdi's face. Even more talented geniuses would stop here today. Yi Yuan stood inside the Grand Array all along previously. He Ming was wary of the Grand Array, that was why he observed by the side the entire time. Now that Yi Yuan already walked out of the sect-protecting Grand Array, He Ming no longer had anything to fear. Lin Chao was a peerless genius among the Purple Mansion sect's junior generation. Going to the fierce Gale world this time and obtaining His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal, his strength improved at a tremendous pace even more so. But, even like this, he was still not Yi Yuan's match. He Ming naturally would not watch Yi Yuan kill Lin Chao passively. Hence, he took action. Yi Yuan was already increasingly closer to Lin Chao. The astonishment in Lin Chao's could not be any greater as well. He felt immense pressure. The attack of a first-level sea transformation realm could actually give him such tremendous pressure. But Lin Chao did not perform any defensive move. He knew that He Ming would definitely make a move. As long as Yi Yuan exited the Grand Array, he did not have any chance to return anymore. Lin Chao, it's you who are seeking death, I can't be blamed. Yi Yuan said in a seemingly crazed state. At present, Yi Yuan had advanced to the sea transformation realm. The power of the 1,000 flowing petals went further up another step. Those horrifying flying petals swept towards Lin Chao. At that very moment, a horrifying majesty descended abruptly. A white light roughly the size of a bull plummeted from the sky, directly blasting onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan did not even get to scream out and was obliterated by this move. Lin Chao looked at this scene with a look of self-delight and was incomparably satisfied. This fellow finally died, yet, right at that moment, He Mingdi's expression changed. He yelled out, Lin Chao, be careful. Chapter 467 Unable to distinguish real from fake. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan being obliterated, his move would also dissipate right away. Yet, those flying petals that covered the sky actually did not have the slightest trace of dissipating. Instead, it sped up and churned over towards Lin Chao. When Lin Chao saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. He Ming did not expect such an outcome either and could not help turning pale with fright. His figure swayed, and vanished from its original spot. Yet, it was already late. Even though the speed of a late-stage Soul Sea realm was fast, him only moving at this time was clearly a beat slower already. Clusters of flower petals quickly encased Lin Chao. Ah, Sect Master, save me. He already sensed the power of this move just now. But he only realized how terrifying this move was when confronting it head-on right now. No matter how he unleashed his moves, it had no way of obstructing the flower petals' encroachment. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the flower petals broke through his protective essence energy and sliced his flesh body. Lin Chao. By the time He Ming reached, Lin Chao already sprawled feebly onto the ground, his life and death unknown. He Mingdi's face was livid with rage as he looked at this scene in disbelief. A first-level sea transformation realm actually succeeded in ambushing Lin Chao right under He Mingdi's eyes. That move of his earlier had clearly struck Yi Yuan already. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was just a first-level sea transformation realm, even a first-level soul sea realm should be deader than dead too. But why did Yi Yuan's move not dissipate? He Ming quickly raised his head, looking all around, trying to find Yi Yuan's profile. However, where was Yi Yuan's silhouette? It was as if he just blasted onto the air just now. This kind of feeling was extremely surreal. He Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, He Mingdi's expression changed. A figure gradually took form in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan that he obliterated previously. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at Lin Chao, collapsed on the ground and said with a sigh, a pity. I expended too much essence energy in the end. Killing you now is a kind of ability falling short of my will. Consider it you're having another life then. Looking at Yi Yuan not far away, He Ming was very perplexed. Just how did Yi Yuan dodge his attack earlier? That sort of feeling earlier was absolutely unmistakable. He had indeed struck Yi Yuan. A first-level sea transformation realm received an attack of his fully and actually stood before him without a scratch. What kind of situation was this? He Ming was scheming and calculating by nature. Seeing Yi Yuan appear again, he did not immediately take action. He surveyed the surroundings but did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Just where did the problem occur? Boy, how did you do it? He Ming suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly, looked at He Ming, and he said, wanted to do it, so did it. Didn't you take into account every conceivable possibility? Make a guess then what means I used to do it. He Ming's brows furrowed. Yi Yuan had a look as if he had nothing to fear. Very clearly, he did not fear He Ming taking action. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. He Ming struck out a palm and obliterated Yi Yuan again. The feeling was exactly the same as before. The Yi Yuan before his eyes was deader than dead. This time, he should be really dead, right? Looking around again, he totally did not sense Yi Yuan's aura. Just a dead person in front of him. Not knowing why, He Ming actually had a feeling of liberated from a heavy load. Were you looking for me? A cool voice was heard. It actually startled He Ming until he broke into a cold sweat. Raising his head to look, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly unscathed again, like nothing happened at all just now. How are you still alive? He Ming said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, you should feel lucky that my present realm is still low. Or else, you attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time would be your time of death. Now, bring your men and quickly scram. He Ming was livid with rage. He finally confirmed that he had already fallen into an illusion. But, just when did he fall into an illusion? Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence behind this young man? He Ming discovered to his shock that this illusion was too lifelike. If not for Yi Yuan, this irrational existence, he wouldn't even know that he had succumbed to an illusion. Just how did you do it? You're only at the first level C transformation realm. How can you possibly set up such a formidable illusionary formation? He Ming asked grimly, wanting to deceive a powerhouse whose realm was so much higher than his with an illusionary formation. This was simply impossible. Furthermore, this was not a small-scale illusionary formation. An extremely massive illusionary formation was needed to deceive everyone from the Purple Mansion sect. The demand for energy and effort for an array master reached an even more terrifying extent. Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, still remember Grand Yan True Sect? This time, He Ming was truly astounded. You're the Grand Yan True Sect successor. It's also not wrong for you to think that way. Back then, in order to stop your fierce Gale world from invading, the Grand Yan True Sect mustered the entire sect's power to seal the realm passageway. Yet, you all destroyed that seal. Now, using this grand array to deal with you also counts as retribution. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, impossible. Although the Grand Yan True Sect's array formation was incredible, there was no such illusionary array either. He Ming was clearly very clear about the Grand Yan True Sect and did not believe it all. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Grand Yan True Sect's sect master had grasped this set of array formation back then there wouldn't have anything to do with the Wind Emperor. If he dared to come, he would also have no chance to return alive. The astonishment in He Ming's heart could not be any greater. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. This set of array formation was too powerful. It actually made him, a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse, sink into it imperceptibly. If the Grand Yan True sect master had fully comprehended this set of array formation back then, crossing realms to trap His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not be impossible either. What made He Ming even more shocked was that an array formation that even the Grand Yan True sect master was unable to comprehend, this young man before his eyes actually comprehended it. He Ming was very clear about the Grand Yan True Sect and was deeply aware of what kind of genius the Grand Yan True sect master was. Just how monstrous was this youth before his eyes? Alright, not much time left. Thank you very much for sending Sect Master Luo they all back over a long distance. Now, you all can get lost. Yi Yuan finished talking, and his profile vanished hazily where he stood. He Ming's hair stood on its ends from feeling alarmed. Could it be that the array formation already vanished? But compared to just now, there didn't seem to be anything different. No, wait, He Ming's face changed and was just about to check on the Tranquil Cloud sect prisoners, but heard the Purple Mansion sect disciples over there crying out already. Ah, where's Skimaple? Luo Qingfang disappeared too, also Xiao Jian and Ling Podian. What's going on here? I was still grabbing them earlier. Where are they? All All disappeared. Hang on, Xiaojian. Ling Podian, weren't those two people dead already? He Ming just now clearly saw Lin Chao give the orders to kill them. His gaze became intense and involuntarily looked over where those two people were beheaded earlier. But how was there any corpses there? There wasn't even a drop of bloodstain. He Ming was completely thrown off his bearings. His mind was in somewhat of a trance right now. Just what was real and what was fake. He suddenly took a look at the Lin Chao on the ground. Seemed like only this was real. Chapter 468 Empty Fort Strategy. Lord Sect Master, what happened? Zhu Mingyu asked He Ming hesitantly. This scene was too bizarre. In broad daylight, with thousands of pairs of eyes watching, the prisoners actually vanished without a trace. Scram, useless thing, He Ming snarled irately, sending Zhu Mingyu flying with a slap. He naturally knew that Zhu Mingyu could not be blamed for this. Even he, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist, fell into the Grand Array imperceptibly, let alone the Sea Transformation Realm Zhu Mingyu. But He Ming was gloomy to the max right now and just happened to need an outlet to vent. At that moment, Zhu Mingyu came forward insensibly. Served him right to have a tough luck. Furthermore, this kind of thing needed somebody to take the blame. Zhu Mingyu was responsible for guarding the prisoners this time. Now that the prisoners were gone, he obviously became the best scapegoat. You dunce, can't even watch the prisoners. What do I want you for? He Ming said in a deep voice. This blow of his directly beat Zhu Mingyu to heavy injuries, and he could not even speak. He Ming looked at the sect protecting Grand Array before his eyes and mused for a long while because slowly spitting out several words, army, withdraw. Yi Yuan was seriously too abnormal. Hence, He Ming did not have the courage to challenge this Grand Array. Ma Yi's, He Jun's, and Liao Wangguang's incidences were still vivid in his mind. If even he, the sect master, died to it as well, the Purple Mansion sect would be in a complete disarray. Hence, He Ming chose to withdraw in the end. It was just that He Ming did not know he missed the one and only chance to breach the sect protecting Grand Array. When Schemaple and the rest were carried into the Tranquil Cloud sect by the Stone Ape clan, they felt that this was like a dream. Martial uncle, are we dreaming? We actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect again. Luo Qingfeng said tremblingly. Schemaple had a face full of shock as well as he said, yeah. It's really like a dream. I even thought that we'd die horrible deaths this time. I didn't expect that in a twinkle, we actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just what in the world happened? Why did those Purple Mansion sect people have no reaction at all when we were brought out? This is too unbelievable. Xiaojian still did not dare to believe it until now. And these stone apes, what's going on? Before long, they arrived at the central area of the formation. When Mo Yuntian and the rest of the disciples saw Schemaple and the rest, they immediately froze. G Grand Elder, Sect Master, you all. Mo Yuntian had a look of disbelief. They were still worrying about Yi Yuan. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, Schemaple and the rest actually showed up before their eyes. This gave them an extremely unreal feeling. Yuntian, you're actually still alive. When Xiaojian saw this eldest disciple, his eyes unwittingly turned red and was actually about to shed tears. Schemaple and the rest were similarly dumbfounded with shock. Originally, they thought that Mo Yuntian these people all died in the mystic realm. Now, they actually came back perfectly unscathed. Furthermore, their strength all had improved. Yuntian, can it be that you saved us? Xiaojian said in astonishment. Mo Yuntian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, how could we have such capabilities? This 1 month plus, it was Yi Yuan alone holding up the overall situation. Why Yi Yuan, where is he? Xiaojian exclaimed in surprise. Schemaple and Luo Qingfeng exchanged glances and thought the same thing. Indeed it's Yi Yuan. Actually, at the towering peak, the two of them already had speculations in their hearts. But hearing Mo Yuntian's reply personally right now, they still felt tongue-tied from the shock. Yi Yuan Mo Yuntian said somewhat hesitantly. He really did not know where Yi Yuan went. Logically speaking, having rescued Schemaple and the rest, Yi Yuan should have returned. But Yi Yuan did not make an appearance after so long. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed the Greater Confounding Formation. Currently, his essence energy and soul force are consumed greatly, and he already fell into a coma. At this time, a gorgeous figure appeared in the sights of everybody. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Although Yu Mengli's appearance was ugly, after coming into contact frequently, her every action had a noble grace. The tranquil cloud sect disciples actually could not give birth to any disgust towards her. What, Yi Yuan is he alright? Ski Maple exclaimed. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Yi Yuan prepared long ago. There isn't any major issue. But he probably can't meet with anyone these few days. He asks you all to settle the sect's internal affairs first. After he leaves seclusion, he'll naturally meet with you guys. Oh, right, the Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. The Tranquil Cloud sect is safe for the time being. As she said, Yu Mengli was wonderstruck in her heart too. Yi Yuan took into account virtually everything. If he Ming personally cracked the formation at this time, without Yi Yuan's management, the Grand Array would simply not be able to endure. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's bizarre means, He Ming simply did not dare to easily attack the formation, and he actually led the Purple Mansion sect disciples to withdraw. This empty fort strategy was simply sung unprecedented in history, and it was unrepeatable after. These few days, she had accompanied Yi Yuan to set up the formation constantly and also had many interactions with Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan was simply a genius. From the day that he used the sect-protecting Grand Array to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, he already predicted the situation today. Slaying 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realms domineeringly before was for the sake of making He Ming be in awe, it was to make him not dare to make any move rashly. Such scheming strategy was simply heaven-defying. Finished talking, Yu Mengli gave a graceful bow to everyone and left. The Greater Confounding Formation was born from the Asura Confounding Formation, but it was much more powerful than the Lesser Confounding Formation that Yi Yuan used in the Fierce Gale world. Just to set up this Grand Array, Yi Yuan used 5 days' time. This was even the result of making use of the profound artifact, Profound Ice Flag. Ever since Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he would disappear for a period of time each day. It was to go in front of the gates to set up the Greater Confounding Formation. Yi Yuan linked up the sect-protecting Grand Array and the Greater Confounding Formation ingeniously. Moreover, the setup range was massive. This Profound Ice Flag was really a supreme formation path treasure. It should be the treasure that Lu Linfang left behind for the sect before ascending. Using it to set up the Grand Array was really twice the result with half the effort. It was also precisely due to the Profound Ice Flag's assistance that Yi Yuan could complete the setup of this Greater Confounding Formation and deploy it. The Profound Ice Flag and the Greater Confounding Formation that came from the Asura Confounding Formation were well deserving of being supreme lower realm treasures that the Grand Yan Divine King left behind. Furthermore, matching these two items together actually had indescribable might. It could make He Ming, an expert of such level, fell into the Grand Array unknowingly. With Yi Yuan's present strength, deploying and maintaining this Grand Array was still too forceful. Plus, he even forcefully used the 1,000 flowing petals at the final juncture and severely injured Lin Chao. This caused his consumption to be even greater as well. After Yu Mengli left, Ski Maple said with Mo Yuntian, Come, Yuntian. Have a good chat with me about your experiences these few months. Mo Yuntian nodded to acknowledge and recounted the various events that happened during this period of time for Ski Maple and the rest. Only then did Ski Maple and the rest know just the sort of sky-rocking incident happened in these few months. Even though they were imprisoned in the Heavenly Sky sect these few days, they were very perplexed the entire time. They were unaware how the Purple Mansion sect had such strength. Only now, hearing that there was actually an existence like the Fierce Gale world, did they come to a realization. Hearing about how Yi Yuan actually slew 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouses with the sect, protecting Grand Array again, they were astounded until their jaws nearly fell off. Zero title comes from the Chinese 36 stratagems. It means bluffing the enemy by putting on a bold front to conceal a weakly defended city. Chapter 469 Mysterious Visitor. Yi Yuan prevented the entire southern domain's decline with his strength alone. What a godly achievement! Hearing Mo Yuntian's narration, Ski Maple gave a heartfelt gasp of admiration. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was immensely high, but he did not think that it was actually high to such an extent. When Ski Maple and they all were imprisoned by the Purple Mansion sect, each one of them thought that the southern domain was completely finished. Who knew that paths wound along mountain ridges, and things took a turn for the better? A crystal formation realm Yi Yuan could actually force back the Purple Mansion sect 3 times successively. Yeah, if not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it at all. Mo Yuntian himself was overcome with emotions too. At this time, Ski Maple's face suddenly changed, and he said, Yuntian, why, don't I see Tian? His voice had yet to fade when Tian suddenly appeared here and said agitatedly, Grandpa. Yi Yuan blow was not heavy. Tian just happened to wake up in this short while. Hearing that Yi Yuan rescued everybody, he sprinted madly all the way over here. Seeing Ski Maple, Tian was unbelievably agitated and actually shed tears. When Ski Maple saw Tian, tears similarly coursed down his old face. These days, Ski Maple thought that Tian perished in the mystic realm, and his entire person was awfully haggard. Now, seeing his grandson return safe and sound, it untied the knot in his heart. By the side, Luo Qingfeng, the sect's upper echelons, as well as the disciples, could not help tearing when they saw this scene. This period of time, everyone's inner heart was extremely anguished. The sect was destroyed. These people were all shouldering a tremendous psychological burden. Right after they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, they survived a calamity. They could at least guarantee that the sect's teachings would not be wiped out. Luo Qingfeng and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. After the small talk, Ski Maple pulled Tian over and sized him up carefully. The smile on his face gradually became astonishment. Ski Maple discovered that Tian's eyes emitted radiance. Tian standing there was just like a still-sheathed sharp sword, seemingly vastly different from before. Tian, you, Ski Maple said in surprise. Tian smiled blushingly, he could not quite blow his own trumpet. But Mo Yuntian said with a smile, Grand Elder, Sect Master, Tian has already comprehended a true intent. Our Tranquil Cloud sect has hopes for revival. Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng's gaze turned intent as they looked at Tian disbelievingly. Tian, is what your senior apprentice brother Mo said true? Ski Maple said in shock. Tian nodded with a smile. Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng exchanged a glance, the shock gradually becoming a pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, good, truly, the heaven hasn't forsaken my Tranquil Cloud sect. To think that my Tranquil Cloud sect could beget fortune from a disaster and actually let little you comprehend a true intent. Heaven has really opened its eyes. Ski Maple said good 3 times in a row. It could be seen how elated he was in his heart. Tranquil Cloud sect produced a junior who had comprehended a true intent. And this junior was even his lineal grandson. Grand Elder misspoke about this. This has nothing to do with the heaven at all. I could comprehend a true intent entirely because of Yi Yuan, Tian said with a smile. Ski Maple and the rest were stunned and could not help being curious. Why was it Yi Yuan again? Tian recounted the incident of Yi Yuan engraving sword characters, leaving Ski Maple and the rest speechless for a long time. Fierce Gale World, the depths of the central capital's royal palace. A martial artist dressed in a black robe sat on the throne, while another person was prostrated before him. If there were people here, their jaws would surely hit the ground in shock. The exalted Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianian, was actually kneeling in front of this man. Zhao Tianian, you've really disappointed this seat greatly. The black-robed man's voice reverberated throughout the royal palace, giving people a very unreal sensation. The unparalleled, overbearing Zhao Tianian was just like an obedient kitten at this time. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Zhao Tianian's forehead sweat profusely as he said with profound respect and trepidation, Lord Holy Envoy, please calm your fury. That 6 Extreme Seal's Grand Array is seriously too powerful. Even when the base of the formation is wrecked, it's also very hard to link the realm passageway. The black-robed man said with a cold smile, how can the array formation left behind by the Grand Yan Divine King be what you, a puny little boundless realm, can perceive? Fortunately, his descendants were all some useless people. Or else, you all wouldn't even know how you died. But I don't want to listen to reasons. If you delay the matter, and the higher-ups lay down the blame, Shangguan Wuhui's outcome, you're aware of it. Hearing these words, Zhao Tianyan involuntarily shuddered, sweat dripping like rain. Lord Holy Envoy, please rest assured. I'll set off right away to personally make a move to link together the realm passageway. However, talk quickly if you have something to say. Don't mince your words, said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. Yes, it's like this, a woman with extremely formidable strength came from the endless world. Subordinate isn't her match. Zhao Tianian recounted the events on that day falteringly. But the black-robed man fell silent after hearing it. The black-robed man did not speak. Zhao Tianian did not dare to interject either. He just kneeled there, waiting quietly for the black-robed man. After a long while, the black-robed man suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're saying that that girl knows ocular arts? She just gave you a glance, and you got controlled by her." "Yes, subordinate dare not deceive Holy Envoy. There are still other people who know about that day's event." "Okay, what you said, I got it all. I'll think of ways to resolve this matter. Everything carries on according to the original plan. If it delays again, you know the consequences. Also, you don't go and provoke the Alchemist Association. So long as they don't affect our plans, let them be," said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. "Yes, subordinate will definitely do all I can to accomplish the task that Holy Envoy instructed." Zhao Tianyan said, "Humph, I hope so. All right, it's inappropriate for me to stay for long in this place. All the best to you." As he said, the black-robed man got up. A light door actually appeared in front of him. The black-robed man stepped forward and entered, vanishing completely. Seeing the black-robed man disappear, only then did Zhao Tianyan heave a long sigh in relief. He discovered that it was as if he was hauled out of water, completely drenched thoroughly. Zhao Tianyan's gaze looked towards the vacant space area. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Only after a long while did he grit his teeth and said, "Shangguan. Wuhui, oh Shangguan Wuhui. You're bringing a wolf into the house here. They raised the fierce Gale world to a middle-order small world, but we became their dogs. No way, I mustn't follow in Shangguan Wuhui's footsteps. The Wind Emperor was always high and lofty in front of everybody. Who would have thought that he could actually have such a side? Furthermore, most likely, nobody would have thought that the previous Wind Emperor, Shangguan Wuhui, did not ascend to the divine realm. Instead, he was obliterated by this mysterious organization, and the present Zhao Tianyan was stepping onto the same path as Shangguan Wuhui once more. 3 days later, Yuan finally walked out of the secret chamber. Ski Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest were waiting outside since long ago. Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Shao, long time no see. Seeing these people, Yuan was also quite overcome with emotion. Ski Maple and the rest exchanged glances, and they actually bowed down towards Yuan at the same time. Yuan hurriedly supported Ski Maple and said, "Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, why are you all doing this?" Ski Maple said with a sigh, "Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could only preserve our Tao teachings from being annihilated by receiving your great grace. I, Ski Maple, as the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, nearly caused the sect to be destroyed. I really can't think of how to thank you, so I can only come here to give you a bow." 0 In Chapter 338, the Fierce Gale world was supposed to be a high-order small world, while the Endless world was a middle-order small world. However, the author suddenly changed it. No freaking clue. Gonna translate as it is first. Chapter 470 Entire sect moving north. Among the southern domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion sect and the Tranquil Cloud sect were left right now. For the Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to preserve their Tao teachings and preserve their sect from destruction, it could be said to be a miracle. Yuan did so many things for the sect, yet the sect practically did not seem to have anything to repay him with. This had to be said to be a very embarrassing thing. Hence, Ski Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest discussed it, and finally still decided to come and give Yuan a big bow, to express gratitude on behalf of the sect. Yuan said helplessly, "Grand Elder is killing Yuan. I'm just a Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. Since entering the sect, I've received the various elders and fellow apprentices' care. How can I look on unconcernedly by the side when the sect is in trouble? This matter ends here. Grand Elder mustn't mention it again." Reaching the end, Yuan's tone became a little heavy, and he revealed some unhappiness. When Ski Maple and the rest saw his reaction, their hearts all felt a chill. The power emitted from Yuan's body actually left them at a loss on what to do. Only now did Ski Maple suddenly discover that this young man before him had already unknowingly grown into a great towering tree, and he could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. In the past, Yuan was just an immensely talented junior disciple in their eyes. His future was bright, but his strength was a little lacking. But seeing Yuan again today, Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng discovered to their shock that the aura on Yuan's body was actually not much weaker than theirs anymore. Especially Xiao Jian and Ling Podian, their thoughts and feelings were the most profound. Because that instance just now, they actually had a palpitating feeling. This made them realize that they could very well not be Yuan's match already. Recalling back when Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, the two of them really had a feeling like they were dreaming. All right, we won't mention it. Yi Yuan, in your view, facing the fierce Gale World's invasion, what should we do? Ski Maple also realized the awkwardness and hastily switched the topic. Yi Yuan did not reply straight away. He invited them into the hidden chamber, before saying words that astonished everyone. The southern domain can't be defended. While the realm passageway has yet to link together fully, we should take advantage and move the entire sect to the north, Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Move the entire sect? Move? But, Xiao Jian was taken aback in fright by Yi Yuan's words. The Tranquil Cloud sect fought off the Purple Mansion sect's great armies thrice consecutively and barely managed to guard a piece of Holy Land. Now, they actually had to discard it. Although Xiao Jian and the rest's ideals were to return to the northern domain, they grew up in the southern domain after all. Suddenly hearing this news, they still felt somewhat acclimatized. Hall head Xiao, don't make a fuss over nothing. Listen to Yi Yuan is going to say till the end. Luo Qingfeng was much more composed as he voiced out to reproach Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Once there are divine traversing realm experts appearing, the Tranquil Cloud sect will be the first to bear the brunt. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is only a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. It can't withstand the attacks of a divine traversing realm powerhouse. But, since that's the case, why didn't Yi Yuan you move north earlier? Why did you persist on holding fast to this land? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask. Those northern domain's major powers most likely still don't know the Purple Mansion sect's origin and think that the southern domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. The fierce Gale World has been blocking off the news the entire time. The goal also lied here. It's already late for the northern domain to prepare now. If the Purple Mansion sect rules the southern domain and lays down a solid foundation for the fierce Gale World's invasion, the northern domain will be caught even more unprepared. At that time, with the fierce Gale World using the southern domain as a springboard, the endless world most likely wouldn't even have the strength for a single battle. Furthermore, Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest of you all were still in the Purple Mansion sect's hands. How could we move north without careful consideration? Yi Yuan explained. It was hard to leave one's homeland. Moreover, Ski Maple and the rest still did not have a clear understanding of the fierce Gale World's might. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, they still said rather hesitatingly, didn't you send Mei Zhen to the northern domain? When they get the news, they should attack in retaliation right away. No. Our endless world is rich in resources. In terms of strength, we shouldn't lose to the fierce Gale World martial artists, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, although the fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the martial artists' combat strength is extremely powerful. Same rank martial artists, the endless world might not be their match. Yi Yuan picked out a few of the important information and knowledge from the fierce Gale World for Ski Maple they all to listen, including the matter of the Grand Yan True sect sacrificing the entire sect's 6 sovereign-level powerhouses back then to lay down the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. After listening finish, the facial expressions of Ski Maple and the rest became grave. Moreover, the fierce Gale World's most thorny entity was still the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianyan, after all. Actually, I don't hold much confidence in Elder Mei to be able to convince those northern domain's heavyweights. That's why counting on them to pull the Purple Mansion sect up by the roots is simply impossible. The best situation right now is also just the two worlds' martial artists confronting each other with the endless forest in between, Yi Yuan said. Only then did Ski Maple and the rest realize the jeopardy of the situation. They exchanged glances, and Ski Maple said, all right then. Yi Yuan, we'll listen to you completely. Yi Yuan did not decline, saying with a nod, okay. I estimate that the realm passageway linking together is just a matter of this half a month too. We should make preparations early. Hall head Xiao, these few days, you should bring a batch of people and set off first to be the advance party for the sect's retreat. The northern domain's territories are all places with owners. Some conflicts are bound to be unavoidable when we migrate the whole sect. Hall head Xiao, after you go, don't pick those places rich in essence energy. The top priority is to find a place to settle down. Also, there is a need to send some people to find that batch of people from before. Towards Yi Yuan's tone that carried a slightly commanding style, the few people did not say much. Yi Yuan had this qualification now. Most importantly, They all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go and pick a batch of disciples right away and set off these 2 days." Yi Yuan said to Luo Qingfeng, "The other matters will have to trouble sect master Luo." Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "All right. I'll go and handle them right away." Everyone was just about to leave when a disciple came forward to report in a slightly excited manner, "Grand Elder, Sect Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, news bearers came from the northern domain." The eyes of Ski Maple and the rest all lit up as they said excitedly, "Oh. Who came? Quickly bring us to meet them." But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and did not seem to be interested in this. To Yi Yuan, he never placed hopes on those northern domain sects. In the world of martial artists, relying on others was pointless. Only one's own strength being formidable could preserve oneself. But the northern domain reacting so swiftly had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. "Hang on." Ski Maple and the rest were just in a hurry to leave when they were halted by Yi Yuan. "What is it, Yi Yuan?" "A messenger came from the northern domain. It probably isn't nice to neglect them, right?" Luo Qingfeng said, but Yi Yuan did not answer, asking that disciple instead, "Did Elder Mei come back together with him?" That disciple was stunned, shook his head, and said, "No. Didn't see Elder Mei." A total of 3 people came, saying that they are the northern domain's myriad sword sect's disciples. Hearing this name, everybody's faces including Tian Yu's, all changed. Chapter 471 Arrogant Messengers. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Grand Elder, this myriad sword sect." Ski Maple's expression was very ugly. But he still replied, "Back then, the ones who forced our Tranquil Cloud sect out of the northern domain was precisely the myriad sword sect." Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, "If the messengers are from the myriad sword sect, Elder Mei he. It's all my fault, only thinking to notify the northern domain and didn't think that such a thing would happen." Mei Zhen and Yi Yuan went through thick and thin together along the way. If something really happened to Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan definitely would not let this myriad sword sect off. "How can this be blamed on you? This matter, only I, Qingfeng, and the 5 of them know." Mei Zhen himself didn't know either. Sigh, hopefully, it's just a coincidence. So many years have passed since the incident. Maybe this matter has already faded from the myriad sword sect's memories. "After all, we don't pose any threat to them at all right now," Ski Maple said with a sigh. "Go, let's meet with these people," Yi Yuan said. The group came to the main hall. But the moment they entered, their expressions changed abruptly. Several Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were lying on the ground groaning endlessly. 3 youngsters sat on the highest 3 positions in the center of the main hall. "The 3 of you, insolence." Xiao Jian was a forthright person. How could he tolerate it when he saw this sort of situation? He directly wielded his sword and stabbed towards that youth in the center. But the youth on the right seat curled his mouth and said with a sneer, "Violet rain cool breeze is it? I know it too." As he said, he leapt up and actually executed the exact same move as Xiao Jian. "Careful, Xiao Jian." Luo Qingfeng was greatly alarmed and hurriedly yelled out. But it was already late. The 2 persons' attacks clashed together swiftly. That youth was a 7th level C transformation realm. Xiao Jian was already half-step Soul C realm at present. Yet, that youth's attack actually arrived first despite being executed later. The speed was even a little faster than Xiao Jian's. The sound of metal colliding echoed. Xiao Jian actually gave a muffled groan and was sent flying out. Ski Maple and the rest were greatly startled seeing the situation. Luo Qingfeng went up to catch Xiao Jian. Executed by Xiao Jian, a half-step Soul C realm, he actually sustained injuries in one move. Entirely not on the same level. This young man was too strong. "You, how do you know the Violet Rain Cool Breeze?" Luo Qingfeng asked gravely. Violet Rain Cool Breeze was an extremely powerful move in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Arts C transformation realm. This young man before him was actually even more skilled in it compared to Xiao Jian. This had to be said to be a kind of immense irony. The young man said with a faint smile when he heard that, "You're the Tranquil Cloud sect master, right?" "Introducing myself, I'm Myriad Sword sect disciple, Li Junji. These 2 are my seniors. The one sitting on the left is Jiyu Tianyu. The one in the seat of honor is our eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. As for why I know Violet Rain Cool Breeze, very simple, because what I cultivate in is also the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art." A faint smile hung on the corner of Li Junji's mouth from start to end. Except, that smile had a somewhat mocking undertone no matter how one looked at it. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's foundation was the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. But Li Junji defeated Xiao Jian with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's cultivation martial technique. This was seriously a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud Sect members. Indeed, hearing Li Junji's words, Ski Maple and the rest's faces revealed sorrow. How did Li Junji know the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art? This was not hard to guess. When the Tranquil Cloud Sect moved south in a haste back then, many cultivation methods and martial technique were all lost. Very clearly, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art was obtained by the Myriad Sword Sect. The Myriad Sword Sect's core cultivation method was not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art. But this did not impede their disciples from cultivating this cultivation method. One had to know that the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword art was a true blue tier 5 cultivation method. It could let martial artists train to peak divine traversing realm. The Myriad Sword Sect's own core cultivation method was merely like so as well. Tisk tisk. Back then, my Myriad Sword Sect did not exterminate your Tranquil Cloud Sect to the last person because of a variety of reasons. Originally, we thought that you all could progress a little coming to the southern domain. Who knew that you would deteriorate with each passing day? Gu Tianyu said with a pitying look. Yeah, your own sect's cultivation method actually can't even beat me. That person just now seems to be your Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelon, right? To actually not even be this disciple's match. Sigh, Li Junji said, recalling back then, the Tranquil Cloud Sect commanded the wind and clouds in the northern domain. Who dared to provoke the sect? Now, it actually declined to such a degree. Truly makes people feel regrettable, Gu Tianyu said. The two people chimed in one after the other. Hearing it sounded like pitying the Tranquil Cloud Sect, but actually it was simply picking a quarrel and completely thought nothing of the Tranquil Cloud Sect people. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's face was already thrown on the ground by these two, trampled again and again. While Luo Qingfeng was composed, how could he still endure at this time? Luo Qingfeng took a step forward and said with an ill-intent look, "You three are so unbridled in my Tranquil Cloud Sect. Do you really take my Tranquil Cloud Sect to have nobody?" Li Junji seemed to have been frightened. He said in shock, "Senior apprentice brother Gu, turns out that the Tranquil Cloud Sect actually still has a Soul Sea Realm expert." How incredible, Gu Tianyu said indifferently. What do Soul Sea Realm experts count as? Just a first-level Soul Sea Realm. Our Myriad Sword Sect has a large bunch with one grab. If he dares to make a move against us, the Myriad Sword Sect will come to the southern domain to exterminate them right away. Furthermore, whether he is eldest senior brother's match or not, it's really hard to say. Exclaimed Gu Tianyu. As Gu Tianyu said those words, his eyes looked over towards eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. Qin Yan did not say a word from beginning to end. But since this Li Junji was already so strong, their eldest senior brother naturally would not be too weak. Qin Yan was only at the 9th level sea transformation realm. Such strength was simply clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Stepping into the Soul Sea Realm was truly stepping into the rankings of the middle three realms. It was completely not what sea transformation realm martial artists could compare to. Any random Soul Sea Realm expert that came could freely crush 9th level sea transformation realm martial artists. Let alone that Luo Qingfeng's strength was even considerably stronger compared to ordinary Soul Sea realms. But Gu Tianyu said that Luo Qingfeng was not Qin Yan's match. These words were truly a little too presumptuous. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Fine. Then today, I'll have a direct confrontation with this eldest senior brother of yours and take a look at how a sea transformation realm surpasses a Soul Sea realm." At this time, a figure flashed, blocking in front of Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng was stunned, but saw Yi Yuan turn around. Yi Yuan said to him with a smile, "Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens? These disciples, haven't gone up yet. How can we let Lord Sect Master take the stage personally? Our Tranquil Cloud Sect is also a former Northern Domain's great sect no matter what. Where is the logic of bullying the weak with the strong? Better for me to square up against the Myriad Sword Sect's 3 senior brothers then. It also counts as interacting a little with the present Northern Domain's great sects. Don't horse around, Yi Yuan. Quickly come back for me." Luo Qingfeng actually had a seldom seen reproach of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled but did not have the intention of moving aside. He knew that Luo Qingfeng was worried about his safety. But how could he pay attention to 3C transformation realms? After Luo Qingfeng returned to the sect, he had not witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength yet and simply could not imagine just what kind of realm Yi Yuan already reached right now. Hoo, interesting, really interesting. To think that there's still such a character in the Tranquil Cloud sect currently. A first-level C transformation realm also dares to come out and provoke our eldest senior brother. Really too fascinating. Lord Sect Master, what this junior brother here said was, only a disciple versus another disciple can measure a sect's strength, Li Junji said with an amused look. Chapter 472 You're not his match. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. Not only did the Myriad Sword sect not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect, it even wanted to find fault through the incident this time. Of course, the present Tranquil Cloud sect was completely not in the Myriad Sword sect's sights. Otherwise, they would not just send a couple of disciples over. But the might of these three people before their eyes exceeded everyone's expectations. That Li Junji clearly had the weakest strength among the three people and actually wounded Xiao Jian with one sword. Qin Yan's strength was really not easy to estimate. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with smilingly, "Senior apprentice brother Li is powerful. Younger brother admires it. In a while, you have to pull your punches. Ha. Rest your heart, I'll definitely go easy," Li Junji said with a big laugh. Li Junji placed all of his attention on Luo Qingfeng earlier and really did not notice Yi Yuan. Now, such a young C transformation realm jumped out abruptly. It really gave him a small shock. Such a young C transformation realm like Yi Yuan, when placed in the Myriad Sword sect, was in existence like the feather of a phoenix and the horns of a Qilin too. To think that the Tranquil Cloud sect actually groomed such a prodigious character. However, this sort of thing like crushing geniuses was too satisfying, feeling as if it was an accomplishment. Li Junji thought about this in his heart sinisterly. Hearing the ill intent in Li Junji's words, Luo Qingfeng went forward and grabbed hold of Yi Yuan, saying in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, their strength is not a trivial matter. Most likely, among the Northern Domain's junior generation, they are considered extremely formidable existences. You'd better not flaunt your superiority. If there's a mishap," but Yi Yuan interrupted Luo Qingfeng's words with a smile and said, "How can that be? Senior apprentice brother Li even said that he will definitely pull his punches just now. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Li?" The latter half of the sentence was said to Li Junji. Li Junji said with a wide grin, Of course. Lord Sect Master, please rest assured." Luo Qingfeng shot a fierce glare at Li Junji and said to Yi Yuan in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, you must act within the limits of your ability." Yi Yuan gave a noncommittal smile. He then turned around and said to Li Junji, "Earlier, I saw that senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze seems to be very formidable. I learned that move too. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Li can give a pointer or two." In Li Junji's eyes, Yi Yuan was like a very silly, very naive dumbass. Could it be that this boy really thought that he would show mercy? And found him to spar moves with? But this was also very easy to explain. How could geniuses that has broken through to the C transformation realm in their teenage years had any experiences? Merely flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Seeing that Yi Yuan wanted to experience the Violet Rain Cool Breeze, Li Junji was even more delighted in his heart. Li Junji had outstanding talent in the cultivation method of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Although he had not fully comprehended any true intent at present, he was already not far from this step. That was why he could defeat Xiao Jian with one sword. Yi Yuan actually wanted to compete in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with him. Yi Yuan was truly overestimating his own strength. Ha, I'll guide you well, Li Junji said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan cracked a smile, and Kanghua's sword was displayed. At virtually the same instant, Yi Yuan and Li Junji made a move. The same move, the same action, it was identical with the scene earlier. With this move, Li Junji did not hold back. The Violet Rain Cool Breeze was even more powerful compared to the last time. His objective was to cripple Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. Not good. This Li Junji was actually still conserving strength. Luo Qingfeng wanted to make a move to stop this fight. However, an exceedingly terrifying aura locked onto him. Luo Qingfeng was secretly alarmed. He discovered that Qin Yan had already arrived in front of him since who knew when. This young man actually gave him an exceedingly terrifying feeling. Was he really 9th level C transformation realm? Compared to Li Junji's move, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was freaking weak. It was like a little kid showing some gaudy display. Yi Yuan, be careful. Luo Qingfeng yelled out, yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all. He still displayed this Violet Rain Cool Breeze. Ji Tianyu watched this scene calm and composedly as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan, this genius, being ruined. They all knew that Yi Yuan was surely a genius that the Tranquil Cloud sect expended immeasurable energy to groom. Destroying Yi Yuan, it was equivalent to ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's future. My guidance is here. You have to receive it well, Li Junji said with a delighted smile, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. But, at this time, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was already executed completely too, charging towards Li Junji as well. The two moves intersected. Yi Yuan's move was weak like a tiny tree in a fierce gale, a small boat in the boundless seas. The two people's attacks finally collided together. Yet, Yi Yuan did not perish in one blow as everyone imagined. On the contrary, that very instant he collided with Yi Yuan's attack, Li Junji seemed to be hit by somebody with a huge hammer, flying out directly. Li Junji just happened to be sent flying to where he sat originally, smashing the chair into smithereens. Ji Tianyu and Qin Yan both did not react to it and was actually dazed for some time. Of course, the stupefied ones were not just them. There were also Ski Maple, Luo Qingfeng and the rest. How is that possible? Junior apprentice brother Li's Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is already close to the degree of major accomplishment. How could he possibly lose to this brat? Ji Tianyu said disbelievingly. Qin Yan did not speak. But his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became immensely grave. Senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze is indeed formidable. Even flying out is actually so cool, letting Yi Yuan benefit a great deal. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. At this time, Li Junji crawled up swiftly, sending wood chips in front of him flying with a kick. He roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Li Junji already went completely berserk, wanting to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Even in the Myriad Sword sect, there were also not many who could make Li Junji so wretched looking. Now, he was actually beaten to this state by a Tranquil Cloud sect brat who was still wet behind his ears. This was something that he could not accept. The Myriad Sword sect had acquired the full set of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Li Junji had immersed in this path for over 20 years and was also just a step away from comprehending sword intent. How could he possibly lose to the Tranquil Cloud sect's people? If he lost to the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons, it was still alright. But Yi Yuan was just a Tranquil Cloud sect's junior disciple. How could he possibly lose to somebody like this? The Myriad Sword sect was one of the 3 strongest sects in the northern domain. Li Junji's strength could also be ranked among the entire Endless World's junior generation. Now, he actually lost to a small sect's disciple. Li Junji's figure moved, but there was a blur before his eyes. Qin Yan blocked in front of him. "Senior brother, you move aside. I'm going to kill this punk." Li Junji howled, but Qin Yan said coolly, "Forget it. You are not his match." When Qin Yan's words came out, Li Junji and Ji Tianyu were both dazed. Especially Li Junji. He wondered if he heard wrongly and asked in incredulity, "Senior apprentice brother, what did you say?" Qin Yan turned around and said with a solemn expression, "This boy has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. You are not his match." Chapter 473 Truth Coming to Lie. See comprehended fully. Li Junji seemed to have a tub of cold water splash down, sobering up instantaneously. He looked at Qin Yan. The latter was nodding his head and said, "His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent has already reached the state of returning to the origin. You can't possibly beat him. I really didn't think that after so many years past, the Tranquil Cloud sect actually produced such a character." Finished talking, Qin Yan looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and said, "Punk, ability to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger is pretty good." Disguising as a pig to eat a tiger? Hoo-hoo, is there a need to disguise as a pig to eat the tiger when dealing with you people? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Yan's face fell slightly. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, he was very displeased. As the Myriad Sword sect's junior generation's #1 person, wherever Qin Yan walked, admiration and flattering voices would resound. Today, he was actually looked down upon by a kid. Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Boy, don't think that you can be cocky by comprehending true intent. You need to know that there is always somebody stronger. The three of you ran to the Tranquil Cloud sect to make a big show of your prowess, and then injured my fellow sect members. Now you're saying that I'm cocky. Your logic simply differs from ordinary people. Yuan said with a cold smile. Humph, what a sharp tongue. We are here on the sect's orders to investigate the southern domain's change. Your Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. We came here to rescue you all, Qin Yan said nonchalantly. Hearing Qin Yan's words, the corner of Yuan's mouth revealed a ridiculing smile. Rescue? I think that your Myriad Sword sect wants to swallow the Tranquil Cloud sect, or are thinking of making us wag our tails to beg like a dog in front of you people to satisfy your ego a little. Qin Yan was stunned when he heard it. He suddenly grinned and said, then so. What, could it be that you all still have other choices? This time, the expression on the faces of Ski Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest became odd. You all most likely don't know it yet, right? The Purple Mansion sect was already sent packing with a face full of dust previously at our sect, losing 3 Soul Sea Realm experts in succession. Right now, I reckon that he Minged is probably still weeping at home, right? Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng's words stunned the trio. They had just arrived in the southern domain too. The information grasped was still when they had just left the sect. They totally did not know what happened recently in the southern domain. Now, once they heard the news, it indeed made them feel very surprised. But it was merely just surprised. Qin Yan did not feel that Luo Qingfeng could kill martial artists with high cultivation realms. Haha, killing a couple of first-level Soul Sea realms made all of you so happy. That Purple Mansion sect probably saw that your strength was too weak, so they totally didn't send experts over, right? Gu Tianyu said with a chortle. Luo Qingfeng said with a disdainful look, first-level Soul Sea realm. Haha, the Purple Mansion sect has already attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect 3 times. The first time, a first-level Soul Sea realm died. The second time, 2 fourth-level Soul Sea realms died. The third time, He Ming came personally, and also returned in failure. Do you all think that we should be happy or not? 4th-level Soul Sea realm. Even 2. Do you take us for rookies who don't know anything? Just the likes of you people can kill 2 4th-level Soul Sea realms. Li Junji said with a ridiculing smile. Ignorant. The Purple Mansion sect dispatched thousands of martial artists to come and attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Is there a need for me to deceive you on this matter? If you don't believe it, you can try out the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array in person, Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng was very proud of the sect protecting Grand Array right now. This kind of Grand Array that could instantly kill Soul Sea Realm experts was seriously satisfying. Beneath the Divine Traversing Realm, it was virtually invincible. Sect protecting Grand Array, you're talking about the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Didn't you all lose this set of array formation back then? Qin Yan said with a frown. No comments about that, humph. If not for the sake of the entire Endless World's safety, would we send people to the northern domain? So long as we defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, the Purple Mansion sect can't breach inside all their lives. Luo Qingfeng said, you're saying that there is really another world trying to invade our Endless World? Qin Yan said, the Purple Mansion sect is a chess piece left in the Endless World by the Fierce Gale World. Now that the Realm Passageway has already opened up, Fierce Gale World martial artists will attack over here very soon. This matter concerns the grand matter of the entire Endless World's life and death. You people actually still have thoughts of internal conflicts here. Truly don't know life from death. Yuan said with a sneer. Based on the attitudes of Qin Yan and the others, they completely did not believe that there was this matter of another world invading. After all, several thousand years had already passed since the previous Great War. Even a sect like the Grand Yan True Sect was already buried in the annals of history. The Grand Yan True Sect was also to blame for being overly domineering back then, directly sealing the Realm Passageway, resulting in the Great War between two worlds not clashing on a massive scale. The Endless World martial artists did not suffer a pain which cut deep. Their impression of the other world was not so deep as well. But Yuan believed that those major powers in the northern domain should have heard of this segment of history. Except, Mei Zhen most likely did not meet those people when he went over this time. A sea transformation realm martial artist might be powerful enough in the southern domain. But placed in the northern domain, it was nothing. What a pack of nonsense. Why would there be another world invading for no reason? You said that the Purple Mansion sect were the other world's survivors. What proof is there? Qin Yan said. Yi Yuan had long known that Qin Yan would have such an inquiry. His hands briefly needed a seal. A silhouette suddenly appeared before everyone. Spatial spirit artifact. Seeing this scene, Qin Yan trio were all startled. Spatial spirit artifacts were beloved treasures that everyone would want to get their hands on. Even them, the Northern Domain's top disciples, did not have in their possessions. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually had a spatial spirit artifact, their gaze involuntarily became scorching. Yi Yuan shot a glance and said, "Put away your ideas. Or else, you might not be able to walk out of the Tranquil Cloud sect. This is the slave that I captured in the Fierce Gale world. His name is Lan Feng. Let him talk to you about the Fierce Gale world's matters." Yi Yuan already had Sea Transformation Realm strength at present. Even when facing early-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists, he had sufficient self-preserving strength too. Hence, he did not mind exhibiting the spatial spirit artifact in front of these people. But Yi Yuan's words astonished the trio tremendously. Qin Yan exclaimed in shock, You've been to the other world?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Naturally I've been there before. Lan Feng's divine soul is slightly different from the endless world martial artists. You guys investigate it slightly and should be able to discover some inklings." Qin Yan probed and discovered that Lan Feng's divine soul was indeed slightly different from the endless world martial artists. This shock was tremendous. In his heart, he already believed Yi Yuan's words to a certain extent. "Lan Feng, you pick out a few important things about the Purple Mansion sect and the Fierce Gale world's past for them to hear," Yi Yuan instructed. "Yes, master." Lan Feng cupped his hands slightly and started talking. As time passed, the expressions on Qin Yan and the rest became increasingly grim. Turned out that things had already reached such a critical state. They were actually still harboring the mentality of watching the show coming over to the Tranquil Cloud sect this time. After Lan Feng finished talking, Qin Yan trio exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a never-before astonishment. "Oh, right, Lan Feng did not say it just now. The Fierce Gale world is a middle-order small world. The Wind Emperor's strength is boundless realm," Yi Yuan said indifferently. Chapter 474 Staying Behind to be a Hostage. The Qin Yan trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. "Be boundless realm, you're not joking, right?" After a long time, Li Junji finally recovered but was still filled with incredulity. "Joking. Back then, the Grand Yan True sect was 10 times stronger than your Myriad Sword sect. However, the Grand Yan True sect hesitated at nothing to sacrifice the lives of 6 sovereign-level array masters to deploy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Do you think that they had the need to treat their lives jokingly?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The present endless world situation was different. Back then, the Grand Yan True sect reigned supreme, overshadowing all of the sects. Although the Grand Yan True sect master's status was not on par with Zhao Tianyin's, it was not far from the latter either. Even such strength could not resist the previous generation Wind Emperor. What did the Myriad Sword sect even count as? The information that Yi Yuan uttered today, the shock it brought them was too intense. Mei Zhen had not spoken more than a few words at the Myriad Sword sect and was detained. Those people did not take it seriously at all. Now, Yi Yuan spoke with definite evidence and even led Lan Feng out. It was not up to them to not believe. Like this, isn't our endless world facing imminent danger? Gu Tianyu muttered. Good that you know. But I still have something that I want to ask the 3 of you. Is my Tranquil Cloud sect's elder Mei Zhen detained by your Myriad Sword sect? Yi Yuan asked with gleaming eyes. One sentence and it dragged the 3 people back to reality. Qin Yan said with a sneer, "So what if yes?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said to Gu Tianyu and Li Junji, "Good that it's yes. The 2 of you can head back already. This whatever eldest senior brother Qin Yan will stay in our Tranquil Cloud sect to be a hostage then. Whenever you people release Elder Mei back, he can return to the sect." The 3 people were stunned when they heard these words. Wasn't this punk overestimating his own strength too much? Detaining eldest senior brother? Haha, really unafraid of the wind spraining your tongue if it blows hard? Do you think that you can keep eldest senior brother with the likes of that first-level Soul Sea Realm sect master? Li Junji said with a cold laugh. Haha, you all have stayed too long in the southern domain and already became frogs in a well, right? Do you know how formidable eldest senior brother's strength is? Gu Tianyu seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and grinned from ear to ear. Even Qin Yan himself shook his head too and said with a smile, overconfident fool. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, I already said, disciple versus disciple. How could the likes of you all have the qualifications to let sect master take action personally? You aren't really thinking that by comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, you would be my match, right? Qin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, with a face full of contempt. So what if Yi Yuan comprehended true intent? He likewise comprehended true intent. Furthermore, he was even almost a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Such a great disparity in strength, and this brat was actually thinking of defeating him. Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, give it a try then. Such a wildly arrogant boy. Don't lose your life by trying. Gu Tianyu said with a cold snort. But Qin Yan said with a smile, interesting. I'll give you this opportunity. Ha ha, it's still eldest senior brother magnanimity that is big. I'm going to make a move. You receive it well. 9 swords return to 1, half moon slash. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, executing the 9 swords stance's half moon slash instantaneously. Following Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the sea transformation realm, his Azure Dipper floating 0 sword became even stronger. Regardless whether was it the 9 sword stance or the 1,000 flowing petals, they all expended countless amounts of Yi Yuan's energy. The greater one's strength, the greater the might. Back then, Yi Yuan used this one move to place the powerful Zhao Chenggan in a wretched plight. No matter how powerful this Qin Yan's strength was, it could not be stronger than Zhao Chenggan's either. Once Yi Yuan's move was unleashed, the smile on Qin Yan's face was instantly replaced with solemnness. Not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. When this brat was dealing with Li Junji earlier, he was actually still holding back. 1,000 sword nebulous. Qin Yan immediately put away his belittling heart, using an incomparably swift and fierce martial technique right away. This 1,000 sword nebulous move was an extremely powerful martial technique in the Myriad Sword sect. Coupled with the Myriad Sword sect's cultivation method, it was a top-notch sword move when placed in the Endless World too. The sea transformation realm Yi Yuan displaying the half-moon slash was much stronger than it was in the fierce Gale world previously. The two attacks collided together instantly. Yet, the half-moon slash breached Qin Yan's 1,000 sword nebulous like crushing dried twigs. Qin Yan's face changed, and he immediately unleashed his movement technique and dodged this attack. What? Elder senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous actually lost when dueling swords. Li Junji nearly jumped up when he saw this scene. Eldest senior brother's 1,000 sword nebulous, even the heavenly martial sect's Guo Taochun and the profound ice sect's Yin Yunhua can't possibly resolve it so effortlessly, right? An immense shock was seen in Gu Tianyu's eyes. Qin Yan's expression at present was very nasty. He never could have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually formidable to this sort of degree. Just now, if not for the 1,000 sword nebulous offsetting a portion of the half-moon slash's power, whether or not he could evade was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan, it's you who forced me. I still can't completely control this move with my present realm. Once this move is unleashed, be responsible for your own life and death. Qin Yan's voice divulged an ice-cold intent. Qin Yan pointed his sword at Yi Yuan. The single sword actually miraculously transformed into countless ones. Myriad swords returned to origin. Go to hell. Qin Yan did not have the composure from before anymore. His face even carried some ferociousness at this moment. But at this time, Yi Yuan's wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon similarly finished casting too. The colossal dragon roared as it swept over towards Qin Yan. This massive dragon was incomparably powerful, instantly engulfing those sword figures clean. But it was not over yet. The massive dragon hastened over towards Qin Yan. With a rumble, Qin Yan's entire person was blasted flying out, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Eldest senior brother, Gu Tianyu and Li Junji shouted. When they saw this scene, they were both greatly taken aback from shock and hurriedly went up to support Qin Yan. The pair exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was beyond comprehension. The undefeated eldest senior brother in their eyes was actually defeated in the hands of an unknown brat. Relax, he won't die. I still need him to be a hostage. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came over. Gu Tianyu and Li Junji were both startled in their hearts. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was like they had seen a ghost. This youth was seriously too scary. Why Yi Yuan's strength is actually formidable to this extent already. Even I'm probably not his match for certain either. Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple exchanged glances at this time as well. The astonishment in their gazes was not the slightest bit less than the myriad sword sect disciples. Ski Maple was very relieved. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, I'd long foreseen that there would be this day. But I never could have imagined that this day would arrive so quickly. For my tranquil cloud sect to be able to obtain Yi Yuan, it's truly the heaven. Showing sympathy. Do you all really want to set yourselves against my myriad sword sect? Gu Tianyu's voice carried some quivering. The reason why they dared to come was that they felt that they had the strength to preserve themselves. But looking at it now, this sort of self-confidence was really a joke. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you all don't be mistaken. Elder Mei went to the northern domain to deliver news with good intentions but was detained by you people. This is you people forcing me. I don't wish to cross anybody for no reason. Chapter 475. That young man isn't simple. Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little sea transformation realm martial artist? Li Junji felt rather incredulous. This Yi Yuan seemed hell-bent on opposing the myriad sword sect. This was simply something that could not be explained by reason. There was actually somebody who dared to fall out with the myriad sword sect. Qin Yan's significance to the myriad sword sect went without saying. If the tranquil cloud sect dared to touch a hair of Qin Yan's, an apocalyptic calamity was definitely unavoidable. Did this boy eat the wrong medicine? Seemed like he already harmed quite a few hairs. Yi Yuan said coldly, puny little sea transformation realm. Aren't you just a sea transformation realm too? Moreover, your eldest senior brother might be very important in your eyes, but in my eyes, he isn't worth a fart. Elder Mei's life is way more important than his. As he said, Yi Yuan's aura pressed on and actually made Li Junji and Gu Tianyu feel chilly. In Yi Yuan's view, these few fellows clearly looked down on everybody snobbishly. Mei Zhen might not be considered much in front of them, but to Yi Yuan, he was a very important senior. Yi Yuan experienced hardships before rescuing Mei Zhen from the fierce Gale world. He could not very well fall in the myriad sword sect. Madman, you're a madman. Li Junji turned to Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng and said, could it be that you all want to go crazy together with this boy? If you all dare to detain eldest senior brother today, you have to make the preparations of receiving the wrath of my myriad sword sect. At that time, your tranquil cloud sect will really not have fowls or dogs spared. Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng's expression both changed. This consequence, they really could not quite bear it. Although Mei Zhen was important but compared to the entire sect. However, Yi Yuan did not give them the opportunity to hesitate. He took a step forward and said with narrowed eyes, are you threatening me here? Li Junji was taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura and actually took a step back instinctively. But he reacted very quickly, and his face involuntarily reddened slightly. What's with me? I'm actually frightened. A dignified myriad sword sect's disciple, would actually fear this punk. A wave of shame hit in Li Junji's heart. However, he really had no confidence against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could even defeat Qin Yan. Defeating him was simply like lifting a finger. And no, I didn't mean that. Li Junji was even somewhat stammering when talking. But Yi Yuan did not care. He took another step forward and said coldly, then what did you mean? Li Junji moved back again but just happened to trip over something, planting his bottom onto the ground. Humph. My tranquil cloud sect sent people to the northern domain to notify your three great sects with public interests in mind, to warn you all to guard against the invasion of another world. Yet, you held a grudge and detained Elder Mei. If I don't keep a hostage today, Elder Mei would surely find it hard to die with peace of mind. The two of you head back today. If Elder Mei receives a trace of injury, I'll definitely make Qin Yan's life worse than death. Yi Yuan said with a cold grunt. Gu Tianyu and Li Junji were forced by Yi Yuan's aura and actually mumbled and did not dare to rebuke. The main hall fell into a dead silence. Nobody dared to make a sound. The Gu Tianyu pair stood there, unable to leave nor stay. It was very awkward. Meanwhile, Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng and the rest actually felt very liberating in their hearts. During these more than 1,000 years, they withdrew and stood in the southern domain's land, living very aggrievedly. Especially just now, Li Junji actually used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to deal with Xiaojian, making their dignity suffer tremendous devastation even more so. Back then, the Myriad Sword sect virtually annihilated the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect also greatly damaged their vitality in that battle. That was why they were unable to recover from the setback ever since. Truthfully talking about it, the two sects' enmity could be said to be irreconcilable under the same sky. But the problem was that the Myriad Sword sect was one of the strongest three sects in the entire endless world. The strength was too great. A tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect simply could not afford to provoke. They did not know how Yuan had such tremendous gall to actually dare yank on the Myriad Sword sect's whiskers. However, through that fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng already had a clear realization that Yuan's true combat strength was most likely no longer beneath his. Furthermore, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was saved by Yuan. Whatever Yuan wanted to do now, they were willing to be the backup for Yuan. Right then, Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said icily, "Since some friends have arrived, why not show yourselves? If it spreads out, others might think that my Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't know how to receive guests." The expressions of Luo Qingfeng and the rest changed. Somebody snuck into the main hall, and they were actually completely oblivious. A girl dressed in light blue gauze floated down from the roof, making people feel like the temperature in the entire Great Hall suddenly fell by a few degrees. The girl is cold as frost, but had a beauty that could topple down a nation, and with heavenly fragrance too. Standing there, she gave people a cold and detachment vibe which kept people 1,000 miles away. This was an ice mountain beauty in its true sense. Seeing this woman, Qin Yan Trio's faces changed. Yin Yanhua, when Yuan saw this girl, he could not help being rather surprised. The Tranquil Cloud sect had the sect protecting Grand Array defending. This woman could actually silently sneak into the main hall. Yin Yanhua gave Yuan a graceful bow but did not open her mouth to speak. Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "Is your distinguished self still hoping for a fluke in your heart? Since you came, might as well get together. Wouldn't it be lively?" Luo Qingfeng could not help being secretly alarmed. There was actually still somebody. Indeed, when Yuan's voice faded, a young man dressed in long black robes flashed out from the corner. "Guo Taochun, you all." When Qin Yan saw these two people, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. Guo Taochun took a few more glances at Yuan, but his gaze finally fell on Qin Yan, and said smilingly, "Hu, the Myriad Sword sect's #1 disciple actually suffered a crushing defeat in the desolate land of the southern domain. I think sending this news back to the northern domain will create a considerable stir." But Qin Yan said with a cold smile, "Guo Taochun, stop delighting in my misfortune here. If you have the capabilities, you go and size yourself up with that punk." Guo Taochun froze, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Yuan. He chuckled and said, "Messing around for so long, you were actually defeated in the hands of this boy." Yin Yanhua and Guo Taochun had just reached the main hall not long and did not see Yuan and Qin Yan's confrontation at all. Guo Taochun even thought that it was Luo Qingfeng who beat Qin Yan to heavy injuries and came out just in time to ridicule. Right then, the Yin Yanhua who did not talk the entire time had a seldom seen dialogue, "That young man isn't simple." Guo Taochun was stunned once again and finally sized up Yuan properly. He originally thought that Yuan could call out Yin Yanhua and himself because there was some array formation inside this main hall. Looking at it now, it did not seem to be that simple. This youth whose age was not past 16 seemed to be rather extraordinary. Qin Yan's strength, Guo Taochun was all too familiar. Even when encountering ordinary first-level Soul Sea realms, he might not be at a disadvantage. Guo Taochun previously even thought that this Tranquil Cloud sect master was very strong. That was why Qin Yan was defeated. He did not think that it was actually because of this young man in front of him. This young man was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. Didn't this mean that he could cross a major realm to defeat his opponent? This shock was no trivial matter. Chapter 476 Unexpected Invitation. Qin Yan was really injured by you? Guo Taochun asked with a blank look. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "So what if yes? So what if not?" Cough, cough. If yes, I want to say, nicely done. Guo Taochun suddenly changed his tone. Even Yuan did not quite come around hearing his words. When Qin Yan heard these words, he was so furious that he felt a sweetness in his throat. His injuries actually flared up again. He looked at Guo Taochun, wishing that he could eat him alive. This Qin Yan, I've long been displeased by him. It's just that sadly, I couldn't find the chance all along. Now, little brother actually accomplished this wish of mine. It really makes me feel even more cordial, Guo Taochun said with a broad grin. Everybody was stunned. As he spoke, Guo Taochun actually put his arm around Yi Yuan's shoulder. That appearance looked like brothers who had been acquainted for many years. Yi Yuan was still very vigilant at the start. Later, he discovered that this Guo Taochun did not have any ill intent towards him, and so he let him be. Guo Taochun pulled Yi Yuan along and talked a whole bunch. On the whole, they were more or less words which besmirched Qin Yan. Yi Yuan could not tell the truth from false either. Qin Yan listened by the side, his entire face was black like the bottom of a wok. But he was already fish on the chopping block right now, and simply dare not make any movements. This Yi Yuan was a nutcase. He actually dared to provoke the Myriad Sword sect. If he really offended him hard, there was no guarantee that he would not do anything. Oh, right, I seem to have heard that you guys want to keep Qin Yan behind to be a hostage. Yi Yuan gave Guo Taochun a glance and nodded. Ha ha, brother, you really have guts. The people that I, Guo Taochun, admire in this lifetime aren't many. You're one of them. Looking at Guo Taochun's manner, it rather looked like being admired by him was so laudable. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him and retorted with a question, who the hell are you? Barging into my Tranquil Cloud sect's main hall without authorization, I'm afraid that it's a little inappropriate, right? Guo Taochun was not embarrassed either. He said proudly, I'm the Heavenly Martial sect's eldest disciple, Guo Taochun. This great beauty is the Profound Ice sect's well-renowned ice cloud fairy, Yin-Yang. When Guo Taochun introduced Yin-Yang, his eyes were filled with an ingratiating manner. That appearance was even somewhat fawning. But Yin-Yang did not buy it at all. She still had an icy appearance, like she totally did not hear Guo Taochun's words at all. But hearing Guo Taochun's introduction, Yi Yuan came to a realization. As it turned out, the Northern Domain's three great sects' head disciples actually all converged in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Seemed like Mei Zhen's trip wasn't entirely without gains. At least, it made the three great sects send people over to investigate it. Yi Yuan took a look at the three people and said with a sigh, you great sect disciples are really leisurely and carefree. Death is already knocking on the door, and you're still playing infighting. Looks like the endless world has been peaceful for too long. Everyone no longer has any gallantness anymore. These words made Guo Taochun stupefied. He asked curiously, little brother, what's the meaning of your words? Isn't it somewhat exaggerating just to raise the alarm? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the ice-cold Yin-Yang also revealed a curious look, uncertain of the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. When Yi Yuan saw the duo's expressions, he knew that Mei Zhen's first stop was at the Myriad Sword sect. Moreover, he was even detained, and simply did not have the time to notify the other two sects. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Yan and company and said in a cold voice, humph. The Myriad Sword sect is really a bunch of fellows who are unable to accomplish anything but adept at ruining things. Ever since becoming aware that the fierce Gale world had a boundless realm powerhouse, Qin Yan trio knew just how critical the endless world's situation was. Being glared at by Yi Yuan at this time, they simply did not dare to retort. If because of detaining Mei Zhen resulted in the endless world's overall defeat, the Myriad Sword sect would be the entire endless world's sinners. Seeing the expression of Qin Yan and the others, Guo Taochun and Yin-Yang became even more suspicious. Was it possible that something big really happened in the Southern Domain? The Purple Mansion sect unifying the Southern Domain did not seem to be something serious either, right? Right away, Yi Yuan recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading briefly to the two. The two people's expression both became unbelievably solemn. They never would have thought that such a thing would actually happen to the endless world. But in front of the steel-like evidence, it was not up to them to not believe. They finally knew now why Yi Yuan scolded the Myriad Sword sect for being unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. Little brother, if the matter is really as you say, then isn't the endless world in imminent danger? At this time, Guo Taochun's face no longer had any debauched look. What replaced it was indescribable graveness. It's not to the extent of on the verge of destruction. Because even if the realm passageway is linked together, it can't withstand boundless realm experts passing through either. If the Wind Emperor wishes to cross the realm passageway, he must have sovereign-level array masters reinforcing the realm passageway's barrier continuously, all the way until it stabilizes fully. At least, in the short run, the fierce Gale world and the endless world are still in the situation of being evenly matched in strength. But if the endless world is still a pile of loose sand, then this world's destruction is just a matter of time, Yi Yuan said coolly. Guo Taochun revealed a look of realization. The logic that Yi Yuan said was very simple, which was for the endless world to resist the foreign enemy with a united spirit. But Guo Taochun, who resided in the northern domain, was deeply aware that this was simply something impossible. The northern domain's sects stood in great numbers. Apart from the three great sects, there were still many large and small sects of varying sizes. These sects' thoughts were all different. Without a person who could rally hundreds with a single call, there was simply no way of making them put their strength together. If each fought their own battles when the time came, the endless world would really not be far from complete destruction. Hiss. Fortunately, our heavenly martial sect and the profound ice sect obtained some information, sending the two of us to follow Qin Yan all the way here. Or else, we would really not know that such an earth-shaking major event actually happened to the endless world. No can do. This matter is much too important. I have to return to inform Lord Sect Master straight away to make plans early. As he said, Guo Taochun turned around and wanted to leave. When he passed by Yin Yanhua, Guo Taochun suddenly switched to a smiling face and asked, Ice Cloud Fairy, why not, we head back together. Yin Yanhua did not even spare him a glance, but took light steps and walked towards Yi Yuan. I wonder what junior brother's name is? Yin Yanhua asked. Yi Yuan. So, it's junior apprentice brother Yi. If it's in accordance with what junior apprentice brother Yi said, the northern domain has no tenable defensive position anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Doesn't your Tranquil Cloud sect have plans to move north? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This Ice Cloud Fairy was evidently someone with a nimble mind. He did not have the need to hide either, and said with a nod, that's right. We're currently planning to move north. Yin Yanhua nodded her head slightly when she heard this. She said, Junior apprentice brother Yi detained Qin Yan to be a hostage. The Myriad Sword sect definitely won't let things go. How about my profound ice sect provide for shelter for you guys? I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's thoughts are. When Yin Yanhua said this, Qin Yan's expression became even uglier. Fairy maiden, my Myriad Sword sect has good relations with the profound ice sect all along. How can you take such an action arbitrarily? Qin Yan nearly spewed out another mouthful of old blood. At this time, Guo Taochun smacked his head and interjected too. He slung his arm around Yi Yuan again and said, haha. I hit it off with junior apprentice brother Yi on first sight. How about, you come to our heavenly martial sect? Hearing these words, Qin Yan's two eyes finally rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 477. He's called Yi Yuan. Yin Yanhua and Guo Taochun invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yi Yuan could defeat Qin Yan, sufficiently showing how great his strength was. With Yi Yuan's age, his accomplishments would surely be boundless in the future. Such a figure naturally had to be roped in early. Seeing Guo Taochun cutting in, Yin Yanhua's surrounding temperature fell several degrees once more. Guo Taochun's face changed, and he said obsequiously, haha, kidding, just kidding. How can our heavenly martial sect have a place to house such a large sect? Yin Yanhua could not be bothered with Guo Taochun. She said to Yi Yuan, I wonder what junior apprentice brother Yi's opinion is like. The few people present were all the distinguished leaders of the endless world's junior generation. They were all sharp-minded people. Although those few standing by the sides were the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons, the one truly making the decisions was this young man before their eyes. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with Yin Yanhua with a faint smile, thank you very much for Ice Cloud Fairy's good intentions. But about the place to settle down, my Tranquil Cloud sect already has arrangements. A tinge of disappointment flickered across Yin Yanhua's eyes as she said with a sigh, all right then. Since that's the case, Yanhua will take her leave. Finished talking, Yin Yanhua's figure moved, vanishing before everyone. Guo Taochun yelled out, Ice Cloud Fairy, wait for me. Junior apprentice brother Yi, when you go to the northern domain, you have to come to my heavenly martial sect to take a look. I'm leaving too. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This Guo Taochun was really a funny fellow. At this time, there were only the Myriad Sword sect's 3 people left in the main hall. Yi Yuan said coolly, what? Could it be that you all are still planning on staying behind to have a meal? Gu Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the unconscious Qin Yan again. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. Eldest senior brother Ji Tianyu gave a smile that was even uglier than crying. Do you feel like I'm joking with you all? Yi Yuan's tone became cold. No. Then not scramming yet, seeing that Yi Yuan inclining to fly off the handle, Ji Tianyu and Li Junji went out of the main hall step by step. At this time, Luo Qingfeng came in front of Yi Yuan and asked worriedly, the Myriad Sword sect is one of the 3 strongest great sects in the northern domain. Just the divine traversing realm experts in their sect numbers quite a few. We captured their eldest disciple. They probably won't take things lying down, right? Yi Yuan said with a frown, I'm the one who sent Elder Mei over. I have to rescue him back. Sect Master, rest assured, the matter of the realm passageway linking together is also just in these few days. At that time, the Myriad Sword sect most likely won't have the energy to come and bother with us, a tiny little tranquil cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng had no alternatives. He could only say, fine then. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Grand Elder and I will always be standing behind you to support you. Yi Yuan said smilingly, many thanks for Grand Elders and Sect Master's understanding. Sect Master, the time left to us isn't much already. We have to make the best use of our time to move north. Several days later, beneath the unknown mystic realm's eternal splendor palace. With an enormous rumble, the 6 extreme seals grand array fragmented inch by inch. The grand array that guarded the endless world for several thousand years finally collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the entire endless world felt an intense tremor. Everyone all felt like something major was about to happen. He Ming stood respectfully at one side. 5 figures took the lead to enter, crossing the realm passageway. Seeing these 5 people, He Ming bowed all the way down. Fierce Gale World Survivor, He Ming, pay respects to 5 sovereigns. These 5 people were shocking all peak divine traversing realm existences. The one at the helm nodded slightly and said, arise. You did very well. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is very pleased with you. This is the reward that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, entrusted me to give you before setting off. This elderly person was actually the Shangguan family head who observed Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggen's battle from a corner of the plaza back then, Shangguan Wenrui. He Ming was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, many thanks for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal. Although we have lied low in the endless world for thousands of years, we dare not forget the great duty that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, tasked us to do even for a moment. Having gone through thousands of years, it finally let us find a way to crack the 6 extreme seals grand array. Shangguan Wenrui nodded and suddenly asked, the endless world's southern domain is very important to us. It should have culminated under your Purple Mansion sect, right? But He Mingdi's expression changed as he said, Sovereign Shangguan, forgive my mistake. Originally, the southern domain was already in the bag, but a remarkably monstrous youth came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He actually raised the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array to quasi-tier 5 level. The air instantly chilled. Shangguan Wenrui was clearly very displeased by this news. He Ming stood by the side and did not dare to even exhale loudly. This one before his eyes was a peak divine traversing realm powerhouse. Huffing a breath could doom him eternally. That boy called Yi Yuan really screwed him over badly. You, an exalted 7th level Soul Sea realm martial artist, is actually powerless against a youngster. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, placed such high hopes on you. Is this how you repay him? Shangguan Wenrui said coldly. He Ming sweat profusely and hurriedly explained, Sovereign Shangguan, calm your anger. That young man is indeed too monstrous. Furthermore, I heard that he escaped back to the endless world from the fierce Gale world. Shangguan Wenrui's expression changed, and he immediately thought of Yi Yuan. This endless world youth entered deep into the fierce Gale world by himself, throwing the fierce Gale world into an upheaval, and even retreated in one piece. Speaking of which, it was really inconceivable. After Zhao Tianyan appeared in the plaza on that day, in order to avoid arousing suspicions, Shangguan Wenrui and Shui Hongfei left directly and did not see what happened later. Shangguan Wenrui looked into it afterward as well, but those who stayed at the plaza afterward were practically all dead. Only Ding Liang and Star Abyss's group of people were alive, but all of them did not dare to breathe a word to another soul about what happened on that day. But Shangguan Wenrui speculated that some earth-shaking major thing must have happened for Yi Yuan to be able to escape from Zhao Tianyan's hands. Otherwise, How could a crystal formation realm brat possibly escape from the hands of the boundless realm Wind Emperor? Shangguan Wenrui's complexion was slightly better, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, there's still such a monstrous youth. What's his name called?" He Ming said, quaking in fear. He's called Yi Yuan." Indeed, even though he guessed it long ago, Shangguan Wenrui still felt unbelievably shocked. This boy called Yi Yuan was covered in secrets all over. Looks like not just his personal strength was incomparably formidable, he had startling talent in the path of formations too. He Ming sneaked a glance at Shangguan Wenrui's face. After seeing that he did not show an enraged expression, He Ming gathered his courage and said, "On that day, I personally escorted the Tranquil Cloud sect's hostages, wanting to force this punk out of the Grand Array. Who knew that he actually set up an extremely powerful illusionary array outside the gates, and he rescued the people away instead. Furthermore, I heard him saying that his array formation actually came from the Grand Yan True sect's inheritance. He even said, Shangguan Wenrui narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." He even said, if the Grand Yan True sect master had grasped that set of illusionary formation back then, even if His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, came personally, he would return with failure too. He Ming mopped the cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 478 Cicada casting off its shell. How could He Ming know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the fierce gale world? He was still desperately absolving his charges, hoping to gain Shangguan Wenrui's understanding. In truth, Shangguan Wenrui did not blame him long ago. But Shangguan Wenrui did not tell He Ming either. The matter of Yi Yuan causing mayhem in the central capital was not very glorious after all. Shangguan Wenrui did not speak, seemingly contemplating something. After a long time, he finally said slowly, "You said that Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array." He Ming hurriedly said, "Yes. Subordinate also doesn't know how he, a seed transformation realm brat, can deploy a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. But we really suffered considerably on this Grand Array." Shangguan Wenrui nodded slightly and was not very surprised by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. "This period of time, have you been sending people to watch the Tranquil Cloud sect all along?" "Don't let them escape," Shangguan Wenrui said. "Sovereign Shangguan, rest assured. Subordinate arranged countless informants around the vicinity of the Tranquil Cloud sect. If there's any bit of rustle of leaves in the wind, they will report promptly." He Ming hurriedly said. Shangguan Wenrui said, "Since that's the case, send a divine traversing realm expert over, and you can crack this Grand Array." As he said, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and said to a first-level divine traversing martial artist, "Yunrong, you make a trip with Sect Master He. If there's a possibility, bring that boy back for me to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms." That Yunrong bowed and said, "Yes, family head." He Ming was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He had suffered a huge loss in Yi Yuan's hands. Now that there was a divine traversing realm expert backing him up, what was he still afraid of? Several days later, in front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, Shangguan Yunrong stood in the air. Behind him stood He Ming. "It's this Grand Array that you all couldn't crack even by mustering up the entire sect's strength," Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. He Ming sweated heavily and said, "Yes. Subordinate is incompetent. Yi Yuan, that boy is incredibly sinister. He really isn't easy to deal with." Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly but did not say anything. Yi Yuan's great name, he had naturally heard of it before as well. Ever since the great battle between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, Shangguan Lingyun seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, cultivating day and night continuously. As Shangguan Lingyun's senior, Shangguan Yunrong naturally took it all into his eyes. This battle, Shangguan Lingyun took the initiative to request for it and was already on the way here. Presumably, hearing Yi Yuan this name once more, Shangguan Lingyun would be very excited. But he heard that Yi Yuan already broke through to the sea transformation realm. This made Shangguan Yunrong rather surprised. Yi Yuan had immensely powerful combat strength at the crystal formation realm. Now that he broke through to the sea transformation realm, even if Shangguan Lingyun bumped into Yi Yuan, he was most likely not his match either. With such an unsurpassable opponent, it was truly terrifying. Hence, the best method was to destroy this opponent. Shangguan Yunrong extended his hand and gestured. Horrifying essence energy instantly concentrated on his palm. When He Ming behind him saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. This was the power of a divine traversing realm expert. Clearly it was not targeting him, yet it made his heart palpitate. Go! Shangguan Yunrong lightly spat out a word from his mouth. His attack instantly landed on the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. It was only to hear a loud bang. The Grand Array actually gave off a series of cracking sounds. Shangguan Yunrong had a calm and collected look the entire time. However, at this time, his face slightly revealed astonishment. Quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array is it? Indeed, quite capable. This attack of his looked played down, but how could a divine traversing realm expert's attack be simple? This attack virtually employed 70% of Shangguan Yunrong's powers, and it actually did not breach the Grand Array in one blow. It could be seen how great this Grand Array's power was. Shangguan Yunrong attacked again. This time, the Grand Array collapsed with a loud bang. When those Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of them was flushed red with excitement. They had already waited far too long for this day. When the Grand Array broke, those Purple Mansion sect disciples were like pumped with blood, rushing over towards Spirit Blessing Mountain. He Ming, who was standing behind Shangguan Yunrong, was similarly very eager. This time, he would definitely flay the skin and tear out the tendons of Yi Yuan, that punk, could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Shangguan Yunrong did not move. He was only responsible for breaking the formation. He naturally would not lower his dignity and charge ahead. Roughly an hour later, a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse flew before the two people. His expression was very ugly. When He Ming saw this scene, his heart involuntarily thumped. Could it be that something unforeseen happened again? Lord Yunrong, Sect Master, inside the Tranquil Cloud sect is void of people. All of the records and medicinal pills are all gone. We already turned the Spirit Blessing Mountain inside out and didn't even see a ghost. What? How is that possible? He Ming became agitated and nearly fell down. That Soul Sea Realm's expression was ugly as he said, "We already sent people to search all of the mountain peaks over. There are indeed not a soul inside. This, Lord Yunrong, I clearly arranged countless informants. Why didn't a single one of them see people leaving the Tranquil Cloud sect?" He Ming was shocked beyond words. Could this group of people fly to the skies and tunnel underground? Shangguan Yunrong did not look too surprised. When he heard this, he gave a chuckle instead and said, "Sect Master, he asked me, but who do I ask? Alright, since this Tranquil Cloud sect is already uninhabited, then let's head back home." As he said, Shangguan Yunrong directly turned around and flew away, leaving behind the He Ming, who had yet to recover. Regarding this result, although Shangguan Yunrong was surprised, he felt that it was within reason too. To be able to throw the central capital into upheaval and even startle the Wind Emperor, and he could even swagger back to the endless world. How could such a character be captured so easily? At this time, in Breaking Dawn City, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tranquil Cloud sect, several young martial artists dressed in plain clothing slowly entered the city. Breaking Dawn City was a frontier town in the Tranquil Cloud 10-nation state of Yuan, contiguous to the Endless Forest. Since ancient times, it was the gathering place for countless martial artists. Heh, once I think about those Purple Mansion sect fellows' faces, I get incredibly excited," said a young martial artist excitedly. "Haha, this cicada casting off its shell of junior apprentice brother Yi was indeed executed beautifully. Those fierce Gale World fellows expended such a great price to charge into the Tranquil Cloud sect. In the end, they didn't even get to gain a single hair. There's probably no need to mention how gloomy they are," said another young martial artist. "Those fierce Gale World trash probably never even dreamed that junior apprentice brother Yi could actually construct a miniature transmission array. Although it's only a short 100-mile distance, but to dodge those informers, it's more than sufficient. Those whistleblowers' eyes were polished until they shone, but they didn't know that we left the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. These few people were shockingly Yi Yuan and company who escaped from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This group of people included Tian Yu, Mo Yuntian, Ti Wujiu, and the rest. Except, the outfits on them were very plain. People would mistaken them to be ordinary demonic beast hunters." Chapter 479. 100 pieces means 100. Although the realm passageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the fierce Gale world. The Purple Mansion sect already controlled virtually all of the secular world nations in the southern domain through these low-level martial artists. After the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples escaped out of the Tranquil Cloud sect through the miniature transmission array, under Yi Yuan's arrangements, they organized themselves into multiple groups. They disguised themselves as the bottommost level ordinary martial artists and scattered around, rushing to some frontier cities. And Yi Yuan's batch of people was the final batch. The transmission arrays connecting to and fro the southern domain and the northern domain were mostly built in these border cities. Of course, these transmission arrays were already controlled by the Purple Mansion sect now without exception. What the Tranquil Cloud sect could defend was just the sect gates. The mortal world kingdoms, they already had no strength to attend to. After the realm passageway linked up, large numbers of low-level martial artists flooded in. This kind of a strategic point, it was naturally impossible for the Purple Mansion sect to let it go. Even the out-of-the-way Breaking Dawn city was no exception. Basically, these cities all had sea transformation realm experts holding the fort now, controlling the transmission arrays tightly. Right now, these frontier cities' characteristics were all the same: easy to enter, hard to leave. Those who came in from the northern domain through the transmission array were totally ignored. But them wanting to return was extremely difficult. Every frontier town had high-level sea transformation realms holding the fort. Ordinary people simply could not cross. If not because Soul Sea realm martial artists were too rare, the Purple Mansion sect would even send Soul Sea realm martial artists to hold down the fort in these frontier towns. However, high-level sea transformation realms were already immensely powerful existences in the southern domain. Apart from those big sects, upper echelons, ordinary martial artists that could beat them were in the minority. Even one of the 8 great sects like the Tranquil Cloud sect only had extremely few people who could forcefully carve out a path to. Moreover, they could not guarantee that the high-level sea transformation realms would not destroy the transmission arrays. It was also this cicada shedding its shell move by Yi Yuan which surprised the Purple Mansion sect greatly. These border towns, garrison had yet to come around to it. Or else, them wanting to break through these obstacles would be extremely arduous. During these few days' time, the Tranquil Cloud sect had already split into a number of batches and sneaked into these border towns, as well as scheduling to take action today together to forcefully break through. Skimaple and Luo Qingfeng, these two people, were Soul Sea realm martial artists. Dealing with sea transformation realms was naturally a cinch. Breaking Dawn City had Yi Yuan holding the fort here. Dealing with a late-stage sea transformation realm was naturally not a big issue as well. Many people think that setting up transmission arrays is a colossal project. Actually, setting up a miniature transmission array that can only accommodate 3 to 5 people passing through, furthermore, just transmitting 100 miles away, isn't something difficult. But the usage of this sort of transmission arrays is very limited. Martial artists who move fast can reach before 2 hours. Hence, the uses of this kind of transmission array are exceptionally few and remarkably easy to overlook. This is also considered a shadow under the light, I guess, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hehe, what a fine shadow under the light. Junior apprentice brother Yi, not only is your strength outstanding, this boldness and breadth of spirit are even a cut above others. If there weren't you around, even if we had guarded the Tranquil Cloud sect, it would still be hard to escape death in the end. Tian Yu said, yeah, if not for this strategy of a cicada shedding its shell, the Purple Mansion sect would definitely react right away, informing the frontier towns to intercept us. Once they wreck the transmission array, it will also be hard to fly even with wings. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan just smiled and changed the topic. He said, we'd best go to the transmission array area to take a look first. We arranged to make a move tonight with Sect Master they all. Figuring out the transmission array's surrounding situation first is better. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed in the direction of the transmission array together. Although Breaking Dawn City was remote, heaven was high in this place, and the Emperor far away. The state of Yan's control over here was very weak instead. Due to there being many demonic beast hunters going in and out of the endless forest here, the Breaking Dawn City was very prosperous. It was precisely under such a situation that the Breaking Dawn City's martial artist strength was quite formidable. Everywhere on the streets, crystal formation realm martial artists could be seen. There were even a small number of early-stage sea transformation realm martial artists. Hence, Yi Yuan and these people wandering around in the city would not draw many people's eyes. There were marketplaces everywhere here. Martial artists set up stalls spontaneously on the streets. Yi Yuan and the others passed through 2 streets. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps in front of a stall. The stall owner was a crystal formation realm old man, looking rather plain with nothing attractive. Old man, how is this herbal grass of yours sold? Yi Yuan pointed to a stalk of grass on the stall and inquired. That old man was currently bored to death. Seeing that somebody came over to buy stuff, he shot a glance at Yi Yuan faintly and said, 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals. I don't take low-grade essence crystals. What? A stock of quasi-tier 4 herb, you're selling for 50 middle-grade essence crystals? Why don't you go and rob people? Tian Yu nearly jumped up hearing that. That old man was disinclined to even spare Tian Yu a glance as he said indifferently, up to you to buy or not. Get lost if you're not buying. Don't interfere with this old man's sleep. But Yi Yuan casually retrieved 50 middle-grade essence crystals and said, this is 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Your elderly self can do the counting. When that old man saw Yi Yuan fish out 50 middle-grade essence crystals without even blinking, his eyes involuntarily glinted, and he immediately perked up. There were quite a few stall owners who saw this scene and could not help commenting respectively. Truly, fools are wealthy. This herb's origins are unknown, and nobody can name it at all, let alone anybody who knows its usage. This boy isn't buying it back to feed pigs, right? Hee hee, Chi-Hi, this old fellow already asked all the high-rank alchemists in the city. Nobody can recognize this herb at all. This boy is still so young. Don't tell me that he recognizes this herb's use. Might be some wealthy family's disciple from somewhere with too much money to burn. This kind of dummies, I've seen plenty. You looked at the badge on his chest. Still just an alchemy master. Wonder what is he buying this quasi-tier 4 herbal grass back for? These days, there are really all kinds of idiots. The name of the herb couldn't even be called out. Naturally, there was no one who knew what kind of medicinal pill it could be used to refine. Furthermore, this herb only had one stock. Even if somebody wanted to use to experiment, it was not possible to experiment out anything either. This old fellow called Chi-Hi already put up a stall here for a month. But this herb could not sell at all. A stock of herbal grass that simply had no usage, no matter how cheaply he sold it, it was not possible to spend this wrongful money too. Earlier, seeing Yi Yuan inquire about this stock of herbal grass, Chi-Hi anyhow gave a price, 50 middle-grade essence crystals. It could already almost purchase a stock of tier 4 medicinal herb. He totally did not think that Yi Yuan would buy. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his brows, pulling out 50 middle-grade essence crystals instead. Chi-Hi sat up and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. A while later, this old man suddenly gave a smile and said, I was muddled with sleep just now. This stock of herbal grass should be 100 middle-grade essence crystals. When these words came out, those fellow apprentices around Yi Yuan were immediately filled with killing intent. This old man was completely setting price on the spot. How was this doing business? This was simply robbing money. In just a short while, the price doubled. Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, done. 100 pieces mean 100. Chapter 480,250. This unknown tier 4 herbal grass was called dodder green grass. This kind of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb was naturally not some rare object. But it was a rare thing in the endless world. In some medicinal theory records including the herbal compendium, there were simply no records regarding the dodder green grass. Those so-called high-rank alchemists not recognizing it was also normal. The reason why Yi Yuan took a fancy on this dodder green grass was that this was one of the core ingredients for a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the purple heart soul luring pill. This purple heart soul luring pill was precisely the upgraded version of the soul luring pill. It was used to break through to the soul sea realm. Except, this purple heart soul luring pill's medicinal effects was on an entirely different level from the soul luring pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not just use the garbage soul luring pill for his own breakthrough. Encountering the dodder green grass was just perfect at this time, he obviously had to put it in his bag. Furthermore, Yi Yuan more or less knew some things about the endless world's alchemy world. The value of this dodder green grass was absolutely worth 100 middle-grade essence crystals. This thing was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to ordinary tier 4 medicinal herbs. Furthermore, due to this dodder green grass being exceptionally scarce in the endless world, an object was valued in proportion to its rarity. Yi Yuan did not feel that this price was too ridiculous. It was just that the way others saw it, Yi Yuan naturally became a sucker who was foolish but wealthy. When Chi-Hi saw the 100 middle-grade essence crystals, his eyes immediately lit up, and his entire person became alert, becoming like a different person from that previously lethargic appearance. One had to know that 100 middle-grade essence crystals was roughly equivalent to the price of a tier 4 medicinal herb already. Yet, How could Tier 4 medicinal herbs be so easy to acquire? A quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herb selling at the price of a Tier 4 medicinal herb. Where should one go to find this kind of bargain? Heh, young man, I see that you have such cultivation at a young age. Definitely a prodigious talent with discerning eyes like burning torches. This herbal grass of mine was snatched from the mouth of a Tier 4 demonic beast. I nearly died in its belly. Fortunately, this old man, ran fast. So 100 middle-grade essence crystals really isn't considered expensive, Chi-Hai said in all smiles. But when everyone saw Chi-Hai's manner, they had a contemptuous look. This fellow was only crystal formation realm cultivation. How could he possibly snatch such a herbal grass from the hands of a Tier 4 demonic beast? Even a fool also knew that this was bluffing that youngster. However, wasn't that young man a fool? Indeed, Yuan actually nodded his head and said, "Hoo, elderly person, I believe you." A series of snickers sounded all around. But Yuan thought otherwise in his heart. But towards these ignorant people, he obviously would not go and explain anything either. Yuan knew that the daughter green grass indeed had a kind of companion beast whose strength was comparable to middle-stage sea transformation human martial artists. This old man Chi-Hai being able to return alive was already very fortunate. People become shrewd as they get older. Even though this old man only had crystal formation realm strength, he might have some special life-preserving means. Therefore, 100 middle-grade essence crystals was indeed not considered expensive. Since that's the case, then let's close the deal. Chi-Hai was afraid that Yuan would renege and hastily said, "Haha, done." The two people concluded it. Yuan was just about to collect that daughter green grass when all of a sudden, a discordant voice sounded out. "This medicinal herb, I want it. 150 middle-grade essence crystals." A young man suddenly cut in rudely and directly raised 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Seeing this young man, the other stall owners all sensibly shut their mouths, feeling like he was like a plague. But Yuan's brows furrowed when he saw the situation. This punk was clearly making things difficult for him. "Elderly person, I offer 200. Yuan said coolly. Competing in essence crystals, Yuan really did not fear anyone. Previously in the unknown mystic realm, Yuan extorted a large sum of essence crystals from the Heavenly Sky sect. Later on in the fierce Gale world, the Shao family also gifted a large sum of essence crystals in order to thank Yuan. Yuan basically did not touch them. This punk was competing in wealth with him. He was going to freaking regret it. 250. The youth spoke again. At this, the people watching the show by the side could not hold back and unwittingly burst into laughter abruptly. Yuan was thrilled when he heard that. Was this punk a joker here to amuse everyone? Seeing everyone snickering, the youth failed to react to it for some time. A fourth-level sea transformation guard behind him hurriedly moved closer and whispered a few words beside his ear. The youth came to realize the truth abruptly, and he could not help flushing with shame. He shot a vicious glare at the surroundings and said angrily, "Laughing at what? Do you believe I'll smash all of your stalls if you keep laughing? Make my father take in your stalls and make you all unable to have a foothold in Breaking Dawn City." Those stall owners seemed to really submit to this and immediately put away their smiles. That youth smiled proudly seeing the situation and shot Yuan a glance like he was demonstrating his power. Yuan guessed that this young man's identity was special too. But he himself was born a silk pants. Could it be that he was still afraid of a silk pants loafing around? Yuan chuckled and said, "Elderly person, we can't afford to offer 250. We'll offer 300. Haha, I offer 500. This medicinal herb is rich in essence energy. I think it's pretty good. Going back and eating it should increase a fair amount of essence energy," said the young man said haughtily. Yuan was speechless. This punk actually wanted to eat the daughter green grass raw. Truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. The majority of medicinal herb could actually be eaten raw. But extremely few people would do that. Because it was just too wasteful. Furthermore, according to the attribute differences in essence energy that martial artists cultivate, some medicinal herbs could even clash with the cultivation method trained in, getting half the results with twice the effort, and even affecting cultivation. This punk was full of shit. He was purely finding trouble. Yuan obviously did not know that this youth just liked to find things to do when he was idle. Speaking of which, it was slightly similar to Yuan's predecessor. This young man was called Jin Peng, and he was the Breaking Dawn City's city lord's, Jin Feng's, son. This Breaking Dawn City's city lord was at the 7th level C transformation cultivation. This was already rather impressive in a mortal world's country. It was even more powerful than some great sects, elders. In truth, although this Breaking Dawn City belonged to the state of Yan in name, actually, it was simply a country within a country. Jin Feng always listened to orders but did not serve. If there wasn't the tranquil cloud sect this Leviathan pressuring here, this Jin Feng even had the possibility of crowning himself as king. This Jin Feng relied on his old man's power and frequently engaged in lawlessness, harming martial artists. In the course of time, he became notorious. And his old man, Jin Feng, also indeed had a card to play. These martial artists who set up stalls had to go through the city lord manor's consent and get a piece of plaque before they were permitted to operate. This plaque was very low quality. Moreover, the effective period was only a month. But it needed to collect fees of 50 low-grade essence crystals to 50 middle-grade essence crystals according to the differences in the stall owner's realm. How could the martial artists that come here to set up stalls number less than 100,000? Just the costs of purchasing the plaque was a rather terrifying figure. But Jin Feng's strength was extremely formidable. These stall owners could only endure the fate of being exploited. Hearing this Jin Peng's offer, Yi Yuan's brows unwittingly furrowed. This punk increased the price without even thinking about it. He was intentionally causing trouble. Doing it this way, regardless of how much he called out, he would probably keep on increasing too. Could it be that he had to resort to force? Young Master Jin, this medicinal herb, I've already sold it to him. No matter how high the price you offer, I won't sell it either. What everyone did not expect was that Chi-Hai, this old fellow, actually opened his mouth to speak at this time. Chapter 481, Ancestor of Silkpants. What, old man, you say it one more time. Jin Peng even thought that he heard wrongly. In this Breaking Dawn City, there were actually still people who dared to not sell things to him. Chi-Hai said with a faint smile, Young Master Jin, really sorry about it. Before you came just now, I've already agreed upon a price with this little brother. According to the rules, the transaction between us is already considered complete. It isn't nice to renege. If the rules are broken, this old man, I, won't have the face to keep a foothold in this line in the future. Hearing Chi-Hai's words, even Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This old man's performance before this was enough to leave people an impression that he only sought profits. But the two of them already raised the price to 500 middle-grade essence crystals right now, and this old man still wanted to sell to him instead. Jin Peng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze when looking at Chi-Hai revealed killing intent. You're afraid that you won't have the face to keep a foothold? Do you believe that I will take away your plaque right now and make you have no way of having a foothold here? Jin Peng gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. But Chi-Hai had an indifferent look as he said, Hee, this place doesn't want to keep this lord, there will naturally be a place that will. Although I, Chi-Hai, love essence crystals, I cherish my feathers more. As he spoke, Chi-Hai ignored the sullen Jin Peng, turned to Yi Yuan and said, This little brother, these essence crystals, I'll accept them. You take the medicinal herb. But Yi Yuan's impression of this old man was overhauled, and he said with a smile, All right. This herbal grass, I'll keep it. As for the price, I'll give you 500 middle-grade essence crystals as it is appropriate. Chi-Hai waved his hand and said, No need, no need. Since we've already settled on the price, then it's a done deal. This old man, I, won't take an additional piece of essence crystal. 100 means 100. Yi Yuan did not think that this old fellow was actually a person with such principles. He actually really just took 100 middle-grade essence crystals. Since the old man himself insisted on it, Yi Yuan could not very well force the other party to take extra. But Yi Yuan knew that Chi-Hai had already thoroughly offended this silk pants. This silk pants probably would not let Chi-Hai walk out of Breaking Dawn City alive. Yi Yuan was such a person. Others gave him an inch of respect, he would return them a foot. He already made the decision to ensure this old man's safety. Chi-Hai, this crystal formation realm powerhouse, was still a little weak in the Breaking Dawn City. Yet, when Jin Peng saw that these two people completely paid him no heed and directly completed the transaction, he had long flown into a great rage. He smiled coldly at this time and said, Good. Excellent. In this Breaking Dawn City, this is actually my first time encountering such ballsy people. Yu Qing, take this old man down for me. I want to see if he's really so principled. Yu Qing was naturally the 4th level C transformation guard behind him. This was Jin Peng's gold medal hired thug. Following Jin Peng, he naturally committed substantial crimes. Of course, he obtained considerable benefits too, acquiring quite a bit of cultivation resources. That was how he broke through to the 4th level C transformation. Yu Qing's strength was enough to place in the top 10 when looking at the entire Breaking Dawn city as well. Among the people present, there was only him, one middle stage C transformation realm. Who would Jin Peng fear? Yu Qing was just about to make a move when Yi Yuan took a light step, blocking perfectly between Yu Qing and Qi Hai. This old man, I'm protecting him, Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of sneer flashed across the corner of Jin Peng's mouth as he said, take care both of them. Yes, Yu Qing was likewise itching for a fight. He had already gradually become fond of this feeling of abusing people. Following Jin Peng, he could do as he pleased in this Breaking Dawn city. Sigh, this boy is foolish and rich. To think that he's still quite loyal to friends. It's just that he's kind of dumb. What a pity, this Jin Peng is a little overlord. Who in the Breaking Dawn city dares to provoke him? Beat the young one, and the old one will come. This is the scariest part. Where is there a need for the old one to come out? This checkpoint right in front might not be passable. I reckon that this boy cracked himself up to have some strength and thinks that he can cross boundaries to battle. But the person he's facing is someone at the middle stage C transformation realm. This boy definitely comes from a silkpants background too. The experts in the family all humored him, that's why he thinks that he's impressive. In truth, they are all completely flowers grown in a greenhouse, snapping once they come out. Seeing that the scene was gradually losing control a little, many stall owners started discussing. Evidently, nobody was optimistic about Yi Yuan. In their eyes, Yi Yuan and Jin Peng should be around the same, both were with a silk pants background. It was just that, Jin Peng brought along a middle stage C transformation realm. Was Yi Yuan dumb? Of course, they guessed the opening but could not guess the ending. Yi Yuan indeed came from a silk pants background, but this silk pants, was a heaven-defying silk pants. Yu Qing snickered, the strength of middle stage C transformation realm erupted entirely. A punch smashed towards Yi Yuan's face. This kind of direct abusing was even more satisfying for people. Yi Yuan's seniors and juniors watched this scene calmly all the way. The instant Yu Qing punched out, Tian Yu curled his mouth disdainfully and spat out a word from his mouth, dumbass. A 4th level C transformation realm dared to posture in front of Yi Yuan. It was purely the action of courting doom. Yi Yuan did not move all along. He just quietly watched Yu Qing, watching him display that garish punch. Just as that violent storm-like punch was about to smash onto Yi Yuan's face, Yi Yuan lightly extended a finger. Yu Qing did not think that a 1st level C transformation dared to be so overbearingly haughty in front of him. In his mind, this Yi Yuan was truly courting death to the extreme. Go and die, Yu Qing said with a hideous grin. One punch and one finger would bump together just like this. This sight in everybody's imagination did not appear. Yu Qing's violent aura instantly vanished into nothing the moment it came into contact with Yi Yuan's finger. The expression on Yu Qing's face froze there, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Ah! Yu Qing suddenly gave a miserably cry, his entire person crumbling softly onto the ground. Everyone stared fixedly and saw that Yu Qing's chest was already covered in fresh blood. What kind of situation is this? A finger crippled a 4th level C transformation. My eyes aren't blurry, right? That boy, is he really 1st level C transformation? So strong. I've seen that Yu Qing attack before. He's very strong. He was actually defeated by that boy's one finger. Many people all felt that their eyes were blurry. Yi Yuan's body clearly did not undulate any aura. He just used his finger to lightly poke Yu Qing's fist, and Yu Qing ended up like this. This was a 4th level C transformation realm. Why did he look like cotton candy? The eyes that these people looked towards Yi Yuan with again all carried thick fear. Yi Yuan did not bother with the Yu Qing on the ground. His gaze turned towards Jin Peng. Jin Peng was already dumbfounded with shock by this scene. At this time, he suddenly detected Yi Yuan's gaze, and could not help shuddering all over. Don't, you don't come over. Jin Peng repeatedly retreated in fear. Yi Yuan looked at Jin Peng and suddenly beamed and said, Silkpants is it? I'm the ancestor of Silk Pants. Seeing that ill-intent smile of Yi Yuan's, Jin Peng felt very ominous. You, what are you trying to do? Haha, you'll know very soon, Yuan said with a laugh. Chapter 482. Didn't you say it? At the City Lord Manor. A semi-clad woman in extremely thick makeup was panting endlessly in the embrace of a man in luxurious black robes. Ah, City Lord, Your Excellency, you're so naughty. Haha, this is called naughty. There are still naughtier things at the back. Hehe, I just like you to be bad. Jin Feng was just about to go further when he was interrupted by an extremely disharmonious sound. Reporting, a manservant barged inside dragging his tone, kneeling on the ground with a slam. City Lord, Your Excellency, things are bad. Jin Feng's face fell, and he said, what is it? Kicking up such a fuss. This Breaking Dawn city is already under the rule of the Purple Mansion sect at present. What major thing can there be? City Lord, Your Excellency. Young Master he, said the manservant as he panted heavily. Jin Feng's expression changed. Pushing away the woman in his arms, he stood up and asked, what happened to young master? Is it possible that there are still people who dare to touch Peng Er in this Breaking Dawn city? Young master his essence energy got sealed by someone and then hung on the city gates. A strip of cloth is even hung on him. On it was written, can you fucking say finish in one breath or not? Quickly speak, what was written? Jin Feng grabbed the manservant's collar and asked. This lowly one dare not say, said the manservant timidly. Talk, otherwise, I'll smack you to death in one palm. Jin Feng roared. Ah, don't, I'll talk. On it was written, I'm a tortoise's son. Jin Feng clapped that manservant into minced meat with one palm. I want to take a look if there's anybody more arrogant than me in this Breaking Dawn city. Saying that Peng Er is a tortoise's son, doesn't that rope your father together into the scolding? Looks like my, Jin Feng's, temper these 2 years has been too good. There are already people that dare to not appreciate it and become unbridled. Finished talking, Jin Feng rushed out with a swoosh. There were streams of people below the city gates. Many people were gesturing and pointing. Who's that young man? Such great nerves to actually dare make fun of Jin Peng, this little overlord. Don't care who it is. Either way, it really vents our anger this time. This punk normally played the tyrant. Finally, there's somebody who came out to control him. Haha, that's true. This father and son pair are like vampires, cheating us of how many essence crystals in the past. You look at what's written there. Haha, an old tortoise, a tortoise's son, really vivid. Jin Feng was powerful. The City Lord Manor had as many experts as clouds. These bottom-level martial artists normally dare not resist at all. Today, there was someone helping them vent their anger. They naturally felt liberating in their hearts. Yuan stood on top of the city gates, one leg stepping on a rope. The other end of the rope was tied onto a leg of Jin Peng's, looking really like some silk pants playing around. Jin Peng was still reluctant to admit fault in the beginning, but his essence energy was sealed by Yuan. Currently, he was no different from normal people. Being yo-yoed up and down by Yuan a couple of times, all the blood in his body rushed to his head. At the end, his entire person fainted and was now unconscious. The martial artists below were all incomparably excited when they saw this scene and gave off a series of praises. All of a sudden, an extremely strong pressure pounced from face front. Everyone chose to shut their mouths sensibly. They all knew who came. Peng Er. Jin Feng saw Jin Peng being dangled on the city walls from a long way and was so furious that he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. He came to not far away from Yuan and stood in the air, saying in a cold voice, "Punk, you really have such great gall. To actually dare provoke somebody who is far superior in power." Yuan smirked and said, "It's your son who provoked me first. Sorry, I hate others being even more silk pants than me the most." Seeing Yuan so arrogant, Jin Feng flared up even more. "Brat, quickly let Peng Er down. Or else, I'll make you die without a complete corpse." Jin Feng's killing intent was already not concealed in the slightest. The next scene made everyone dumbfounded from shock. Yuan gave an "oh," and then he actually lifted up his leg. Breaking Dawn City was a massive frontier town. Hence, the city gates were constructed very grandly. Earlier, Jin Peng was moved by Yuan to the highest point of the city gates and was several hundred feet away from the ground. In just a blink of an eye, after Yuan lifted his leg, everyone could hear a huge slam. Jin Peng's head smashed straight onto the ground. With this, even Jin Peng, a sea transformation realm powerhouse, did not react to it. Everyone all thought that Yuan would have a verbal exchange with Jin Feng and say a few fierce words. Who knew that Yuan would actually be so obedient and directly let go of the rope? Why did you release the rope? Jin Feng said, currently enraged. But Yuan said blankly, huh? Didn't you say to let me release him just now? Puff. Jin Feng nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. I asked you to release, but I didn't ask you release him that way. Jin Feng's essence energy was sealed and totally could not muster essence energy to protect the body. Hence, Jin Feng directly had intimate contact with the ground through his fragile fleshy body. Although martial artists' bodies were extremely robust under the nourishment of essence energy, it was still a flesh and blood human body in the end. He directly tumbled down from a height of several hundred feet. Moreover, it was even head landing on the ground. Oh, forgot to tell you. I poured in quite a bit of essence energy just now into the ropes. That's why it fell so quickly. You quickly take a look at him. Don't let him fall to his death. Yuan's words were hell-bent on shocking people to death. Jin Feng's figure swayed, and he nearly fell down from the air. This punk was absolutely deliberate. You've got guts, boy. You'll regret the things that you did today. Jin Feng gnashed his teeth in hatred as he glared at Yuan. Finished talking, he leapt, arriving by Jin Feng's side instantaneously. The ground was stone bricks. Currently, the stone bricks were already smashed to dust by Jin Feng's head. Jin Feng's head directly entered the ground, leaving only half of his body still on the surface, a reverse living onion. Since the start earlier, Jin Feng did not even give off a mumble. This made Jin Feng's heart give birth to a hint of foreboding premonition. If it were a normal fall, Jin Feng would not be in a situation to the extent where he could not even give off a wail. But that boy actually poured essence energy into the ropes. That speed earlier was exceedingly swift. Even he was not able to react to it. By then, Jin Feng already dropped down. Jin Feng raised his hand to pull his son out from the ground but saw that Jin Feng's entire head was a bloody mess. Clearly, he had sustained severe injuries. Seeing his son in such a wretched state, Jin Feng's killing intent surged towards the skies. Come, men! Jin Feng yelled out. Two martial artists rushed out from the crowd very soon. City Lord, Your Excellency. Send Peng back to the City Lord Manor for me. Find people to treat him at once. Jin Feng said in a low voice. Those two martial artists carried Jin Feng away very quickly. Jin Feng's expression became even more somber too. From start to end, Yuan did not stop them. Seeing Jin Feng come in front of him again, Yuan suddenly smiled and said, why the superfluous action? Actually, I dealt my blow very properly. Jin Feng can just be an idiot from now on. There's no need for him to come out and harm people. Puvark. This time, Jin Feng was really angered until he vomited blood. He had been the Breaking Dawn City's city lord for so many years. Today, he was actually being toyed around in the hands of this boy before his eyes. How could people accept this? Boy, you're digging your own grave here. Jin Feng said word by word. Chapter 483 Toying with. Haha, I am digging a grave. But, it's dug for you, said Yuan with a smile. He took no heed of Jin Feng's threat. What a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be stubborn in a while. Jin Feng's hand suddenly appeared a ringed great saber. Killing intent surged towards the skies without being concealed at all. When those martial artists below were enveloped by this immense killing intent, they withdrew one after another. Yuan, who was opposite of Jin Feng, was seemingly oblivious to the intent. Jin Feng's killing intent seemed to directly pass through Yuan without any effect. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng's expression suddenly became grave. Jin Feng being able to become the Breaking Dawn City's city lord was by fighting it out with his own strength and real swords and spears. This youngster might be remarkable, but he's still a little too reckless. Jin Feng has killed countless people in his life. This killing intent is already on the verge of materializing. It's on a completely different level from that Yu Qing. I heard that before Jin Feng became the Breaking Dawn City's city lord, he killed countless people. Back then, when he was still at the 6th level C transformation, he wielded the ringed great saber in his hands alone to come and challenge the previous city lord. The previous city lord was a 7th level C transformation expert. Jin Feng actually crossed realms and killed his opponent, becoming the new city lord. It could be seen how formidable his strength is. Now that Jin Feng has already broken through to the 7th level C transformation for so many years, his strength is already on an entirely different level from back then. Against the present Jin Feng, most likely even 9th level C transformations might not be his match. Yeah, he has already not personally taken action in the Breaking Dawn City for many years. Nobody knows just how powerful he is now, but just based on this killing intent, it can make ordinary martial artists' minds waver and not even unleash their martial techniques, right? Crossing a small stage to battle was as easy as eating and drinking to Yi Yuan. But among normal martial artists, it was as hard as ascending to the heavens. For Jin Feng to be able to cross realms and kill a 7th level C transformation when he was at the 6th level C transformation, it could be seen that his concept's comprehension was already tremendously powerful. However, concept's comprehension this sort of thing, Yi Yuan transcended the entire endless world. Boy, I couldn't tell that you still have some capabilities to actually be immune to the killing intent that I'm releasing. However, my ravaging heaven's melody saber isn't that easy to resolve. Die obediently. Jin Feng gave a cold smile. The saber quaked, and a series of clashing metal sounds emitted from the blade's body. As soon as this sound emitted, it was like a demonic melody, tunneling into every martial artist's ears. Those martial artists down below did not think that such a situation would occur. Each and every one of them desperately used their hands to cover their eyes. But even so, the expressions on their faces were still incomparably as if in agony. Even Yi Yuan's mind fell into a trance after hearing this bizarre demonic melody. Once Jin Feng saw this state, he cleaved towards Yi Yuan with a blade. Yet, Jin Feng's eyes blurred, and Yi Yuan's figure vanished. He was inwardly alarmed and suddenly felt like his blade was being blocked by something. It actually could not slash downwards. Focusing his eyes to look, Jin Feng's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were frightened away. He saw that Yi Yuan had actually arrived before him since who knew when, using 2 fingers to clasp hold on his ringed great saber. The saber momentum stopped, and the sound wave attack immediately dissipated. Those martial artists below recovered to normal very quickly, but when they saw the scene of Yi Yuan using his fingers to grab hold of Jin Feng's saber, every one of them was astounded until their jaws all hit the ground. You got to kidding, right? Such sharp and fierce saber momentum. He actually used his fingers to grab it, and he is still perfectly unscathed. Just who in the world is this youth? Why is he so powerful? Using one's fingers to grab Jin Feng's ringed great saber, even peak 9th level C transformation won't dare to do so as well, right? Too strong. Totally not on the same level. Completely crushed. A 1st level C transformation crushing a 7th level C transformation. Such a thing actually happened. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body was much stronger than Jin Feng's saber intent. Jin Feng's saber intent could not harm Yi Yuan at all. Things that other people dare not do, Yi Yuan did it without impediment. How can you not be affected by the sound wave attack? Jin Feng was alarmed until he was stammering when he talked. For that lousy thing of yours to want to hurt me, training another 1,000 years isn't enough either. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his body surged with sword intent. With a smash, Jin Feng was sent flying out. Yi Yuan had indeed received the influence of the sound wave earlier. This sound wave attack not only acted on the martial artist's sense of hearing, but it also applied to the martial artist's divine soul even more, making it impossible to guard against. But once that attack reached Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the nameless black bead suspended in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness lightly vibrated and dissipated the attack. Yi Yuan did not even have time to take the initiative to defend. What this sound wave attack was most powerful, it was divine soul attack. Once the divine soul attack was broken, one just had to use essence energy to close off their hearing, and the sound wave attack would be useless. Jin Feng was struck by the sword intent released from Yi Yuan's body. His innards were like being overturned, instantaneously sustaining extremely severe internal injuries. Just what is this boy's background? How can he be so strong? Up until now, he hasn't even released a proper attack. Jin Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. He could sense that Yi Yuan was completely toying with him. Or else, with that blow earlier, he would already have croaked. You got to kidding. Just using the powerful sword intent emitted from his body and he could cross boundaries to wound a 7th level C transformation martial artist. If he were to unleash martial techniques, then how strong would that be? Thinking up to here, Jin Feng unwittingly shuddered. How could such a powerful existence suddenly appear in Breaking Dawn City? Seeing Yi Yuan walk over towards him, Jin Feng crawled to his feet and flew in the direction of the City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and followed after. His speed was much faster than Jin Feng's and caught up to him very quickly. Sword intent clashed with saber intent. Jin Feng was sent flying by Yi Yuan again. Just like this, Yi Yuan chased Jin Feng all the way to the City Lord Manor. Lord Dai, help, Lord Dai. Jin Feng's shrill cry reverberated throughout the City Lord Manor. Jin Feng's body directly broke the City Lord Manor's front gate, flying inside. Yi Yuan slowly walked inside the City Lord Manor. Looking at the Jin Feng lying on the ground covered entirely in blood, he said coolly, "You father and son pair committed all sorts of crime in Breaking Dawn City. You complied to the Tranquil Cloud sect in public while opposing in private, and actually even willingly become the Purple Mansion sect's lackeys. Death isn't regrettable." Jin Feng was alarmed in his heart, and he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly as he said, why you are? How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any news at all that you came to Breaking Dawn City? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If you got the news, how could I make it to Breaking Dawn City? Alright, thanks for leading the way. Now, you can go die already." "Ah, don't," Jin Feng yelled out in despair. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him. Forming a sword with his fingers, a streak of sword chi sped like the wind towards Jin Feng. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared between the two people. The person lightly flapped his sleeves. That streak of sword chi was scattered. When Jin Feng saw this person's back view, he immediately said agitatedly, "Lo Lord Dai. Many thanks for Lord Dai's life-saving grace." But when Yi Yuan stared at the person before his eyes, his expression became solemn. Chapter 484. If I want to kill him, you can't prevent I didn't think that the Purple Mansion sect actually sent a Soul Sea Realm over to station at Breaking Dawn City. This person in front of Yi Yuan wearing the Purple Mansion sect's outfit was shockingly a Soul Sea Realm expert. Yi Yuan even thought that the Purple Mansion sect would at most send a 9th level sea transformation here. To think that it would actually be a Soul Sea Realm. The Purple Mansion sect's Soul Sea Realms appeared to be many, but when distributed across the entire southern domain, it was not enough. Since the Purple Mansion sect eradicated the 6 great sects until now, it had merely been several months' time. There were still many places that were not very stable, requiring Soul Sea Realm experts to hold down the fort. Yi Yuan never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect would send a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse here to hold down the fort at Breaking Dawn City. It was a remote place. The Purple Mansion sect Grand Elder had a middle-aged appearance. Among Soul Sea Realm experts, he was also considered an up-and-coming star. After the middle-aged man saw Yi Yuan, he was observing Yi Yuan the entire time but did not speak. Seeing Yi Yuan talk at this time, he gave a faint smile too and said, "Looking at your appearance, you're that Yi Yuan from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This seat is the Purple Mansion sect's Dai Yuan." From the initial shock, Yi Yuan recovered too and said coolly, "That's right. I'm precisely Yi Yuan. To think that Elder Dai actually recognized me at a glance." Dai Yuan said smilingly, "Stopping my Purple Mansion sect with your strength alone. Wanting to not recognize you is out of the question as well. Furthermore, you have such skills at such an age. I thought about it, in the land of the southern domain, there's only you." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "I'm quite surprised though. Why is Elder Dai here in Breaking Dawn City?" This Dai Yuan was actually not in a rush to take action against Yi Yuan either. He actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, appearing like everything was under control. Seeing Yi Yuan asking, Dai Yuan did not hide anything either, and he said with a smile, "Speaking of it, me being here is still because of you." Yi Yuan was said bewilderedly, "Because of me?" Dai Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Because you've done too many inconceivable things. In order to prevent for contingencies, Sect Master went out of the way to transfer me over from another place to garrison this place. It's just I didn't think that this contingency actually really happened." Yi Yuan could not help smilingly bitterly when he heard that. The one who drew this Soul Sea Realm expert over was actually still himself. But Yi Yuan became curious again very soon and inquired, "There are many frontier cities that can lead to the northern domain. How did you know that I'd definitely go through this Breaking Dawn City?" Dai Yuan said, "About this, Martial Nephew Lin Chao is still quite far-sighted. He once said that if the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, they would definitely break down into parts, and choose an extremely remote city to leave. And with your personality, you're bound to choose the most complicated circumstances Breaking Dawn City." To think that his words really hit the mark. Yi Yuan could not help being slightly amazed. This Lin Chao's thoughts were meticulous. He was definitely an adversary that was extremely hard to deal with. Including the previous time he Minged led a team to besiege the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also Lin Chao guessing that it was him presiding over the Grand Array. This Lin Chao's understanding of his character was very thorough. He was also exceptionally skilled in grabbing other people's soft spots to do things, and his actions were remarkably ruthless. If not that he had some measures, he would really still have to suffer a huge deal the previous time. Seeing Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of realization, Dai Yuan then asked, "Martial nephew Lin said that there was a need to guard against you guys. I previously even thought that he was making a big deal over nothing. Looking at it now, your means are truly fantastic. Before meeting you, I actually did not even get wind of any news at all." Sect Master laid down countless informers at the Tranquil Cloud sect. How did you all escape? Yi Yuan did not conceal anything either, briefly recounting the matter of him constructing a miniature transmission array, leaving Dai Yuan staring wide-eyed and mouth agape. After a long time, Dai Yuan finally heaved a long sigh and said, "What Martial nephew Lin said was correct. Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple escaping to the northern domain are but stray dogs. You're my fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Yi Yuan, I actually focus wholeheartedly on Dao and dislike these strifes. But you and I each serve a different master. I can't let you leave today." Yi Yuan nodded slightly. He also saw through that this Dai Yuan was rather different from the Purple Mansion sect's other people. Or else, it was not possible to talk so much crap with him. But since Dai Yuan showed up here, this fight was destined to be unavoidable. "Come on," Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan was stupefied as he asked weirdly, "You want to fight with me? What, can it be that you want me to surrender?" Yi Yuan replied with a question instead. "Isn't that so? I know that your strength is very formidable and can cross realms to battle. But, against me, you don't have any chance of winning." Dai Yuan shook his head and said. Yi Yuan was rather amused and said, "How will one know without trying?" At this time, Jin Feng, who had been watching the two people converse by the side the entire time, said with a loud laugh, "Punk, what are you thinking? Lord Dai is a Soul Sea realm expert. You, a puny little sea transformation realm, actually dare challenge him with no notion of how high the heaven, and how deep the earth is." Soul Sea realm was an invincible existence to sea transformation realms. This was common sense. Yi Yuan's actions were actually subverting common sense in itself. Jin Feng finding it absurd was within reason too. Yet, Yi Yuan's existence had always been smashing common sense. Seeing Jin Feng rear his head, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Just now that interruption, I forgot that there was still you, a trash. All right then, before fighting, I'll send you to heaven first. There's no need to thank me." Yi Yuan already had an understanding of the conduct of Jin Feng, this father and son pair. Jin Feng, this person, had complete disregard for human life. Using his position as a city lord, who knew how many people he had exploited. The martial artists all dared to be angry but dared not voice out. Regarding such a scourge, Yi Yuan would never show leniency. However, Dai Yuan clearly did not plan on letting Yi Yuan kill Jin Feng. He said indifferently, "Jin Feng has already pledged allegiance to my Purple Mansion sect. I won't let you kill him." Jin Feng was overjoyed hearing that and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Dai. Jin Feng will definitely slog it out for the Purple Mansion sect." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "Punk, in front of Lord Dai, you still dare to be so arrogant. The southern domain being unified by the Purple Mansion sect is already something which cannot be stopped. You all these Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining spawns still not going to obediently submit to arrest with folded arms." With Dao Yuan backing him, Jin Feng felt like his waist could be straightened even more. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Jin Feng. Instead, he said to Dai Yuan nonchalantly, "If I want to kill him, you can't prevent it." His voice had yet to fade when innumerable flower petals instantly appeared in the city lord manner. It was precisely Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. The power of this move was rather formidable. Although it was not worth mentioning to him, to Jin Feng, it was plenty to kill him several times over. Dao Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. Majestic essence energy partitioned those flower petals far away. When Jin Feng saw such a horrifying move, his eyes revealed a stunned expression. But, seeing Dai Yuan resolving it casually, he could not help becoming even cockier. "Ha ha, you." Just a boy who is overestimating his own strength. I'm standing right here, you come and kill me. Come and kill me, Jin Feng said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. All of a sudden, Jin Feng's laughter ceased abruptly. Because he felt a chill behind his back. 2 fingers pressed at the center of his back since who knew when. As you wish, Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld. Force was released. A sharp and fierce sword intent instantly pierced Jin Feng's heart. Chapter 485 Battling Soul Sea. Dai Yuan reacted at the first moment. But it was already too late for him to save people. Avatar body. Seeing the 2 Yi Yuans, one at the front and one at the back, Dai Yuan's expression became somber. Seemed like this Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than imagined. As for Jin Feng's life and death, Dai Yuan actually was not overly concerned. Jin Feng used his final consciousness to lower his head and look at his own chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Finally, his consciousness dissipated entirely, and his body collapsed weakly onto the ground. Looks like I still underestimated you. Dai Yuan heaved a sigh and said. The avatar body was not the least bit threatening to him at all. But to Jin Feng, it was deadly. Yi Yuan's means were inexhaustible. It really made it impossible to guard against. Dai Yuan could not help sizing up this youth before his eyes once more as if the latter had limitless methods. It was not to the extent where Yi Yuan really had the qualifications to fight with him, right? Dao Yuan very quickly denied this idea. How was this possible? Between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm, there was a giant chasm. It was impossible to cross, let alone that Yi Yuan was still only first-level Sea Transformation. What was happening to him? He was actually frightened from a teenage youth, truly declining as he aged. Dai Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. All right, that hindering fellow is already eliminated. There won't be people hampering us anymore. When Yi Yuan was talking, he was actually brimming with fighting intent. You're sure that you really want to fight with me? I know that your strength isn't weak, but it's precisely so that I might not be able to grasp the limits properly. A genius like you falling is seriously too pitiable, Dai Yuan asked once more. Yi Yuan did not think that this Dai Yuan actually still had a heart that cherished talents, and he was rather surprised. But since Yi Yuan broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm, he had yet to unleash his full strength. He was already matchless among Sea Transformation Realms. Only Soul Sea Realm experts were worthy to be his opponent. This Dai Yuan was clearly an opponent tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Haha, Elder Dai is indeed quite different from He Ming those scumbags. But you don't have to worry about me. Just come at me with your best shot. Even if I beat you today, I'll let you leave as well, Yi Yuan said with a huge laugh. Arrogance. In Dai Yuan's eyes, this Yi Yuan was too arrogant. A Sea Transformation Realm saying to let a Soul Sea Realm live. This sounded somewhat comical no matter how one listened to it. Dai Yuan's face sunk slightly and he said, Humph. What a rampant boy, I want to see just how you'll beat me. Finished talking, the 2 people arrived in midair without prior consultation. With their strength, fighting in the City Lord manner would probably exterminate even fowls and dogs at the side. You guys, look, there are 2 people facing off over there. That purple shirt man has such a powerful pressure. Doesn't seem like what Sea Transformation Realm experts can have. Could that be a Soul Sea Realm expert? My god, is this Soul Sea Realm? Indeed ridiculously powerful, separated so far away and I'm even somewhat stifled. Moreover, I feel that he isn't even intentionally giving off the pressure of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Who's that young man opposite him? Seems like only first-level Sea Transformation. These 2 people facing off in the air aren't about to have a fight, right? Are you kidding? First-level Sea Transformation versus first-level Soul Sea. Is that boy a moron? You're the moron. That young man is the youth who used his fingers to grab Jin Feng's great ringed saber just now on top of the city gates. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. He was chasing Jin Feng to the City Lord manor and actually provoked a Soul Sea Realm expert. But, no matter how great his strength is, squaring off against Soul Sea Realm, it is most likely a hopeless action. What? Using his fingers to grab City Lord's great ring saber? Holy shit, are the youths now all powerful to such a degree? Indeed, these front waves, are all smacked to death on the beach. Once Yi Yuan and Dai Yuan appeared, they drew a large number of martial artists to crowd around and spectate. But Dai Yuan's aura was too strong. Those martial artists all crowded around far away to watch self-consciously. Nobody dared to approach the 2 people. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and directly activated Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Facing Soul Sea Realm experts, his present realm was seriously too low. Hence, Yi Yuan did not hesitate, using Origin Spirit 9 transformations straight away. Dao Yuan's expression changed. He saw Yi Yuan's aura rise with rapid speed and actually broke through the second-level C transformation very quickly. Yi Yuan's aura surged all the way, finally stopping at the 4th-level C transformation. Yi Yuan borrowed the power of the essence energy in his body first to instantly break through 3 minor realms, arriving at the middle stage C transformation realm. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan's expression could not help changing drastically. This. Could it be that what you just used is Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Dai Yuan exclaimed in shock. You actually know the Origin Spirit 9 transformations? Hearing Dai Yuan saw through it right away, Yi Yuan was also quite surprised. Hiss. It's really Origin Spirit 9 transformations. I heard that you silently sneaked into the Fierce Gale world. Could it be that you stole the Shui family's martial art manuals away? Dai Yuan's brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Stole away? You're thinking too much. Shui family, those dunces. Most likely, there has yet to be anyone who can use it to my level, Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan was involuntarily shocked, and he thought to himself that was true as well. It had only been a few months' time. If Yi Yuan really stole the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was absolutely impossible to cultivate to such a level. Directly breaking through from early stage C transformation to middle stage C transformation, such a span was too outrageous. Dai Yuan naturally did not know that the reason why Yi Yuan only broke through 3 minor realms was that his essence energy C was too large. With Yi Yuan's foundation, advancing 3 minor realms was already the limit. But the way those martial artists below them saw it, that was entirely not the case. What martial technique did that youth use just now? He actually broke through to middle stage C transformation in the blink of an eye. Too sick. Never heard before that there's still such a perverse martial technique. With such a martial technique, wouldn't crossing realms to battle be as simple as eating and drinking? He initially thought that it was just a lopsided fight. Now, it looks like there's a good show to watch. That young man's strength was very formidable to begin with. Now, he actually broke through 3 minor realms in succession. While I don't know how much distance it can pull closer to Soul Sea Realm, there is more or less something worth watching. Such a battle is hard to come across in 100 years in the Breaking Dawn City. These martial artists' blood were all boiling. They were looking forward to this great fight. Soul Sea Realm experts were extremely rare in the southern domain. Except for the 8 great sects, there were extremely few Soul Sea Realm experts that existed. Just like the disparity between strength, wanting to break through to Soul Sea Realm from Sea Transformation Realm was similarly a heavenly chasm. Being able to watch a Soul Sea Realm expert level great battle today was perhaps a turning point for them too. 1,000 flowing petals. Yi Yuan's Kanghua sword shook. Countless flying petals swept over. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to Sea Transformation Realm, his execution of 1,000 flowing petals was already at the extent of being at his fingertips. Executing this martial technique virtually did not require any time at all. Yi Yuan leapt lightly. The Kanghua sword wrapped around by countless flying petals slashed towards Dai Yuan. Chapter 486 Defeat. Fine lad, watch this. Even though Dai Yuan had confidence, he did not dare to belittle Yi Yuan at this time either. Yi Yuan's combat strength greatly surpassed his level itself. Consecutively jumping 3 minor realms at this moment, God knew how formidable his strength was. Such an increase in strength was already very terrifying for ordinary martial artists, let alone it happening to a top genius. Yi Yuan's speed was seemingly slow, but in reality, it was fast. Furthermore, it was erratic, just like a specter. Moreover, the places that he reached all had large quantities of flower petals following, looking like countless large flower petals had bloomed in the air. Crane danced 7 absolute palms. Dai Yuan's palm force spat out. It was akin to a mortal crane's dancing, graceful and agile. At this instance, the power of a Soul Sea Realm martial artist was displayed beyond all doubt. The places that Dai Yuan's palm wind reached, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would be dissipated instantly. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was nigh invincible in the Sea Transformation Realm. But in front of Dai Yuan, it could not gain any advantage at all. This is Soul Sea Realm. Really powerful. A casual move can explode with such horrifying power. It's completely not what sea transformation realms can contend with. Fuck you, are you blind? Isn't the youth that's fighting with him a sea transformation realm? If not for seeing with my own eyes, I truly dare not believe that there is really a sea transformation realm that can fight to such a level with a soul sea realm. That young man is indeed powerful. But he totally cannot approach that purple shirt expert. Carrying on like this, a defeat is something inevitable. Yi Yuan and Dai Yuan exchanged 100 moves in the blink of an eye. But Yi Yuan simply could not even enter a 50 feet radius around Dai Yuan. Moreover, Dai Yuan had been on defensive the entire time and had yet to take the initiative to attack once. Hence, in the other martial artist's view, Yi Yuan's strength much too weak. Actually, they did not know that it was not that Dai Yuan did not want to counterattack, but it was because he simply could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Yi Yuan's figure was erratic, leaving upon hitting. He seemed to be completely without any desire to continue fighting aggressively. Dai Yuan simply could not figure out where Yi Yuan's next attack would appear at. Only by waiting for Yi Yuan to take the initiative to show himself that he could passively counterattack. From start to end, it was all Yi Yuan holding the initiative. Yi Yuan's attack might not be able to pose a threat to Dai Yuan. Likewise, Dai Yuan had no way of causing any harm to Yi Yuan. By fusing the wind flow concept into his movement technique, it made Yi Yuan's movements become extremely bizarre. For Dai Yuan to want to catch Yi Yuan, he had to give up on his defensive circle and let Yi Yuan approach. But Dai Yuan, who had already borne witness to Yi Yuan's methods, did not dare to do so at this time. Who knew if this boy had some powerful attack that could breach the protective essence energy of a Soul Sea Realm expert? Therefore, Dai Yuan also decided to play it safely, executing probing attacks with Yi Yuan first. Fighting up until now looked like flowers cascading from the skies. Actually, it was just the two people warming up. It was just that the way the other martial artists saw it, this was already a peak battle. Because among them, there was no one at all who could withstand a casual blow from the two people. In the crowd, Tian Yu and the rest were watching the fight too. When they saw Yi Yuan suddenly face off with a Soul Sea Realm expert, their hearts leapt to their throats. As disciples of the 8 great sects, they were deeply aware of the might of Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Tian Yu, they all knew that Yi Yuan had once defeated the myriad sword sect's Qin Yan. But, just what the chances of victory was like facing off against a Soul Sea Realm expert, they really had no score in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yuan locked in battle with Dai Yuan at this time, they were a little calm in their hearts instead. However, they were also aware that the real fight was only starting now. Yi Yuan, do you plan on dragging it out like this all the way? I can afford to drag on, but can you do so? Carrying on probing like this, you won't be able to figure out just where the limits of my strength lie either. Dai Yuan clearly had plenty of strength left over, even talking while he was defending. Alright then, 1,000 flowing petals, arise. Yi Yuan's voice came over faintly. All of a sudden, essence energy flower petals that blotted out the skies and covered the earth condensed in the sky above breaking dawn city, practically covering the sun. Horrifying essence energy undulations crushed the martial artists below until they could not catch their breath. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan was not alarmed but became delighted instead. Yi Yuan was finally going to have a frontal battle with him. Under the powerful strength of Soul Sea Realm, everything was nothingness. With the strength of 4th level sea transformation, the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan used was unbelievably horrifying from beginning to end. Right now, the entire sky was a sea of flower petals, looking extremely torrential and grandiose. If Yi Yuan could battle with Zhao Chenggan in his present state, it was ample to one-shot him. Haha, this should be the move that you created yourself, right? Indeed prodigious. If I didn't have Soul Sea Realm strength, I would most likely be one-shotted by you instantly. Truly impressive. However, using this move to deal with me is still too tender. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. When Dai Yuan's move was released, it instantaneously amassed massive quantities of heaven and earth essence energy. The aura belonging to a Soul Sea Realm pushed aside the petals which filled the skies. Fuck me. So, this is their true strength. I already have no way of describing using words. These two people are really powerful until it makes people despair. Yeah, if this is the true strength of a Soul Sea Realm, then I feel that I'll probably have no way of striding out this step for the rest of my life. That young man only has 4th level sea transformation boundary right now and can actually unleash such a terrifying move. In my view, This move of his might really not be beneath that Soul Sea realms. The two people's moves are both extremely terrifying. Who wins and who loses? It is really hard to say. Dai Yuan struck out a palm, compressing the air until it exploded. Yi Yuan sensed a harrowing aura coming from the front. Facing a Soul Sea realm expert's powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it. Mobilizing those countless flower petals, it charged at Dai Yuan frantically. Yet, the 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed finally lost its edge this time. Even with the 1,000 flowing petals detonation producing massive obstruction, Dai Yuan's palm wind still pressed forward irresistibly like a hot knife through butter. Talking about it was as if things happened slowly, but in reality, it was only in a twinkle. Dai Yuan's crane dance 9 heavens finally still landed on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan was blasted out several hundred feet away. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Sigh, still lost in the end. But for a sea transformation realm martial artist to be able to accomplish to such an extent, it's already plenty to be proud of. Yeah, a first-level sea transformation could actually cross a major realm to fight with a first-level soul sea to such an extent. Before this, I simply dare not imagine it. Also don't know how that soul sea realm expert plan on dealing with him. Such a genius perishing is truly too pitiable. A series of sighs was emitted from the crowd. But regarding Yi Yuan's performance, they were all immensely shocked. If it were an ordinary first-level sea transformation, they probably would not have the courage to attack at all in front of a Soul Sea realm expert, right? Dai Yuan flew to not far away from Yi Yuan, his face carrying solemnness as he said, "Really didn't expect that you could actually force me to use Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Furthermore, even dissipating most of Crane Dance 9 Heavens' force truly widened my horizons greatly. However, it ends here. Follow me back to the Purple Mansion sect." Chapter 487 You're very strong. Hearing Dai Yuan's words, Yi Yuan suddenly wiped away the fresh blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and gave a grin. Soul Sea realm is indeed powerful. Looks like I still underestimated Elder Dai. Elder Dai's strength, among first-level Soul Sea realms, is also considered very strong. But wanting to bring me away just based on this is still not quite enough. Dai Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "I know that geniuses all have their pride. But you being able to perform to such an extent is already very impressive. Even if you lost, there's nothing to be ashamed of either." The way Dai Yuan saw it, Yi Yuan was a dead duck being stubborn and could not bear a loss. In the case of geniuses, their talents were greater compared to normal people. But they also found it very hard to accept failure without misgivings. Yi Yuan forcing him to this extent with first-level sea transformation boundary was truly very remarkable already. Lost? Haha, I can't afford to lose. Hence, my only way out is to keep winning all the way. Yi Yuan laughed self-mockingly. Finished talking, Yi Yuan released his aura fully once more. Wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon condensed and formed in his hands rapidly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan's face changed. This move had yet to be released, and it already made even him, this Soul Sea realm expert, feel somewhat daunted. Presumably, the power was extraordinary. Just how many trump cards in his hands has this boy not used yet? The power of that move earlier was freakish enough already. This current move is actually even more perverse than the move just now. Dai Yuan silently cussed in his heart. But grumbling was grumbling. Dai Yuan's speed of executing his move was not slow. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. It was still the previous move, Crane Dance 9 Heavens. But this time, Dai Yuan used 90% of his power. Under normal circumstances, not at a life-and-death juncture, martial artists would not employ all of their essence energy. If the essence energy that one martial technique move expended were too much, it would make the martial artist lack strength to carry on. Once they could not dispose of their opponent, then it would be them perishing. Hence, martial artists only used 60%-70% of their strength under most circumstances when fighting. That Crane Dance 9 Heavens move earlier, Dai Yuan already wielded 70% strength. It was not to be underestimated how this 70% strength did not seem to be much. To a first-level sea transformation like Yi Yuan, it was already tremendous respect. One had to know that if Dai Yuan's opponent were swapped, he probably would not even use 10% of his strength. First-level Soul Sea and fourth-level sea transformation was simply not a fight on the same level. But this time, Dai Yuan used 90% power in one go. It was practically already his full power. Before this, Dai Yuan simply had not thought of this possibility that Yi Yuan would actually forced him to this sort of degree, 90% power crane dance 9 heavens. It actually carried the faint cries of immortal cranes in the palm wind. It could be seen that Dai Yuan already displayed this move to the ultimate. The roaring sounds of the wind and fire colossal dragon and the faint cries of immortal crane surged to the skies, colliding together fiercely. A massive impact, stirring up waves of air billows, sending the city lord manor's rubble flying. The martial artists below already deliberately maintained distances, but there were still many martial artists who were knocked over by this bout of air blast. The shock wave of Soul Sea realm level battle was too great. Hiss, that young man is too scary. This time, the two people are actually evenly matched. He is still first level sea transformation and has such terrifying combat strength already. By the time his strength reaches Soul Sea realm, how terrifying would it be? This young man seems to have limitless trump cards. I even thought that move just now was already his greatest trump card. To think that this move is even more terrifying. This time, Yi Yuan and Dai Yuan fought to a draw. Dai Yuan was actually blasted flying out. But Dai Yuan's realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's, so he only suffered some light injuries. However, this was already plenty to shock Dai Yuan to his core. The attack of a middle stage sea transformation realm could actually hurt a Soul Sea realm. Furthermore, the attack this time was even under the prerequisite of him using 90% power. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan's combat strength was already infinitely close to his. Yi Yuan, I must admit now that you have enough qualifications to be my opponent. You're very strong, Dai Yuan declared to Yi Yuan earnestly. Yi Yuan was similarly blasted flying out, but his injuries were much heavier compared to Dai Yuan's. However, Yi Yuan's facial expression did not have the slightest hint of pain. He was abnormally excited instead. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he actually gradually developed a liking for this feeling of fighting. Previous life, all of his time and energy was spent on alchemy skills, and he virtually did not experience the joy of fighting. But in this life, he walked the path of vengeance and experienced countless instances of great life and death battles. He actually gradually developed a liking for this sort of feeling. This feeling of treading the borders of life and death made Yi Yuan incomparably stimulated. Fighting formidable foes one after another also made Yi Yuan unbelievably free from inhibitions. This feeling of liberation was exactly the same as refining pills. Originally, Yi Yuan was only passively walking the martial path. But now, he quite enjoyed this joy of growing. Yi Yuan was deeply aware that only by falling in love madly with something could people have the chance to reach the top. Previously, he had always been forcing himself to cultivate the martial path. Actually, it was not enough to sustain him to reach Ji Candlan's height. But now, Yi Yuan had the confidence to surpass everything. Haha, Elder Dai, you're very strong too. Truly to my heart's content. Let's fight again, Yi Yuan said heroically. Dai Yuan's life goal was likewise the martial path. In this battle, fighting until now had great inspiration to him. Saying it out was even quite inconceivable. A Soul Sea realm expert actually obtained enormous harvests through a fight with a sea transformation realm martial artist. Yet, this was not something that was unthinkable. Yi Yuan's moves contained the of the great Tao, much greater than Dai Yuan's own comprehensions. It was precisely due to this that Dai Yuan could glean much insights from this battle. He believed that if he went back to seclude and comprehend things this time, he was bound to have huge harvests. But the fight was not over yet. Haha, good, it's hard to meet an opponent like you. The next attack, you have to be careful. This is where the essence of my life's work lie, and also my final trump card. If that was your limits just now, I advise you to best not fight anymore and surrender without resistance. Dai Yuan was also stimulated by Yi Yuan's heroicness and wanted to have a final great battle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I said before, I'll keep winning all the way. Elder Dai, you'd better return to the Purple Mansion sect and devote yourself to the martial path. This kind of thing like invading the endless world is unsuited for you. Haha, Yi Yuan, you see it clearly. But, I, Dai Yuan, received His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's, great grace. How can I watch with folded arms to this sort of thing? Enough crap, come and fight, Dai Yuan said with a loud laugh. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll send you packing. I recently comprehended a sword move. I myself have not tested its power either. Elder Dai, you have to be careful. After the laughter, the two people's expressions were both a never-before solemnness. Both knew that the other party's next attack would be an earth-shattering blow. Chapter 488 Myriad Rain Sword Blades. What are they talking about? Invade the endless world, seems like that's the meaning. However, what in the world is going on? Who would invade the endless world for no reason? No idea. Their conversation is rather baffling. Yuan's words caused a considerable stir among the crowd. The Purple Mansion sect's true face had yet to be exposed up until now. These martial artists still thought that the Southern Domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. Even though Yuan did not put the cards on the table, he actually already stated it very obviously. As to how much these people would believe, it would be up to their fortunes. If possible, Yuan naturally wanted to bring everyone in the Southern Domain and move north. But time was pressing, and where would he find the time to convince these people one by one? And at this time, the atmosphere between the two in the air already become somewhat strange. The two people were still talking in a jovial manner just now. At this moment, the expressions on the two people's faces were a never-before solemn. It even led to the surrounding atmosphere to be somewhat different. Some slightly stronger martial artists were affected by this atmosphere and sensibly distanced away from the two once more. Very soon, somebody guessed that this might be Yuan or Dai Yuan going to unleash their move. Right then, Dai Yuan moved. This time, Dai Yuan no longer held anything back. His full strength erupted abruptly. The surrounding essence energy gathered around him frenziedly. Quickly look, what's that? My god, he actually condensed gathered essence into materialization. How much heaven and earth essence energy did he needed to gather? Immortal Crane Phantom. The power of this move truly demonstrates the disparity between Soul Sea Realm and Sea Transformation Realm. Wonder how that young man will respond. Where Dai Yuan's palm force rose, a faint phantom of an immortal crane actually formed gradually. That was to say that Dai Yuan already condensed essence energy to materialization. It could be seen how great the power of this move was. And the condensed form of the amassed essence was precisely the prominent characteristic of Soul Sea Realm experts. Soul Sea Realm experts could gather very terrifying essence energy with a wave of their hands. It was already on an entirely different level from Sea Transformation Realm experts. This essence energy that was gathered could become corporeal. It could be seen just how powerful a martial technique move that they could use was. But to the early stage Soul Sea Dai Yuan, condensing gathered essence was still somewhat too forceful. That was why he saved this move for the last. Even so, that faint immortal crane phantom was also sufficient to astonish people. On the other side, after Yuan prepared for a long time, he finally moved too. But this movement left everyone dumbstruck in amazement. What? This young man can actually condense gathered essence into materialization too. Isn't he just Sea Transformation Realm? What the fuck? This is too perverse. He actually condensed out so many sword blades. Just who the hell is this young man? His talent is too terrifying as well. Since ancient times, I've never heard of anybody who could condense gathered essence into materialization at the Sea Transformation Realm. Yuan used Kanghua's sword as a guide, and then around them were condensed myriad tiny sword blades. The sword blades were not large, it was like fragments of a sword. Regardless of so, Yuan succeeded in condensing beyond all doubt. Those martial artists down below did not know Yuan's past. If they knew that Yuan could already maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the spirit condensation realm, perhaps they would feel that him condensing gathered essence in the Sea Transformation Realm was nothing much. Of course, the difficulty of condensing gathered essence was completely not on the same level as maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy. Otherwise, Dai Yuan would not treat it as his final ace in the hole either. However, Yuan's realm was still a little low in the end. So his control over essence energy reached an extremely minute degree, only condensing out tiny sword blades. This way, the difficulty would lessen greatly. Seeing this scene, Dai Yuan's face also had indescribable solemnness. The impact that Yuan gave him today was seriously too great. I truly didn't think that you can actually perform to such an extent. You really made this Dai widen his horizons. Then let us use this move to determine the victor. With cranes, immortal comes. Go. Dai Yuan's palm force pressed on. That faint immortal crane phantom attacked Yuan with a light cry. Seeing that aggressive immortal crane phantom, Yuan launched this martial technique unhurriedly. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. Myriad Rain Sword Blades. Sword blades whirled towards the immortal crane with extreme speed. It actually somewhat had the hint of reaching first despite launching later. In that instance, in the eyes of the martial artists below, an immortal crane and a massive cluster of sword rain collided together violently, seemingly like a celestial phenomenon. A violent explosion sound emitted in the air. Two figures plummeted from the skies respectively. When Tian Yu saw the situation, he hurriedly leapt up and caught the Yi Yuan who fell down. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you alright? When the tranquil cloud sect disciples saw the situation, they hurriedly crowded around and showed great concern about his well-being. Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale. The corners of his mouth and his body dripped with a considerable amount of blood, his condition looking very poor. Seeing his seniors and juniors express concern, Yi Yuan waved his hands feebly and said, "It's fine. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, I'll have to trouble you to help me over." Dai Yuan did not have Yi Yuan's treatment. His body slammed fiercely onto the ground. But this degree of impact was not considered much to Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Dai Yuan's injuries were primarily from the fight earlier. He was covered in wounds all over his body. That appearance was just like being stabbed by swords. They were evidently wounds left behind by Yi Yuan's move just now. Seeing Yi Yuan came over, Dai Yuan could not help forcing a smile and said, "To think that I actually lost to a sea transformation realm today. However, you're really very strong. Being able to condense gathered essence into materialization at the sea transformation realm, not saying never to be seen again, it's absolutely without any precedence, right?" This sentence from Dai Yuan immediately brought on a storm. This Soul Sea realm actually lost. Because Yi Yuan and Dai Yuan both sustained very severe injuries, those martial artists could not figure out for a moment just who won and who lost either. Only hearing Dai Yuan admit it personally now did they know that this sea transformation realm youth actually really triumphed over a Soul Sea realm expert. They had long borne witness to Yi Yuan's might and were also already aware that Yi Yuan had the strength to contend with a Soul Sea realm expert. Even after Dai Yuan used a martial technique that condensed gathered essence into materialization, Yi Yuan still defeated him. This made those martial artists all feel like they were dreaming. Turns out that Soul Sea realm experts were not undefeatable. Dai Yuan's with cranes, immortal comes was very strong. But during that battle earlier, Yi Yuan's sword blades ultimately still had a small number of them that broke through, landing on Dai Yuan's body. Hence, even though the two people both received severe injuries, it was actually still Yi Yuan whose skill was a level higher. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet. This was not just suffering the tremendous impact of with cranes, immortal comes. It was even because of essence energy expenditure being too exorbitant. This move, myriad rain sword blades, seriously expended too much essence energy. Even if Yi Yuan's control of essence energy reached an extremely subtle level, it was also somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring and threw it to Dai Yuan, saying with a forced smile, "Elder Dai is a true gentleman. Today, I won't start a slaughter. Hope that you conduct yourself well and don't associate with those fierce Gale world's people's vile deeds." 0. Not important for those who aren't reading the Chinese RAWs. Author has decided to change the name from Sword Rain Myriad Ren to Myriad Rain Sword Blades arbitrarily from chapter 559 onwards. The Ren was an ancient unit of measurement. But I think author typed the wrong Ren blade. As puny mortals are at the whim of author Sama. This Ren unit of measurement was used several times up until it changed to Ren blade in chapter 559. So, to avoid confusion later on, the technique will be standardized as Myriad Rain Sword Blades in accordance to the more recent chapters. Just in case some of you cross-reference to the RAWs and start flaming me. Chapter 489 No Greater Merit. Cough, cough, cough. I'm originally a fierce Gale world's native. Whence the don't associate with their vile deeds. You've been to the fierce Gale world before and should know that I have no command over myself. Dai Yuan also had a doleful look. Clearly, on the matter of invading the endless world, he was quite conflicted too. The war between two worlds signified endless massacre with the dead souls being countless. No command over yourself. Your life is your own, not others. Zhao Tianian is a paramount existence in your eyes, an existence that brooks no desecration. But do you know what you all are in his eyes? You people are just a bunch of tools for him to order around. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan's gaze sunk slightly, his complexion suddenly flushing crimson as he said furiously, "How can His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, be profaned by you like this? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Or else, I'll surely make you pay the price for today's affront. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, pedant. Zhao Tianyan is just a boundless realm expert. He's only a mortal too. Look at him assuming solemn airs normally. When he kneeled before me, wasn't he like a dog too? Cough, cough, cough. Why you're courting death? Dai Yuan struggled, wanting to stand up. But he could not even do so after trying several times. Sigh, heavenly Tao is boundless, humans are insignificant. In front of heavenly Tao, we're but merely ants. Elder Dai, if not on account of you and I were having this battle today, why would I waste my breath on you? You feel that I'm insulting Zhao Tianyan, but let me tell you something. Zhao Tianyan doesn't have the qualifications to make me insult him at all. Place your horizons further. There is still the divine realm. Dai Yuan's expression froze. Divine realm, these two words naturally aroused his desires. Dai Yuan suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had once entered deep into the fierce gale world to rescue his fellow apprentices, but he returned to the endless world without a scratch. What in the world happened in between this? Why did His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, actually not keep this boy behind? There seemed to be many stories in between this. After this fight, Dai Yuan and Yi Yuan could even be said to have some appreciation of each other. Dai Yuan could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity. Otherwise, he could very well just kill him and be done with it. Yi Yuan did not show any mercy when cutting down Liao Wangguang, He Jun, and the rest. The reason why he did not kill him today was probably still because of this standing aloof from the world mentality of his. Was it possible that he was really wrong? Also, although I don't know just why 2 generations of your Wind Emperor invaded the endless world back to back, I have a feeling that they have some kind of ulterior objective. But, no matter what, Zhao Tianyan, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. Speaking up to here, Yi Yuan suddenly seethed with killing intent. Zhao Tianyan's humiliation that day, Yi Yuan will ultimately claim it back one day. Alright, my words end here. As for how you choose, that's your matter. Nothing to do with me. However, if I bump into you next time on the battlefield, then I won't show mercy. Senior apprentice brother, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Dai Yuan silently watched Yi Yuan's back view, but storms were brewing in his heart. The ideology that he had been inculcated with since young was to give allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. And the cultivation method he trained in, medicinal pills used in cultivation, were all bestowed by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. So in Dai Yuan's mind, pledging allegiance to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, was something that came very naturally. Yet, Yi Yuan's words today silently opened up a window in his sealed mind. Northern Domain, Shuming Mountain Peak. 2 elderly men and a middle-aged woman who had lost some of her charms were drinking tea at the stone table under the pine tree. A youth each stood behind the middle-aged woman and one of the old men respectively. The 2 youths, one male, one female, were shockingly the Yin Yanhua and Guo Taochun who returned to the Northern Domain from the Tranquil Cloud sect. With 2 of them appearing here, these 3 people's identities were also obvious. These 3 people were precisely the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect's old ancestors, and also the Northern Domains and even the entire Endless World's 3 most powerful people. It was just that these 3 people had knitted brows which did not relax at the present, and were not in the mood to drink tea at all. The Myriad Sword sect's old ancestor was called Qin Hongtao. At present, he currently had an enraged look as he said, "That punk called Yi Yuan is too arrogant to actually dare detain Yan. I think he's tired of living. Ning Yixian, you actually even made me spare that brat. You're simply too ridiculous." The Ning Yixian in Qin Hongtao's words was precisely the Heavenly Martial sect's old ancestor. According to what Taochun they all said, this child's talent is exceedingly freakish. He's already matchless among the young generation. Now that the endless world is about to fall into a catastrophe, if you kill Yi Yuan, wouldn't it aggrieve our own and gladden the enemy? Ning Yixian urged. Ning Yixian knew that Qin Yan was Qin Hongtao's lineage grandson, the person to inherit his mantle in the future. Now that Qin Yan was held captive by Yi Yuan, how could Qin Hongtao not be furious? But at this time, right now, it was totally not the time to have internal strife. If the Tranquil Cloud sect was just an inconspicuous little sect, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's talent was too startling. Such a genius being killed by their own people, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? But Qin Hongtao did not think this way. Yi Yuan's actions were simply plucking his whiskers. When he heard this news, Qin Hongtao wanted to go and kill people at that time but was held back by the Ning Yixian who had arrived first. The result was that Qin Hongtao was forcefully hurled up at Shuming Mountain by Ning Yixian. Humph. No matter how great that punk's talent is, taking Yan as hostage won't do. Unless he personally goes to the Myriad Sword sect to kowtow and offer an apology to this old self, otherwise, this grudge isn't over. Letting this tranquil cloud sect off back then was a mistake. Now, this old man I will mend the fold after the sheep is lost, and go through the trouble of making this trip to eradicate this tranquil cloud sect. Qin Hongtao said in a towering rage. Ning Yixian said, "Hey, you, this old man, still have such a fiery temper. What will you do to eradicate their tranquil cloud sect? You don't wish for that beloved grandson of yours to live anymore. That boy is clearly somebody who is decisive in killing. You dare to go and exterminate his sect, he will dare to kill your grandson. Could it be that you dare to lose all decorum with him?" Qin Hongtao's expression froze. Ning Yixian's words evidently struck his soft spot. Yes, Yi Yuan's move was too ruthless. He, Qin Hongtao, was formidable, but Qin Yan was a hostage in his hands. Sigh. As a matter of fact, you and I both still have to thank this boy called Yi Yuan. If not for him withstanding the entire Purple Mansion sect with his strength alone, the fierce Gale World's army would probably have crossed the endless forest already. Speaking up to here, Ning Yixian's eyes revealed thick admiration too. If not for Yi Yuan's appearance messing up the Purple Mansion sect's arrangements, after the realm passageway linked up, the fierce Gale World would be able to march straight in, directly crossing the endless forest. Yi Yuan, this child's merits are the greatest. Qin Hongtao, you're a character on the level of being as weighty as Mount Tai and as brilliant as the Big Dipper. Why stoop to the level of a junior? Moreover, Qin Yan being detained was originally you all provoking first. Yi Yuan doing so was also just for the sake of self-preservation. This period at present, our three sects still need to put the interests of the whole above all else. The profound ice sect old ancestor, immortal Jing Zan, who did not speak the entire time finally opened her mouth. 0. The immortal, used for immortal Jing Zan is to describe a middle-aged fairy maiden. Just a tidbit, chapter 490. This place has been taken over by us. Jing Zan's evaluation of Yi Yuan could not be said to be not high. And in reality, Yi Yuan could live up to this appraisal as well. If it weren't Yi Yuan defeating the Purple Mansion sect thrice at the Tranquil Cloud sect, they would already have firmly controlled the Southern Domain's situation. After the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm experts show up, the Southern Domain's overall situation would be a foregone conclusion. They would just have to place their sights on the Northern Domain, and that would be it. And at that time, these people in the Northern Domain would still be unaware that the Purple Mansion sect was the fierce Gale World survivors. Humph. Yan is still in their hands right now. How will this account be settled? Not knowing why, once this Jing Zan spoke, Qin Hongtao's bluster fell in an instant. How else can it be settled? Didn't you detain a sea transformation realm elder from the Tranquil Cloud sect? Just send him back for them. Ning Yixian said. Fine, send him back then. But I'll say the nasty things first. If Yan has any injuries, I'm going to send an army to denounce them. Qin Hongtao said with a black face. Ning Yixian waved her hand and said, enough nonsense. Let us discuss how to deal with the fierce Gale World martial artists. Back then, the Grand Yan True sect sealed off the realm passageway, and the future generations gradually forgot about this matter. To think that after several thousand years, the fierce Gale World had yet to give up hope and staged a comeback again. Sigh. Speaking of which, it's our oversight too. Jing Zan said, those few seniors from the Grand Yan True sect back then deserves our admiration. Now that this heavy responsibility has fallen on our shoulders, the martial artists of our generation should follow the example of our predecessors, possess the will to die and to resist foreign enemies. Although this Jing Zan preserved her looks exceedingly well and only had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she was actually a figure from the same generation as Qin Hongtao and Ning Yixian. She also had peak divine traversing realm strength. This Jing Zan was as cold as ice, a cut from the same cloth as Yin-Yang. But the words that she said had the breadth of spirit of rather to break than to bend. But Qin Hongtao said with frowned brows, that might be the case, but the fierce Gale World has a boundless realm expert. Once the realm passageway stabilizes fully, the endless world will. Speaking of Zhao Tianyan, the three people felt a heavy burden like a 30,000 caddies crushing down. There's still an issue. The Purple Mansion sect has already laid low in the endless world for several thousand years, experiencing countless generations of people, and already know the endless world like the back of their hands. But were completely clueless about the fierce Gale world. One had to admit that the endless world was passive everywhere right now, and virtually could not see any hope. These three people conversed here for a long time and also had a woebegone look. Old ancestors, to say who in the endless world understands the fierce Gale world best, it's none other than that tranquil cloud sect's Yuan. He'd once entered deep into the fierce Gale world and even captured a sea transformation realm slave, Yin-Yang suddenly voiced out. Hey, this boy is truly an enigmatic character. No idea which hole in a rock he jumped out from either. Oh, right, speaking of this boy, has their tranquil cloud sect completed their migration already? Ning Yixian asked Guo Taochun. Guo Taochun nodded and said, 3 days ago, they already gathered in Fallen Rain City. They already sent news before coming here. Everyone from the Tranquil Cloud sect will be gathering in Spirit Sealing City. Ning Yixian said with a frown, Spirit Sealing City? That seems to be the Heavenly Evil sect's territory, right? What are they going there for? This, I don't know, Guo Taochun shook his head and said. But at this time, Yin-Yang eyes glimmered slightly and voiced out, the Heavenly Evil sect is notorious. Burning, killing, raping, pillaging, committing all kinds of atrocities. They just happen to lack a place to settle down. Could it be? Not to that extent, right? Although the Heavenly Evil sect's strength isn't considered much in the northern domain, at any rate, they have a Soul Sea Realm expert holding down the fort too. The Tranquil Cloud sect going to do battle at an opponent's home ground, I think taking down the Heavenly Evil sect wouldn't be that easy, right? Heh, this boy really makes people rather look forward to it. In this northern domain land right now, the most eye-catching is most likely this Tranquil Cloud sect group's movements, right? Since they have this intention, then let's just sit tight and watch. If they really can't, then giving them a hand is good too. That Heavenly Evil sect, I've long found them an eyesore. If not for the sake of Wufang City, I'd have long exterminated them. Speaking in Tell the Back, Ning Yixian's tone became icy cold. Evidently, he disliked this Heavenly Evil sect too. Hearing these words, Jane Zan nodded slightly, while Qin Hongtao snorted coldly. Taochun, Yanhua, inform the various northern domains' major factions' old ancestors as soon as possible. They are all to hurry to Wufang City to meet in half a month. In addition, since the Tranquil Cloud sect has already moved north, then shut down all the transmission arrays leading to the southern domain. Sigh, this important juncture, Ning Yixian instructed, different from the southern domain, the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect were not all of the northern domain's forces. These three great sects all had peak divine traversing realm old ancestors holding down the fort. So they were the strongest three great sects. Apart from this, there were still many forces with late-stage divine traversing realm holding down the fort. These factions were all the northern domain's peak forces. As for middle-stage divine traversing realm and early-stage divine traversing realm forces, there were many too. Of course, like the Heavenly Evil sect, small sects with only a Soul Sea Realm martial artist holding down the fort were as many as ox and hare. This Heavenly Evil sect's strength was not strong. But the sect's only Soul Sea Realm expert, Mao Yuanji, cozied up to the number 1 Alchemy Path faction in the northern domain through some means somehow. Hence, even though this Heavenly Evil sect's evil doings knew no limits, nobody dared to do anything to them either. At the Heavenly Evil sect's main peak, 2 silhouettes stood in the air. Who are you people? Such audacity, to actually dare barge forcefully into my Heavenly Evil sect's main peak. The one talking was a Heavenly Evil sect elder. But his round of questioning was without any confidence whatsoever. These two people appeared too suddenly. There was actually not a bit of news which came from the gates. Furthermore, the Heavenly Evil sect still had the sect protecting Grand Array guarding. If enemies came to attack, how could there possibly be no reaction at all? This elder instinctively sensed that these two people were not easy to deal with. Yi Yuan stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Lightly sweeping a glance down below, he slowly opened his mouth and said, from today onwards, this world will no longer have the name, Heavenly Evil Sect. This place has been taken over by us. What did he say? Taken over? Ha ha ha, a sea transformation realm brat uttering such wild ravings to take over our Heavenly Evil Sect. He even said to let our heavenly evil sect's name be removed just now. Ha ha ha, is this boy soft in the head? Yeah, our heavenly evil sect is the Wu Fang city's subordinate power. Who dares to provoke us? Heh heh, these years, how many people wanted to take down my heavenly evil sect? Didn't each and every one of them still ended up dusty and dirty in appearance? Yi Yuan's words drew a wave of guffawing. In their viewpoint, Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng were here to be a joke. If two people could wipe out the heavenly evil sect, they would have been exterminated countless times over long ago. Moreover, these two people, one was first-level Soul C, one was second-level C transformation, which were also equivalent to the heavenly evil sect's sect master plus the lowest-level elder's strength. Remove their name. Being dumb, right at this time, a black-robed man flew out from the main hall and came before Yi Yuan pair. The two of you are guests from far away, but isn't wanting to remove my heavenly evil sect's name right after coming a bit too arrogant? Said the black-robed man coldly. Chapter 491. Your opponent is him. This black-robed man was first-level Soul C strength. Very clearly, he was the heavenly evil sect's sect master, Mao Yuanji. But the meaning in his words was some trepidation towards Luo Qingfeng. These two people could appear on the main peak without any signs. Presumably, they had some capabilities. You're Mao Yuanji. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and asked indifferently. When Mao Yuanji saw a C transformation realm brat being so arrogant, he was very displeased in his heart. Humph, this is a conversation between Soul C realms, since when it is your turn, a junior, to be presumptuous here? As he said, Mao Yuanji flicked his sleeves grandly. A burst of tremendous force pushed over towards Yi Yuan, wanting to push Yi Yuan aside. He did this to firstly, demonstrate his means and let the other party know his power. Secondly, it was to probe just where Luo Qingfeng's baseline lay. Mao Yuanji completely thought that Yi Yuan would be knocked until he was muddled by the force of this flick of his and fell down from the air. Who knew that Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle? Mao Yuanji's eyes became white as saucers, staring at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. The force of his push just now, forget about first-level C transformation, even late-stage C transformation would not dare say will not budge an inch either. This boy was abnormal. But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with Mao Yuanji. He said indifferently, 10 years ago, you took fancy on West Ridge City's Wang family's eldest daughter. You forcefully asked for her. The Wang family's eldest daughter was ready to die to preserve her chastity. She committed suicide and died. The result was that you vented your anger on the Wang family, and you exterminated every last one of the Wang family. Was there such a thing? Mao Yuanji's expression darkened. This matter naturally happened. It was not some secret in the heavenly evil sect either. The heavenly evil sect's conduct from top to bottom when doing things had always been based on one's own desires. Taking action to kill people at a word of disagreement was the norm. Back then, he took fancy on that Wang family's eldest daughter and made the Wang family send their daughter over using the name of the heavenly evil sect. Who knew that little girl would actually be so staunch and directly hanged herself and ended her life? In his rage, Mao Yuanji sent people to slaughter the Wang family down to the last person. Humph, who the hell are you? To also be worthy of me answering. Mao Yuanji said with a cold snort. Even though Yi Yuan's performance earlier made him somewhat amazed, he still thought nothing of a first-level C transformation. The way Mao Yuanji saw it, Luo Qingfeng was his formidable enemy. And Yi Yuan's speaking tone completely made light of him. This made Mao Yuanji even more infuriated. If not for dreading Luo Qingfeng's strength, Mao Yuanji would have long finished off Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not bother with Mao Yuanji and continued. He said, 7 years ago, a 9th-level C transformation called Zhang Dongyu peddled a high-ranking spirit artifact in Spirit Sealing City. After you got the news, you snatched the treasure and killed him. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, Yi Yuan counted each one of Mao Yuanji's wicked deeds in detail as if he was engaging in small talk. But everyone present could sense the cold intent in Yi Yuan's words. This Mao Yuanji was simply up to the neck in crimes and misdeeds. He did not need a reason at all to murder and commit arson. Many people simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had killing intent. Furthermore, in front of Mao Yuanji, this Soul Sea realm expert, Yi Yuan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Could it be that this boy's state of mind had some problems? All these should be done by you, right? You can choose not to answer. But I've already investigated the matters clearly. Hence, you must die today. Yi Yuan said coolly. In Yi Yuan's view, there was no big deal about martial artists killing people. The martial arts world was a world where the strong feasted on the weak in the first place. But concerning such a character who was utterly devoid of conscience like Mao Yuanji, Yi Yuan would have a killing intent that could not be restrained when he saw them. This might be related to his identity as an alchemy emperor in his previous life. Of course, it also had to do with Ji Zhengyang's teachings. Hence, in the previous life of Yi Yuan, he saved people in various situations. A lifetime of several hundred years, the people that Yi Yuan treated and helped simply could not be counted. Even though he came back to life again, this kind of thing in Yi Yuan's bones still had no way of being erased. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mao Yuanji laughed from extreme rage. He said, "Boy, so what if your grandpa Mao killed a few people? Messing around for so long, you're here to be chivalrous. All right, your grandpa Mao, I, will be standing right here. You come and kill for me to see. A brat still wet behind his ears running in front of your grandpa Mao to posture, you have to see if you have that capability or not too." By now, Mao Yuanji also knew that these people came with ill intentions. This matter most likely could not be settled. But if it was just a soul sea realm, he could still handle it. This punk did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The heavenly evil sect still had quite a few high-level sea transformation realms waiting for him. Furthermore, the heavenly evil sect disciples' methods were extremely bizarre, impossible to guard against. Such a young brat dared to run over here to learn how to be chivalrous from others, seemed to be really kicked in the head by a donkey. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, "Whether I have the capability or not, you'll know right away." Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Yi Yuan's aura released fully, and he broke through to 5th level sea transformation very swiftly. After the fight with Dai Yuan, Yi Yuan likewise benefited a great deal and consolidated his realm very quickly. After coming to the northern domain, Yi Yuan's cultivation progress was not the slightest bit slow as well. He finally broke through to 2nd level sea transformation yesterday. Battling a soul sea realm expert again today, Yi Yuan clearly had more assurance. Seeing Yi Yuan break through 3 minor realms instantly, Mao Yuanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. But very soon, he said with a cold laugh, "This is your reliance. Ha ha ha, you're not thinking that by bringing along a 5th level sea transformation, you can wipe out my heavenly evil sect, right?" The latter half of the sentence, Mao Yuanji directed it to Luo Qingfeng. In his opinion, Luo Qingfeng was going to assist Yi Yuan to fight with him here. But they were wrong, right? Could it be they think that the heavenly evil sect only had him alone? However, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Your opponent is him. As long as others don't intervene, I won't be taking action." When Luo Qingfeng's voice faded, the crowd was shocked. Are these two people morons? To let a sea transformation realm challenge a soul sea realm, even if it was to temper juniors, there's no need to send him to death either, right? This boy is the same, he's a complete idiot. A senior made him go and challenge a soul sea realm, and he really went to challenge the person. I'm already in a mess. Ha ha ha, too hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. After the astonishment, it was a series of mockery. In these people's view, these two were purely madmen. But Mao Yuanji narrowed his eyes slightly as he said with a cold smile, "You're sure to only let him take action?" Luo Qingfeng chuckled, and his figure flashed but withdrew several hundred feet away, expressing his stance. Such a distance, if Yi Yuan was really in any danger, Luo Qingfeng simply could not rescue in time. This attitude was already very clear. He really did not care about these two people's fight. Mao Yuanji grinned hideously and said, "To think that Grandpa Mao, I am actually being belittled by a sea transformation realm brat. Ha ha ha, however, I like your ignorance. I'll let you know what is called despair." The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, raising the Kanghua sword in his hand. A bout of terrifying power undulated out. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 492 Ridding of Evil. What? That's condensed form of gathered essence. Isn't he sea transformation realm? Is this messing with me? How can sea transformation realm martial artists possibly achieve condensing form of gathered essence? No wonder this boy dared to be so arrogant. Turns out that he actually already learned how to condense form of gathered essence. Seeing Yi Yuan's myriad rain sword blades being initiated, the heavenly evil sect disciples all burst into an uproar. Same as during incident at Breaking Dawn City, this unexpected scene made everyone draw in a cold breath. A sea transformation realm being able to achieve condensing form of gathered essence, it was truly too freakish. Mao Yuanji's expression changed greatly, and he hastily employed his cultivation method to the extreme. Although Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert, he was just the lowest level existence among Soul Sea realms. He had not even grasped condensing form of gathered essence. Something that he, a Soul Sea realm, did not grasp. This sea transformation realm youth before him actually grasped it. This was too unbelievable. However, Mao Yuanji simply had no time to think so much. He could only erupt with all of his strength and crush Yi Yuan's condensed form of gathered essence using his powerful cultivation realm. Fire immolating heretic cloud, Mao Yuanji gave an explosive roar. The entire stretch of the sky seemed to be burning. The horrifying flames swept towards Yi Yuan like a fire snake, wanting to devour Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort. Myriad rain sword blades erupted abruptly. Although the sword blade phantoms were not large, its power was unparalleled. Those myriad sword blades actually sliced the fire snake to a disorderly mess. By the time it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it simply had not much power left already. Compared to Dai Yuan's with cranes, immortal comes, this fire-immolating heretic cloud technique simply paled in comparison. But Mao Yuanji was a Soul Sea realm expert after all. His attack still annihilated quite a number of sword blades. It was just that the 5th level sea transformation Yi Yuan was much greater in strength again compared to the last time. When one aspect was weaker, the others will be stronger. How could Mao Yuanji neutralize this attack fully? There was still a large portion of the sword blades that penetrated Mao Yuanji's attack, stabbing directly on Mao Yuanji's body. Mao Yuanji's protective essence energy could not withstand a single blow at all under the condensed sword blades of gathered essence. He was being stabbed full of holes like a wasp nest in an instant. After the tragic cry, Mao Yuanji's corpse dropped down from the air, landing heavily on the ground. Killed in one blow, the heavenly evil sect disciples had yet to understand what was going on, and Yi Yuan already killed Mao Yuanji. My eyesight isn't failing, right? Sect Master, he was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat. Sect Master, he actually lost for real. We were still ridiculing the two of them for being fools just now. To think that they actually really had the strength to crush the heavenly evil sect. This boy is truly too terrifying. A sea transformation realm could actually unleash such a horrifying attack. It could even cut down a Soul Sea realm expert. He's not going to kill all of us, right? The heavenly evil sect disciples still did not dare to believe it until now. The Lord Sect Master, who was ever victorious in their eyes, was actually killed by a sea transformation realm brat that popped out from God knows where. By the time they understood it, their first reaction was boundless fear. Like the saying, a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Mao Yuanji, this person was not some good person. How could these people, be any better? After the one move finished casting, Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. But compared to that time with Dai Yuan, it was quite a lot better. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt overcome by a vicissitude of emotions too. After arriving at the northern domain, hearing Tian Yu they all mention that Yi Yuan actually defeated a Soul Sea realm expert in Breaking Dawn City, they were shocked until their eyeballs nearly fell out. Only after seeing Yi Yuan slew a Soul Sea realm expert by condensing form of gathered essence with his own eyes today, did Luo Qingfeng truly witness Yi Yuan's strength. In combat power, Yi Yuan already surpassed him, this tranquil cloud sect master. Which was also to say that the second level sea transformation Yi Yuan was already the tranquil cloud sect's most powerful existence. Although Luo Qingfeng was not an ordinary first level Soul Sea 2, he had yet to grasp condensing form of gathered essence as well. Even though he speculated that he could defeat this Mao Yuanji, he absolutely could not achieve a kill so clean and neat like Yi Yuan. He came today only for the sake of cheering Yi Yuan on and to awe the rest of the heavenly evil sect a little. Young hero, spare us. Those things were all Mao Yuanji instigated us to do. We couldn't help ourselves too. Yeah, it was all Mao Yuanji. We had no choice but to do as compelled to. Young hero, spare us. Now, it was only to hear thudding sounds echoing everywhere. Those heavenly evil sect disciples with things to hide all kneeled down, begging Yi Yuan to let them go. The wailing sounds joined together. These people saw that Mao Yuanji died. They just pushed all of the wrongdoings to him altogether, condemning in speech and writing for a time, gushing until Mao Yuanji, this dead person wasn't worth a cent. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh, heh, what a fine, could not help being forced. Rest assured, as long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't pursue it. But those fiendish monsters who perpetrate every conceivable crime better end yourselves early. Or else, there will be suffering. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, some people shuddered all over. There will be suffering, these 4 words was like a sharp sword, stabbing into their hearts all at once. That taste of being unable to pray for life nor beg for death, they had made others experience it in the past. Now, was it going to be their turn? Who cares? As long as they insisted that they did not do misdeeds before, could it be that he could even search souls one by one? Yi Yuan seemed to know what these people were thinking of and said with a cold smile, don't think about telling lies to deceive me. It's useless. As he said, Yi Yuan fished out several medicinal pills and said, these are truth pills. After eating, whatever I ask you, you will say it. Therefore, better give up on this. Many heavenly evil sect disciples, faces all changed. There was still such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world. When they heard this kind of effect, most people's faces all had disbelief. But there were ultimately still people who could not resist Yi Yuan's pressure and exploded. Everybody quickly run. It's death either way. One being able to escape counts as one. I don't believe that he can kill all of us. A sea transformation realm elder cried out. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. What he wanted was this kind of situation. Interrogating one by one was so bothersome. This saved a great deal of trouble. Seeing those recklessly fleeing figures, flower petals swiftly formed in the air. Miserable cries linked up together. Each and every one of the heavenly evil sect disciples either fell from the air or were directly killed on the ground. The 1,000 flowing petals were like a bunch of sickles, easily reaping these martial artists' lives. These people were all people who deserved to be killed. After several dozen breaths, the heavenly evil sect's main peak suddenly quietened down. There were already not many people left. As long as they stood still without moving, none of them died. All right, from today onwards, the heavenly evil sect's name will be expunged from the northern domain. And this place will serve as my tranquil cloud sect stronghold. I still have that sentence. As long as your crimes don't deserve death, I won't do anything to you. So much so that if you all didn't join in their vile deeds, the tranquil cloud sect can even take you all in. Yi Yuan said coolly. Chapter 493. Let him wait. At the early phase of the tranquil cloud sect being established, 1,000 things needed to be done. These days, on the one hand, the tranquil cloud sect was so busy from top to bottom that their feet did not seem to touch the ground. On the other hand, the tranquil cloud sect needed to take over the heavenly evil sect's zone of influence. They also needed to contact the various major subordinate forces. For another, inside the sect reeked of a foul atmosphere caused by Mao Yuanji. There were too many things that needed to be tidied up anew. Mao Yuanji's residence was like a palace. When the tranquil cloud sect disciples went over to search, there was actually still a large group of concubines, each one of them beautiful as a flower. These women were mostly forcefully abducted by Mao Yuanji. They naturally had to let them go. And Yi Yuan was generally unconcerned with these mundane affairs. He revamped the heavenly evil sect's original sect-protecting grand array and then entered closed seclusion to cultivate by himself. Although the heavenly evil sect's sect-protecting grand array could not compare to the tranquil cloud sect's Yin-Yang turbid heaven grand array, the former was a middle-grade tier 4 grand array. Through Yi Yuan's improvement, it could still accomplish withstanding middle-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists. While Yi Yuan busied these few days, there was a pair of eyes silently observing him from behind from start to end. Clearly 2 people, but why do I keep on superimposing the 2 of them together? Yu Mengli frequently watched that back view, staring in a daze. Her thoughts drifted God knows where to. But being together with Yi Yuan these few days, Yi Yuan frequently helped her to concoct some divine soul-nourishing medication. Her illness did not flare up again. Unknowingly, Yu Mengli developed a liking for the feeling from staying by Yi Yuan's side. This made her very at ease. Yu Mengli even felt that it would be good if this kind of days could carry on continuously. However, busy yet peaceful days like this was very quickly shattered. Just several days after the Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil sect, an uninvited guest came to the new Tranquil Cloud sect. Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector, Bao Sangui is here. Tranquil Cloud sect's people quickly come and welcome. Outside the gates, a voice penetrated the grand array, reverberating throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Wu Fang City actually came so quickly. Martial uncle, what should we do? Hearing this voice, Luo Qingfeng said with a frown. Ski Maple just happened to be present too. Hearing that, he knitted his brows as well and said, the Heavenly Evil Sect was the Wu Fang City's subordinate faction to begin with. I heard that Mao Yuanji in Wu Fang City even has 1,001 links. Originally, I still thought that with the fierce Gale World's invasion near at hand, they have no time to bother with us. To think that they actually came so quickly. This is quite troublesome. Quickly send people to inform Yi Yuan. No need, I'm already here. Yi Yuan's voice came from the main hall's entrance. There were too many trivial matters recently. Yi Yuan was not in terminal seclusion either. That Bao Sangui's voice could obviously be heard. Seeing Yi Yuan, Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple both heaved a sigh in relief. No idea since when, they actually already started looking to Yi Yuan for instructions. This kind of shift was unconsciously influenced. Even they themselves were not aware of it either. Ever since after Yi Yuan came back from the fierce Gale world, his status in the Tranquil Cloud sect could no longer be replaced by anyone. From then until now, all the major and minor matters in the sect, Yi Yuan practically had the final say in all. Even exterminating the Heavenly Evil Sect this time, it was also the location chosen by Yi Yuan. Actually, Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple both proposed to find a slightly weaker sect to replace. But Yi Yuan stubbornly clung to his view. The reason was that the Heavenly Evil Sect committed many evil deeds. Heaven did not take care of the Heavenly Evil Sect, then the Tranquil Cloud Sect would do it. Right now, even though Luo Qingfeng returned, this kind of momentum carried on as well. Compared to Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan was a little more like a sect master right now. But regarding Yi Yuan's special kind of status, Luo Qingfeng and the rest did not grumble about anything. Because they all knew that Yi Yuan totally did not belong to the Tranquil Cloud sect. The talk of him fighting for power and money simply did not exist. Everything that Yi Yuan did right now was all for the sake of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan, this Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector. Luo Qingfeng asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, whatever nonsense patrolling inspector. Since our Tranquil Cloud sect replaced the Heavenly Evil Sect, we'll be an independent sect in the future. Being vassals to anyone doesn't exist. But, what about that Bao Sangui? Just let him wait, he likes to throw his weight around and then give it a good throw outside the sect gates. Ignore him, just a lousy whatever patrolling inspector and he wants us to go out of the sect to welcome him. Who does he think he is? Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple exchanged glances, both unconsciously sucking in a deep breath. Only Yi Yuan dared to say such doughty words. This patrolling inspector wasn't much. But the Wu Fang City behind him was the Northern Domain's top major faction. They could exterminate the Tranquil Cloud sect down to the last person by casually sending out an expert. Seemingly detecting Luo Qingfeng and the rest's worries, Yi Yuan said with a smile, Grand Elder and Sect Master need not worry. While Wu Fang City is powerful, to the present endless world, my status is irreplaceable. So, this little matter, Wu Fang City won't blame us. Even if they really placed blame, there will also be people blocking on our behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left the main hall. Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple exchanged looks, both did not understand. Although Yi Yuan was monstrous, he was also just a sea transformation realm. Even if he could defeat Soul Sea realm experts, in this war which engulfed the two worlds, what part could he play? Bao Sangui waited outside the gates for an hour and shouted many more times again. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually did not even have a reply. As the Wu Fang City's patrolling inspector, no matter where Bao Sangui walked to, he was always waited upon as a distinguished guest. In the past when coming to the Heavenly Evil Sect, Mao Yuanji would come out to greet him personally from far away. But now, this whatever dog fart Tranquil Cloud sect actually dared to shove him to one side. A few days ago, Bao Sangui was patrolling right around the area and just happened to hear the news of the Heavenly Evil Sect being wiped out. He was taken aback with shock right then. This Heavenly Evil Sect had been around for quite a long time. Under Wu Fang City's protection, although they did many things which went against heaven and reason, nobody dared to touch them either. Mao Yuanji knew how to get along with people very well. It was also uncertain what relations he went through to become acquainted with the third young master. These few years, the complaints to Wu Fang City were not few in number but were suppressed by the third young master. Who would have thought that a tiny sect which popped out from God knows where actually eradicated the heavenly evil sect? Exterminated, then let them be exterminated. He himself already made his identity clear, but those bunch of fellows actually did not have a single person come out to welcome. Preposterous. Bao Sangui berated countless times over fiercely in his heart. Humph. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll carry out the duty of this patrolling inspector and destroy this tiny sect of yours. Bao Sangui was a 5th level Soul Sea expert. He already inquired about it before coming. The strongest in this tranquil cloud sect was but a 1st level Soul Sea. With his strength, destroying this sect was something effortless. The heavenly evil sect protecting Grand Array, Bao Sangui knew in his heart too that it was basically the same as nothing to him. Bao Sangui arrived in front of the Grand Array, mustered up the essence energy in his entire body, and launched an attack abruptly. A tremendous backlash blasted Bao Sangui flying out several thousand feet. Chapter 494 Hero Invitation. Bao Sangui spurted a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were actually wounded by the enormous backlash power. This Grand Array, how can it be so strong? Bao Sangui muttered under his breath. Originally he thought to take this tranquil cloud sect down a notch. Who knew that he would be knocked out a mouthful of his teeth? Bao Sangui stood outside the tranquil cloud sect's gates but was unbelievably embarrassed. He, a distinguished patrolling inspector, acting out a play outside other people's gates alone. Simply disgraced all the way home. But for him to return to Wu Fang City like this, how would he give an account to his higher-ups? The heavenly evil sect was destroyed, and he, this patrolling inspector, did not even know who destroyed it. There was no way to report after returning. After all, his duty was to give an account to Wu Fang City at all times about its subordinate Foss's matters. Although the heavenly evil sect was replaced by such a tiny sect, it was not something of a big deal to Wu Fang City. But he, Bao Sangui, ultimately could not avoid a crime of oversight. Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, listen up. You people offending me, this patrolling inspector, is equivalent to offending Wu Fang City. Within the next few days, Wu Fang City will send experts over and exterminate you bunch of fools who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Bao Sangui felt disgraced, and he could not resist leaving a vicious sentence. But this was not threatening the Tranquil Cloud sect either. This place was in the scope of Wu Fang City's influence after all. They could not possibly passively watch a disobedient sect gain a foothold here. Bao Sangui had sufficient confidence to return and request for even stronger martial artists forward, and wipe out the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. However, there was still nobody who responded to Bao Sangui's ruthless words. Courting a rebuff, Bao Sangui also knew that he could not do anything to the Tranquil Cloud sect and could only plan on leaving with a dejected face. Reckon that it's a bunch of hillbillies from the countryside, right? Wu Fang City's might, you probably can't imagine it. Humph. Just wait for death, you all. Bao Sangui cursed and swore, then turned around and wanted to leave. Bao Sangui, why are you here? Bao Sangui was just about to leave but ran into a person straight ahead. Seeing the arrival, Bao Sangui could not help being overjoyed. Brothers away, you came just in time. Wu Fang City's sphere of influence was very large. So the patrolling inspectors were also divided into levels. Bao Sangui's middle stage Soul Sea realm strength was already considered not bad. But, he was just a second-class patrolling inspector as well. While this Shuzuei in front of him was Wu Fang City's first-class patrolling inspector. This Shuzui's 9th level Soul Sea strength was an exceedingly powerful existence when looking at the northern domain too. With him and Shuzuei joining hands, he had faith that breaking this Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array should be nothing difficult. Seeing Bao Sangui's appearance, Shuzuei frowned and said, Sangui, why are you hurt? Within my Wu Fang City's sphere of influence, is it possible that there are still people who dare to attack you? Mentioning this, Bao Sangui said with an enraged look, who else can there be? It's this Tranquil Cloud sect that popped out from God knows where. Seeing Shuzuei, Bao Sangui's stomach full of grievance finally had a target to vent. Hence, he described the process of his humiliation, becoming more indignant as he talked. Brothers away, luckily, I ran into you today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to make a report this trip back. This Tranquil Cloud sect has absolutely zero respect for my Wu Fang City. Today, you and I brothers will join forces, and we will bathe this Tranquil Cloud sect in blood. Bao Sangui said indignantly. Bao Sangui said it enthusiastically. But he could not help looking over to Shu Zuwei. He noticed Shu Zuwei was currently looking at him with strange eyes. What, brother Zuwei, is there anything wrong? Bao Sangui finally discovered a hint of something wrong. Shu Zuwei patted Bao Sangui's shoulder and heaved a sigh, saying, you haven't returned to Wufang City recently and don't know what major issue happened in the northern domain. Bao Sangui was dazed and could not help asking, major issue? What major thing happened? Could it be related to that earthquake and mountains shaking from a while back? This matter of the fierce gale world invading, at present, was still only limited to those top figures in the northern domain who knew. Bao Sangui was always patrolling outside. Although he felt that the tremor that time was very seldom seen, he did not take it to heart either. Shu Zuwei nodded and said, actually, that earthquake was because the realm passageway between the endless world and the fierce gale world had completely linked together. Now, fierce gale world martial artists already occupy the entire southern domain. This time, the three sects, Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and Profound Ice Sect, sent out rarely seen, jointly signed hero invitations to convene the northern domain's various major Fossis chiefs to gather in Wufang City and discuss ways to deal with the fierce gale world. What, such a major thing actually happened? Bao Sangui was taken aback with shock by Shu Zui's words. This kind of thing, like another world invading, could be said to not be encountered for several thousand years to ordinary martial artists. How could Bao Sangui not be shocked? Shu Zuwei nodded his head with a grave expression and said, just looking at the present circumstances, the situation is very unfavorable to our endless world. Hiss. Bao Sangui drew in a cold breath. His mind was somewhat in a disorderly mess. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Shu Zuwei, but what has this got to do with Tranquil Cloud Sect? Shu Zuwei gave a bitter smile and said, I'm here this time to issue a hero invitation to Tranquil Cloud Sect. Bao Sangui really jumped up this time. This news astonished him even more than another world's invasion. A tiny sect with only first-level Soul Sea realms, what could issuing them a hero invitation do? Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui could not help sweating profusely. Brothers away, as far as I know, this Tranquil Cloud Sect only has 2 Soul Sea realm experts. Among them, there's even an Alchemy King. Why would the 3 sects issue hero invitations to such a tiny faction? Shu Zuwei forced another smile and shrugged his hands, saying, you ask me, but who do I ask? The name list was drawn up by the 3 sects and is issued under the 3 sects plus Wufang City's name. How much of what goes on behind the scenes do you think that minor characters like us can understand? Such a major matter, even early-stage divine traversing realm experts might not have the right to speak either. Bao Sangui was somewhat dejected as he said, then the heavenly evil sect's matters are dropped just like this. But, how should third young master's side be given an account? Shu Zuwei said crossly, what kind of time is it already, still talking about heavenly evil sect? If the fierce gale world attacks, even Wufang City might not be able to be defended. What the HLL does a puny little heavenly evil sect count as? Moreover, this hero invitation is already given out. No matter how great third young master is, he isn't greater than City Lord, His Excellency, either, right? Characters able to receive this hero invitation aren't who you and I can afford to offend. Bao Sangui opened his mouth but did not speak in the end too. Yeah, characters that could receive the hero invitation were not who a minor character like him can afford to offend. Fine then, this time, I, old Bao, admit to my bad luck. However, since you're delivering the hero invitation, how about I go in together with you? I'm really curious right now just who in his tiny sect actually has such tremendous capabilities. Bao Sangui said. Shu Zuwei nodded and said, all right. But you must remember, regardless of what kind of person the other party is, apologize first when you see the master. Otherwise, screwing up this errand isn't what you and I can afford to bear. The matter concerns the entire endless world's safety. You and I are merely minor characters in this. Bao Sangui struggled for a bit but still nodded his head. Chapter 495. Those who should be here are here. Wufang City's first-class patrolling inspector, Shu Zuwei, specially came here to request an audience with Lord Yi Yuan under City Lord's orders, and to deliver the 3 sects in Wufang City's jointly signed and issued hero invitation. Shu Zuwei came in front of the gates and called out in a clear voice. After finished talking, Shu Zuwei stood with his hands by the side, silently waiting for Tranquil Cloud Sect's response. Lord Yi Yuan, who is that? Never heard before that the northern domain has such a character. Is he the Tranquil Cloud sect master? Bao Sangui asked curiously, but Shu Zuwei shook his head and said, I don't know either. Before coming, City Lord, His Excellency, personally passed the hero invitation to my hands, and told me this name Yi Yuan, making sure that I invite him cordially. As for who this Yi Yuan is, what he looks like, what kind of strength he has, I'm clueless. The more Shu Zuwei said so, the more curious Bao Sangui was. But in his view now, this Tranquil Cloud sect being so unbridled had the capital to be unbridled too. A character that could let City Lord, His Excellency, personally instructed to invite cordially was bound to not be an ordinary person. Him meeting a rebuff was also something within reason. Thinking up to here, Bao Sangui made up his mind with even more certainty to apologize properly in a while. Before long, a crystal formation realm disciple welcomed the two people in. Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui entered the main hall. On the left-hand side sat an old man and a middle-aged man. A youth sat on the right side. Shu Zuwei swept a glance at the few people's cultivations. The elderly person and middle-aged man were both Soul Sea Realm experts, while that young man was only Sea Transformation Realm Sea Transformation. Seeing such a lineup, Shu Zuwei's heart unwittingly thumped. Could the one City Lord made him find be these several people? But what part could such strength play in the war between two worlds? However, he also asked Bao Sangui before coming in. The strongest in the Tranquil Cloud sect was merely first-level Soul Sea. Seeing these three people now, it was not too unexpected either. Be that as it may, Shu Zuwei did not dare to slight them and still gave a bow towards Luo Qingfeng and said, First-class patrolling inspector under Wu Feng City Lord's command, Shu Zuwei, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. Second-class patrolling inspector under Wu Feng City Lord's command, Bao Sangui, pays respect to Lord Yi Yuan. This Bao didn't know the inside story earlier and offended Lord Yi Yuan. I hope that Lord Yi Yuan can pardon my offense. Bao Sangui gave a bow too and said. Luo Qingfeng's face was somewhat unnatural, but it was not. Because these two people identified the wrong person. A 9th-level Soul Sea and a 4th-level Soul Sea bowing towards him seriously made him feel immense pressure. But Yi Yuan gave him a meaningful look to calm down. Luo Qingfeng could only just do his best to keep a calm exterior. Haha, the two of you identified the wrong person. He is Yi Yuan, Luo Qingfeng forced a smile and said. Honestly speaking, facing Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui, especially Shu Zuwei, even if he did not deliberately give off the power of a 9th-level Soul Sea, it still made Luo Qingfeng feel fidgety. Such an existence could blot them out with just one hand. The reason why the other party was standing here talking to them courteously was entirely that of Yi Yuan. Once Luo Qingfeng's words were said, Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui were both greatly startled. The person that City Lord, His Excellency, made him invite cordially was actually this young man who did not look older than 16 to 17 years old. His strength was not beyond 2nd-level Sea Transformation. This was too absurd, right? Shu Zuwei was a little more dignified in the end and hurriedly gave a bow and said, Shu Zuwei has seen Lord Yi Yuan. Only then did Bao Sangui react and hastily gave a bow too. He gave an apology to Yi Yuan once more. Yi Yuan waved his hand, indicating that this incident was considered over. But he asked Shu Zuwei, that hero invitation that you mentioned, what's the deal? Shu Zuwei hurriedly retrieved a bright red invitation and handed it up. Yi Yuan opened it, swept a glance over, then closed it. You go back and tell City Lord, His Excellency, say that Yi Yuan can go, but the sect's elder is still imprisoned and is truly not in the mood to bother with other things. Gentlemen, please return, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shu Zuwei did not think that Yi Yuan would actually reply like this. Shu Zuwei was somewhat baffled, uncertain what Yi Yuan was doing here. Wu Feng City Lord personally issued an invitation to invite a Sea Transformation realm. This was such unparalleled glory. This boy was unexpectedly still putting on airs. A sect elder of yours was actually even more important than City Lord, His Excellency's invitation. Looking at this small sect, the elders were also merely Sea Transformation realm too. Could a minor character like this compare to the great matter of the endless world's survival or downfall? Shu Zuwei was rather displeased in his heart. But, recalling City Lord, His Excellency's reminding him previously, he still forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Furthermore, Shu Zuwei was a shrewd person too. He had long seen that the actual person in charge of the Tranquil Cloud sect was actually this young man called Yi Yuan before his eyes. A second-level sea transformation was actually so assuming in front of two soul sea realms. And those two people still had a look of not a single grumble. This youth called Yi Yuan was indeed not that simple. Actually, seeing Yi Yuan being so assertive, Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple's hearts were both thumping. It was not that they were unconcerned about Mei Zhen's safety. It was just that their Tranquil Cloud sect seriously did not have much capital to bargain within the northern domain. Experts roamed like clouds here. A random one that came could wipe out the Tranquil Cloud sect. Zoe is slow-witted. Can Lord Yi Yuan express things clearly? Not afraid of Lord Yi Yuan laughing, but City Lord, His Excellency, repeatedly exhorted before coming to definitely invite you over. But now, Shu Zoe revealed a difficult intent. When he was talking, Shu Zoe could clearly sense Luo Qingfeng and Ski Maple's nervousness. But this young man called Yi Yuan actually treated him like air. Such composure was absolutely not feigned. It was just that Shu Zoe could not figure out even after racking his brain just where this young man's confidence lay. Yi Yuan shot Shu Zoe a nonchalant glance and was suddenly a little clearer as he said, "Since that's the case, both of you stay here for a few days first. After this Yi welcomes back the sect elder, I'll go together with the two of you. The meet will be happening in a couple of days. Delaying several days like this isn't good, right?" Shu Zoe said depressedly. He discovered that in front of this sea transformation realm, he actually could not grasp the slightest initiative to speak. Right at this time, another voice sounded out again. Myriad Sword Sect's envoy, Fu Zonghu, requests an audience. Yi Yuan was stunned, then became delighted right away. Heh, really just so happened that what should come, came together today. Saved quite a bit of trouble too. Brother Shu, since this Myriad Sword Sect envoy came, it can be assumed that I can leave with you guys today. Shu Zoe was uncertain what it meant. Why did it strike up a relation with Myriad Sword Sect too? But that name Fu Zonghu, Shu Zoe had heard it before. When he heard this voice earlier, he was startled in his heart, and his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. This Fu Zonghu was a Myriad Sword Sect's divine traversing realm expert. What matters actually troubled his grand presence. Even though the northern domain had many divine traversing realm experts, the status of divine traversing realm experts was exceedingly high. They generally did not show face easily. One had to know that divine traversing realm experts had sufficient strength to establish a sect. Chapter 496 Unrivaled. Returning to the Tranquil Cloud sect once again, Mei Zhen truly felt like a lifetime had passed. It was only after being detained by the Myriad Sword Sect that Mei Zhen knew that the ones who nearly caused the Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction back then was actually this Myriad Sword Sect. Him reporting the name of his sect was simply sending sheep to the tiger's maw. Those few days when he was just detained, his essence energy was sealed, and he did the lowest chores in the Myriad Sword Sect. Whatever dirty work or tiring work would be done by him. He originally thought that he would be tormented to death like this very soon. Who knew that after several days, the Myriad Sword Sect people not only removed his essence energy seal, they even provided good food and drinks for him. Although he had no way to leaving the Myriad Sword Sect, compared to the days before, it was simply immortal-like. All the way until a couple of days ago, Fu Zonghu found him and told him with a mild tone that he was going to send him back to the sect personally. Mei Zhen first thought that he heard wrongly. When he confirmed that this was not a hallucination, it brought him great agitation. Furthermore, this in front of him was a divine traversing realm expert. Fu Zonghu actually used a consulting manner of speaking when talking to him. What was this playing at? But on this trip, Fu Zonghu did not say why they released him back either. Although he was very courteous when talking, upon mention of this matter, he was always vague. But Mei Zhen did not haggle over this either. To be able to return to the Tranquil Cloud sect, he was already very satisfied. Grand Elder, Sect Master, you guys actually came back. When Mei Zhen saw Ski Maple and Luo Qingfeng, he was stunned speechless. These two people were thrown in jail. With the Tranquil Cloud sect's strength, how could they possibly be rescued? Even if Yi Yuan's present combat strength was astonishing, it was not possible to charge all the way to the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak either and rescue these two people, right? Hoo, same as you, we could return to the Tranquil Cloud sect all due to Yi Yuan's credit. Ski Maple said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan, it was really Yi Yuan. But how on earth did he accomplish it? Mei Zhen was even more perplexed. Alright, we'll talk in detail later. There are still guests around, Ski Maple said smilingly. Mei Zhen was dazed, then nodded his head and retreated to one side. There were still Ji Tianyu and Li Junji standing behind Fu Zonghu. They were familiar with the situation here, so Fu Zonghu brought them along. Fu Zonghu came before Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "You're Yi Yuan, right?" "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This heavenly evil sects matters, I heard about it. You actually directly killed the first-level Soul Sea Realm Mao Yuanji with second-level Sea Transformation Realm strength. Truly inconceivable." Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui were greatly taken aback with shock when they heard these words. Sea Transformation Realm killing Soul Sea Realm. Was this really accomplished by the teenage youth before their eyes? The pair exchanged looks, both reading the astonishment in the other party's eyes. No wonder the city lord, His Excellency, attached such importance to this Yi Yuan. Such terrifying talent, not regarding him highly would be weird. Those top juniors in the northern domain might not be on par with this young man before their eyes either. But Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan's meager strength is most likely not worth mentioning in front of Senior." Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and opened his mouth and said, "We've already sent him back. Shouldn't you keep your word as well?" "That is so, of course." Yi Yuan was not melodramatic too. He lightly formed seals, releasing Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan, the others were still fine, but Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui were so shocked that their eyeballs nearly popped out. They finally knew what those incomprehensible words of Yi Yuan's meant just now. This boy actually detained the myriad sword sect's old ancestor's lineage grandson as a hostage to use to exchange for a puny little elder from his own sect. How was this touching the tiger's whiskers? This was simply directly plucking out the tiger's whiskers. Although that myriad sword sect's old ancestor was elusive in his whereabouts, his legends in the northern domain were still plenty. It was said that that old ancestor's temper was very explosive. But now, he actually swallowed his pride and endured in silence, and he really sent the person back. Shu Zuwei sucked in a deep breath. He finally knew why the city lord valued Yi Yuan so highly. This young man was simply heaven-defying. Since the three sects in Wufang City jointly issued hero invitations, it meant that the myriad sword sect's old ancestor already let bygones be bygones regarding this matter. Did this boy stumble randomly, making use of the fierce Gale world invading this node? Or did he plotted long ago? If he schemed long ago, then this boy's mind was also too monstrous. Fu Zonghu saw that Qin Yan only had his essence energy sealed and did not have any injuries other than that. A boulder in his heart finally landed too. According to Qin Hongtao's intentions, as long as Qin Yan had any hint of injury, he would definitely make Tranquil Cloud sect pay the price. But before he came, Ning Yixian and Jing Zan both came to find him and made him to never take action against the Tranquil Cloud sect. This put him in an incredibly awkward predicament. There was no choice. He could only take it one step at a time and come to the Tranquil Cloud sect and take a look at the situation first before deciding. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not make things difficult for Qin Yan, Fu Zonghu finally put his heart at ease. When Qin Yan saw Fu Zonghu, he could not help flushing red as he gave a respectful bow and said, "Grandpa Fu." Fu Zonghu and Qin Hongtao were in the same generation. Their relationship was pretty decent too. That was why Qin Hongtao could be at ease sending him over. When Qin Yan met Fu Zonghu, he would have to respectfully call him as Grandpa Fu. Fu Zonghu smiled slightly and said with a nod, "Yan don't need to be like this. You lost to Yi Yuan. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. No humiliation, then strive harder, that is how a man should be." Although Qin Yan was haughty, he was not that sort of ignorant silkpants. Hearing Fu Zonghu saying this, he could not help being dazed as he said, "I've embarrassed grandfather." "Grandfather he doesn't blame me." Fu Zonghu shook his head and said, "Yi Yuan's strength is already unrivaled among the young generation. You losing to him isn't injustice." Qin Yan's gaze turned intent as he exclaimed, "Unrivaled?" Fu Zonghu nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Yuan's present strength can already kill a first-level Soul Sea independently. Regardless whether it is you, or Guo Taochun, or even Yin Yanhua, you are all not his match." Hiss. Qin Yan drew a cold breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with astonishment. Protecting himself in front of a Soul Sea realm, he could accomplish that when he examined himself. Even some slightly weaker Soul Sea realms, there was a possibility of him defeating them too. But to talk about killing, that absolutely could not be accomplished. And this youth before his eyes who was 7 minor realms lower than him could actually accomplish that. Who, Grandpa Fu, I know what to do already, Qin Yan exhaled deeply and said. Seeing Qin Yan's gaze, Fu Zonghu nodded slightly. Looks like the setback this time was not a bad thing to Qin Yan. Come, I'll remove the seals for you first. Let's return to the sect together. As Fu Zonghu was talking, he plunged a strand of essence energy into Qin Yan's essence energy sea. But very soon, his brows furrowed together. He was actually unable to remove the seal. Yi Yuan smiled slightly when he saw the situation and said, better let me. If forcefully breaking the seal, it will cause damage to his essence energy sea. As he said, Yi Yuan came before Qin Yan and similarly fired a strand of essence energy into his essence energy sea. The seal was removed very quickly. When Fu Zonghu saw Yi Yuan's actions from the sides, the amazement in his eyes was incomparable. Chapter 497 Alchemy Holy Land. Seeing off Fu Zonghu, Yi Yuan then followed Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui to Wu Fang City together with Ski Maple. Along the way, Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui accompanied very cautiously. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was not as simple as just a sea transformation realm. Second level sea transformation killing first level soul sea realm. A casually laid down essence energy seal actually could not be removed even by a divine traversing realm expert. Pray tell, which young genius could do it to such an extent? Just as Fu Zonghu said, Yi Yuan already widened the gap between him and the young generation geniuses. Forget about Bao Sangui, even Shu Zuwei looked incredibly cautious. But Ski Maple felt even prouder by the side. Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui were very respectful when speaking with him as well. Ski Maple knew that this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, forget about going to participate in the highest meet in the northern domain this time. Shu Zuwei probably would have destroyed the Tranquil Cloud sect long ago. Actually, regarding Yi Yuan's growth, Ski Maple had long expected it. Hence, being surpassed by a disciple, not only did he not feel ashamed, he felt very proud instead. Because Yi Yuan, this rare talent, was Tranquil Cloud sect's disciple. Apart from Ski Maple, Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan followed along too. Yu Mengli could no longer do without Yi Yuan now, while Xiao Ruyan wanted to experience the Endless World's Alchemy World Holy Land too. Wu Fang City was a sacred city to the Endless World's alchemists. So, being informed that Yi Yuan was going to Wu Fang City, Ski Maple wanted to tag along as well to take a look no matter what. In the Endless World, this Wu Fang City could be said to be the place where alchemy skills were the most flourishing. Virtually all of the top alchemists all gathered here. Of course, this so-called flourishing was completely not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's eyes. On the path of alchemy, other than that fleeting and ephemeral alchemy god realm, there was really nothing that could move him. Several days later, the party of 6 finally arrived at Wu Fang City. Upon seeing this majestic city, Ski Maple actually trembled all over excitedly. To him, this trip to Wu Fang City was no different from a pilgrimage. As for the meeting that practically gathered all the peak powerhouses in the northern domain, it did not hold much of a meaning to him. Because he purely came here this time as a companion. In front of those people, he could not chime in at all. Wu Fang City, indeed well deserving to be my Endless World's Alchemy Holy Land. Ski Maple was overwhelmed by his emotions and said. Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui were proud too and said, that's natural. In terms of martial power, my Wu Fang City might not be able to compete with the 3 sects. But even those 3 great sects have to show some courtesy to City Lord, His Excellency. Because my Wu Fang City doesn't have medicinal pills that can't be refined. Hearing these words, Ski Maple deeply felt that way too. But Yi Yuan could not hold back it and let out a snigger. These 2 fellows, being conceited, had to have a limit too, right? Even the previous life's father and son did not dare to boast such big talk either, let alone a tiny little lower plains city. A frog at the bottom of a well was the most genuine portrayal of these 2 people. Shu Zuwei was experienced and cool-headed, but Bao Sangui's temper was quite explosive. Seeing that Yi Yuan was actually so disdainful towards this, he could not refrain from saying, young Master Yi came to the northern domain for the first time. Most likely, you're still unaware of my Wu Fang City's prowess. As long as you stay here for a couple of days, you'll be able to experience how great my Wu Fang City's alchemy path strength is. Although Bao Sangui was unhappy, he did not dare to offend Yi Yuan as well. Back at the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan not pursuing his crime of offending already made Bao Sangui very grateful. Hence, while his words right now had resentment, it was said very tactfully. Yi Yuan naturally did not feel like stooping to his level, and he said with a smile, all right. I'll experience it well these few days. Said experience, but there was no sincerity at all. Bao Sangui was helpless but did not really dare to argue with Yi Yuan either. The present Yi Yuan in their eyes, his status was already extraordinary. Heh, the two of you don't look down on Yi Yuan. His attainments in the alchemy path are much greater than this old man. Yi Yuan did not speak, but Ski Maple could not resist voicing out. The two people were alarmed. Young Master Yi is actually still an alchemist. Yi Yuan smiled as he fished out that alchemy master badge and wore it, saying with a laugh, haha. Yeah, if you guys didn't say, I almost forgot that I still had this thing. This badge was a supreme honor to others. But Yi Yuan simply did not care about this thing. So under normal circumstances, it was thrown in the storage ring to rot. Alchemy master. Shu Zuwei was dazed. This was also considered an alchemist. In Wufang City, not talking about alchemy masters, even alchemy grandmasters were apprentice level 2. Only by reaching quasi-alchemy king could one barely strike the fancy of some small forces. Only by going a step further to reach the alchemy king realm, could one be considered attaining a higher level, becoming guest elders for various major factions. But alchemy king realm wasn't considered much in Wufang City either. Middle-rank alchemy kings like Ski Maple could be easily found in Wufang City. When Ski Maple saw Yi Yuan take out the badge, he could not help scolding with a laugh, you punk. Seriously, such a long time and you don't know how to take part in an alchemist association test too. Is taking out an alchemy master badge everyday very fun? Yi Yuan said with a smile, the badge is just a mark. Having it doesn't represent a high level. Lacking it doesn't represent low level as well. The alchemist association test is only the most basic. It's not accurate. Be that as it may, with the alchemist association's acknowledgement, it can avoid many unnecessary troubles too, no? Ski Maple urged. To the vast majority of alchemists, taking tests and getting badges were something universally accepted. Ski Maple was no exception either. That was why he tried his best to advise Yi Yuan to join the next test. After all, the position of alchemist was very revered. Under unnecessary circumstances, nobody was willing to offend alchemists, especially high-tier alchemists. Yi Yuan thought about it, but he still shook his head and said, hey, forget about it still. I'm afraid that if I go to the Alchemist Association, this alchemy king, that alchemy sovereign, will want to take me in as a disciple again, stirring up considerable problems instead. Ski Maple could not help being speechless when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. Yi Yuan's attainments on the alchemy path threw him more than several streets behind. If he really went to take part in the alchemist test, striking the fancy of some important people was something very normal. However, these words sounded unbelievably arrogant to Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui. They admit that Yi Yuan's martial path was very strong. But alchemy path took time and effort. Even if one's perception was any higher, it was also very hard to train up a true alchemy path powerhouse within a short period of time. Yi Yuan's age was merely 16, and he had exceptionally high attainments on the martial path too. How could he possibly stand out above the rest on the alchemy path as well? But they knew that Yi Yuan's identity was extraordinary. They also knew to consider Yi Yuan's posturing attitude. Young people, cherishing face and being a little arrogant could be understood too. Moreover, he had sufficient qualifications to be arrogant as well, right? Clearly afraid of not passing, but still want to find this kind of lousy reason to avoid the test. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. This place is Wufang City. Who knows how many young geniuses there are? Who the hell are you to let an alchemy sovereign take you in as a disciple? At this time, a cold grunt sounded out, the words were filled with contempt. Chapter 498 Beautiful Women Can't Be Offended. A discordant voice sounded from the side. Yi Yuan and other three turned around to look and saw a young man currently looking over at them coldly. This young man had a displeased look. Clearly, he took all of Yi Yuan's arrogant words earlier into his ears. Seeing this young man, Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui's faces both changed. Young Master Ren Dong, so, it's you guys. Where did you guys find this country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world, spouting drivel here? Ren Dong gave Shu Zuwei and Bao Sangui a nonchalant glance. Clearly, He knew the two. This is, Shu Zuwei was just about to explain but was cut off by Ren Dong waving his hand. Forget it. This sort of trash, I'm not interested in knowing too. Ren Dong took a look at Yi Yuan's alchemy master badge coolly with a scornful look. Puny little alchemy master. It's best to be more low profile in this Wufang city. The Alchemist Association's test is not what some random nobody can pass. Finished talking, Ren Dong left with large strides. Shu Zuwei pair actually did not even get to explain it. Hey, why do you, this fellow, talk like this? Just your alchemy skills aren't even fit to carry shoes for my master. To actually dare lecture my master here. Yi Yuan did not say anything regarding Ren Dong's contempt, but Xiao Ruyan could not put up with it by the side, yelling out to stop Ren Dong. This period of time, Xiao Ruyan had been cultivating the 1000 augmenting soul incantation and tri-origin samsara art all along. Yet, only as her training went deeper and deeper did she realize the extensiveness and profoundness of these two things. She finally knew just how terrifying Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were. In the past, she only wanted to be his disciple in order to get close to Yi Yuan. But now, Yi Yuan already became god-like existence in Xiao Ruyan's heart. This Ren Dong's badge indicated he was at the middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were totally not on the same level. Now, somebody was actually disrespectful towards Yi Yuan. Ren Dong just took a few steps. Hearing Xiao Ruyan shout like this, he could not help turning his head back and looked at Xiao Ruyan with an unkind face. You're certain that you weren't joking earlier? Do you know who am I? Ren Dong said with narrowed eyes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yu Mengli imparted the face-altering skill to Xiao Ruyan. At present, the two of their faces were very ordinary, so as not to let people stare covetously. I don't care who you are. Aren't you just a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king? You might not even beat me, and you still dare to insult my master. Let me tell you, my master just can't be bothered to go take part in the alchemist test. Or else, you wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for him. Xiao Ruyan puffed up her chest and said with righteous indignation. She was all too clear about Yi Yuan's level. Back at the central capital, he beat the Tong family's Tong Wenchong until he had not one iota of confidence left. Now that his strength advanced another step, forget about ordinary middle-rank quasi-alchemy kings, even high-rank quasi-alchemy kings could not possibly be his match either. Regarding Xiao Ruyan's fervent supporting actions, Yi Yuan could only smile bitterly in his heart. He really did not have any intention of haggling over Ren Dong's insult. But Xiao Ruyan seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation. This little lass really could not tolerate anything unreasonable. Heh, such high-sounding sentiments. In this Wufang city, other than those veteran alchemy kings and alchemy sovereign experts, there really aren't many who dare to speak to me this way. Boy, since you're this lass's master, do you dare to compete in a match with me? I want to take a look just who carries shoes for whom. Ren Dong pressed Yi Yuan. At this time, Shu Zuwei whispered in Yi Yuan's ear to warn, young master Ren Dong is the strongest person in the Ren family's junior generation. His age is not past 30, and he already has middle-rank quasi-alchemy king strength. It's said that he is already fully qualified to challenge high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Young Master Yi, it is best not to act without due consideration. Shu Zuwei had stayed in Wufang City for many years and was deeply aware just how difficult it was for a top alchemist to be born. Based on Yi Yuan's age, he absolutely had no possibility of winning Ren Dong. Rather than everybody looking bad, he might as well remind Yi Yuan a bit, to avoid this unnecessary conflict. Yi Yuan's current soul force already reached middle-rank quasi-alchemy king standards. Within quasi-alchemy king this realm, it was not possible for anybody to be his match. Towards such competition, he really could not arouse much interest. Hearing Shu Zui's high praise, Ren Dong could not help being pleased with himself in his heart. Competing with Yi Yuan, he did not have any psychological burden at all. Could a teenage youth be his match? As for the master in Xiao Ruyan's mouth, Ren Dong just took it as a joke to listen to. It was also unknown what kind of relation was between these two people. Saying these words was merely just raising Yi Yuan's status. Haha, turns out that this elder brother is actually so amazing. Younger brother admires greatly. As for this match, I think it's better to forget about it, Yi Yuan said perfunctorily with a smile. The present circumstances were different from before. The reason why he took action against Tong Wenchong was that Tong Wenchong's actions had infuriated him thoroughly. While this Ren Dong was just a little haughty and did not do anything to him either. Yi Yuan naturally would not strike down the other party's confidence. Ha ha ha, boy, looks like you still know your limits pretty well. However, Ren Dong took a look at Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, heaved a sigh, and said, "This taste is really a little poor." Hee hee. Ren Dong was dripping with sarcasm when speaking. Evidently, he was very contemptuous of Yu Mengli's and Xiao Ruyan's looks. Hearing these words, Xiao Ruyan was enraged until smoke came out of her nostrils. Women, especially beautiful women, what they could not stand the most was other people saying that they were not beautiful. Moreover, Xiao Ruyan was one of the capital's dual absolutes in the fierce Gale world. Her beauty could be imagined. "Master, this punk needs a beating. Why are you avoiding a fight?" Xiao Ruyan stomped her feet angrily. Yi Yuan was just about to say a few words of consolation when the Yu Mengli, who did not say a word the entire time, actually opened her mouth to speak too. "Yi Yuan, I know that your alchemy skill attainments are exceedingly high. But I still have yet to see before. How about you let me witness it today, alright?" Goodness gracious. The good-natured Yu Mengli was enraged too. Ren Dong, this brat's one sentence really lit the firecracker. Looks like this alchemist test, he had to take part no matter what. Women, especially beautiful women, were never to be offended. When Yi Yuan heard Yu Mengli's words, he unwittingly sweated profusely too. In his eyes, Yu Mengli was forever that quiet and elegant. Although she was very calm when speaking just now, the faint fury in those words already radiated out. Furthermore, this was still Yu Mengli's first time opening her mouth to beg Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan completely not know how he should reject. Fine then. Isn't it just refining? A medicinal pill, how big of an issue is it?" Yi Yuan said helplessly. "Not refining a pill that simple. Master, you mustn't stint on materials. If you are competing with him, you have to let him know what true alchemy skills are." Xiao Ruyan pointed at Ren Dong and said. Yi Yuan could not resist turning back to take a look at Yu Mengli. Yu Mengli did not speak, but the expression in her eyes seemed to be able to talk. That meaning was like saying, "Properly teach this naive child how to behave." Yi Yuan could not help shooting Ren Dong a sympathetic glance and said, "Brother, it's not that this younger brother, I, am not helping you. It's that you really shouldn't have provoked them." Chapter 499. Too simple. Ren Dong was very displeased. These people treated him utterly as they pleased. Regardless where he walked to in Wufang City, he was always the center of attention. When had he been underestimated by people like so before? "Hey, just two ugly girls. I can't even say it. Want to challenge me, is it? Fine, I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I just happen to be going to take part in the Alchemist Association's test as well. Let's compete to see whose medicinal pill is more outstanding." Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as he said, "How to compete? When taking the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill. Whoever's quality is higher, he wins. If the grade is the same, I'll invite the Alchemist Association's elders to judge whose medicinal pill is better." Ren Dong said it very haughtily, as if fearful that others did not know he knew the Alchemist Association's elders. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Do it as you say then." The fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association's headquarters was at Central Capital, while the Endless World's Alchemist Association headquarters was at Wufang City. But comparing Star Abyss's status in the fierce Gale World, the Endless World's Alchemist Association's chairman's status was evidently not as high as Star Abyss's. This is because the Endless World had many sovereign-level alchemists. Just within this Wufang City, there were two peak alchemy sovereign alchemists. One of them was this Alchemist Association's chairman. Of course, the Endless World's alchemy standards were much higher than the fierce Gale World's. Star Abyss's level, when placed in the Endless World, could not rank in the top 5. The party came to the Alchemist Association. The association's personnel clearly all knew Ren Dong. Many people came up to greet him. "Honorable nephew Ren Dong, what breeze blew you here today?" Ren Dong brought Yi Yuan and the rest into a side hall. An old man immediately greeted warmly when he saw Ren Dong. "So, today is Master Wu Zan managing things?" "Little nephew has seen Master." Ren Dong gave a bow respectfully. This elderly man was an early-stage alchemy sovereign. He could naturally receive Ren Dong's courtesy. Wu Zan waved his hand and said, "What are you still being so courteous with me for? I heard that you were in closed seclusion for very long. Coming today, Could it be to assault high-rank quasi-alchemy king? Hey, Master Wu Zhan knows me better than anyone. I came today precisely to participate in this high-rank quasi-alchemy king test. However, Ren Dong took a look at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, taking care of some inexperienced fellow while I'm at it. This is to let him know what's called the immensity of heaven and earth. Wu Zhan followed Ren Dong's gaze and looked at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being a little amazed. This youth was so young and was actually already second-level C transformation strength. How extraordinary! He saw Xu Zuwei standing with his hands by the side respectfully too and could not help being even more astonished. A second-class patrolling inspector like Bao Sengui completely could not enter Wu Zhan's eyes. But a 9th-level Soul C expert like Xu Zuwei, Wu Zhan naturally knew. He was the City Lord Manor's first-class patrolling inspector. Why would he be so respectful towards a teenager? Looks like this youth had some background. Honorable nephew, what's with this talk? In front of Ren Dong, Wu Zhan did not put on any senior's airs. Clearly, he regarded him quite highly. I came to find Master Wu Zhan, to boldly request Master to be a witness for us. In a while, during the test, we'll refine the same medicinal pill, and ultimately determine the victor with the medicinal pill's quality, Ren Dong said with a cold grunt. This time, Wu Zhan was really astonished. He said in surprise, you and him? Quasi-alchemy king versus low-rank alchemy master. Honorable nephew, aren't you being a little too much of a bully here? Heh. Master didn't hear how arrogant this boy's words were. He said that as long as he randomly took part in the test, whatever alchemy king and alchemy sovereign would be contending to snatch him to be a disciple. Furthermore, he would even find it troublesome. Ren Dong said with a cold smile. When Wu Zhan heard these words, his expression could not help darkening too. A puny little alchemy master uttered such wild ravings. Indeed, this person was unaware of how high the heaven was and how deep the earth was. You really said that before? Wu Zhan asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan nodded his head, counted as admitting it. Actually, he just casually said it to use to placate Ski Maple. Who knew that it just so happened to be heard by Ren Dong? But the words were already said. Yi Yuan naturally would not deny it. Furthermore, what he said was only the truth. How could those alchemy kings and alchemy sovereigns be worthy of being his, Yi Yuan's, master? Hee, what an unbridled brat. Fine, today, I'll help you guys be this witness, and I'll see if a puny little alchemy master really has such heaven-defying talent that can make me view him in a different light too. Yi Yuan admitting it so shamelessly made Wu Zhan very furious too. Yi Yuan just shrugged when he heard this. He did not have the intention of disputing those words. The place for this test did not seem to be any different from back then when Yi Yuan was at the state of Qin. It was just that the pill refining rooms here were of much higher quality compared to the state of Qin's. All manners of decorations and equipments were much more extensive too. In the hall, one could likewise see everything in the pill refining rooms from the light screen projection. Alright, the test will begin soon. What kind of medicinal pill do you guys want to refine? Wu Zhan asked. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Ren Dong jumped in and said, Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that, his eyes looking at Ren Dong rather strangely. Ren Dong clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze too and thought that Yi Yuan could not refine it. He could not help saying delightedly, what? Can't refine it, or completely never heard before. There's still time to back out now, but there has to be some punishment, don't you agree? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head as he said, alright then. Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill then. Yi Yuan's surprise was obviously not because he could not refine it, and even less because he never heard of it before. But because this Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was seriously too easy for him. He originally still thought that Ren Dong being so aggressive should have picked even more formidable quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Who knew that he actually picked one without any difficulty? However, Yi Yuan was a well-fed person who did not know how the starving people had suffered. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was already the highest-ranking medicinal pill that Ren Dong could refine. The Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill was a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, but it was also just an entry-level medicinal pill. It could at most only be considered slightly difficult among the entry levels. Most of those who came to join the alchemist test just barely reached this level. They would naturally choose other entry-level medicinal pills for the test. Ren Dong being able to refine out high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills at this age was already very impressive. To make him pick some highly challenging high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was naturally something impossible. But Yi Yuan's expression in the eyes of those who did not know the inside story naturally thought that he could not refine it. But Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan, even Ski Maple, all of them knew that this should not stump Yi Yuan. This expression of Yi Yuan's could only say, this medicinal pill was too simple. Wu Zan saw Yi Yuan's expression, and he could not help shaking his head secretly in his heart. This youngster's strength was decent, but his temperament was too poor. Unable to refine, then why he pretended to know? Even if a puny little alchemy master really could refine some quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, how could he possibly refine those high-level medicinal pills of the same tier? Now, the true colors were revealed, and the jig was up, right? Chapter 500. Young man, do you have a master? All right, since the two of you don't have any objections, then begin. Wu Zan said. Hang on, Xiao Ruyan suddenly interjected. What, you this ugly girl want to go back on your words? Ren Dong said with a grin. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped several degrees. This Ren Dong really had no idea of death. Xiao Ruyan said with a cold smile, since it's an alchemy duel, there has to be some stake, right? Ren Dong could not help being stunned when he heard these words. The smile on his face became even brighter straight away. Haha, what kind of stake do you want? Just say it out, just bet essence crystals then. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Dare to wager. Xiao Ruyan had a compelling look. Once these words were said, everyone drew in a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan still had some wealth right now, to take out 100,000 essence crystals in one go, he really could not do it. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. No matter where it was a huge sum of money. After the shock, Ren Dong calmed down very quickly, and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a half-smile as he said, hey. You this ugly girl talk so big. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals, can you take it out? Xiao Ruyan flipped her hand over. A storage ring appeared in her hand. There are 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals in this storage ring. Since this Lord Sovereign is the judge, let him confirm it. As she said, Xiao Ruyan very casually threw the storage ring to Wu Zan. Wu Zan was also slightly astonished when he saw the situation. He inserted his divine sense into the storage ring and counted them. Indeed, there were 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. This little lady, such a grand display of one's wealth. 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals were not considered much to him as an alchemy sovereign. But to ordinary people, it was absolutely a tremendous amount of wealth. Even for Ren Dong as the eldest young master in his family, adding up all of his possessions, it was most likely just this amount too. That's right, it's indeed 100,000 middle-grade essence crystals. Wu Zan nodded slightly and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Ren Dong could not help looking at Xiao Ruyan in slight amazement. This ugly girl's looks were far from attractive. To think that she was actually so wealthy. People really could not be judged by their looks. But Ren Dong naturally did not mind this as well. He only treated it as a little girl in a fit of pique. Hee, with money, one can be willful, but one also has to bear the consequences brought about from being willful. Deal, I'll wager with you. Ren Dong likewise threw Wu Zan a storage ring and said, Master, this storage ring has high-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade essence crystals. The total sum should be 100,000. I have to trouble you to do a check. Wu Zan briefly counted, and he then nodded his head slightly and said, only a few dozen pieces short. Not a big problem. Since both parties have agreed to this wager, then this seat will be the intermediary party. These two storage rings will belong to the final victor. Now, we can start the test. Yi Yuan and Ren Dong entered the medicine warehouse. They chose the medicinal herbs the Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill required, and then they entered the pill refining rooms respectively to refine the medicinal pill. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Zan pulled Shu away to one side and asked softly, what background does this boy have? Are you sure that he isn't here to cause trouble? Shu Zuwei had a bitter look when he heard that and said, This lowly one doesn't know either. Young Master Yi's talent in the martial path is unparalleled. But whether he knows how to alchemy or not, I really don't know. As he said this, Shu Zuwei briefly recounted the matter of inviting Yi Yuan to join the Northern Domain's upper echelons meeting, leaving Wu Zan with shock in his heart. This Yi Yuan was actually even stronger than the three sect's head disciples. Truly inconceivable, but his complexion became dark very quickly as he said in a low voice, martial path talent being so heaven-defying, but at his age, how could he have the time to learn alchemy skills too? He's truly messing around. Xu Zuwei clearly did not feel that Yi Yuan could refine out a high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill either and said with a forced smile, Master Wuzan, this lowly one has interacted with young Master Yi for several days, and more or less has some understanding regarding his temperament. A young man's character can be understood. Since young Master Yi has the badge that the Alchemist Association issued, he presumably isn't utterly clueless about alchemy skills. Since he wants to mess around, just let him run wild. Or else, if he really gets offended and walks away, City Lord, His Excellency, will flay my skin for sure when I go back. Wuzan said with a long face, this old man, an exalted alchemy sovereign, is actually accompanying 2 juniors to mess around. Seriously preposterous. Xu Zuwei smiled obsequiously and said, Hoo, at any rate, young Master Ren Dong's standards are not for show. To think that he can actually refine high-level quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so soon. At this speed, he'll most likely become our Wu Fang City's youngest alchemy king expert. After Xu Zuwei mentioned Ren Dong, Wuzan's expression became a little better as he said with a nod, this boy's talent in alchemy is indeed exceptionally strong. The Ren family finally produced a decent junior again after hongling that lass. Forget it, today, I'll just take it as witnessing Ren Dong this boy's growth then. Wuzan pair chatted for a while and were just about to go to the light screen to watch Ren Dong's refinement when the door of the pill refining room that Yi Yuan was in suddenly opened. Yi Yuan slowly walked out from inside. When Wuzan saw the situation, his expression involuntarily darkened as he said, young man, alchemy skills are not as simple as you imagine. A day's work cannot refine out high-tier medicinal pills. If your strength can't compare to others, you have to accept it with an open mind. A momentary dispute caused by personal feelings will do no good for your growth. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually came out so quickly, Wuzan already confirmed that this Yi Yuan was making a fool out of him, and could not resist lecturing a few sentences with a senior's capacity. Yi Yuan was disinclined to refute as well and just gave an apathetic, ORH, and retreated to one side. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she asked Yi Yuan in a whisper, Master, what grade? The composed Yu Mengli also could not resist moving closer at this time. But Yi Yuan made a mystery out of it as he said with a smile, leave a bit of suspense. Making it known now won't have any meaning anymore. After 2 hours plus, Ren Dong finally came out from the pill refining room. It was only to see him drenched in sweat all over, as if he was hurled out from a river. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill was still a little too forceful to Ren Dong. But Ren Dong's face seemed to be looking very excited. Clearly, the refinement succeeded. Ren Dong saw Yi Yuan sitting there calm and composedly, looking as if his soul force and essence energy both virtually had no expenditure. Ren Dong could not help giving a disdainful smile. Hoo, resigned yourself to your fate, right? Alchemy isn't as easy as you imagine. Quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills are not tier 2 medicinal pills that can be refined as long as one's realm is sufficient, Ren Dong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan just smiled and was not in the mood to argue with him. Before long, the employees submitted the medicinal pills refined by the two. Wuzan already had no interest to look at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined at this time. He directly unveiled the vessel used to place Ren Dong's medicinal pill, his face revealing a satisfied look. Not bad. Actually able to refine a middle-grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill already. Looks like you didn't slack off in the slightest recently. Wuzan said in satisfaction. Master Wuzan is too kind. Little nephew is somebody who has the resolve to assault the realm of peak alchemy sovereign. How can I dare have the slightest hint of remiss? Ren Dong was pleased with himself in his heart but spoke humbly on the surface. Wuzan nodded his head and unveiled Yi Yuan's medicinal pill carelessly. His expression involuntarily changed drastically. This Dragon Buddha Jade Void pill. Hiss. Young man, do you have a master? Wuzan asked. Chapter 501 Ren Xingqian. Everyone was stupefied by this question from Wuzan. What was going on? Wuzan was not talking about the medicinal pill's quality, but he asked about Yi Yuan's master first. But everyone understood it very quickly. Wuzan was trying to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple here. Understanding this subtle question, Ren Dong's face was already black like a pot's bottom. He still clearly remembered that he just happened to bump into the sight of Yi Yuan saying that Alchemy Kings and Alchemy Sovereigns would be fighting to take him in as a disciple. Wasn't this scene right now exactly verifying Yi Yuan's words back then? But the problem was that Yi Yuan did not even expend much essence energy and soul force. How could he possibly refine out a high-quality Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill? Master Wu Zan, the medicinal pill that he refined. Ren Dong clenched his teeth and asked. Only when Wu Zan looked at Ren Dong did he realize his loss of composure. But very soon, he took pity on Ren Dong. Ren Dong's talent absolutely bore no complaints. But compared to this Yi Yuan, it was simply a world of difference. He passed the medicinal pill to Ren Dong and said with a sigh, "You take a look yourself." Ren Dong received the medicinal pill in puzzlement and swept over the medicinal pill with soul force. His expression became even uglier. Transcendent grade. It was absolutely transcendent grade. A transcendent grade Dragon Buddha Jade Void Pill. How was this possible? Yet, the reality was right before his eyes and not up to Ren Dong to believe or not. Everything in the pill refining room could be projected on the light screen and be recorded down. Yi Yuan's refinement completely could not be faked. Could it be that this boy's alchemy standards actually already reached such a monstrous degree? As an alchemist, Ren Dong was all too clear about the disparity between middle grade and transcendent grade. Comparing using a firefly and the bright moon was not overboard at all. Hehe, master is master. Indeed amazing. How is it, great young Master Ren? Convinced now, Xiao Ruyan clearly identified the transcendent grade medicinal pill too, and she could not help striking down Ren Dong with a proud look. Yet, Ren Dong completely did not hear Xiao Ruyan's words. He was currently still battered out of his senses at present. The eyes of Yu Mengli behind Yi Yuan glimmered at this time, staring hard at Yi Yuan's back view. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. You're called Yi Yuan, right? I wonder if you're willing to enter this old man's tutelage. This old man will exhaust everything I have to aid you to reach the divine realm. Wu Zan also said somewhat agitatedly. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. As expected, it still went back to this topic. Is the test considered passed now? Yi Yuan's reply avoided the question. Of course, it's passed. Wu Zan was dazed for a bit and replied. Then, give what it? Wu Zan discovered that he completely could not follow Yi Yuan's thoughts. The badge. I came to take the test for high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Now that I've passed the test, shouldn't you give me the badge? Oh, those 2 storage rings as well. Yi Yuan said crossly. In Yi Yuan's eyes, he totally did not have any odd towards an alchemy sovereign. Only then, did Wu Zan come to a realization. He hurriedly instructed, "Come, men. Make haste to produce Yi Yuan's badge. These 2 storage rings are yours." Yi Yuan, I wonder if. Master Wu Zan, actually, I have a master. If it's acknowledging a master, I think forget about it. Yi Yuan received the storage rings and interrupted Wu Zan's words rudely. Having a master doesn't matter as well. Wu Fang City is the alchemy holy land. And Lord Chairman is even a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. If this old man isn't qualified enough, I believe he has the qualifications. With Lord Chairman coming forward, I believe that your master won't say much either. With your talent, with the Alchemist Association's fostering, ascending to the divine realm in the future is practically a shoo-in. Wu Zan was clearly unwilling to give up and still wanted to convince Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt his head swell up and he waved his hands and said, "Master, his elder self treats me very well. I don't have plans to change factions. Lord Wu Zan, I still have important matters on hand so I won't stay any longer. Brothers away, after the badge finishes manufacturing, I'll have to trouble you to send somebody to collect it and send it to my residence." Finished talking, Yi Yuan left, without even turning his head back. In a tranquil courtyard inside City Lord Manor, an old man with a fierce glare was currently drinking tea in the pavilion. This old man was precisely the person with the highest authority in Wufang City. City Lord Ren Xingqian. Opposite Ren Xingqian sat a middle-aged man. Between the latter's forehead had some likeness with Ren Xingqian. Yuji, these few days, Wufang City will have a meeting of wind and clouds. You have to be more wary. Especially those few old fellows from the 3 sects, they have to be entertained upon carefully. Best to not have any trouble occur, Ren Xingqian said. Father, rest assured, I've already prepared everything. This time, the state of affairs is extraordinary. Those few most likely won't intentionally stir up trouble too, Ren Yuji said. Ren Xingqian nodded and said, I really didn't expect that my endless world would actually suffer such an undeserved calamity. If those few old fellows still don't cease at this time, they will be the endless world's sinners. Other than their 3 schools, have the others all arrived? There are still several people not yet here. But we've already received the news that they are already on the way. It's also a matter of these 2 days, Ren Yuji said. Then that's good. Oh right, that boy called Yuan will be of vital importance to this meeting. What kind of strategy we take against the fierce Gale world will all fall onto his brain. I made Shuzawei go and invite him. I wonder if he's here yet or not. Already here. I've already arranged for him to be at Fengya Pavilion. Speaking of this boy, he's really impressive too, Ren Yuji said with glistening eyes. Oh, impressive in what way? Yesterday, Yuan just entered the city. No idea how, he bumped onto Dong. The 2 of them actually carried out a pill fighting match. With this, Ren Xingqian's interest was aroused as he asked curiously, oh? There is still this incident. I heard that this boy's martial path is exceedingly formidable, even detaining Qin Hongtao's grandson. Could it be that he also has exceptionally high attainments in the alchemy path? What's the result of the 2 of their face-off? Ren Yuji snickered and said, why don't father make a guess? Hiss. Hearing your tone, could it be that Dong lost? Dong talent is not at all inferior to Hongling's. It can't be to the extent where he lost to a boy from the countryside, right? Ren Yuji nodded his head, his eyes were clearly still carrying disbelief. How is it just lost? It was simply an utter defeat. When I heard this news, I suspected that I heard wrongly myself too. For this, I even specially sent people to the Alchemist Association to inquire about it from Lord Wuzan, only to hear that this is true. Ren Xingqian briefly recounted the matter of Yuan and Ren Dong battling on refining pills. Ren Xingqian drew a cold breath when he heard the story. Transcendent grade medicinal pill. Even if this boy started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to be monstrous to such a degree, right? Ren Xingqian said in disbelief. That I don't know, but this youngster called Yuan, his background is indeed filled with mysteries, Ren Yuji said. Ren Xingqian nodded and said, this matter, I got it. You go and console Dong properly. He has been arrogant at heart and haughty in manner since young. He has never suffered such a setback before. If he make use of this setback properly, it will be a facilitation for him instead. Hongling is already thoroughly crippled. Our Ren family's future hope is all on Dong. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. Hearing that, Ren Yuji's expression dimmed, wanting to speak. But, he said nothing. Chapter 502 Finding People. Whatever you want to say, just say it. Don't act like I'm a target for venting. Ren Xingqian said unhappily. Ren Yuji heaved a sigh and said, so many years have passed already. The wood has become a boat. Father, you still can't let it go of it in your heart. You doing this, younger sister will hate you for the rest of your life. Ren Xingqian slapped a palm down. The stone table in the pavilion immediately turned into a pile of powder. Hongling was originally the successor of my mantle with outstanding talent, but she was abducted by that stinking brat. Now, Hongling became a cripple because of that stinking brat. How do you want me to not be angry? Ren Xingqian suddenly seemed to have become another person, stern in voice and countenance. Father, it has already been so many years since the incident. Our Ren family has Dong too. Brother-in-law brought younger sister back to apologize for their mistake. Isn't it good enough for our family to reunite together? Why must it be a life and death struggle? Ren Yuji said carefully. Although Ren Yuji already reached middle age, he still did not dare to talk loudly in front of Ren Xingqian. Ren Xingqian flicked his sleeves and said with a cold grunt, it will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart for so many years without killing that stinking brat. Don't mention this matter again. After the meet this time passes, immediately carry out the death sentence on that punk. Ren Yuji shook his head and sighed again. Then turned around and left the courtyard. Yuan the 4 of them stayed at Fengya Pavilion. The next day, Ski Maple was too impatient to wait and left the house on his own to look around Wufang City. Of course, a part of the reason for him doing so was because he did not wish to hinder Yuan and the 2 beauties' privacy. Him, an old man, always hanging around young people, it seriously could not quite be justified. Master, let's go out to take a look too. Although this Wufang City isn't as big as our central capital, in terms of bustling degree, it's only greater and not lesser. Furthermore, I heard that just the alchemy sovereign experts here are close to as many as 10. This level of strength truly makes our fierce Gale world look up to it. Ever since Xiao Ruyan broke away from her family's fetters, her entire person became much more cheerful. This happy look suited her age more. But Yi Yuan did not have any interest in Wufang City. However, Xiao Ruyan, his eldest disciple, was in such a mood to enjoy things. It was not nice of him to brush off Xiao Ruyan's intention either. As for Yu Mengli, she had an indifferent look. As long as it was accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, it would do. The trio were just about to leave when Shu Zuwei just happened to stop them. "Young Master Yi, this is your high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge. I sent people early in the morning to help you retrieve it." Shu Zuwei already used honorifics when speaking. This trip here, he was already prostrating on all fours in admiration before Yi Yuan. At a young age, not only could he cross a major realm to battle in terms of the martial path, he could even refine a high-level transcendent-grade quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill. Such monstrous talent, just thinking about it made people despair. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and received the badge. The 3.5 stars on it twinkled. Because Quasi-Alchemy King was similarly a special realm, being in between Alchemy King and Alchemy Grandmaster, the Alchemist Association's badge had 3.5 stars on it. Yi Yuan casually threw the badge into the storage ring and did not have the intention of adorning it. When Shu Zuwei saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Alchemists being so casual with their badges. It was most likely just this guy, right? In other people's view, after getting this badge, they would absolutely be like obtaining a supreme treasure, carefully pinning it on their chest and finding it hard to take it down again. But this lord actually spurned it. Yi Yuan kept the badge, but then he fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Shu Zuwei. He said to him, "These few days, I've troubled brothers away. Younger brother isn't able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills right now, so I can only use this medicinal pill to express my thanks. If brother Zuwei has any son or nephew descendant, it can come in handy." These few days, Shu Zuwei fussed around as if Yi Yuan was his master, serving him very meticulously. Although he came here because he received Wufang City Lord's orders, Yi Yuan appreciated it too. Moreover, Yi Yuan gifting the pill was naturally because he still had a request. Shu Zuwei received the pill and took a look, and he could not help drawing a cold breath. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. "Young Master Yi, this medicinal pill." Shu Zuwei completely did not recognize this medicinal pill at all. Yi Yuan smiled and explained, "This is a sea gathering pill. It can allow someone to advance one minor realm in the sea transformation realm unconditionally. If brother Zuwei has any sea transformation realm son or nephew, why not let him give it a try? This medicinal pill is too valuable. I can't take it." Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Shu Zuwei immediately realized just how precious this medicinal pill was and hurriedly passed the medicinal pill back. But Yi Yuan did not take it and said with a smile, "Brother Zuwei, keep it. I still have a matter to request brother Zuwei." Shu Zuwei struggled briefly but still could not resist keeping the medicinal pill. His son just broke through to the sea transformation realm. This medicinal pill came perfectly in time for him to use. Shu Zuwei naturally could not bear to part with it and return it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was given with perfect timing. Then Zuwei thanks young Master Yi very much. "My son just broke through to the sea transformation realm and could just happen to use this sea gathering pill. If young Master Yi has any request, just say it. Zuwei is incapable, but I can still say a few words in this Wufang city." Shu Zuwei was already shedding tears of gratitude right now towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Haha, then I'll thank brother Zuwei first. Actually, I wish to ask brother Zuwei to help me find 2 people. "Who?" "These 2 people are a husband and wife pair. One is called Yi Hang. The other is called Ren Hongling." Ever since Yi Hang and Ren Hongling left after leaving behind the letter, although Yi Yuan did not show it, he kept it in his heart all along. Now that the Tranquil Cloud sect moved north, Yi Yuan naturally had to inquire about his parents' news. Wufang City's sphere of influence in the northern domain was massive. Requesting Shu Zuwei to inquire about his parents' news was perfect. When Shu Zuwei heard, "Ren Hongling," these 3 words, his expression could not help changing. But Yi Yuan took in Shu Zuwei's expression into his sight and could not help but be surprised. He asked, "Is it possible that brother Zuwei knows these 2? Shu Zuwei lowered his voice and said, "It's really a coincidence. City Lord, His Excellency, has a daughter. Her name is called Ren Hongling too." Yi Yuan's mind flashed like lightning when he heard that. His parents had never talked about their backgrounds. Was it possible that mother actually still had such a startling background? Thinking of this, Yi Yuan was even more overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Then where is that city lord's daughter now?" Shu Zuwei sighed and said, "City lord's daughter came to a premature end long ago already. It's too bad for an alchemy genius." "Oh, why is this so?" Yi Yuan could not help becoming curious. Back that city lord's daughter had peerless talent. At the age of 18, she was already a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, greatly surpassing those of the same age. But sadly, the heaven is envious of the gifted. That Ren Hongling actually got inflicted with a terminal disease and left this world. City Lord, His Excellency, was even heartbroken over this for a long time. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan already basically confirmed that this Ren Hongling was not the other Ren Hongling. Because his mother did not have any trace of essence energy undulation in her body and was only a normal person, she naturally could not possibly be the city lord's daughter in Shu Zui's story. Chapter 503 Teach Me Alchemy. Then it's really quite a pity, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Xiao Ruyan was a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at 20 years old and was already a peak existence in the fierce Gale world. An 18 years old high-rank alchemy grandmaster was absolutely a peak existence in the endless world. Such monstrous talent but passed away young, it was indeed quite pitiful. Yeah, but the heaven does not cut off all paths. City Lord, His Excellency, later got another grandson that is Ren Dong. His talent is similarly a top existence when looking at the junior generation, Shu Zuwei said. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Regarding Ren Dong's talent, Yi Yuan did not have any disagreement. To the lower realms, Ren Dong's talent was already rather decent. Yi Yuan described Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's looks and characteristics to Shu Zuwei in detail, and he instructed, "These two people's news will be entrusted to Brother Zuwei. If your son needs any medicinal pills, Brother Zuwei doesn't need to be courteous. Just come and find me will do." Shu Zuwei was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "I'll thank young Master Yi on behalf of my son first." Martial artist's cultivation could not do without medicinal pills. With Shu Zui's strength and status, he naturally did not lack medicinal pills. But just looking from Yi Yuan casually taking out the sea-gathering pill, his alchemy path strength absolutely could not be compared to ordinary high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. Shu Zuwei was 9th level Soul Sea Realm strength and had mingled in Wu Fang City for so many years. His horizons were absolutely exceedingly high, but he had never heard before a kind of medicinal pill which could unconditionally raise the level of sea transformation realm by a minor realm. This Yi Yuan's background was absolutely not ordinary. Building up a good relationship with a future peerless powerhouse like this was absolutely worth it. Seeing off Shu Zuwei, Yi Yuan was just about to bring Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan out, but then he saw somebody was pacing around outside Feng Ya Pavilion's gates with a conflicted look. Looking closely, who could it be but Ren Dong? "Great young Master Ren, it's not that you can't take a loss and want to take back the essence crystals, right?" Xiao Ruyan said derisively. It was uncertain what Ren Dong was thinking about earlier and completely did not see Yi Yuan trio come out. Hearing Xiao Ruyan's words at this time, he involuntarily lifted his head and looked over. With this look, Ren Dong could not help drawing in a deep breath. This woman before his eyes was seriously absurdly beautiful. That exquisite face took Ren Dong's breath away. Taking a look at Yi Yuan's side again, Yu Mengli's beauty was actually a level above Xiao Ruyan's. Ren Dong's mind could not help short-circuiting. "This miss, you are. You're not that ugly girl yesterday, right? Hey, you try saying that one more time." Xiao Ruyan's expression instantly became cold. Only then did Ren Dong come around to his senses and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "No, miss, I don't mean that. I was saying. Ren Dong thought for a long time and could not figure out how he should organize his words. Those two ugly girls yesterday actually became celestial deity-like girls today with a sway of their bodies. These two beauties before his eyes were simply even more gorgeous than all the women he had seen before added up. He was still criticizing Yi Yuan's taste yesterday. He only discovered now that he was the real blind man. Such remarkable beauties, being able to get one was already incredible fortune. Yi Yuan actually embraced one left and one right, enjoying the bliss of dual company to the max. Was this wanting to make every man in the world feel ashamed of their unworthiness? No wonder these two beauties changed their looks to that appearance yesterday. Turns out that they were afraid of trouble. Ren Dong did not know that his words yesterday thoroughly stimulated Yu Mengli and Xiao Ruyan. Going out today, the two of them refused to disguise themselves no matter what. Xiao Ruyan even took care of her looks today meticulously, appearing ephemerally beautiful. Such beauty was not what the mortal realm should possess. The other girl, Yu Mengli, was a born beauty. She just recovered to her original appearance, and that already made the entire city's women fade in color. Yi Yuan felt an endless headache too. Ignoring Xiao Ruyan, Yu Mengli's original disposition was very quiet and elegant and never cared about other people's view. No idea what wrong medicine she took today to actually mess around together with Xiao Ruyan. Actually, even Yu Mengli herself probably did not understand either why she would care about her image so much. Say what? You dare to say that you didn't say it just now? Xiao Ruyan pressed on the point to death. Ren Dong's forehead was covered in sweat. In front of Xiao Ruyan, he actually did not have that imposing manner yesterday. Sorry, it was me who have eyes but failed to see. To actually treat a mortal realm's absolute beauty like Miss as a commonplace girl. Truly a sin, such a sin. Enough, look at how your eyes are glued. Knew that you aren't anything good. Must be an exceptionally lecherous person. Yi Yuan really could not carry on watching by the side, and he could only speak up, alright, Ruyan. Yesterday, you guys altered your looks to that extent. Young Master Ren's misunderstanding is normal too. You don't keep harping on the matter. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth and actually did not dispute, retreating behind Yi Yuan unwillingly. Ren Dong was even more stupefied when he saw the situation. This woman looked to be so fierce and unreasonable, but she actually did not dare to say a word back to Yi Yuan. This Yi Yuan's methods to control women was truly remarkable. Young Master Ren, you aren't really finding me to ask for essence crystals, right? Yi Yuan looked at Ren Dong and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ren Dong hastily shook his hands and said, No, the essence crystals is just a small matter. Can we go in for a talk? Ren Dong looked around for a bit, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and knew that he was afraid of him losing face being seen by people, and he nodded his head. Coming to the inner hall and sitting down, Yi Yuan could not help being very helpless too. Looks like wanting to go out to take a stroll around wasn't very likely. What you have to say, you can say it now, right? Yi Yuan said, Is it possible to teach me how to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills? Ren Dong rubbed his hands, appearing very embarrassed. Evidently, these words took immense courage to come out of his mouth. But Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard these words. He could tell that Ren Dong was the kind of person who viewed himself very highly and was extremely haughty. To think that he would actually say something like that. Young Master Ren, according to what I know, your grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse. Alchemy, this sort of thing, seems like you shouldn't be coming over to ask me, right? Yi Yuan said curiously, but Rendong shook his head when he heard that and said, even though my grandfather is a peak alchemy sovereign, he has no way of refining transcendent grade medicinal pills when he was at your level. The way I see it, you should have some special skill that can refine transcendent grade medicinal pills, right? Hearing that, Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming strange, and he said with a cold smile, even if I have ways to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills, why should I teach you? The process of us becoming acquainted didn't seem to be very merry, right? Ren Dong's expression was rather ugly. Him suddenly dropping in to find Yi Yuan to teach him alchemy was indeed very brusque. But he thought about it for an entire day after he went back yesterday and did not sleep the entire night. He was extremely curious about Yi Yuan's pill refining techniques. Today, not knowing why, he actually came to Fengya Pavilion at the behest of supernatural powers. Ren Dong looked at Yi Yuan and stood up abruptly. But this action gave Xiao Ruyan a fright. She hastily blocked in front of Yi Yuan, like a tigress protecting its cubs, and she said fiercely, what do you want to do to master? Ren Dong did not bother with Xiao Ruyan, and suddenly he kneeled down with a thud. Chapter 504 Refining Pills Bare-Handedly. This action of Ren Dong threw Yi Yuan trio into a confusion. What are you doing? Yi Yuan asked in surprise. I'm willing to acknowledge you as master. Please teach me how to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. Ren Dong said with a stubborn look. This action from Ren Dong made Yi Yuan view him in a different light. He did not look down on Ren Dong because of this. Rather, he felt that only such a person was worthy of bearing the word, alchemist. Yi Yuan could feel Ren Dong's intense thirst for knowledge. That sort of extreme desire, Yi Yuan himself had it before too. Alchemist was an occupation held in great esteem. Many people lost their original goals during the process of growing stronger, indulging in the opulence of the secular world and being unable to extricate themselves. Those kinds of people, even if overflowing with talent, their accomplishments would be extremely limited too. What if yesterday, I happened to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill by chance? Yi Yuan said. Of course, Yi Yuan would not take him in as a disciple so easily. Yi Yuan had always prioritized quality over quantity when taking in disciples. Even if he did not take any disciples in his previous life, his followers were all carefully selected through a strict process. Regardless whether it was talent or conduct, Xiaoruyan was a top choice. That was why Yi Yuan agreed. The first impression that this Ren Dong gave Yi Yuan was not good. Yi Yuan obviously would not relent so easy. Early this morning, I went to the Alchemist Association and examined your refining process yesterday. It's simply a magnificent work of art. Although we're both quasi-alchemy kings, your alchemy skills flung me more than several streets behind. Ren Dong said. The refining process that the Alchemist Association recorded, normal people naturally could not view it. But Ren Dong's identity was extraordinary. Wanting to check it was not hard. Master, who knows what intentions this fellow has? You mustn't fall for his trick. Xiaoruyan slandered him by the side. You're really his disciple? Ren Dong suddenly asked. Otherwise, what do you think? I'm Master's eldest disciple, Xiaoruyan said with a proud look. Xiaoruyan was increasingly convinced by Yi Yuan when following him to refine pills now. This period of time, although Xiaoruyan did not break through realms, her alchemy skills level had a qualitative leap, and her foundation was much sturdier compared to before. Hence, she admitted to being Yi Yuan's disciple now was without any pressure at all. In fact, she felt very proud. This master, she acknowledged correctly. Ren Dong mused for a moment and suddenly did a loud kowtow towards Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi Yuan, please take me in as a disciple no matter what. Ren Dong perceived some things from Xiaoruyan's expression and strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, I don't have any method that can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. So, you don't need to acknowledge me as master. Ren Dong became anxious when he heard that and hurriedly said, Is master still blaming me for yesterday's incident? Me apologizing to you for my offense still won't do. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You're thinking too much. I really don't have any technique to refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills. No alchemist has such a technique. But, I saw master's alchemy skills. Too amazing. There were many areas where I couldn't understand at all. Ren Dong said. Yi Yuan looked at Ren Dong and suddenly asked, There's already a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse at your home. Why do you go so far as to barter the trunk for the branches, and you come to acknowledge me as your master? Ren Dong suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Although I haven't learned grandfather's alchemy skills fully, I've already gotten 50% 60% of the essence. What's left is just the polishing of time, as well as the accumulation of experience. Following the prescribed order like this, I believe that I can also cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign one day. Ren Dong paused a bit, and he suddenly became somewhat agitated, but I know that grandfather's alchemy skills are already at his limits and is incapable of ascending to the divine realm. If I walk along his old path, it's simply impossible to surpass him. All the way until I saw the image of you refining pills, then only did I know how great the gap between us was. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. This boy's ambition wasn't small. But if one could not even achieve ascending to the divine realm, where lies the talk of walking to the extremes of the alchemy path? Yi Yuan took a look at the Ren Dong with a face full of anticipation and suddenly said with a smile, Do you really want to acknowledge me as master? Ren Dong was overjoyed when he heard this. Master is willing to take me in. Hoo, you want to enter my tutelage, it's not prohibited to. However, you have to pass my test. No matter what kind of test it is, Ren Dong will definitely accomplish it. Ren Dong was still fully confident in himself. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to know why I can refine transcendent-grade medicinal pills? Ren Dong nodded his head fiercely but showed a difficult expression. If Yi Yuan's test was to refine a transcendent-grade medicinal pill, he could not accomplish that. Haha, don't need to worry, I'm not making you refine a quasi-tier 4 transcendent-grade medicinal pill. Lesser faceless art, you should know, right? Yi Yuan asked. Ren Dong was dazed. Lesser faceless art was the most basic refining technique. Even for a puny little alchemy apprentice, it was impossible to not know either. Ren Dong was a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. How could he possibly not know the lesser faceless art? Yi Yuan smiled, and suddenly took out a stalk of Tier 1 herbal grass, his fingers moving like phantoms. At this movement, Ren Dong's expression could not help changing dramatically. Refining pills bare-handedly. This is lesser faceless art. No, wait, his fingers' technique and seals are indeed the lesser faceless art without mistake, but why can it be performed to such a level? Ren Dong muttered under his breath. It was only to see that the medicinal herb bounced up and down non-stop in Yi Yuan's hand as if it was alive. And the one who gave it life was precisely Yi Yuan. After 20 breaths, a tiny medicinal pellet appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Tea Transcendent Grade, using the lesser faceless art to refine a transcendent grade medicinal pill bare-handedly. Even though it's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill, but how is this possible? Ren Dong was in a complete mess, speaking incoherently. But the astoundment in his heart was written on his face currently. As everyone knew, alchemists all needed to borrow medicinal cauldrons and flames to refine pills. Refining pills bare-handedly were completely forsaking these two, directing with essence energy and bare-handedly refining finished product medicinal pill. The degree of difficulty of doing this was hard to imagine for ordinary people. Don't simply look at how Ren Dong was a quasi-alchemy king. To make him refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill bare-handedly, he simply could not do it. I don't need you to refine pills bare-handedly. You just have to use the lesser faceless art to refine out a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill, and I'll take you in as a disciple. Yi Yuan's voice shocked Ren Dong awake abruptly. Only now did he recover to his sense. Surprised, he said, using the lesser faceless art to refine a Tier 1 transcendent grade medicinal pill. How is that possible? The moment he said that, Ren Dong wanted to smack his own mouth. Didn't Yi Yuan just refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill just now? How was it impossible? Furthermore, Yi Yuan even used bare-handed alchemy technique to refine it. Although it was a Tier 1 medicinal pill, the degree of difficulty in it, Ren Dong felt despair just thinking about it. Whether it's possible or not, that's your business. This is my initiation test. If you can't do it, don't mention this matter again, Yi Yuan said coolly. With Ren Dong's standards, going to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, he naturally could refine out a transcendent grade medicinal pill. But to let him use the lesser faceless art to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill, it was impossible to refine no matter what. The lesser faceless art was the most basic refining technique, being extremely simple. There had never been anybody who could use such a simple technique to refine transcendent grade medicinal pills. This test was too hard. Ren Dong's expression flickered, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, okay. I'll definitely do it. Chapter 505,000 Query Wall. Ren Dong immediately went back to practice the lesser faceless art after leaving Fengyue Pavilion. Only after witnessing Yi Yuan's methods did Ren Dong suddenly become aware that he seemed to have found a different sky. He, a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, was too undeserving. This strengthened his resolve to acknowledge Yi Yuan as his master even more. But with this disturbance, the mood of Yi Yuan and the two girls going out to sightsee dulled as well. Yet, right at this time, Shu Zuwei came back after leaving not long ago. His expression was very ugly. Young Master Yi, not good. Elder Ski Maple he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion, Shu Zuwei said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan knitted his brows when he heard that and asked, what happened? Shu Zuwei hurriedly explained, Elder Ski Maple challenged the exquisite Jade Pavilion's 1000 Query Wall. The result was that he failed. Elder Ski Maple was unresigned and disputed a couple of words with them, and he got detained by exquisite Jade Pavilion. I went to exquisite Jade Pavilion after being informed of the news to ask for him. Also don't know what wrong medicine they ate, to actually not give me face and held Elder Ski Maple in custody, refusing to release him no matter what. In this Wufang city, there are actually still things that your city lord manor can't settle. Yi Yuan said curiously. This was Yi Yuan's first time here. His head was covered in a fog about Wufang city's forces distribution. In his view, although Shu Zuwei was not a divine traversing realm powerhouse, a 9th-level Soul Sea realm expert absolutely could be considered a famed and prestigious character in Wufang city. Furthermore, Shu Zuwei was even the city lord manor's first-class patrolling inspector. There were actually people who dared to not give him face. Shu Zuwei forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi is unaware. Although City Lord, His Excellency, is one of Wu Fang City's strongest alchemists, Wu Fang City's forces are intricate and complex. Some families, their forces are only slightly inferior compared to City Lord Manor, and can fully not give me any face." Shu Zuwei briefly introduced the exquisite Jade Pavilion situation. Yi Yuan became absorbed in his thoughts. This exquisite Jade Pavilion was a force belonging to Wu Fang City's Cao family. This Cao family's strength was exceedingly powerful too. The old patriarch in their family was middle-rank alchemy sovereign strength. While it was not as strong as City Lord Manor, it was also an extremely powerful faction in this Wu Fang City. If the City Lord or other divine traversing realm experts in the City Lord Manor came forward, exquisite Jade Pavilion would of course sell them the face. But Shu Zui's identity was a little inferior. Except that it was kind of weird thinking about it. Even though Shu Zuwei was not considered the City Lord Manor's upper echelon, if it were just causing some small dispute, the exquisite Jade Pavilion would not go so far as to be so domineering. In between this, there should have some other reason. How about, I go to City Lord, His Excellency, to report it and request his elderly self to come forward? Shu Zuwei asked probingly, but Yi Yuan did not speak and was pondering about something. Only after some time, did Yi Yuan look at Shu Zuwei and ask, "What relationship does the Heavenly Evil sect and Cao family have?" With Yi Yuan saying this, Shu Zuwei was dazed, and then immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. "Sigh, look at this pig brain of mine. The Heavenly Evil sect precisely belongs to the Cao family's sphere of influence. The Cao family's third young master, Cao Fang, has close ties with the Heavenly Evil sect's Mao Yuanji. Oh, Cao Fang is the person with the greatest alchemy strength in the Cao family's junior generation. He is just slightly inferior compared to young Master Ren Dong. He is also already middle-rank quasi-alchemy king right now," Shu Zuwei said. Shu Zui's gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with admiration. He himself had yet to even think of this aspect, and Yi Yuan, an outsider, actually guessed to such an extent already. Yi Yuan nodded after listening and said, "What is this thousand-query wall?" This thousand-query wall is one of the Cao family's main attraction. Countless alchemists come to Wu Fang City, and many of them come for this thousand-query wall. Shu Zuwei explained, "Turns out that in the history of Wu Fang City, the Cao family had been glorious before too, even producing many generations of city lords. Among them, one of the city lords set up a thousand-query wall right in this Wu Fang City. The specific era was already unverifiable. The so-called thousand-query wall was where alchemists placed their own queries on this wall, offering a reward for other alchemists to come and answer. Through so many years' accumulation, the questions on the thousand-query wall were already more than 1,000 long ago. The questions on the thousand-query wall, as long as it was answered, it would be removed from the wall. But the queries raised by alchemists were far more than the queries resolved. With the accumulation of months and days, the questions on this thousand-query wall was already rather sizable. Furthermore, through the countless years of filtering, the difficulty of the questions on the thousand-query wall also became increasingly greater. Many of the problems, even peak alchemy sovereign powerhouses could not answer them either. Challenging the thousand-query wall, one first had to pay a certain amount of essence crystals. These essence crystals would belong to the exquisite Jade Pavilion, which was owned by the Cao family. If answered correctly, the alchemist would be able to take away the reward. If unable to answer, they could naturally only return empty-handed. Even the essence crystals from before were gone too. With so many years, the Cao family relied on this thousand-query wall to earn countless riches. But even so, there were still countless alchemists advancing wave after wave to come to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to challenge the thousand-query wall. One could say that the reason why this Wu Fang City could become the endless world's alchemy holy land, this thousand-query wall's contributions could not be foregone. Hearing Shu Zui's explanation, even Yi Yuan had no choice but to gasp in admiration at that generation's city lord's outstanding wisdom and resourcefulness as well. Such exchanges absolutely had tremendous advantages towards the heightening of alchemy skills. This thousand-query wall could be said to be an immensely valuable asset left behind by that generation's city lord. Through so many years, many people who raised the query were no longer around anymore. Those questions naturally become ownerless objects. In these questions, each one of it being answered had tremendously important meaning in promoting the development of alchemy skills. And the Cao family guarding such a treasure mountain could actually decline. It could be seen that this Cao family was really rotten mud that could not even stick to a wall. Want to challenge Thousand Query Wall, one must leave their background on the contract. The contract won't be publicized. But the Cao family's people most likely have ways to see it. If this matter is really Cao Fang playing tricks behind, it's rather troublesome, Shu Zuwei said worriedly. Looks like that Cao third young master dug a pit for Grand Elder to jump into. Hehe, really thinking my tranquil cloud sect is easy to bully. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. When Shu Zuwei heard Yi Yuan's tone, he knew that things were not good. The upper echelon meeting had yet to begin. Once Yi Yuan had a conflict with the Cao family, it would probably incur many unnecessary problems. Young Master Yi, how about? I still report this matter to City Lord, His Excellency. I think that in consideration of City Lord, His Excellency's prestige, Cao Fang wouldn't dare to not give you any face, Shu Zuwei urged. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, City Lord, His Excellency, has to attend to a myriad of state affairs every day. This kind of minor thing, there's no need to trouble his elderly self. This matter, I'll settle it myself. Brother Zuwei, bring me to Exquisite Jade Pavilion right now. I want to experience just how incredible this Thousand Query Wall is. As he said, Yi Yuan's figure moved, directly leaving Fengya Pavilion. Shu Zuwei could not stop in time and could only bemoan and follow after Yi Yuan. Chapter 506 Afraid that you all won't have enough to pay. I wonder what does this sir needs? Medicinal pills, weaponry, martial techniques, cultivation methods, our Exquisite Jade Pavilion has everything that one desires. Yi Yuan walked into Exquisite Jade Pavilion slowly. It was really befitting of its name. There was a dazzling array of beautiful exhibits here. It could really be said to have everything that one desires. Many things that could not be seen in the outside world, this place basically had it all. It was just that their prices were too outrageous. Yi Yuan toured for a bit after entering the door, and a very beautiful female came up to greet him. Within the words actually carried a slight bewitching ring. Yi Yuan virtually confirmed right away that this woman definitely cultivated bewitching arts before. Furthermore, her attainments were not low. Ordinary people who enter would probably succumb to it unknowingly and willingly buy some things to go. Yi Yuan's divine soul was incomparably tempered. How could ordinary bewitching skills enter his all-discerning eyes? I heard that inside this Exquisite Jade Pavilion, the most incredible thing is the Thousand Query Wall. It's my first visit to Wufang City, but I came because of its fame too, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. When the girl saw that Yi Yuan's eyes did not have any turbidness at all, she could not help being very surprised. Such a young age and actually had such powers of concentration. Presumably, he was not simple. This woman had read countless people and virtually saw through Yi Yuan's uncommonness at first glance. So, sir wants to challenge the Thousand Query Wall. Ling could not tell. This way please, sir. Ling brought Yi Yuan straight to the rear hall. After a few turns, it actually became bright and open. An enormous temple was in front of Yi Yuan. And in this huge temple, the most eye-catching were several 100 feet tall racks. The shelves had a total of 7 levels. On each level, there were many tags sorted into categories. However, the further up it went, the lesser the tags on the shelves. Very clearly, the further up, the harder the problems that those tags represented. Yi Yuan swept simply. On the highest level shelf, there were only 100 over tags. Miss Ling I wish to challenge this Thousand Query Wall. I wonder if there are any restrictive conditions? Yi Yuan inquired. Ling smiled sweetly and said with 1,000 charms, challenging the Thousand Query Wall doesn't have restrictions. As long as you have sufficient essence crystals, you can even challenge all of the problems. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said smilingly, then that's good. I wonder how much essence crystals are required to challenge once. Ling said with a smile, according to the different levels challenged, the fees are not the same as well. Oh, I wonder how many essence crystals does challenging the 7th level require? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Ling smile could not help freezing. This boy had such a big tone. Opening his mouth and it was the 7th level right away. One had to know that those problems on the 7th level were all getting dusty, year in year out. Some problems were even placed there for several thousand years already. During these several thousand years' time, how many alchemy sovereign powerhouses had Wufang City given birth to? But not a single one of these alchemy sovereign experts could answer those questions. It could be seen just how perverse this 7th level was. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not bad, his age was too young after all. Ling Er did not feel that Yi Yuan could answer the 7th level's questions. It's not that Ling Er is belittling sir, but it's just that the problems on the 7th level are a little too difficult. Sir is at the sea transformation realm. The corresponding ones are the 4th level's tags. If sir wishes to challenge the 4th level, it's 500 middle grade essence crystals, Ling Er said with a smile. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I have essence crystals. Miss Ling Er doesn't have to be courteous with me. I came today just to witness the 1000 query wall of the legends. Spending a few essence crystals to experience the most difficult problems, I'm willing to. Ling Er criticized him in her heart. This boy really has too much money with nowhere to spend, in a flurry to burn. But on the surface, Ling Er would not say it out. Deceiving a person on account of his generosity to spend unnecessary money, she would be more than willing to take them. Furthermore, Ling Er knew that while such extravagant wealthy people were rare, there were still that one or two who appear every period of time. The further up, it naturally becomes more expensive. But the rewards are even more plentiful as well. If it's the 7th level, 100 high-grade essence crystals per tag. Ling Er said, even for Yi Yuan, his face changed when he heard it too. The 4th level was 500 middle-grade essence crystals, which was also 5 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. But, at the 7th level, the prices actually flipped 20 times over. This was simply robbing essence crystals. No wonder Xu Zuwei said that the Cao family was wealthy until they flowed like water. Such fees, it was hard to not be wealthy. He just 100,000 won middle-grade essence crystals from Rendong there. Adding it up, it was also just enough to exchange for 10 tags. It was really such a scam. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Ling Er was contemptuous in her heart. A bumpkin from the countryside. Scared silly by the price already, right? 100 high-grade essence crystals was not a small sum. Using it to take a look at the 7th level's problems was truly a bit too wasteful. But Ling Er had really seen before people throwing out money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But very clearly, this boy before her eyes did not have that level of strength. I see that sir is a man of striking appearance. Maybe you can really resolve the 7th level's problems. How about you exchange for 2 to give it a shot? Ling Er's words sounded like flattery. Actually, it was a mockery. Although Ling Er felt that Yi Yuan was not ordinary, conversing to this extent, she already placed Yi Yuan in the ranks of morons. Maybe only morons would have no reaction to her bewitching arts, right? How could Yi Yuan not perceive the meaning in Ling Er's words? But he really did not care. If I answer the question, can I exchange for the reward on the spot? Yi Yuan asked again. This boy is an idiot, right? Really think that you could answer the 7th level's questions? But a wealthy fool, not earning from you would be a waste. Straight away, Ling Er smiled sweetly and said, that is of course. The owners of the questions deposited the rewards with our exquisite jade pavilion. As long as people can answer the question, the rewards will be theirs. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, then that's good. Give me 10 tags first then. As he said, Yi Yuan casually threw out the storage ring he won from Rendong. T10, that's 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Ling Er's brain was a little short-circuited. She had seen before alchemists who spent money just for the sake of taking a look at the 7th level's problems. But she had never encountered a customer who opened their mouths to ask for 10 tags right away. Wasn't such a way of burning money too profligate? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the essence crystals in this storage ring when added up should be around 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. You can do an inventory check. Ling Er inserted her divine sense into it and briefly did a count. Indeed, it was 1,000 high-grade essence crystals. Ling Er could not help drawing a cold breath and thought to herself, extravagant. This was really extravagant. Earning 1,000 high-grade essence crystals in one go, the commission today was not small. Ling Er gloated to herself endlessly in her heart too. Ling Er beamed widely and said, sir indeed carries yourself in an imposing manner. Come over here first to register your alchemist badge, then you can choose the tags. Yi Yuan nodded and followed Ling Er to one side to register. When she saw Yi Yuan take out the high-rank quasi-alchemy king badge, Ling Er's expression could not help becoming stiff once more. Such a young high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan finished registering, and he seemed to have thought of something. He said to Ling Er with a smile, Oh, right, forgot to tell you. Hurry up and notify the exquisite Jade Pavilion's manager to let him prepare a bit more essence crystals. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you all won't have enough to pay in a while. Chapter 507. Does this old man have the qualifications? Ling gave Yi Yuan a strange look with her eyes. Now, she finally confirmed that this person was a moron. Or perhaps, this Yi Yuan was an impetuous person who did not understand the other person's meaning. On the 7th level, over half were questions left behind for 1,000 years. The other half questions were also left by some top alchemy path powerhouses within 1,000 years. Without having peak alchemy sovereign strength and realm, it was simply impossible to resolve. This boy in front was merely 16 or 17 years of age. Putting aside resolving it, whether he could understand them or not was also an issue. Prepare essence crystals. You have got to be kidding. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals, Big Sister will accept it in your place. All of a sudden, the expression of the staff responsible for registration changed and gave Ling a look. Ling understood and moved closer. You look, this boy and that old fellow are from the same sect. Ski Maple's matters had just died down. The exquisite Jade Pavilion was very sensitive to the Tranquil Cloud sect, these 3 words. Hence, that staff noticed something wrong right away. When Ling checked, Yi Yuan's background was indeed the Tranquil Cloud sect. With this, Ling was even more filled with disdain in her heart. Even the Alchemy King was taken care of. What could a sea transformation realm brat do? Ling shot that staff a look. The staff understood and left. But Ling herself came in front of Yi Yuan in all smiles. I wonder which tags Sir is going to choose. There are a total of 136 tags on the 7th level, from number 1 to number 136. Number 1 is the question left on the 1,000 query wall for the longest time, and also the question universally acknowledged to have the greatest difficulty. The most recent one is number 136. It's already 5 years since then and was issued by the Alchemist Association's chairman, Lord Dan Chenzi. The reward is 1,500 high-grade essence crystals. Ling explained to Yi Yuan with a smile. Ling and that staff's behaviors, Yi Yuan noticed it all. But Yi Yuan pretended to not know. Like that, huh? Doesn't that mean that the tags closer to the front, the greater the reward money? Yi Yuan asked curiously. That's how it is. The reward for the number 1 tag has already reached a sum of 5 million high-grade essence crystals to this date. This is an astronomical figure to martial artists. It's just, the number 1 tag has already been there for several thousand years, but nobody could crack it all these while, Ling said smilingly. Ling was incredibly disdainful in her heart. It was really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Since ancient times, how many major powers wished to crack the problem in the number 1 tag? Among them, there was no shortage of some major powers who ascended to the divine realm. But up until today, the number 1 tag still was on the rack quietly. How could wanting to crack the number 1 tag be that easy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly when he heard and said, then give me tags number 126 to number 136 first. I'll solve them for fun first. For fun, hee, don't snivel in a while. Brat still wet behind your ears, to actually dare run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion to act wildly. These 1,000 high-grade essence crystals are probably not a small sum to your sect as well, right? Ling started gloating at others' misfortune inwardly. Ever since she knew Yi Yuan's identity, Ling was unwilling to give even the tiniest bit of favorable impression towards Yi Yuan. Before long, there was a staff who took down the last 10 tags from the 7th rack and presented it before Yi Yuan. And this action caused a considerable stir as well. This main hall was very large and could accommodate up to 10,000 people. And the alchemists present at the scene was probably in the thousands as well. Furthermore, those who dared to come to the 1,000 query wall for a challenge were mostly arrogant at heart and haughty in manner too. They were people with some strength to begin with. Of course, these people would pick the tags corresponding to their own strength. On the tags would have a summary of the corresponding problem. These alchemists would all select problems according to these summaries. Nobody dared to be like Yi Yuan, crossing levels to challenge problems. After all, anyone's essence crystals were not cabbages to simply use to throw at the exquisite Jade Pavilion. Among the alchemists present, the highest was also just a peak Alchemy King. If alchemy sovereigns did not have the need to, they would not come here. Hence, to these people, the 7th level was virtually a forbidden area-like existence. Apart from wanting to experience it a little, there was simply no one who dared to challenge the 7th level. And Yuan drawing 10 tags in one go immediately caused a sensation among the crowd. 10 7th level tags, is he crazy? Even Dan Chenzi and City Lord wouldn't dare to challenge 10 7th level tags in one go too, right? Hehe, also don't know which wealthy and influential family's young master is this. This is gambling at high stakes. 10 tags, can he understand? Sigh, this boy is so young. Maybe he doesn't even know what alchemy skills are at all. Such a pity. How great would it be to let me enrich my knowledge with these 10 tags? So what if let you experience it a little? Isn't it still pointless? For a moment, many people's gazes all looked towards Yuan. But majority of the people all had disdainful looks. After all, a wealthy person spending large sums of money lavishly like this was the target for other people's envy everywhere. Actually, Yuan was really not a magnate. But since the Cao family dared to dig the ground on top of his head, he would make the Cao family pay a corresponding price. As an overlord of Wufang City, Yuan did not believe that the Cao family did not know that he received the city lord's invitation. Even so, the Cao family still dared to provoke him. Then he did not have the need to give face to the other party anymore. Sir, these are the 10 tags that you chose. There is a jade slip in the box stuck to the tag, and the question that the employer raised is inside the jade slip. You just have to inscribe the answer in the blank jade slip inside. Our exquisite Jade Pavilion has a consultant team made up of 3 alchemy sovereign powerhouses, specialized in being responsible for evaluating the answers. As long as your answer gets a pass from the consultant team, you'll obtain the reward of essence crystals. We've prepared a quiet guest room for you. Sir can go to the guest room to slowly answer the questions, Ling explained with a smile. Although in Ling viewpoint, this sort of explanation wasn't necessary at all, running into such a sucker, it was still better to provide a corresponding service. Yuan looked at Ling and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, that's to say that even if I answer correctly, this consultation team can say that I'm wrong. Ling facial expression changed, the smile on her face becoming rather stiff. Yuan's words were clearly directed at Ski Maple. In reality, Ski Maple had indeed answered the question. But the consultation team still denied his answer. That was why Ski Maple would have a dispute with the exquisite Jade Pavilion in a moment of anger. What is Sir saying here? The reputation of our exquisite Jade Pavilion is well known in the entire endless world. Or else, how can there be so many experts who issue rewards at our place? There has never been anybody who dared to question our exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. Ling words already carried some threat. But Yuan did not care a whit and said with a smile, Hehe, this is my first time here. I really don't dare to believe your exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation that much. So, I wish to add one more person to your consultation group. When Ling heard that, her face could not help darkening. This sir, is it possible that you're here to cause trouble? Our consultation team has 3 alchemy sovereign experts. Who has the qualifications to join them? Ling's voice had yet to fade when an aged voice sounded out, I wonder if this old man has this qualification. 0 is some of you who are more astute. Number 126 to number 136 is a total of 11 tags, not 10. Author fail math. I'll leave it as it is because it affects the other chapters when they go through. Chapter 508 Cao Feng's Grievance. It's Master Wu Zhan. Why is he here? Master Wu Zhan is an Alchemist Association's elder. Other than being on duty in the association, he rarely makes an appearance. Why did he show up here? Could it be that he's here for this youth? Who on earth is this youth? The arrival was precisely Wu Zhan. Yuan obviously could not run to the exquisite Jade Pavilion alone foolish. This was other people's territory after all. Other people had the final say no matter what. The Alchemist Association was above worldly considerations. Coming here was all too perfect. Before coming, Yuan told Xu Zuwei to invite Wu Zhan here to back him up. Even though Yuan's attitude that day was not very good, looking at Wu Zhan's thirsting after talent appearance, most likely, he was willing to provide this help. As expected, Wu Zhan really came. But this favor, Yuan would remember it. In the future, there would naturally be reciprocation. Master Wu Zhan, why are you here? When Ling saw Wu Zhan, her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Alchemist Association meddling in the exquisite Jade Pavilion's matters, this was not some good omen. Furthermore, Wu Zhan's status was extremely high, he was not what a little lass like her could cope with. This old man heard that there was somebody challenging the 1000 Wall's 7th level. Such a grand event naturally cannot be missed, Wu Zan said coolly. But, Ling Er did not know what to say. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out, Master Wu Zan, gracing us with your grand presence, it really honors the exquisite Jade Pavilion tremendously. However, Master said that you wanted to join the consultation team earlier, isn't that rather inappropriate? The arrival was dressed in black robes, his appearance looking rather young. A badge was pinned on his chest. He was shockingly a middle-rank quasi-alchemy king. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. Barring no accidents, this person was most probably that whatever third young Master Cao. Wu Zan stroked his beard and said smilingly, I'm only here to be a witness. Nobody has challenged the 7th level's questions for very long. This old man is only here to join in the fun today. Cao Fang's face fell slightly. With Wu Zan holding down the fort here, some things were not nice to be done in a flagrant manner. He shot Yi Yuan at vicious glare, but then he said to Wu Zan with a pleasant countenance, isn't Master Wu Zan stirring too much of a commotion? The 7th level already had no activity for 5 years. How old is this youth only? Merely here to take a stroll. Could he really stir up anything? Wu Zan gave Yi Yuan a look with a deep meaning and said with a smile, although this old man isn't harboring any hopes either, I'm also looking forward to some pleasant surprise. I'm just here to be a spectator. I believe that the Cao family won't forbid it, right? Cao Fang hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. Master Wu Zan normally can't even be invited. How will our Cao family dare to shut the door in your face? Welcome, welcome to the utmost degree. Cao Fang was very depressed. Every alchemy sovereign's status was incredibly extraordinary, even if Wu Zan was only a low-rank alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign expert coming over to be a spectator, Cao Fang seriously could not find any reason to refuse. Furthermore, he was just Cao family's junior and completely did not have the qualifications to refuse either. But with Wu Zan here, it was not very good to play tricks. It was true that the Cao family's consultation realm was famed for being impartial. But on this earth, what place were there that could really achieve true fairness? Within a very small boundary, Cao Fang could still make use of the Cao family's prestige to do some things. But if Wu Zan was here, Cao Fang would be unable to do that anymore. That would ruin the Cao family's reputation. With reputation, the Cao family's 1000 Wall would not be able to carry on running too. This would be a catastrophic blow to the Cao family. Of course, Cao Fang did not believe that a puny little sea transformation realm like Yi Yuan could really answer the 7th level's questions too. Cao Fang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a playful smile, this distinguished one is really so courageous, taking on 10 tags in one go. Even City Lord and Lord Chairman don't have such breadth of spirit either. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, merely just 1000 high-grade essence crystals. Just playing around. Maybe among these 10 questions, I'll happen to know that 1 or 2 maybe by chance. You really dare to say that? The questions on the 7th level, even the one published by Lord Chairman 5 years ago, nobody has answered them successfully to this date. You, a little sea transformation realm, actually dare to engage in such wild talk. Cao Fang was very displeased by Yi Yuan's disparaging attitude. Hearing these words, Wu Zan smiled faintly and said, Honorable nephew Cao is looking down on Yi Yuan here. He already passed the high-rank quasi-alchemy king test at the Alchemist Association yesterday. Now, he's already officially a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. Moreover, he defeated Ren Dong yesterday. When Wu Zan's words came out, everyone was amazed. A 16-years-old high-rank alchemy king. What kind of concept was this? Even Cao Fang was stunned too. He only heard his subordinate say that a tranquil cloud sect disciple came, but he was unaware that Yi Yuan actually had such strength in alchemy. Ren Dong was the rival of his lifetime, he was an opponent that Cao Fang was unable to defeat even when he used all of his might too. But the target that he had no way of surpassing was actually defeated by this 16-years-old youth before his eyes. This was a little too jarring. But it was precisely so that he knew why Wu Zan would make an appearance here today. This youth is actually a high-rank quasi-alchemy king. My god, how does he train alchemy? Isn't this too monstrous as well? Furthermore, he even defeated the City Lord Manor's Ren Dong. Doesn't this mean that he's already the current junior generation's #1 person? Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. Looking at these young people, I instantly feel that I'm old. 16 years old high-rank quasi-alchemy king. In the future, he's bound to be a peak alchemy sovereign existence. Perhaps, he even has the possibility of shattering the void and assaulting the divine realm. Wu Zan's words caused a huge stir among the crowd. Wu Zan looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, Yi Yuan, since you've already obtained the badge, why aren't you wearing it? After Yi Yuan just registered his badge for a bit, he kept it again. Hearing Wu Zan say so now, it was not good to conceal it anymore. He could only take the badge out and wear it. Hee, this kid really doesn't have the habit of wearing badges. Master Wu Zan, please don't take offense, Yi Yuan said with a flattering smile. You this punk, really left me speechless at what to say. Other people treat it like a treasure when getting the badge, but only you cast it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. Sigh, Wu Zan scolded while smiling. Yi Yuan slightly lightly and did not explain either, and he said, better not waste any more time. Let me take a look at what kind of questions are inside these 10 jade slips. As he said, Yi Yuan came right in front of box number 136 and swept over that jade slip with divine sense. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, even Wu Zan held his breath too. Tag number 136. It was the contents that Lord Chairman published. As the Alchemist Association's chairman, Wu Zan was all too clear about the contents inside the jade slip. Yi Yuan's speed of checking the jade slip was very quick. He only used several breaths of time and then placed it back. How is it? Any confidence? Wu Zan could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, let me take a look at the others first. Chapter 509 Yi Yuan's Sick Plan. When Wu Zan saw the situation, he could not help laughing in spite of himself and said, you this punk are even keeping people in suspense. I'm really helpless against you. Forget it, forget it. You take a look first. TCH, don't know means don't know, pretending rather well. Even if you're a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, so what? These 5 years, a total of dozen over alchemy sovereign experts had challenged the number 136 question. Among them even included Lord Chairman. But not a single one succeeded. With the likes of you, can you even answer it? Cao Fang laughed mockingly. Although Cao Fang's words were not pleasant to the ears, the alchemists present all secretly approved of it. Ren Xingqian and Dan Chenzi, the two of them practically represented the endless world's alchemy path's highest standards. Questions that even they could not answer basically meant that it was unsolvable and could belong to the conjecture category. This kind of conjectures, with the endless world standard, there was simply no way of answering. Except, they were unaware that Yi Yuan's alchemy standards surpassed the endless world standards in the first place. Yi Yuan gave Cao Fang a look, but then he said with a faint smile, Third young Master Cao, if I can answer this question number 136, I won't take a single penny of Lord Chairman's essence crystal reward. All for your Cao family, how about that? Cao Fang's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that and asked, what terms do you have? Release Elder Ski Maple, and you offer an apology to him. How about that? Yi Yuan said coolly. Cao Fang had long foreseen that Yi Yuan would say this, and said with a cold smile, hey, that old fellow failed the challenge and even slandered my exquisite Jade Pavilion's reputation. He naturally can't be forgiven easily. My Cao family has stood in Wufang City for several thousand years. What we rely on is reputation. This word. How can wanting to let him go be so easy? Unless that old fellow is willing to come forward himself and admit that he slandered the Cao family. Cao Fang saw that Yi Yuan looked like he had a well-thought-out plan, but Cao Fang was reluctant to give in, shoving reputation this word over. He initially thought that Yi Yuan would fly into a great rage. But Yi Yuan just nodded his head lightly and said, then that can't be helped. Third young master, better hurry and go raise the essence crystals now. I'm afraid that your Cao family can't bring out so many essence crystals in a while. Yi Yuan's calm and collected manner was as if everything was under control. Looking at his manner, this 7th level's question number 136 was like a pile of crap in his eyes. Of course, this was not how others saw it. In reality, these questions were indeed a pile of crap in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's objective was very simple, which was to challenge the 1000 query wall. He wanted to challenge them all the way until the Cao family went bankrupt. These essence crystal rewards were under the Cao family's charge, but they would not lie there untouched. The Cao family naturally wasn't willing to do something so silly. Those essence crystals, they would definitely use to do other things. But these several thousand years, all of the alchemists who answered the questions, the Cao family would pay out the full sum according to the reward amount. There had never been a missing sum, even if the person who raised the question was already a dead person. It was also precisely because of this that the Cao family could ensure its powerful reputation. Yuan had long known that the Cao family's reputation was already deeply engraved in people's hearts along the way. So he did not clash head-on, coming out to question Cao family's prestige issue. That way, other people simply would not believe. He would instead become a vile character who defamed the Cao family. Even someone as powerful as Wu Zan would not come out to question the Cao family's prestige either, let alone Yuan, whose words carried little weight. Hence, Yuan found another path. He was going to keep challenging question after question. He was going to make the Cao family be unable to take out so many available essence crystals. Yuan did not believe that at the end, the Cao family still dared to not release people. Yuan dared to do this entirely because of his incomparably formidable strength in alchemy. If it were another person, how would they dare to use this kind of extreme method? When Cao Fang heard Yuan's words, he just took it for a joke and said indifferently, "If you have the capabilities, then make my Cao family be unable to take out so many essence crystals. So many alchemists are watching here. Don't be all talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to talk big?" Many people saw Yuan say such arrogant words, and all could not stifle their laughter. Ha ha, still young and impetuous. Even if he can really answer Lord Dan Chenzi's question, how can the problems in front be that easy to resolve? That's right, being arrogant has to have a limit too. No. These several thousand years, the 1,000 query wall only accumulated this 100 over questions. If he answered all of them, wouldn't the alchemy powerhouses in these thousands of years all be unfit to carry shoes for him? Ha ha, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His attitude can still be understood. Yuan did not refute. He just nodded his head slightly and started examining the number 135 jade slip. Yuan's examining speed was very fast. He practically just gave a brief scan and placed it down. Seeing Yuan's actions, the others felt even more that Yuan was out to posture. The 1,000 query wall's 7th level's questions were all incomparable profound. Even understanding it needed to expend a very long time. Yuan just used several breaths of time before putting the jade slip down. He did not even think about it at all. How could he answer them? Even Wu Zan was also rather disappointed seeing Yuan's actions. In his heart, he naturally did not believe that Yuan could answer these questions. But at the thought of Yuan's performance yesterday, he somehow had some more anticipation in his heart. This was the fundamental reason why he was willing to come. Same as Ren Dong, Wu Zan also viewed the video which recorded Yuan refining pills anew. Using marvelous work of art was insufficient to describe it. Refining standards such as this, even he, an alchemy sovereign, was unable to achieve them at all. Wu Zan was very curious, what kind of person could nurture such a heaven-defying junior? Very soon, Yuan put down the number 126 jade slip. This was considered him reading finish all the questions. Boy, these 10 questions are all unbelievably difficult. You probably can't even study in detail within a short period of time. The exquisite jade pavilion has individual rooms and pill refining rooms. You can experiment while you answer, Wu Zan reminded. He did not believe that Yuan could answer these questions in such a short time. Him asking Yuan before was just wanting to ask if Yuan had any hopes of answering, and not to answer right away. The chairman's question, he himself studied it for a very long time too. He would even take it out to study for a bit occasionally, but he still was unable to find the correct approach. Even if Yuan was any more monstrous, it was not possible to answer so quickly either. But Yuan said with a smile, "No need. Third young Master Cao, invite the consultation team here. I'll answer finish in one shot. Saves the trouble too. As it happens, Master Wu Zan is here too. Be a witness for me then. What, you want to answer right now? There are over 1,000 alchemists watching here. Don't make a fool out of so many people." Cao Fang was taken aback with shock by Yuan's actions. Yuan said with a smile, "I just want to answer in front of so many people's faces. Otherwise, wouldn't everybody miss out on a great show? Enough nonsense, I'm going to inscribe the jade slips right now. They still need a very long time to evaluate it. Don't drag the time." Chapter 510. So that's how it is. The jade slips were prepared ready. Yi Yuan casually picked up a jade slip and started inscribing the solution to number 136. This kind of inscribing did not need to use up too much time. Yi Yuan finished inscribing the jade slip soon enough. Yi Yuan did not delay either, directly picking up the second jade slip to inscribe. When Cao Fang saw this scene, he sneered coldly inwardly. Even if you are heaven-defying, could you really answer all 10 of these questions? If this was really the case, wouldn't my Cao family putting up this 1,000-query wall become a joke? Come, men, invite the consultation team's 3 elders here. Cao Fang instructed. Since Yi Yuan wished to be embarrassed, then just let him be disgraced. When the 3 elders directly rejected his answer, see what else he has to say. Very soon, 3 alchemy sovereign experts were invited into the main hall. Like this, there were 4 alchemy sovereign experts in the main hall. Furthermore, in the consultation team, there was even a middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Such a lineup could be rated as extravagant. Yi, Wu Zan, why are you here as well? Asked one of the alchemy sovereign experts in surprise. Hehe, Lu Yun, I'm here today for this boy. Wu Zan pointed at the Yi Yuan who was currently inscribing jade slips. Lu Yan trio took a look at Yi Yuan, and their gaze involuntarily turned intense. Who is this young man? To actually challenge 10 7th level problems in one go. What they were surprised by was Yi Yuan's lavishness and not Yi Yuan's courage. In these 3 people's perspective, Yi Yuan was simply being comical. Except, they could not figure out why Wu Zan, who was an alchemy sovereign expert, would accompany a child to mess around here. 3 elders, he's called Yi Yuan. Merely someone talking big to impress people. It was only on account of Elder Wu Zan's face that I invited 3 elders to move your grand presence to the main hall. That's fine. We received Cao family's appointment, so we naturally have to put in some effort. Old brother Wu Zan is worthy of us moving here. It's just that which family's child is this young man? Playing around too much. Old brother Wu Zan, why are you accompanying him to kick up a row too? Said the middle-rank alchemy sovereign. Hehe, old brother Zhu Zhang, don't make an error of judgment. This youth has some capabilities. Answering 10 in one go might be messing around a little, but if one of them, I feel that there is a possibility. Wu Zan said. When Zhu Zhang heard Wu Zan's words, he could not help being slightly stunned. What kind of person Wu Zan was, he was very clear. Wu Zan's conduct was prudent and was also very experienced and vigorous when refining pills. He never did frivolous things. Today, he actually praised a youngster in front of everyone like so. Could it be that this youngster was really out of the ordinary? The other 2 could not help sizing up Yi Yuan too, but they could not perceive the slightest extraordinary aspect. Moreover, Yi Yuan's speed of inscribing the jade slips was too fast. No matter how one looked, it was also like being mischievous. To answer the 7th level's questions, any one of them would need a person to expend massive amount of time and energy. Who would answer the way he did? If Yi Yuan challenged one before and went back to do enormous amounts of research, then came back to challenge again now, that would give no cause for criticism. But answering 10 in one go, was there any other explanation other than messing around? Old brother Wu Zan, this joke cannot be made. What kind of degree the 7th level's questions reached, you're aware. He, a youth still wet behind his ears, can answer them. Zhu Zhang said in disbelief. Wu Zan smiled faintly and said, whether he can answer or not, I'm not certain either. But I have a feeling that maybe he can really answer. Done. Zhu Zhang had yet to ask again, and Yi Yuan's voice came over. The alchemists present all drew a cold breath. Wasn't this answering speed a little too quick? Hey, this boy is really gutsy enough to make 4 alchemy sovereign experts mess around with him. Wonder what kind of expression Master Zhu Zhang, the 3 of them, will have in a moment. Such a fast speed is completely fooling people. How can the 7th level's questions be answered so quickly? Although this youngster's strength isn't bad, his temperament still needs tempering. Such a way of trying to impress people by sensationalizing things is really too disgracing. Seeing Yi Yuan finish inscribing the jade slip so quickly, those alchemists basically already lost interest in continuing to watch. If not for several alchemy sovereign experts being here, they probably wouldn't even be bothered to look. Young man, are you sure that you're not making a fool out of us few old fellows? Although old brother Wu Zan regards you very highly, you yourself need to have a sense of propriety as well. Zhu Zhang said with a deep meaning. Hoo, how can Yi Yuan dare to beguile seniors? Whether I answered correctly or not, seniors will know after evaluating it for a bit. It's just, seniors don't go against your conscience to judge them, and that will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Yi Yuan's words came out, Zhu Zhang trio were startled in their hearts. The three of them actually were not subordinate to the Cao family. They were only holding down the fort at this 1,000-query wall on behalf of the Cao family. This was already the Cao family's custom. The consultation team would change once every 5 years. The alchemy sovereign experts invited over had no relations whatsoever with the Cao family. This way, it would ensure the fairness to the greatest limit. It was also precisely because of this relationship that although the Cao family had declined now, it was an immensely powerful faction in this Wufang city and even in the entire endless world. This kind of approach was not wrong. It was just that Zhu Zhang trio received the Cao family's appointment all year round. They would naturally have to take away quite a bit of benefits from the Cao family. Cao Fang troubling them for a bit because of some minor thing, they naturally found it hard to decline. Yi Yuan's words earlier were lightly pointing it out to them. But these few people were all experienced and shrewd with age. They naturally would not show it on their faces. Haha, good, indeed, heroes come from youngsters. This old man will take a look first to see if your answer makes sense or not. As he said, Zhu Zhang was about to go take the number 136 answer. Old brother Zhu Zhang, this question number 136 was issued by Lord Chairman. Wu Zan is incapable, but I wonder if I can cut in front to examine it first. Wu Zan suddenly called out. Zhu Zhang was stunned, but he nodded and said, since old brother Wu Zan is in such a mood, what's the harm in letting you look first? Zhu Zhang did not care at all, because he totally did not believe that Yi Yuan could answer it. Haha, then I thank old brother Zhu Zhang. As he said, Wu Zan gave Yi Yuan a long meaningful look and took up the number 136 answer that Yi Yuan inscribed. Wu Zan's divine sense sunk into the jade slip. In the beginning, he still looked calm and composed. But with the passing of time, Wu Zan's brows gradually knitted tightly together. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help becoming curious. Could it be that this boy's answers really still had some knack to it? But Cao Fang sneered coldly inside. These two people's two-man act was really realistic. Even he was fooled too. It was just that, one still needed to speak with the truth in the end. What, old brother Wu Zan, is it possible that this answer really still has some knack to it? Although Zhu Zhang was asking Wu Zan, he clearly still did not believe. Actually, his thoughts were roughly the same as Cao Fang's. It was that Wu Zan and Yi Yuan were acting out a two-man show. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. All of a sudden, Wu Zan started laughing maniacally, his entire person appearing extremely excited. Chapter 511 all correct. No wonder it couldn't be refined no matter what. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, when Lord Chairman sees this jade slip, he'll surely be very delighted. Wu Zan suddenly took out a communication talisman and inserted some essence energy. The communication talisman vanished with a swoosh. Seeing Wu Zan's expression, Cao Fang's heart involuntarily palpitated. Could it be that this boy really answered the question number 136? Old brother Wu Zan, is it possible that? Zhu Zhang asked in puzzlement. Only now did Wu Zan come to a realization. He passed the jade slip to Zhu Zhang and said, Dear me, old brother Zhu Zhang, apologies. This question is from Lord Chairman. I've researched it for a very long time too. But I keep feeling that there are some places which I don't understand, and it cannot be solved no matter what. Now that I suddenly have a clear understanding, I'm seriously too excited. Hiss. It was really answered. Zhu Zhang was still somewhat suspicious. Hee, you'll know when you take a look. Wu Zan could not be bothered to be long-winded with him too. Let him verify himself, and he would naturally know. Zhu Zhang started checking the contents inside the jade slip doubtfully, his brows similarly becoming increasingly tighter. After a long while, Zhu Zhang silently passed the jade slip to Lu Yun. Lu Yun passed the jade slip to the other alchemy sovereign after checking it. After the three people finished looking, they exchanged glances, and none of them spoke. Cao Fang was long sitting on pins and needles by the side. At this time, how could he still endure it? He could not help opening his mouth and asked, Three masters, just what is the result? Zhu Zhang looked at Cao Fang deeply and slowly opened his mouth to say, Lord Dan Chenzi's question is rather famous. This elderly self had researched it before too. Just as old brother Wu Zan said, it was just unsolvable in a certain area, unable to break through it. Just now, seeing the description inside this jade slip, we finally see the light. This question number 136 is finally resolved after a time interval of 5 years. Cao Fang's heart seemed to seize violently for a bit as he looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. This boy actually, really answered it. If Wu Zhan still had the possibility of playing out a carefully choreographed dance with Yi Yuan, the consultation team's 3 alchemy sovereign experts absolutely would not lie. How could this boy be so monstrous? A question that even peak alchemy sovereign experts could not answer, he could actually answer it so easily. Although alchemists had no restrictions in realm regarding the stockpiling of knowledge, a person's energy was limited. The corresponding level could generally only understand the alchemy knowledge at the same level. Even if somebody had spare energy to learn other things, it was also at most just a little exceeding the present level. But this Yi Yuan was just a high-rank quasi-alchemy king, and yet, he crossed 2 major realms to answer a peak alchemy king level question. Just how perverse was this? Cao Fang's expression was incomparably ugly. He knew that regardless whether Yi Yuan's questions at the back was answered correctly or not, Yi Yuan's name would shake Wufang City with the help of today's events. Third young master Cao, how much is the reward for this question number 136? Yi Yuan asked with a half smile. Cao Fang looked like he ate a fly right now. He squeezed out a few words from the crevices between his teeth, 10,000 high-grade essence crystals. Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, like this doesn't that mean that not only are my essence crystals back already, I even earned 9,000 high-grade essence crystals instead? Hoo, this transaction is worth it. This money, keep it on the tab first. After these 10 questions are all assessed finish, pay it to me together. 3 seniors, continue then. Zhu Zhang could not refrain from sizing Yi Yuan up a couple of times. He was speculating if Yi Yuan guessed this question or relied on true ability to answer it. If it was relying on genuine capability, then this youth was too terrifying. High-rank quasi-alchemy king strength, and he actually already possessed knowledge surpassing peak alchemy sovereign. If this was really the case, then alchemist ranks simply had no bottlenecks to him at all. As long as he practiced a powerful soul incantation, he could advance all the way free and unimpeded. Seeing how Yi Yuan had such strength at this young age, the soul incantation that he cultivated could not be lousy too no matter what. Okay, this old man will take a look at this question number 135. As he said, Zhu Zhang sunk his divine sense into the jade slip once more. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber in the Alchemist Association, a communication talisman suddenly lit up. The eyes of Dan Chenzi, who was currently in closed seclusion, lit up, and he muttered, "The Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill that I researched for so many years, I could not find the right approach all along. Now, there is actually somebody who could crack that barrier. I want to see just where this youngster comes from." Finished talking, Dan Chenzi's figure moved, vanishing from within the hidden chamber. At the exquisite jade pavilion, the crowd already descended into a frenzy at this time. Question number 135 is correct too. Oh my god, just what kind of background does this youngster have to actually have such skill? If question number 136 were like a dead rat falling into the clutches of a blind cat, then this question number 135 couldn't be described using luck, right? The 1,000 query wall has stood erect in Wufang City for a history of several thousand years. Such a grand occasion most likely has never appeared before. You guys, do you think that he can resolve all 10 of these questions? Are you joking? Answering all 10 questions, just extensive to what kind of degree does this use alchemy? Knowledge have to be, 10 questions being all correct. Seeing Yi Yuan answer 2 questions correctly in succession, this idea popped up uncontrollably in many people's head. Not knowing why, although reason told them that this was something impossible, they kept on harboring some hope in their hearts and felt that Yi Yuan might really be able to complete them. Time passed by the minute. The expression on Zhu Yang's face became increasingly solemn. Even that initially constantly jolly Wu Zhan, the expression on his face right now became extremely fascinating too. Number 134, correct. Reward money, 12,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 133, correct. Reward money, 14,000 high-grade essence crystals. Number 126, correct. Reward money, 15,000 high-grade essence crystals. Roughly 6 hours later, Cao Fang's complexion was already deathly pale. How is this possible? Question number 126 has already existed for over a decade. A number of middle-rank alchemy sovereigns and above major powers came forward to challenge it before. But not a single person succeeded. How on earth did this brat accomplish it? Cao Fang's brain blanked out. Yi Yuan's performance smashed his confidence bit by bit. Third young master Cao, the total is 136,500 high-grade essence crystals. Now, can the bill be settled? Yi Yuan looked at Cao Fang and said nonchalantly. When these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan very astoundedly. In these alchemists' view, the significance of answering these 10 questions was far greater than the importance of this 130,000 high-grade essence crystals. This Yi Yuan actually asked Cao Fang for essence crystals at the first moment. This manner of eating him up. Looking at that indifferent look of Yi Yuan's, Cao Fang swore in his heart and said through clenched jaws, "Terrific boy. You really came prepared. Come, men, pay the essence crystals to him." The exquisite jade pavilion was indeed immensely wealthy. They gathered 136,500 high-grade essence crystals very quickly. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to receive the storage ring while saying to Ling with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Ling. I'm going to challenge question number 125 now. I'll have to trouble Miss Ling to help out deduct the fees from inside." Ling was frightened until her hands trembled when she heard that, and the storage ring slipped off her hands. Chapter 512 Alarming Big Shots. What? He still wants to challenge number 125. Today is really an eye-opener. When did such a heaven-defying junior appear in our endless world? Hee, still junior. Your alchemy standards aren't even fit to carry shoes for him, right? Yi Yuan used essence energy to grab it gently. Then storage ring then landed in his hand gently. Miss Ling is a person who trains in martial arts too. Why can't you even hold a storage ring firmly? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ling was long shocked dizzy by Yi Yuan's performance already. Hearing that Yi Yuan still wanted to continue challenging now, she cried even more bitterly without ceasing in her heart. Still want commission, huh? This time, she definitely was going to be beaten up to death by the third young master. When Cao Fang heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression flickered irregularly. At this moment, he finally confirmed that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. This fellow was really going to win away all of the Cao family's available essence crystals. Before this, Cao Fang felt that Yi Yuan was talking big. But now, he was already utterly without confidence. Yi Yuan already answered all 10 questions. Who dared to guarantee that he could not answer the 11th one, or the 12th one? Come men, take down box number 125. Cao Fang said in a grim voice. A staff brought box number 125 in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and casually took up the jade slip. He then sunk his divine sense inside. Everyone held their breaths, looking at the Yi Yuan with shut eyes. Same as before, Yi Yuan finished browsing the contents in the jade slip very quickly, and started inscribing. Before long, through Zhu Zhang and the 4 of their evaluations, Yi Yuan was correct once again. Question number 125, correct. Reward money, 20,000 high-grade essence crystals. Looking from the reward money, the difficulty of question number 125 clearly went up another level. The reward monies previously all increased by 1,000 or 500. But this time, it swelled by 5,000 high-grade essence crystals in one shot. But this did not seem to be any different to Yi Yuan from before. He practically used the same amount of time to answer it. Instead, it was Zhu Zhang the 4 of them who spent increasingly longer time to assess it. Yi Yuan obviously would not stop. He chose to continue challenging number 124. A period of time later, Zhu Yang's voice sounded once more. Question number 124, correct. Reward money, 21,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 123, correct. Reward money, 22,000 high-grade essence crystals. Question number 116, correct. Reward money, 33,000 high-grade essence crystals. Every period of time, Zhu Yang's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding everyone's chest, and making them practically feel asphyxiated. This 1,000 query wall 7th level, each time a question was answered, it would cause a stir in the entire city. The alchemists present were all extremely excited in the beginning, but by this time, they felt a chill deep down in their hearts. Question number 116 had already been placed there for close to 100 years. Nobody answered it all this while. This question's degree of difficulty was already not on the same level as Dan Chenzi's problem. But Yi Yuan took his time to answer it from start to end, as if all of the questions were at the tip of his fingers. This youth was too scary. After these 10 questions, Yi Yuan's reward money already accumulated to a terrifying sum of 260,000 high-grade essence crystals. Under normal circumstances, alchemists were all comparatively wealthy. But an Alchemy King's total net worth was at most just several tens of thousands of high-grade essence crystals too. The prize money that Yi Yuan won right now was already 10 times of an ordinary Alchemy King. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still continuing answering. Cao Fang's expression was already black like the bottom of a pot. He truly found it hard to dismount the tiger now. Previously, Yi Yuan said to use the monetary reward to exchange for ski maple, and he was unwilling to. Now, in front of so many people's faces, did he have to beg Yi Yuan to take ski maple? This slap of his slapping down, how would he have a foothold in Wufang City in the future? But if he did not release ski maple, Yi Yuan would really bankrupt the Cao family. 400,000 high-grade essence crystals was merely a hair from 9 oxen to the entire Cao family. But the problem was that the monetary reward at the back was increasingly terrifying. Continuing like this, the Cao family really would not have available essence crystals to pay it off. Moreover, if Yi Yuan really kept winning all the way, it would be a tremendous blow to the Thousand Query Wall's fame and prestige. This was an outcome that the Cao family could not bear. If old patriarch knew what happened here, he would surely fly into a great rage. What to do right now? Right at this time, a hoarse and aged voice reverberated throughout the entire main hall. Apologies. The Thousand Query Wall is temporarily closed today. Fellow men of the same line present, each person can draw 10 pieces of high-grade essence crystals from the exquisite Jade Pavilion's front door to show my Cao family's apologies. A figure suddenly appeared beside Cao Fang. When those alchemists saw that figure, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This person was none other than precisely the Cao family's old patriarch, a middle-rank alchemy sovereign, Cao Zheng. Grandfather. When Cao Fang saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed. Cao Zheng showing up, those alchemists knew that this show today could not carry on anymore. These alchemists were just about to bow out when Yi Yuan said leisurely, I heard that the Cao family keeps a foothold on this earth with the word impartial. But why are you carrying out this biased matter today? Cao Zheng did not think that Yi Yuan would dare to be so unbridled in front of him too. His expression could not help darkening as he said, the exquisite Jade Pavilion is only closing for a day. How is it something bias? When those alchemists sensed the thick smell of gunpowder, they could not help stopping. Yi Yuan looked at Cao Zheng and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, although the Thousand Query Wall originated from the Cao family, through thousands of years of development, it has already become the Wufang City and even the Endless World symbol. Hence, even though this Thousand Query Wall is still maintained by the Cao family, it's no longer owned by the Cao family. Every alchemist has the right to raise and answer questions here. Presumably, there has never been such an act of closing shop since the Thousand Query Wall was established until today, right? Could it be just because this junior answered a few 7th levels questions, senior is going to close shop? Isn't an action such as this, depriving all the alchemists in the world of their right to a pilgrimage? Isn't it something bias? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, all the alchemists secretly cheered in their hearts. They were different from the Cao family. They naturally wished to see these 7th levels questions be breached one by one. Such a grand occasion was hard to encounter even once in 1,000 years. How could they miss it? Although they all knew that this was the Cao family wanting to ensure the Thousand Query Wall's prestige and stature, this indeed damaged everybody's interests. Cao Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that. A faintly discernible killing intent gradually washed over towards Yi Yuan. This Ren will be a peacemaker today. Everybody all disperse. Right then, another voice sounded out. An elderly man appeared in the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. Cao Zheng looked at the arrival rather surprisedly, and he gave a slight bow, saying, to think that today's matter actually alarmed City Lord. It's this Cao's fault. But Ren Xingqian did not bother with Cao Zheng and yelled, since Lord Chairman came as well, why not show yourself? All the alchemists were shocked inwardly. This lineup today really became progressively greater. Chapter 513 Just want an apology. To think that City Lord actually came here personally. A figure floated down and landed. Who could it be but Dan Chenzi? Ren Xingqian did not follow up, but he said in a solemn voice, "You guys aren't withdrawing yet. Could it be that you want me to make a move personally?" Those alchemists were startled when they heard that and hastily withdrew from the main hall. The irrelevant people all left. The atmosphere here became rather odd. Ren Xingqian, Dan Chenzi, Cao Zhen, Zhu Zhong, and the rest, their gazes all gathered on Yi Yuan as if trying to see through Yi Yuan. Facing the gazes from a group of leviathans, Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit fearful and said indifferently, "Is it possible that seniors want to join hands to bully a junior like me?" The expression on everyone's faces became strange. Junior was it? To be able to answer 20 questions from the 7th level so effortlessly, could such an individual really be considered a junior? Hoo, where did that come from? Little brother Yi, I received Wuzan's summons and specially came here to express thanks to you. This Dragon Tiger Mighty Soul Pill, I've researched it for several decades but keep on being unable to find the breakthrough point. Didn't think that I would actually get the solution from your hands today, Dan Chenzi said with a gentle smile. Lord Chairman, don't need to be polite. You raised the question, I received the reward. We're both even. No need to say the word thanks, Yi Yuan said coolly. When these words came out, everyone drew a cold breath. Daring to speak like this to Dan Chenzi, apart from Ren Xingqian, there was probably only this one before their eyes, right? But Yi Yuan did not care. His gaze looked towards Ren Xingqian heatedly, but his tone became cold. City Lord invited me to come to Wufang City, but couldn't even protect my sect's elder properly. Now that I came to ask for people, City Lord came to cause trouble. Is this your Wufang City's hospitality? But Ren Xingqian was not a good-natured one. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, he immediately became enraged. You, this punk, are exceedingly rude. The 1000 query wall is my Wufang City's totem-like existence. Your way of doing things is a little too over the top. Hey, over the top is it? I gave him a chance. It's he who didn't want it. Since that's the case, he will have to pay a corresponding price for this. Yi Yuan, don't stir up trouble for nothing, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When the other early-rank alchemy sovereigns and middle-rank alchemy sovereigns heard Yi Yuan's tone of speaking, they all secretly broke into a sweat. Dan Chenzi and Ren Xingqian were both the endless world's peak existences. Yi Yuan offending all of them, how coarse a nerve did this need? What a fine not afraid of trouble. Your tranquil cloud sect forcibly occupied my Wufang City's territory. I didn't even find you to settle the score and you come to be unbridled with me instead. Ren Xingqian's fury became greater and greater. As he spoke, it deviated off topic already. Wuzan saw the situation and felt anything but reassuring, so he hurriedly urged, City Lord, this matter is still within the scope of control. The both of you each take a step back. Humph, this punk is conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Even making light of this old man. Seriously too arrogant. I treat him as an honored guest, and he's actually so overbearing. Truly a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan said coolly, Heavenly evil sect committed evil deeds everywhere, but your Wufang City turned a blind eye to it. That's helping the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds. I helped you guys eliminate the evil and were in the wrong instead. People who train in alchemy should have benevolent thoughts. This Wufang City is hailed as the alchemy holy city. Hee, isn't it overshooting the truth? Cao Zheng was stupefied listening by the side. Their Cao family did not say a word, but City Lord and this brat started seizing each other by the throat. What was going on here? Everyone was rather bewildered too, not knowing why these two people were so hot-tempered. Finally, it was still Dan Chenzi who came forward to be a peacemaker. Gentlemen, calm your anger first. Actually, the 20 problems that little brother Yi resolved has immense contributions to my Wufang City's alchemy path's prosperity. It's just that the sense of propriety was not grasped well. Little brother Yi, facing a great enemy at the moment, isn't as having internal strifes aggrieving our own and gladdening the enemy. In my opinion, the Cao family let that tranquil cloud sect elder go, and consider this matter past too. Hey, how can it be so easy? The Cao family must apologize to Grand Elder Skimaple. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. No way, he can be released, but an apology is impossible. Cao Zheng refused straight away. What a joke. How could a colossal family clan like the Cao family apologize to a third-grade tiny sect's elder? Hee, not apologizing works too. I don't need you to release the person. You all can close shop today. Could it be that it will be closed every day in the future? From today onwards, I'll come here to solve questions every day, all the way until all of the questions on the 7th level are all solved finish. Yuan said with a cold sneer. Shameless boasting. Do you really think that by answering 20 questions, you will be able to answer all of the questions? Questions ranked further to the front, the greater the degree of difficulty. Conundrums that nobody could resolve in several thousand years can be resolved with just the likes of you. Cao Fang said disdainfully when he heard that. You can very well give it a try. Yuan said coolly. This sentence directly aggravated internal injuries in Cao Fang. He questioned Yuan previously. The result was that Yuan directly answered all of the final 20 questions. Now, Yuan was still brimming with confidence. Was it possible that he really had such capabilities? Question number 1 was simply heaven-defying to the max. Even Lord Chairman and City Lord were at a complete loss when they looked at it, let alone Yuan. Dan Chenzi and the rest naturally did not believe that Yuan could answer all of the questions as well. But, being deadlocked here right now wasn't a solution either. Little brother Yi, everybody each takes a step back. The Cao family releases the person, and compensate your household's elder 100,000 high-grade essence crystals. This got to be okay, right? Dan Chenzi said, but Yuan shook his head and said, I only want an apology. Essence crystals, as long as I want, I can have countless. Everyone was directly speechless. This Yuan was simply impervious to neither hard nor soft tactics. That schemaple answered the question wrongly and even slandered my Cao family's reputation. I didn't kill him directly as already showing leniency. You actually still want us to apologize? Cao Fang challenged. Yuan suddenly beamed and said, is that so? Then how about we invite Grand Elder out to confront in court? If Elder Schemaple answered wrongly, I, Yuan, will return this 400,000 essence crystals intact, and apologize to your Cao family. But, if Elder Schemaple's answer was correct, what then? With this, Cao Fang was thrown into a fluster. He never would have imagined that the matter would develop to such a state. Now, it could not be controlled any longer. Right then, Zhu Zhang suddenly sighed with melancholy and said, Sigh, brother Cao Zheng, this matter is the fault of the three of us. To think that it would stir up such a mighty uproar. This 1,000 query walls consultation team elder, I, Zhu Zhang, have no face to carry on holding the post. Brother Cao better find somebody more competent. With Zhu Zhang saying this, Lu Yun and the other person also requested to resign from Cao Zheng. The news that Cao Zheng got was that somebody was causing trouble in Exquisite Jade Pavilion. But he was not clear about the whole story of the incident. Hearing Zhu Yang's words at this time, how could he still not understand what was going on? Only to see him casually fling a hand, landing a slap on Cao Fang's face as he said coldly, you wicked son. Turns out that everything was stirred up by you. You actually used the Cao family's reputation to do this kind of low-grade thing. I'll exterminate you. Chapter 514 Storming out of the room. Cao Fang was sent flying out directly. By the time he crawled up, half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Yuan looked at this scene with a cold smile and was very disdainful in his heart. That slap looked very impressive. Actually, it did not employ essence energy at all. Cao Zheng merely used the strength of the physical body. Hence, Cao Fang's face looked scary, but it was just receiving some superficial wounds. Of course, not only Yuan saw through it, the other big shots naturally could discern it too. It was just that at this sort of time, there was obviously no one who would come forward to expose it. Grandfather, Cao Fang hugged his face and was just about to speak, but he was cut off by Cao Zheng who said, why aren't you quickly releasing the person yet and apologizing to little brother Yi? The heavenly evil sects matters, even City Lord didn't say anything. Is there a need for you to care about other people liking salty carrots? Go back and face the wall to reflect. 'Cause trouble for me again and you better be careful, I'll waste you. Same as Ren Dong, Cao Fang grew up under Cao Zheng's protection since young. Cao Zheng had never hit him like this before. This made Cao Fang feel very wronged. However, although Cao Zheng's words were said out very viciously, it actually did not hurt nor itched. It even sowed discord between Ren Xingqian and Yi Yuan's relationship a little without leaving any traces. Ren Xingqian, this person is the city lord, what he relied on was not scheming and plotting, but it was incomparably tyrannical methods. Not only was his alchemy path strength preeminent, but his attainments in the martial path were also exceedingly high. He belonged to a different class of existence among alchemists. In Wufang City, all those who refused to give in to him, he had always used bloody methods to suppress them. Actually, he originally planned on being a mediator coming here today. Little did he think that because of his fiery temper, he would actually clash with Yi Yuan. In truth, Yi Yuan being able to answer the 1000 query wall's 7th level's questions was immensely beneficial to them, fellow alchemists. But Yi Yuan's means were too domineering. This kind of directly dropping into smash the place action would directly affect the Wufang city's position in the alchemists' hearts. Ren Xingqian as the city lord had no choice but to come forward to stop Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to get along with? It was fine if he talked nicely. Yet, Ren Xingqian just had to have a commanding tone, directly aggravating Yi Yuan's opinion of him. Before long, Ski Maple was finally brought out. When Yi Yuan saw Ski Maple's slightly miserable-looking appearance, he knew that Ski Maple most likely suffered considerable hardships in this short while. The fury in his heart involuntarily soared higher. When Ski Maple saw a bunch of alchemy sovereign experts present, he could not help sucking in a deep breath and came to Yi Yuan's side. Hee, my tranquil cloud sect came to Wufang City for the sake of the endless world's safety, but we received such a treatment. Looks like we were hallucinating that the other party is willing. Forget it, your Cao family's apology, I don't need it either. Grand Elder and I will leave Wufang City right away to avoid being an eyesore to everyone. Grand Elder, let's go. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Ski Maple and was just about to leave. When Ren Xingqian saw this scene, he wanted to stop Yi Yuan but was stopped by Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi shot Wu Zan a look, signaling him to make a move. Dan Chenzi then said to Ren Xingqian, "Old man Ren, you don't add more to the discord. This boy is clearly somebody who can be persuaded by reason, but he's not a person to be cowed by force. You continue like this and the endless meet in 2 days most likely can't commence anymore." Hearing these words, Ren Xingqian's slowly rising fury was ultimately pressed down. And in this short while, Yi Yuan already left the exquisite Jade Pavilion. Wu Zan followed out closely behind too. He darted a look at Dan Chenzi and said vigilantly, "You this old punk, what devious ideas are you planning again? Your alchemist association stands aloof above worldly considerations. Even if the fierce Gale world really attacked over here, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you either. Don't say that you're doing this for the sake of the endless world too." Dan Chenzi let go of Ren Xingqian and said with a faint smile, "For it is good, not for it is fine as well. Could it be that you aren't interested in this young man? In my opinion, his knowledge in alchemy likely far surpasses yours and mine." Ren Xingqian gave a cold snort and said, "If now isn't extraordinary times, this old man would definitely interrogate this stinking brat with torture well. Even if his alchemy knowledge is any greater, he's merely a seed transformation realm. Could he still overturn the heaven?" Dan Chenzi said with a smile, "You this old fellow, always being hot-tempered. You don't just look at this boy being unbelievably obstinate. If it wasn't this special period at present, he might not be so high-profile either. This boy is soft and gentle even with his rough ways that he showed us, at the same time, he isn't easy to get along with." Ren Xingqian snorted coldly, but then he turned to Cao Zheng and said, "What a splendid thing your Cao family did. I don't care about you guys smashing your signboards. But if it threatens Wufang City, don't blame this old man for turning hostile on you." Cao Zheng's expression was slightly kind of ugly as he nodded and said, "City Lord, rest assured. This incident, the Cao family will definitely deal with it well." Although the Cao family's bedrock was incomparably solid, under Ren Xingqian's rule, Cao Zheng had to tuck his tail between his legs to behave properly too. Infuriating Ren Xingqian, nobody would gain anything good out of it. In this Wufang City, it had already been very, very long since anyone dared to challenge Ren Xingqian's authority. Looking from this angle, Yi Yuan could already be considered Wufang City's #1 person. "Yi Yuan, please wait, please wait." Wu Zan chased after Yi Yuan out as he yelled at the top of his voice. Yi Yuan halted his footsteps when he heard that and gave Wu Zan and bow and said, "Today, many thanks to Master Wu Zan for helping me out of my predicament. This kid bears it in my heart. Next time, if there's the opportunity, this kid will definitely repay generously." Today, if not for Wu Zan being present, how the outcome would be was really hard to say. Wu Zan laughed and said, "Hoo, you're too serious with your words. If not for coming to the exquisite Jade Pavilion today, I'll most likely regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing you refined pills yesterday, I even gave rise to the thought of taking a disciple. Only seeing your means today did I know that I was rash. In front of you, how can I bear the word master? Only when he saw Yi Yuan's performance today, did Wu Zhan know why Yi Yuan was completely uninterested in him yesterday. What he knew, Yi Yuan knew all. What he did not know, Yi Yuan knew too. What would he use to teach Yi Yuan? Recalling it now, yesterday was really making a really big joke. Master Wu Zhan is an alchemy sovereign experts. Master, this word is naturally deserving, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Actually, in front of Yi Yuan, who could be deserving of this word? It was just that Wu Zhan helped Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan would naturally show appreciation. Wu Zhan hurriedly waved his hands and said, haha, if you don't mind, just call me elder brother. Master, this word is absolutely undeserving. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either and nodded with a smile as he said, since that's the case, Yi Yuan will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Elder brother Wu Zhan, Grand Elder, and I will return to the Tranquil Cloud sect right away. If you have time, you can come and visit often. Wu Zhan hurriedly said, younger brother Yi, City Lord just has this temper. You don't try to gain face back with him. Speaking of which, he made Shu Zuwei fuss around you these few days. It's also considered to be very considerate already. Moreover, if it wasn't for Shu Zuwei coming to find me today, I couldn't have arrived in time either, don't you agree? Yi Yuan nodded his head. He was actually just putting on a show to take that old man down a notch. He obviously would not really leave. Fine then, this is on account of elder brother's face here. Yi Yuan hesitated for a bit and said, thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.